I am a directional mobile engineer. I was exhausted and traveled to the body of a sophomore finance student at Tsinghua University and Peking University in Longhua. The original owner was laughed at by the whole school because he couldn't pursue his female classmate Mu Shuman, and he even committed suicide at home due to depression. My mother was worried about me, so she arranged a blind date for me. I waited in the restaurant for an hour and a half, but the blind date didn't show up. Just when I was about to leave after waiting for another 5 minutes, a stunning beauty walked in. She was Yang Mange. Yang Mange thought I was a blind date arranged by the program team, so she started chatting with me. She asked me if I had a car. I opened my phone and saw that my online bank balance was only 1,342 yuan. I was embarrassed. But at this moment, a mechanical voice suddenly rang in my mind, saying that the fraternity system was activated and gave me a huge amount of wealth and shares. I instantly became a billionaire. What will happen to my fate next? I heard that Yang Mange was invited to appear in A Date with a Big Star this time. Is this true? Really, the official announcement has been released. I don't know what Boss Yang's criteria for choosing a spouse are. Do we have a chance? Douyu's popular live broadcast room, A Date with a Big Star. This is a live dating show in Longhua that is specifically for big-name celebrities. In this program, invited celebrity guests will announce their criteria for choosing a partner to the audience. Although it seems like a script, the key point is that the blind date activity is friendly enough and has a strong sense of immersion. Following the guests' perspectives, it feels like you are on a blind date yourself. At this time, there are less than 10 minutes left until the show starts. Advertisements of the sponsors were being played in a loop in the live broadcast room, but this did not affect the audience's enthusiasm at all. Because the guest invited by the program team today is a top female star who never plays the victim, has no scandals, and has made her debut through her own hard work. Boss Yang Mange. The queen-like female president is beautiful, rich, and self-disciplined. She is a well-deserved national goddess. Good afternoon, audience friends. I'm your host, Lin Schwer. The second episode of Big Stars Have Dates is about to start airing. The last episode received a very good response, so we decided to give you some benefits in this episode. Don't you want to hear Boss Yang's criteria for choosing a spouse? Then you must not miss this episode. The picture in the live broadcast room suddenly changed and turned into a promotional video. An elegantly decorated Chinese restaurant was revealed as the background. 7 animated guests appeared one by one and walked into the restaurant through the door. This also indicates that the recording location for the first segment of this episode of the Blind Date show will be this restaurant. After watching the promotional video, the number of comments started to increase gradually. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room also skyrocketed from a few thousand to tens of thousands, and was still increasing at a rate of hundreds per second. It's starting, aw. Boss Yang, look at me. I don't want to work hard anymore. Even a strong boss like Yang can't escape the fate of a blind date. Although I know it's all scripted, but I'm a loser and I just love watching it. Lin Schwer had a smile on her face. Dear audience, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Now I will introduce the guests participating in this program to you. Watianju Chinese Restaurant. Window seat. A young man was sitting there, staring blankly at the bustling street outside the window, as if he was waiting for someone. Su Yang, 20 years old. Longhua is a sophomore student majoring in finance at Peking University and Tsinghua University. Parents are still alive, ordinary family. From high school to college, Su Yang licked a female classmate for 7 years. Until that day, Su Yang mustered up the courage. Shuman, stay with me. I really like you. He didn't expect that what he got in return was Mu Shuman's ridicule. Su Yang, do you know that the people who pursue me can line up to circle Tsinghua University and Peking University twice? What's your reason? I asked you to buy breakfast for me in the morning, bring me an umbrella when it rains, and help me with my report at night because I always regarded you as a friend. But I didn't expect you to be so excessive. You actually want to take advantage of others to eat swan meat. Just like that, Su Yang became the recognized king of bootlickers in the whole school. He was so depressed that he stayed at home for half a month, refused to eat or drink, and then committed suicide by cutting his wrists with potato chips. You deserve it. Su Yang cursed the original owner. In his previous life, he was a professional rectangular solid directional movement engineer. He moved countless bricks, spent 699 for fun after a tiring day, but ended up dying suddenly at the critical moment and traveling through time. Moreover, I was dragged to a blind date without knowing why. The original owner's mother saw that Su Yang couldn't pursue Mushuman, and was worried that her son was trapped in love, so she took the initiative to arrange a blind date for him. Su Yang's right index finger lightly tapped the table. Forget it. In my previous life, I had no parents and grew up in an orphanage. It would be nice to experience being nagged by my parents in this life. Only. It has been a full hour and a half now, and the girl I was going on a blind date with still hasn't shown up. You won't stand me up, will you? Never mind. I'll wait 5 more minutes. If he doesn't come, I'll go home and reward myself. Just at this moment, the restaurant door opens. A beautiful woman walked in. She was wearing a khaki knitted sweater with a low neckline, exposing her delicate and seductive collarbone, which complemented the windbreaker of the same color. Her gooseneck was shiny white when exposed to the air. The lower body is a pair of slim-fitting black tight leather pants, with half of the trouser legs hidden in the bean paste-colored high-heeled over-the-knee boots. The wavy hair flowing down adds a touch of maturity and charm. It's just that pair of eyes that are a bit captivating, with a hint of coldness in their glance. Beauty. The most beautiful lady. Before the woman even entered the restaurant, the few tables of guests in the restaurant all looked over, both men and women. Yang Mange smiled slightly, and was quite satisfied with the reactions of these extras. She stood at the door and looked around the restaurant, finally set her eyes on Su Yang and the bouquet of roses on his table. That should be the blind date actor arranged by the program crew. Well. To be honest, she didn't want to come to the live dating show, A Date with a Big Star. However, due to some special reasons, she was forced to come. As for love, she hadn't even thought about it. At least, not in the short term. Isn't career the most important thing for women? What the hell is love? Men are not important at all. Behind her, there were 2 photographers dressed as passers-by, each with a brooch on their chest. This round of the program was broadcast live in the form of candid shots, with the purpose of achieving complete authenticity. Of course, Yang Mange also has a camera on him. He's quite handsome. If his acting skills are good, I can sign him to my company. Thinking in her mind, Yang Mange lifted her hair and walked toward Su Yang. Before the show started, she actually didn't know who the blind date arranged for her by the program team was. But since it was a script and it wasn't real, it didn't matter who it was. Just recite the lines. Only. Looking at Su Yang's appearance. This boy is so young. Does the director want to go for an older-younger man romance route? Yang Mange thought to himself. Seeing this beautiful woman really walking towards him, Su Yang raised his eyebrows. In his previous life, he was a straight man and had never been in love. Suddenly, such a beautiful woman went on a blind date with him. Su Yang was secretly surprised in his heart. Is my cheap mother so capable? I'm so happy that I was able to find him such a good-looking blind date. What a beauty. This temperament. Isn't she not much worse than those female stars? Ah, isn't this a honey trap? Or is the goddess tired of playing and wants to find a scapegoat? Instinctively becoming alert, Su Yang sat up straight. The beautiful iceberg girl sat opposite him. She slightly opened her red lips and said in a soft voice. Hello, my name is Yang Mange, and I'm here for a blind date with you. Yang Mange stretched out her hand. To be honest, having seen so many handsome young men in the entertainment industry, she has a high resistance to men's looks. Su Yang's temperament and appearance are pretty good, but just pretty good. Su Yang. Su Yang straightened his clothes, stood up, shook hands with Yang Mange, and motioned for him to sit down. Outside the restaurant, the staff of the A Date with the Big Stars program were all dumbfounded. What? That guy hasn't come yet. Does he know that the person he's riding with today is Yang Mange? How dare he act like a big shot? Director, there's nothing we can do. He said there was a traffic jam. The photographer nearby was puzzled. Director, are we still going to continue filming now? All the people behind the scenes were stunned. The actor didn't show up, and Yang Mange seemed to have recognized the wrong person and found a real passerby to film a blind date show. Keep filming, hope nothing goes wrong. Doyu's appointment with big stars, live broadcast room. The barrage of comments began to surge. Who is this guy? He doesn't seem to be a celebrity. But the production crew really picked these passers-by randomly, right? Why are they dressed so realistically? This reaction to seeing a beautiful woman is so real, it doesn't seem like acting at all. His acting is so good, huh? I'm so envious. I also want to go on a blind date with the goddess, even if it's just sitting there without talking. The production crew, look at me, look at me. Happiness came too suddenly. The goddess took the initiative to come to me for a blind date. I already felt involved. Yang Mange couldn't see the barrage and focused on Su Yang. Seeing the other person's expression was a little cold, Yang Mange remembered the script. Well, he should be waiting for me to act. Since everyone is here for the purpose of getting married, Mr. Su, I'll just be frank. Yang Mange said gently. Su Yang nodded, hoping that this woman would not make excessive demands. Nowadays, there are too many women who treat marriage as a transaction of selling their bodies and are eager to suck the blood of the men. Excuse me, do you have a car? My requirements are not high. I just want a car worth about 100,000 yuan after marriage. Yang Mange said seriously. Because of the script, the questions she asked were very ordinary and the requirements were very low. After all, this is just a show, and the director team asked her to be close to the people. A sweet voice came. Su Yang let out a slight exclamation in his heart. This woman doesn't have high demands. The so-called campus beauty Mu Shuman from Peking University and Tsinghua University was not as pretty as Yang Mange, and she even claimed that men shouldn't pursue her if they didn't have a Maybach. Don't know your place. Su Yang thought about it and decided that he should have 100,000. So I opened my phone and checked my online banking balance. Ugh. Looking at the miserable 1,342 yuan, Su Yang coughed dryly. Excuse me. He didn't expect his predecessor to be so poor. $1,000 is enough to buy a bicycle. Alas, this is my own fault. There is such a high-quality woman coming for a blind date, but she can't even meet this requirement. But it turned out that Su Yang was just a college student, so it was normal for him to have no money. After thinking about it, Su Yang decided to make money first. Su Yang was just about to say that it was inappropriate and then leave in shame. However, suddenly, a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Ding! The fraternity system is activated. Host, please love every girl. Host information, Su Yang. Appearance, average. Constitution, weak, please exercise moderation. Personal wealth, 1,342 yuan. Family background, Su Onghua, father, Zhang Ning, mother. Su Yang was stunned. Could it be the legendary system that is essential for time travelers? Newbie gift pack has arrived. Cash 1,000,000,000 yuan. 10% of the shares of Wuyo Media listed company. 51% of Century's listed company shares. A Koenigsegg CCXR. Host, please check it carefully. Next second. The cell phone in his pocket beeped several times in succession. Su Yang took out his cell phone and took a look at his bank balance. 1,001,342 yuan. Refreshed several times. Su Yang is sure that he is now a billionaire. Damn, I've suffered all my life, but now I'm really lucky in this life. I checked the balance again and the car keys in my pocket. After a lifetime of fighting, I can finally enjoy myself. A commuter vehicle worth around 100,000 yuan. No. Su Yang said seriously. Yang Mange pursed her lips slightly, feeling a little puzzled. According to the script, you should say yes, after all, the requirement is not high. Well, that's fine. I can also pay for a car after we get married. Yang Mange finished speaking. Su Yang felt more favorable towards this woman. Women like this who say they don't talk about money before marriage but are willing to work hard together after marriage are almost extinct. Okay. Yang Mange is so nice, Su Yang doesn't pretend anymore. You don't have to pay. I have a Koenigsegg. Do you mind using it as a means of transportation? Yang Mange's face froze. Having the same expression as her were other guests who were waiting outside the restaurant for the recording to end, as well as the program staff and millions of viewers in the live broadcast room. This guy is wearing cheap clothes that are not even worth $100, and he dares to say that he has a Koenigsegg. You can't even afford a model. Damn it, this is too damned. He actually pretended to be cool in front of my goddess. I'm going to kill him. You brag without thinking. I wouldn't even brag like that during the Qingming festival. 30 seconds, I want to know all the information about this man. Netizens were outraged. I've seen people pretending to be cool, but I've never seen anyone pretending like this. You should at least say BBA, why do you talk about Koenigsegg when you export it? How can a passerby like you afford a supercar worth tens of millions? Why didn't you mention that you also have a yacht and a plane? Pooh. At this moment, the audience's impression of Su Yang was extremely bad. At the same time, we also gave absolute affirmation and support to the good intentions of the program team. It's so damn real. But surprisingly, Su Yang's words actually raised the popularity of the show to a new level. The effect of laughter is very good. The comments were even more consistent. I don't have a 100,000 yuan car, do you want a Koenigsegg? The directors who were arguing about whether to remind Yang Mange that he went to the wrong table temporarily stopped arguing because of Su Yang's action. Everyone stared at the ever-increasing number of audience members. Black and red are also red. Anyway, it's not them that people are scolding. I think this passerby's show was very effective, but Boss Yang seemed to be a little restrained. This passerby is very photogenic and has a good temperament. Most importantly, he understands the effects of the show very well. It's very popular, maybe it can break our record from the last issue. The female guests of the first episode of A Date with the Big Stars were all popular young actresses. Although his popularity is equally high, no matter how they look at it, his acting skills still have a lot of room for improvement. So this time, we simply applied for huge funds and invited several superstars from the entertainment industry at high prices. Of course, you have to be single. Continue recording. Finish this episode and see how it goes. Also, notify Zhang Yi. No matter if they are trying to show off or are really stuck in traffic, they don't need to come anymore. Also, tell Xinghan Company that we will hold them accountable for breach of contract. Tell them to be prepared. In the restaurant. Yang Mange has been in the entertainment industry for so many years and has seen the world after all. She has seen a lot of strange people, so her mental strength is naturally very strong. After just a moment of distraction, she came to her senses. This young actor is really interesting. He actually added more scenes to his own show. Is the industry so complicated now? For the sake of fame, he is willing to give himself a boastful persona. Where is his idol image? But I can't let him lead me astray. After smiling, Yang Mange still diligently tried to guide Su Yang back to the script. You're really humorous. But it doesn't matter if you don't have a car. We can work hard and buy one together. Su Yang nodded indifferently, thinking that this girl is not only good-looking but also kind-hearted. Most importantly, her values are also good. It is worth getting along with her. He was just about to speak. Just at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission of spreading money for charity. Host, please complete the 1 billion cash consumption limit for the novice period as soon as possible. After completing the task, the system will give you a 10-fold rebate and open up more permissions. Note, cash cannot be donated directly. Note, if the task is not completed within 1 month, the system will impose a penalty. What punishment? A random part of the host's body shortens by 10 centimeters. Oh my god, you are poisonous. Can I choose short hair? Can. Su Yang breathed a sigh of relief, but thought about it carefully. He doesn't know how to make money, but who doesn't know how to spend money? And after spending it, you will get a tenfold rebate, which is 10 billion. No need to work hard. If you are not satisfied with the Koenigsegg, we can always change it. Which one do you like, Maybach? Lamborghini? Bugatti Veyron? Rolls-Royce? You can ask for anything you want. Just tell me. You're welcome. Su Yang was anxious and had to spend the money quickly. But his actions shocked Yang Mange. Are you serious? Of course, the house is also simple. If you like one, we can buy it directly. As for the property certificate, it will be in your name. Write it in my name, in case the system says that I didn't spend the money properly and doesn't give me a tenfold reward, I'll be in big trouble. After hearing this, no matter how strong Yang Mange's mental quality was or how good his acting skills were, he was completely stunned. Brother, why don't you follow the script? Shouldn't you praise me for being a good woman who is willing to endure hardships with you? How can you be close to the people like this? Can the audience feel involved? Su Yang saw Yang Mange's reaction and thought that the other party did not believe him. But now he has to spend more money to have more money. Compared to his vain ex-girlfriend, the woman in front of him is prettier, not materialistic, and willing to work hard with him. Su Yang could accept spending money on her and making her devoted to him. How about this? What kind of house and car do you like? Why don't we go buy them now? But for now I have no plans to get married, so these things can be considered gifts for you. Ah. Yang Mange is totally unlucky now. She suddenly had the illusion that she was about to be kept by someone. How is this possible? She is Boss Yang. She herself is worth billions. The audience watching the live broadcast could not stand it as much as she did. At this time, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room has skyrocketed from a few thousand at the beginning to nearly 10 million now. Su Yang's previous exaggerated remarks were also criticized by netizens. His Versailles look is so abominable, I want to vomit, you. Don't you even look at the outfit of the goddess sitting opposite him. She has no sense of shame at all. It's disgusting. He was wearing a bunch of cheap clothes, but he was so shameless as to say that he wanted to buy a house and a car for his goddess. Is this wrong? Shamelessness really makes you invincible. The 30 seconds should have been up by now, right? Hasn't anyone dug out this guy's information yet? But soon, the direction of the barrage suddenly changed. Goddess, ask him about his savings and work, and expose him in public. I get angry when I see this, hurry up and expose his past. Expose him, slap him in the face, wah. As the screen was swiped, the director smiled knowingly. Contact her through the headphones worn in Yang Mange's ears. Teacher Yang, the audience is very angry. They all want to see what confidence the young man in front of you has to say that. Aren't you going to satisfy the audience's request? Although this is a reality show, it is broadcast live after all, and the audience sees real-time images. Even though there is a script, it is normal to add scenes and change lines at the last minute. Yang Mange felt conflicted after hearing what the director said. Her professional ethics prevented her from adding drama to her role. So I have been actively guiding Su Yang to return to the script. But now that the director has spoken, she naturally cannot refuse. But she did not ask about Su Yang's deposits right away, but chose to be more tactful. Excuse me, sir, what do you do for a living? Yang Mange's gentle voice came. Work. Su Yang was stunned by the question and replied subconsciously, I don't have a job. It's just a supporting role, not something to be proud of. So just say no. Moreover, being unemployed is in line with his current philanthropic status. Who would work if they are rich? Yang Mange was confused. Why are you so arrogant because you don't have a job? Are all young people nowadays so brave? The comments in the live broadcast room were also boiling. I feel like he is on par with me, right? I only make over 2,000 yuan a month, but that doesn't stop me from thinking that hundreds of thousands is a small amount of money. That's how domineering he is. Damn it, he has no money and no job but still likes to act cool. Goddess, please leave, let's not watch this part, let's just pick another passerby. Where is the filming location? I want to go over and take a look. Go away, go away. It's a shame to say one more word to such a common man. The sense of substitution is too strong, I am already angry. The barrage showed a one-sided trend. Everyone is asking Yang Mange to leave quickly. It's an eyesore. It's so eye-catching. Although Yang Mange couldn't see the barrage, her expression was equally ugly. She has already sensed something is wrong. Could it be that I recognized the wrong person? Unless he is crazy, what normal actor would act like this? She stood up calmly, took the small bag beside her, breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I'm sorry, I don't think we're a good match." But just as she stood up, the director's voice came from the headset again. "Boss Yang, don't worry. Didn't he say before that he didn't have a 100,000 yuan car, but he had a Koenigsegg? Maybe he doesn't have a job, but he has other assets. The popularity is so high now, how can we let Yang Mange go like this? Although this young man looks ordinary, his every move, expression, and even every word he says can touch the nerves of the general public. What does the show want? Isn't that the heat?" After the director's persuasion, Yang Mange had no choice but to continue acting. "Then may I ask, how do you usually make your income?" Su Yang thought about it and realized that the system had just rewarded him with some shares. "Does Wio Media know? I'm a major shareholder of that company." Yang Mange was stunned. "Know you media company? Isn't that my company? Are you trying to show off to me?" At the same time, the viewers in the live broadcast room burst into laughter after Su Yang said this. "Boss Yang, we are professionals and won't laugh easily unless we can't help it. Showing off one sword in front of Guangdong and talking about stocks in front of Boss Yang, this is outrageous. Everyone, I own 0.00001 shares of Wio Media. Am I also considered a major shareholder?" "Hey, the person above, you revealed the truth." After laughing, one barrage of comments received crazy likes from netizens. Maybe this young man really bought a small stock. Neither Su Yang nor Yang Mange could see the barrage, but just by looking at the expressions, Su Yang could see full of distrust and a little bit of surprise. He couldn't understand the source of his surprise. So he quietly opened the system and activated it, which automatically downloaded the stock app to his mobile phone. Click on the personal holdings column, there are currently 2 stocks. Words are always particularly pale at times. No matter how much you explain, it's better to just take the real thing. He clicked on the stocks of Wio Media Company and raised his mobile phone to signal Yang Mange from a distance. Yang Mange saw it and understood it clearly, but she still didn't believe it. She knew all the shareholders in the company, and definitely not the young man in front of her. The audience watching the live broadcast naturally didn't believe it. The chief director said in the headset, "Teacher Yang, move the camera closer and take a look." As he spoke, he signaled to the remote photographer in the background to take a close-up shot. Yang Mange took 2 steps forward and was less than a foot away from Su Yang's phone. But Su Yang withdrew his hand at this time. "I think even if you see this, you will think that this is a fake picture, so why don't I just do it directly for you to see?" Yang Mange gave him a puzzled look. "How do I do it?" The next moment, Su Yang started selling shares on the spot. He holds a total of 100 million shares. Based on the fact that Wio Media has sold a total of 1 billion shares to the public, Su Yang owns 10% of Wio Media's shares. Su Yang clicked directly and sold all the stocks at the market price. Soon, there was a shocking sell order for Wio Media Entertainment Group stock. This sell order seemed to have crashed the entire stock market. 100,000 shares sold. Millions of shares sold. Tens of millions of shares sold. 50 million shares sold. Within 10 minutes, a total of 100 million shares were sold out. What's going on? Did Yang Mange go in? No way. Is it that some artist of Wio Media has had his reputation ruined again, or has he been caught for tax evasion, and a major shareholder is selling off his shares? Avalanche, run! This caused panic among other investors, who began selling their shares one after another. Wio Media's stock price also plummeted rapidly. It instantly fell to a low price of -10%. In addition, Wio Media is not listed in the mainland, but in Hong Kong, and there is no daily price limit mechanism. The stock price will turn so green that investors will panic. Minus 15%. Minus 20%. Minus 25%. Eventually, the downward trend slowed down, but Wio Media's stock price fell by nearly 30%. Wio Media's previous market value was 20 billion. However, in just over 10 minutes, the market value shrank by 6 billion. After deducting the loss from the decline, Su Yang's account had another 1.6 billion yuan. A photographer passerby walked over quietly and stood one step behind Su Yang. While pretending to look at the menu in his hand, he pointed the hidden camera at Su Yang's mobile phone. Su Yang was completely unaware of the situation, and the entire footage on his phone was completely exposed under the camera of the program crew. Zoom in. Close-up of the phone screen. The audience in the live broadcast room began to spontaneously help Su Yang count the money. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, big brother, father, grandfather, ancestor. This is a real boss. I admit that I spoke loudly just now. 2.6 billion. Oh my God, is that really the balance? 2.6 billion in cash flow. Grandpa, I am your long-lost grandson. The clown is actually me. The clown is actually me. The clown is actually me. Netizens began to swipe the screen one after another. Many viewers even shamelessly called Su Yang grandpa, dad, or husband. The popularity of the show has completely exploded. I thought the program team randomly chose a loser passerby, but I didn't expect that he was a hidden big shot. The director team was also shocked, and there was complete silence inside and outside the venue. And the other guests who were waiting to watch the show in the back all subconsciously widened their eyes after seeing Su Yang's deposit balance. Yang Mange couldn't see the live broadcast, nor did he receive any instructions from the chief director, but judging from the expression of the photographer behind Su Yang, he should be very scared. What is going on? What did he see? Just when Yang Mange was puzzled, the cell phone in her bag rang. She subconsciously glanced at the photographer opposite her, and seeing that he did not respond, she took out her phone, and saw that it was the finance department of her company calling. Hello. Boss, something happened. What happened? Stock price. Stock price. The company's market value has suddenly evaporated by at least 6 billion for some unknown reason. Boss, can you come back soon? The directors are all worried. What? Yang Mange's eyes widened. Why did the stock price suddenly plummet? She herself is a major shareholder of the company. Didn't she do any profiteering today? Suddenly, Yang Mange remembered what Su Yang said. I am a major shareholder of Wio Media. If you don't believe me, let me show you how to do it. It's you. Steady the board first, I'll handle it right away. Yang Mange hung up the phone directly and glanced at the men in front of her. Her mind was a mess now. But one thing is certain. This is definitely not a guest arranged by the program team to go on a blind date with me. The real guest must be someone else. This is a real boss. She got the wrong person. Call. Taking a deep breath, Yang Mange forced a smile and said, Sir, what did you do just now? Can you show me your phone? Su Yang smiled. All women cannot escape the challenge of checking men's cell phones. But he doesn't visit prostitutes and doesn't have a girlfriend, so what's there to be afraid of? Take it. Yang Mange took the phone, and the screen just stopped on the stock operation interface. Wio Media Entertainment. Today's volatility, -30%. Below is the automatic liquidation just performed by Su Yang, with millions and millions of people dumping their stocks in a row. Even Boss Yang, a veteran of the battlefield, was so stunned that he was speechless at this moment. He is really the major shareholder of my company. And damn it, in order to make me believe you, you took my company's market value of 6 billion and exchanged it for the 1 billion in your hand. Are you a pervert? She really wants to curse. That. Yang Mange frowned and her face turned slightly red with anger. Can we pause this blind date for a moment? I want to go to the bathroom and touch up my makeup first. Please. Su Yang waved his hand indifferently. This woman could remain so calm when seeing her billions in savings. It can be seen that she is really not greedy for fame and fortune. If it was my ex-girlfriend, she would have gone crazy. Very good, the blind date my mom introduced to me is really good. Yang Mange walked towards the bathroom with her handbag, but met a young woman dressed in a seductive and eye-catching manner at the door. The woman's facial features were still acceptable, but her temperament was really not flattering. Plus, the way she was dressed, it looked like she was engaged in some kind of job that made money by doing nothing. What are you looking at? Suddenly I realized that Yang Mange was looking at me. The woman was obviously unhappy. It's simple, it's just that this woman hates women who are prettier than herself. The woman snorted with an arrogant look on her face, and subconsciously puffed out her chest before leisurely walking towards the restaurant. Yang Mange hid by the door and took a look, and sure enough, he was heading towards Su Yang. Strange, are there other scripts? But Yang Mange didn't continue watching, but went to find the director first. Backstage of the live broadcast room. Director, what is going on? Seeing Yang Mange sneaking out and switching the camera to Su Yang, the program director hurriedly came up to explain awkwardly. Mange, don't be angry. This is a variety show after all. Only when there are hot topics and topics can it attract attention. The performance of that young man just now was very good. Did you arrange for him? No. No. He's a passerby. Right. Are you sick? You arranged a blind date for a stranger. Does Su Yang know about it? The program director helplessly explained, it's all because of that bastard Zhang Yi who was late for being a big shot. We couldn't find anyone at the last minute, and you just happened to meet someone who really came for a blind date. The most important thing is, you can see for yourself. As he spoke, he pointed to the data on the number of people watching online on the computer screen. Real-time viewers, 137096333. Cumulative number of viewers, 37695229. Yang Mange was stunned. This episode has only been aired for less than half an hour so far. The cumulative number of viewers has reached over 37 million. Most importantly, there are over 13 million people online in real time. Big stars meet, it's a blast. So, this is why I haven't told you the truth. The show director was excited. The audience wants authenticity. That guy is very popular and knows how to create a good show. Although the audience cursed at the boasting. But after cursing, I still choose to continue watching. Our show is all about popularity. And who knows, you might even be able to have a second career boost because of him. Isn't that a win-win situation? Yang Mange was stunned. It seems to make sense. But now that it has been confirmed that the guy is really not the character arranged by the program team, she should start to seriously consider the company's stocks. Minus 30% plunge. If you don't buy back the stocks, the price will fall further. But if she were to buy all of them herself now, she can't do it. There's simply not that much cash. At the same time, in the restaurant, Su Yang was looking down at his phone. He was not reading the news, but looking at houses. The two photographers disguised as passers-by did not leave, and their cameras were on Su Yang the whole time. To be precise, it should be on the phone screen. Wow, Boss Yang said he was going to the bathroom, but this guy actually started looking for a house. I wonder if Boss Yang can withstand this kind of money offensive. I can't anyway. Wow, my goddess, she has never had any scandals with anyone in her life. She won't sacrifice her first time here, right? But he is handsome, rich, and humorous. I am a little moved. Can we have a guessing contest? I want to see how long it will take for Boss Yang to be taken down. Hey, why is there another woman here? Wow, she looks really angry. Is there a story behind this? With the appearance of another woman, the direction of the barrage in the live broadcast room changed instantly. All the audience were as confused as Su Yang was now. He looked up blankly at the woman opposite him who gave him a cold look as soon as she sat down, without saying a word. The woman took the flowers on the table and put them in front of her nose to smell them. He shook his head with disdain on his face. Bad quality roses. She looked at Su Yang in front of her, who was looking at her with a confused expression. Haha, another honest man who is fascinated by his own beauty. You've seen my figure and looks, and since you're here for a blind date, I'll just tell you straight out. The requirements are not high, just an annual salary of 10 million, a dowry of 800,000, a car worth around 1 million, and a 300 square meter house. After marriage, I will manage the money, and my mother will come and live with me. If I want to have a child, I will need an additional 500,000 yuan for nutrition expenses. I will selectively do housework, but I won't touch water. I don't want my skin to deteriorate at such a young age. Is that acceptable? If possible, we can go and register now. After hearing this long list of requests, Su Yang was completely stunned. He is not the turtle in the wishing well. What's wrong with this woman? She came up and made a wish to him. It's not just him. The audience in the live broadcast room were also confused. Is this woman sick? Does she think she is a princess? Does she have to be pampered by others? Blind guess, is he a viewer of the live broadcast? Did he find the filming location and force his way in? Where did this fool come from? Where are the stage staff? Hurry up and take them away. I want to see the goddess, I want to see Goddess Yang. Su Yang couldn't see the barrage. But Yang Mange, who was outside looking at the background, could. Is this woman just here to be funny? Director, are we still filming this show? Of course, we have to shoot it to the end. I even think you can try to talk to him first. After all, the audience likes to watch it. We can put the other parts back and just shoot a blind date and love story. Yang Mange nodded. She also had to find an opportunity for Su Yang to buy back the shares. Now the only one who can restore the market value of Wio Media is Su Yang. Okay. In the restaurant. Su Yang frowned and glanced in the direction of the bathroom. Yang Mange was already walking back. So who is this woman? Miss, have you mistakenly recognized the person? I don't know you. The woman snorted softly. Still pretending. You brought the flowers and you still say you don't know me. Let me ask you, is your name Su Yang? Yes. That's it. My name is Zhang Li, and I'm your blind date. Hearing the woman's words, Su Yang couldn't help but open his mouth. Are you my blind date? Who was that beautiful girl just now? Oh. My mother actually arranged 2 blind dates. Before Su Yang could say anything, Zhang Li had already started sneering. You won't fail to meet my requirements, will you? You're wasting my time. I was actually quite looking forward to this blind date. After all, the information provided by the platform said that you look good, and although you are still a college student, you have a clean family background. Your parents are retired civil servants and have savings. That's why I came here reluctantly to try. Forget it, I'll lower my requirements a bit, 500,000 yuan for the betrothal gift. Besides, I have a 7-year-old child, and I can let him call you dad. This way, it won't be considered unfair to you. How do you think? The breathing of the 2 photographers nearby quickened. Is this woman really here to make a wish? The barrage in the live broadcast room also exploded. This woman is really abominable. Has she read too much poisonous chicken soup? How dare she speak so shamelessly? I never expected that this guy is actually a college student. So is the bank balance a show effect or is it real? It's hard to say. Some billionaires just have other special hobbies. Maybe they just like to cosplay as students. Found out, his name is Su Yang, a sophomore student in the Department of Finance at Peking University and Tsinghua University. Billionaire returns to school. Inspirational story, so inspiring. Su Yang smiled and was too lazy to bother with such a fool. I'm sorry, during the 2 hours you were late, I had already met someone else for a blind date, and I was just about to talk to her about the house. Just you. Buying a house and a car. The woman laughed so hard that she fell backwards. Why would you date me if you don't have money? Are there other blind dates? Is this a man's desire to win? Disgusting. You're trying to save face but end up suffering. Is it so hard to admit that you failed? What's going on? Or is the guy you just went on a blind date with going to celebrate his 80th birthday soon? Just at this moment. Make way, you're sitting in my seat. Yang Mange stood in front of Zhang Li with her hot body and a sweet smile. You. Seeing this woman, who was much better than herself in terms of appearance, figure, and temperament, Zhang Li's voice became a little lower. Who are you? But Yang Mange didn't want to pay any attention to her, but held Su Yang's hand. Honey, let's go pick a house. I just happened to have a lot of design inspiration recently. I believe our future home will be very beautiful and warm. I am looking forward to our married life. Since Mr. Su has already booked a place, let's go there. Okay, I'll drive. Just in time to try out that Koenigsegg. Su Yang thought about it and suddenly froze for a moment. Oh yeah, where is the car? Although the novice gift package given by the system includes a Koenigsegg, I don't know where the car is. At this time, the system's voice came again. No parking lot detected nearby. Koenigsegg launch failed. Reissue. The location of Koenigsegg CCXR has been changed to the parking lot of Michelin UV restaurant. What the hell? How did the car get there? How do I get there now? What happened to Mr. Su? Yang Mange tilted her head and looked at Su Yang. Well, my car is not parked nearby. Su Yang still said it honestly. After all, he couldn't find a Koenigsegg on the spot. Not parked nearby. Yang Mange frowned, but didn't think too much about it. Damn, I'm still waiting to see the supercar. Is this guy bragging? No way, he did short sell the shares of Wio Media just now, so he must be rich. Maybe he is just a stock manager who can control the money but it does not belong to him. That makes sense. Boss Yang, quickly ask him to drive the car over. He must have a driver if he is so rich, right? Yang Mange couldn't see the comments in the live broadcast room, but he was too lazy to pay attention to them. After all, Su Yang's relatives would be on camera next, and she felt a little guilty, and was thinking about finding a chance to explain things to Su Yang. It's okay, I can take a taxi. Yang Mange smiled and took out her cell phone to call Dada for a trip. Place an order and see the result. Due to the large number of people taking taxis during rush hour, you are currently ranked 528th. Ha ha ha. More than 500 people, goddess, you might as well just walk there. It will probably be dark by the time it's the goddess' turn. It turns out that even a billionaire with a net worth of several billion has to queue up for a taxi one day. The director team who was hiding not far away also exposed this scene, and for a moment the live broadcast room was filled with a happy atmosphere. Looking at the message displayed on Yang Mange's phone, Su Yang smiled awkwardly. He began to search around, trying to see if there was a taxi or subway station. Unfortunately, after searching for a long time, there was not a single taxi with an empty car sign. The subway station is also lined with workers getting off work at noon. However, he finally found another means of transportation. Let's ride that one. Su Yang pointed to the roadside not far away. Yang Mange was considering telling the director and asking them to provide a car. After hearing Su Yang's words, she turned her head decisively to look. She saw two scattered blue bicycles appear in her sight. Then, one of the blue bicycles was quickly ridden away. So there was suddenly only one bicycle left at the intersection. What the hell? How can my goddess ride a shared bike? Shocked. Top goddess Yang Mange has fallen to the point of riding a shared bicycle. No way, my goddess is not really going to ride a shared bike. Is this a script? Well, it looks a bit creative. There were countless comments in the live broadcast room, and the director team looked at each other in bewilderment. Riding a shared bike. This is a scene that has never appeared in their show. At the same time, Su Yang quickly rushed forward and grabbed the last shared bicycle. Seeing that there were no other cars, Yang Mange said helplessly, Mr. Su, then you go first, I will wait. It's okay. This car can seat 2 people. I'll give you a ride. Is this a question of whether the car can accommodate 2 people? Yang Mange stared at Su Yang speechlessly with her eyes wide open. As a result, Su Yang, who scanned the code to unlock the bike, saw Yang Mange's confused look and patted the seat of the bike very generously. Yang Mange stood there in a daze. Was she going to end her first time riding a bicycle with a man here? When the viewers in the live broadcast room saw this scene, they immediately burst into wailing, and countless heartbreaking comments flooded the screen. No. Goddess, goddess, you can't ride on the back of another man's bicycle. A man and a woman ride a bicycle together, romantically riding under the scorching sun. Woohoo, my goddess. The reason why Yang Mange has become a national goddess is because of her clean lifestyle. She has never had any gossip about being involved with any male stars either on screen or in private. But now, 20 million people witnessed with their own eyes that Yang Mange was hugging Su Yang lovingly. Director, the show is awesome. Nonsense, this will definitely be a hit. This is Manji's first screen love show. Let the camera crew follow. This show has great potential. And this Su Yang, find his family's contact information as soon as possible. We can't broadcast him live directly. We need to discuss the show with his family in detail later. Yes. When the people from the program crew saw this scene, they all smiled. Although the number of viewers has a lot to do with the popularity of the live broadcast room, the number of barrages is also very important. If there is only the popularity of the number of people, some people will say that it was brushed by the back-end staff and it is fake. Only when the number of barrages increases can the authenticity of the popularity of the entire live broadcast room increase. This will attract more people. In front of the camera, Su Yang stepped onto the shared bicycle, lifted the tripod, and saw Yang Mange still standing there, so he waved at her. Why are you standing there? Come on up. Yang Mange pursed her lips and wanted to say something. After struggling for a while, I finally chose to compromise. She kept reminding herself in her heart. This is just a show effect. I don't want to do this myself. Under the watchful eyes of the program crew and countless web pages in the live broadcast room, Yang Mange slowly sat on the back seat of the shared bicycle. Hold on tight. When Su Yang saw Yang Mange sitting up, he immediately slipped his feet. The electric switch in his hand suddenly clicked. The shared bicycles rushed up at a very fast speed. However, Yang Mange did not grab Su Yang's clothes because she still felt a little resistant. As a result of this acceleration, she almost fell down. Ah! Yang Mange could only put her arms around Su Yang's waist and lean her whole body on Su Yang's back. Only then did he sit down steadily. This guy must have done this on purpose. Yang Mange looked at Su Yang's back and said angrily. The audience in the live broadcast room exclaimed again. Oh my God! The goddess actually took the initiative to hug him. What initiative? It's obvious that the old thief used some tricks. Bah! I despise him with my real name. I also despise the above poster, but if I were the male lead, I would just ignore what I said. +1, I hope the show crew will choose the next male lead from the fans. Hey, this must be a script. How could a dignified boss like Yang take the initiative to hug a man? I have never seen Boss Yang shoot this kind of script. It seems like they are almost there, the restaurant is not far from them. I can actually see what a Michelin 3-star restaurant looks like in the live broadcast room. Su Yang and Yang Mange looked at each other and saw each other secretly winking. I knew that Yang Mange was helping me vent my anger. What a good girl. Su Yang stood up and nodded lightly. Good. Yang Mange reached out and held Su Yang's arm. Honey, who was that woman just now? I don't know him. He looks like a beggar. The two of them walked out of the restaurant door, talking and laughing, leaving Zhongli disheveled in the wind. The waiter came up and said, Hello, your total consumption is 250 yuan. What? What does it have to do with me? Go find them. They didn't touch anything, but you touched the rose. Are you sick? 250 for a rose. Zhang Li's face was gloomy. Seeing that everyone around her had paid attention to her, she could only scan the code. But the result? Miss, your account balance is insufficient. Outside the restaurant, Su Yang and Yang Mange walked arm in arm for a distance. From afar, they heard a woman's roar from behind the restaurant. Even the people in the restaurant called the police. Thank you. Su Yang smiled faintly, and after he could no longer see the restaurant behind him, Yang Mange let go of his hand awkwardly. Feeling the residual warmth of Su Yang on her fingertips, Yang Mange's heart was a little fluttering. Since she entered the industry, she has never filmed a soap opera, and always played the leading role. However, compared with those female stars who sold their bodies for resources, this was a fatal flaw in her career. So Yang Mange works harder than any other female star. In order to play the role of a female warrior well, she practiced martial arts and filmed the fighting scenes herself, leaving her body covered with scars. In order to play the role of a businesswoman well, I studied business knowledge hard. In order to play the role of a female athlete well, she underwent 3 months of intensive training beforehand. This is what brought Yang Mange to his current achievements. It was precisely because she refused to play love scenes between men and women that Yang Mange's acting range was limited, which also led to her going behind the scenes too early and founding a company. Mr. Su, I apologize for offending you just now. Yang Mange bowed slightly and sincerely apologized to Su Yang. Su Yang was savoring the touch of his arm just now. A. B. C. D. No, at least E. Anyway, this woman has a lot of truth. It's okay, thanks to you for helping me out. Su Yang waved his hand. But these are not the key points now. The key point is that he wants to spend money like crazy, and spend all the damn 10 billion in his hand. Ms. Yang, someone just interrupted you. I guess you're still hungry. So, how about we find a restaurant to sit down, eat something, and talk about the house? Talking about houses. You can't buy a house after getting married. Yang Mange was stunned for a moment. It seems that this man doesn't know yet that this blind date is just a show. Forget it, this is fine. I'll listen to him first and then see if I can negotiate with him to buy back the company's shares. As for the house, it's just for the show after all, so she wouldn't want it. Good. When Yang Mange nodded, Su Yang's phone suddenly rang. I love you for walking alone in the dark alley, I love you for not kneeling, I love you for facing despair and not crying. Excuse me, I have to take a call. Su Yang took out his cell phone. Hello, Mom. The voice of my cheap mother Zhang Ning came from the other end of the phone. Son, how was your blind date? Did the girl like you? Su Yang glanced at Yang Mange. One I didn't like, and the other one did. What do you mean? It's just one, isn't it? Never mind. If a girl likes you, remember to bring her back for dinner tonight. It just so happens that your cousin has a boyfriend and wants to bring him to me. Remember the location. I'll send you a WeChat message later. Fuck, what does my cousin's boyfriend have to do with me? Before Su Yang could finish speaking, his mother hung up the phone excitedly. Well, my mom asked me to go out for dinner, so we can only make an appointment next time. Didn't Auntie ask you to take me back? Yang Mange said that Su Yang's phone was too loud and the conversation just now was all picked up into the live broadcast room, and now the live broadcast room was blown up. They even arranged a meeting with the parents. This show is very realistic. When all the relatives meet, isn't it just a big blind date scene? Let's see if Yang Mange will go. My goddess actually has to face this too. Yang Mange was still sighing in his heart, but the director and producer had been begging for a long time in the headphones. Mengu, the popularity has spread beyond the circle now, you must go tonight, whether our show will be popular depends on you. Mengu, I kneel down to you. Whether I can shoot the first annual variety show in my life depends on you. You want to go? Well, how else are you going to explain this to your family? Yang Mange nodded obediently, which was somewhat inconsistent with her image of a domineering sister. However, what surprised Su Yang even more was that women usually disliked meeting the parents. After all, they also had to deal with the relationship between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. But she actually took the initiative to help herself. Yeah, okay, let's go over there. Su Yang clicked on the restaurant arranged by his mother. What kind of restaurant is this? He is in a hurry to spend money now and has no intention of saving money at all. Let me choose the location. I'll send it to you later. Don't let your cousin and her boyfriend laugh at you. Su Yang sent a message to Zhang Ning, and then looked at the information of the surrounding restaurants. He didn't choose the right ones, but only the expensive ones. Just here, let's have a simple meal. Su Yang turned the phone over to show Yang Mange. It was precisely because of this action that the director team, who had been following not far behind the two of them, happened to capture the page on Su Yang's mobile phone with a camera. It is an all-English restaurant. And the restaurant logo is very simple and looks very high-end. Why does this restaurant look so familiar? You look familiar. This is the only 3-star Michelin restaurant in Shanghai. Do you think you are familiar with it if you have been there? Is it the one ranked third in terms of consumption in the world? Have you been upstairs? I haven't been there either. Although the netizens have been shocked by Su Yang's assets once. But when people saw that a place where they could just have a simple meal was actually the third most expensive restaurant in the world, many of them still found it hard to believe. So this is the boring life of the big guys. At this time, after the previous events, the news of the explosion of big stars have an appointment also began to spread like wildfire on the internet, and countless people who did not know the truth were trending on the search. Hashtag shocked. Yang Mange's blind date turned out to be a hidden tycoon hashtag. Hashtag shocked. Someone wants to support Yang Mange hashtag. Hashtag Wuyo Media was maliciously shorted. Yang Mange exchanged his life for the stock price hashtag. Even some passers-by who were not Yang Mange's fans clicked into the live broadcast room with great interest after seeing the title. Before long, the director saw the backstage viewing data begin to skyrocket. The number of real-time viewers has directly increased from more than 10 million to 20 million. Yang Mange looked at the page on Su Yang's phone without any expression. Obviously, she knew this place, but she seldom went there because the consumption there was too high. She would only go there to discuss some cooperation. Is this guy so rich? When the program crew saw Su Yang leaving with Yang Mange, he quickly got on the special vehicle for filming and followed closely behind them. The camera was hung on a drone and zoomed in on the two of them. Yang Mange wanted to loosen her arms around Su Yang, but just as she let go a little bit, the car suddenly jolted. She was so scared that she quickly grabbed Su Yang's waist again. The sea of pine trees at the end of October gradually entered the end of autumn. Although the cold winter weather has not yet arrived, the slight cold wind blowing on the body still makes people feel a little cool. Although Yang Mange was wearing a windbreaker today, but the low collar inside can't block the cool breeze. She felt a little cold. So the hands that were holding Su Yang's waist began to slowly tighten. Feeling the slight vibration coming from his back, Su Yang gradually slowed down his riding speed. This scene was naturally transmitted to the live broadcast room through the camera. But this time, the audience's comments were not as cursing as before. It has completely changed into another style. Why do these two seem to be a good match? On the streets in late autumn, the cold wind blows in the back seat, but there is a warm embrace. Woohoo, when can I find a boyfriend like this? If it weren't for the comments you guys sent that distracted me, I would have really thought we were filming an idol drama. Speaking of which, our goddess Yang has never taken part in a romantic drama, right? Wow, I actually saw her on a variety show. Lock it. Lock this couple for me. Michelin UV restaurant is located on a busy street in Shanghai. It's a bit far from the place where we had a blind date before. By the time Su Yang and Yang Mange arrived, night had already quietly arrived. Following Su Yang all the way, the program crew also secretly followed him. Even though they were mentally prepared, when they saw the sign of this restaurant. But when they actually arrived here, they were still quite surprised. You know, one of the best places filmed in previous programs was a private kitchen in Shanghai. But that time, the protagonist was not satisfied with the place booked by the program crew, so he changed it with his own money. It really is this restaurant. The third most expensive place in the world. I've never been there, and I don't know if the food here is served in gold bowls. The person above, you may not know this, but the chopsticks here are all made of gold. Not only that, the food I saw was all steamed bread that couldn't be finished. I can see you are ignorant. You are still eating steamed bread. You must have eaten too much Rijamo. I think it should be a bit more grand, with endless lamb skewers. I want to see how boss Su Yang and the goddess spend money. the kind where the boss spends a fortune to book the entire place. Because there was a boring scene of rushing along the way. So some impatient viewers left the live broadcast room. This also caused the popularity to drop a little. But when the UV restaurant sign really appeared, its popularity immediately surged. When Soo-young arrived at the place, he dropped Yang Mange off downstairs in the restaurant. "I'll go find a parking lot first, you wait here for me." "Good." The night wind blows. Yang Mange wrapped her coat around herself, her expression a little unnatural. "There is still a faint warmth left on my arms." That was left over from her hugging Soo-young tightly along the way. Just recording a show. She took a deep breath and drove the inappropriate thoughts out of her mind. Then, when no one was around, he secretly contacted the finance department of his company. Yang Mange finally breathed a sigh of relief after learning that the market value was slowly stabilizing. "Well, as long as we convince Soo-young to buy back the stocks he sold, the market value may return to its original value." She put away her phone and slowly felt at ease. At this time, a taxi drove up to the restaurant downstairs. A young woman dressed fashionably got out of the car. She wore a short beige oversized wool sweater on the upper body and a pair of loose retro checkerboard patterned trousers that fell to the ground. On her arm was a bag with a large LV logo. After getting off the car, the woman first stood there looking at the restaurant, with the corners of her mouth raised intentionally or unintentionally, looking a little ostentatious. But when her eyes caught sight of Yang Mange, the corner of her eye twitched. Every woman is competitive, and beauty is naturally the biggest source of comparison. She's wearing all these designer clothes, and you can tell she's being kept by someone. The woman snorted disdainfully and then prepared to look away. Yang Mange was not far from her, and the woman's voice was loud enough for her to hear. So she heard it clearly. However, Yang Mange just frowned and walked away from the woman without saying a word. Yang Mange not only has a celebrity career, she is also the boss of a large company. I've heard all kinds of harsh and sarcastic remarks during my entrepreneurial journey. It's not the kind of thing that would make you give in to such a small mistake. You've been waiting for a long time. At this time, a man in a casual suit walked out of the parking lot. Seeing the man, the woman carrying the branded bag immediately greeted him with a smile. "Baby, no, I just got here too." Zhang Yi naturally took the arm of the man in the suit and said coquettishly, "Oh, come on, it's just a quick bite to eat, why would you spend money to come to a place like this?" As she spoke, she glanced around quietly. "This is a Michelin 3-star restaurant. But that's good, it's a good opportunity for my aunt and my unimproving cousin to see the strength of my baby." The man was a little confused. "Didn't you choose this place yourself?" The next moment, Zhang Yi screamed again. Because it was in a parking lot full of luxury cars. A sports car that was flamboyant and even a little arrogant was parked in front of her domineeringly. The car logo is a yellow with red shield. Seeing this sports car, Zhang Yi's eyes softened immediately. She looked up at the man she was holding in her arms, and said softly, "Xingwei, this Koenigsegg is another surprise for you, right? You too, no need to, you came here specially to rent a sports car just to help me look good, you idiot." Chen Xingwei was stunned when he heard the woman's words. "You are at a critical moment in the company. I am not the kind of woman who worships money. Please don't do this again next time." After saying that, Zhang Yi still took Chen Xingwei into the restaurant with a proud look on her arm. "Let's go see what woman my stinky cousin has found. I heard that he also brought a blind date tonight. With his conditions, he must have found an ugly guy." Thinking of her cousin, Zhang Yi became furious. She was tired of her ex-boyfriend and confessed her feelings to her cousin, but her cousin was ungrateful and actually said that they were not suitable. The swan meat is right in front of you, but you toad still doesn't know how to cherish it. Now that she has brought such an outstanding boyfriend, she is going to piss off her cousin and aunt tonight. The other side. Soo-young, who had parked his shared bicycle, also came back. "What a rubbish place, parking is so far away, luckily I found my Koenigsegg too." When they arrived downstairs at the restaurant, he said to Yang Mange apologetically, "Miss Yang, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." Yang Mange shook her head. "Let's go up first, Aunt and the others have been waiting for a long time." Having said that, he walked towards the restaurant first. You have such a good temper. If it were Mushuman from back then, even if he was only 1 minute late for a date, it would be impossible for him not to be scolded for half an hour. If you are late and don't bring a gift, then you can just get fired. My mom is becoming more and more reliable. She introduced such a good blind date to me. Thinking of this, Soo-young followed Yang Mange into the restaurant with a smile on his face. Because it is a high-end club, you need to show the information of the person who made the reservation to enter. The place was booked by Soo-young, so he could naturally get in easily. But the director team was embarrassedly stopped outside the restaurant by the security guard. No matter how much they tried to persuade them that they were from the production crew of A Date with a Big Star, it was useless. They had to wait until the restaurant manager came. The director showed him his work badge and program certificate before he was allowed in. But they were told that they could only record quietly and not disturb other guests, so the director team had no choice but to agree. Appointment with Big Stars, live broadcast room. Haha, it's worthy of being the most high-end place in Songhai City. Our show was almost cancelled. The host Lin Shuer raised the corners of her mouth slightly, looking a little embarrassed for the program crew. Indeed, UV Restaurant is the first restaurant in the country to be rated 3 Michelin stars. If you want to go in, you must make a reservation 1 month in advance. A guest took the microphone and gave a brief account. Last year, a friend of mine invited me there, but because he didn't tell me the information about the private room, I was stopped by the security guard. In the end, I had to call that friend to come and pick me up, so I was able to get in. Another guest raised a question. But if reservations are required in advance, then why can the male protagonist order food anytime directly using his mobile phone? Recalling the mobile phone ordering screen that Soo-young showed in the previous live broadcast, the first guest explained. It is of course necessary to make an appointment in advance, but it does not mean that this is the only way. After all, some wealthy bosses don't care whether you have made a reservation in advance. They just call the restaurant manager on the day and pay a last-minute reservation fee. So that's how it is. After hearing the explanation, Lin Shuer showed a look of enlightenment. At this time, other guests took over the conversation with a smile. I just don't know how much this last-minute meal order will cost. Is this true? The viewers in the live broadcast room also became curious. I guess it's not just $1 or $2. What? Not 1 or 2? Then I won't go. The one upstairs, if you don't go, then I won't go either. Layout, I said there should be a layout, 1 or 2 yuan, does this make sense? I think it must be a matter of dozens of yuan. If it's what the above person said, then it's not much. Half a month's salary is enough for me. Boss. Half a month's salary is enough. This is my food allowance for a year. Low profile, low profile. At this time, Soo-young had just presented the ordering information and was taking Yang Mange into the restaurant. He looked at the balance deducted from his phone, that long string of numbers. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. 200,000. The cost of this last-minute meal order turned out to be as high as 200,000 yuan. If it were the previous Soo-young, he wouldn't even dare to think about it, let alone look at it. But now, there is still a balance of 2.6 billion. Soo-young even felt that the price was a bit low. After dinner, I have to find a way to spend the money quickly. I am tired. Soo-young followed behind Yang Mange, neither far nor close. Suddenly, he saw Yang Mange bending down, and just as Soo-young was about to go up and ask what happened, Yang Mange spoke first. Mr. Soo, please go to the box first. I need to go to the bathroom. Are you okay? Do you want me to accompany you? It's okay. I can do it alone. Yang Mange shook her head, then turned and walked towards the bathroom. Okay then. I'll go wait for you in the box. Hearing her say it was okay, Soo-young didn't care anymore and prepared to go ahead. At this time, his cell phone rang again. I love you walking alone in the dark alley, I love you for not kneeling, I love you for facing despair and refusing to cry. I'll change this ringtone later. Looking at the strange looks from the people around him, Soo-young said firmly in his heart. Hey, Mom, what's going on? After answering the phone, Soo-young said helplessly. You little brat, why haven't you arrived yet? Your cousin and her boyfriend have been here for a long time, don't let them laugh at us. Su-Yang glanced at the bathroom door and said, I'll be there soon. I'm already downstairs. You have 5 minutes. Also, where did you order? I was almost scared to death when I saw the menu just now. Where did you get so much money? You're not going to rob a bank, are you? Hey, don't worry about this, Mom. It's the first time I bring someone to meet you, so I have to choose a better place. You're such a spendthrift, you don't have to spend so much money on a girlfriend. Forget it, now that I'm here, just wait and see how I'll deal with you when I get back. After saying that, without waiting for Su-Yang to explain further, Aunt Zhang decisively hung up the phone. Cousin. In the original owner's memory, his cousin was a bitch. She had been in love since she was a child. Could her boyfriend this time be another yellow-haired guy? Su-Yang curled his lips and saw that Yang Mange didn't come back so soon, so he simply put his hands in his trouser pockets and walked leisurely to the box. Inside the restaurant box, Zhang Ning, who had been hiding in the corner and finishing his phone call, returned to the table. Seeing Zhang Ma coming back, a middle-aged man with a beard said unhappily, What's going on? Is that brat Su-Yang here? All of us elders are still waiting. As he spoke, the middle-aged uncle lowered his voice and said, Renee's boyfriend has arrived on time, so don't keep him waiting. The middle-aged man is Su-Yang's uncle Zhang Dafu. He does not have a good relationship with Su-Yang's family, mainly because he dislikes Su-Yang's father. He opposed when his sister Zhang Ning got married. This visit was not for Su-Yang, but because his daughter Zhang Yi wanted to bring her boyfriend to meet him. As for Su-Yang, it was just a coincidence. I just called to ask, and he's already downstairs. He'll be there soon, very soon. Aunt Zhang replied with a smile. Then he turned his attention to a man in a suit opposite him. I heard that Xing Weijia is a senior executive of the company. He is really promising at a young age. The man immediately stood up and waved his hand humbly. No, it's just what an agent does, getting up early and going to bed late, running around all day, and not making much money. But I heard that Yi's cousin is a student, that's a promising future for him. TSK, what future does my cousin have? I don't even know if he can find a job in the future. Zhang Yi, who was sitting next to her, said disdainfully. Is that so? Hee hee. Chen Xingwei smiled awkwardly. Of course he knew what Su-Yang was studying, finance. To put it bluntly, without any family connections in society, he could only be a clerk in a company after graduating from this major. However, he said this just to leave a good impression in front of Zhang Yi's family. Su-Yang is a lazy guy, running around all the time. I didn't see him on the scholarship list of Peking University and Tsinghua University last time. He even had to ask his family for money. I think he should just stop studying. Ari didn't study either. Let Xingwei introduce him to a job, at least he can settle down. A middle-aged woman sitting next to Zhang Yi persuaded. The woman leaned back in her chair, her lips painted with bright red lipstick, and a look of disdain revealed at the corners of her mouth. She is Zhang Yi's mother, Su Yali. She has disliked Su-Yang since she was a child. Later, when Zhang Yi was rejected by Su-Yang, she said a lot of bad things about Su-Yang, which made Zhang Yi look at her cousin with sarcasm. Hey, wife, you can't say that. Studying is Su-Yang's only way out. Otherwise, why would you let him do anything? Can his father arrange a good job for him? Zhang Dufu smiled, why hasn't Su-Yang come yet? Could it be that his blind date refuses to come? Second sister, why can't your son even bring a woman out? It's almost there, it's almost there. Zhang Ning responded with a smile on his face. But in my heart, I was furious, where have you been, little brat? Wait and see how I'll deal with you. By the way, Xingwei, I heard you got a promotion recently. Su Yali did not continue talking about Su-Yang, but changed the subject and talked about her son-in-law. In her opinion, the son-in-law her daughter found was a truly high-end person. It's not really a promotion, it's just a transfer from the company management office. The company's boss thinks highly of me and transferred me to the head office in Shanghai. Talking about this topic, Chen Xingwei couldn't help but smile. Being transferred to the head office is definitely not as easy as it sounds. I don't know how many gifts I gave or how much money I spent in private before I got through to a manager in the head office and was able to get the transfer. However, as long as I can be transferred to Songhai City, the money will be returned soon. So he didn't feel sorry for the efforts he made. Being transferred from a branch office to the head office is not considered a promotion. Look how modest Xingwei is. Su Yali smiled. That's right. My boyfriend is very humble. He's not like my cousin. He's just a poor student, but he still insists on going on a blind date and even says that the girl likes him. Zhang Yi held the arm of the man next to her and spoke with a look of contempt. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of the box. Everyone turned to look. Then I saw Su Yang pushing open the door of the box and walking in. Well, if you speak of the devil, he will appear. Zhang Yi took a look and turned her head away, showing no respect at all. However, Su Yang didn't care much and apologized to all his relatives without changing his expression. I'm really sorry, something happened on the way and I'm a little late. When everyone saw Su Yang come in, the first thing they looked at was not this, but they turned sideways to look behind him. Didn't they say that this guy also brought his girlfriend over for dinner? Where is she? Zhang Dufu said unhappily. Su Yali immediately chimed in with the ridicule, the blind date didn't fail, did the other party not like you? I said you should find a stable job first. You are a poor student. Women nowadays all hope to find a steady and reliable man. Which woman would be interested in you nowadays? Her expression slightly raised, and the corners of her mouth curled up, as if what she said was really considering Su Yang. She went to the bathroom first and will be here soon. Zhang Yi shook her head and said with a smile, go to the bathroom. It seems that my cousin is still a little shy. An ugly woman must meet the father-in-law, and she will come out sooner or later. At this time, Chen Xingwei, who was sitting next to Zhang Yi, stood up and greeted Su Yang with a smile. Hello, my name is Chen Xingwei, Yi's boyfriend. It's just that the smile on his face seems a bit forced. Because Chen Xingwei usually doesn't pay much attention to this kind of student party, let alone take the initiative to say hello. It was only because of the circumstances that he showed a good face to Su Yang. Hello, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Su Yang expressed his sincere apologies again. So why were you late? Did you spend a lot of time asking your cousin's wife for help? Zhang Yi played with the cutlery in her hands, looking concerned. No, it's just that the road is a bit far and the shared bikes are a bit slow. Su Yang answered very honestly. Cousin, did you come here on a shared bike? Zhang Yi was stunned when she heard this. If you had known that you came here by bicycle, you should have told us in advance. I would have asked Xingwei to book another place. Fortunately, the security guard at the door did not kick you out. Zhang Ning, I have to say a few words about this. Su Yali couldn't help sneering. Su Yang, you are such a fool. If you don't have money to buy a car, you can tell me, your aunt, and at least I can give you a ride, right? Su Yang, this is your fault. If you can't get a taxi, don't you prepare in advance? Zhang Dufu lectured him in a deep voice. It's fine if you do it alone, but if you let your girlfriend ride a shared bike with you, what will she think? Dad, maybe that woman has already despised my cousin. There's nothing we can do about it. My cousin doesn't have a car. But my Xingwei is different. I'll let you ride home in his supercar later. It's so cool. Zhang Yi looked weird. Hearing that his son had brought his girlfriend here on a shared bike, Zhang Ning nodded Su Yang's head in dismay. You little bastard, you asked me to go on a blind date and you took her on a bike. If you can't get a taxi, can you take the subway? You really make her suffer with you. I know, Mom, I know. Humph, I won't bother with you here. I'll deal with you when I get home. All right, Su Yang, is your girlfriend okay? As elders, we can't keep waiting for her, right? After saying that, Su Yali looked at the dishes on the menu. When she saw the price at the back, her mouth opened uncontrollably. Why is it so expensive? Although she often went to some high-consumption places, the most expensive ones were just a drop in the bucket compared to here. But after being surprised, she turned her gaze to the man next to her daughter. Just now she heard her daughter say that this place was booked by her boyfriend. In that case, did he pay for it? Thinking of this, Su Yali gradually relaxed. By the way, his eyes towards Chen Xingwei became more and more kind. This son-in-law of his really made him proud. How about I go and take a look? Su Yang also became a little puzzled. Logically speaking, Yang Mange shouldn't need so much time to go to the toilet. Haha, he won't run away, will he? Zhang Yi leaned on Chen Xingwei and said, maybe he saw that this place was too high-end, so he used the excuse of going to the bathroom and actually slipped away. Just as she finished her words, the door of the box was suddenly pushed open. Everyone stopped talking immediately and turned to look. I saw a tall woman walking in from the door. The woman was wearing a knitted sweater with a long trench coat of the same color on the outside. The collar revealed her fair and delicate collarbone, and her temperament was heart-pounding. Although she was wearing tight leather pants that didn't reveal her legs, it showed off her graceful and hot figure to the fullest. She walked slowly, and the breeze she brought gently blew up her windbreaker. The outstanding temperament seems to make people's heart beat fast. Hello everyone, I'm late. Yang Mange bowed his head to apologize. She went to the bathroom not because she was feeling unwell, but because of the director's voice coming from her headphones. He told her to find a reason to come over and discuss how to shoot later. Because the location is inside a private room, the director team definitely cannot enter. So after discussion among everyone, it was decided to let Yang Mange go in alone to shoot. For this purpose, the program crew replaced her original pinhole camera with a camera with better performance and clearer and more comprehensive shooting. There is also a hidden microphone on it. In this way, even if the director team does not go in, the show can still go on perfectly. And the picture has also become a first-person picture, which is more realistic. However, because I was shooting with a different device, this caused the screen in the live broadcast room to go black for a brief moment. Wait until it recovers again. Many fans have been waiting impatiently in the live broadcast room. Oh, I am number one, I am number one. Oh, I am second, I am second. I really don't know what the boss's family is like. How is it different from us ordinary people? He, this should be Boss Yang's first time meeting the boy's parents. I'm really looking forward to it. The guy above, you traitor. We should work together to kill the old thief who stole the goddess. I heard that the male lead this time is very handsome. Can anyone tell me if this is true? I think the male lead must be an amateur newly signed by Wuyo Media, otherwise how can an ordinary person be so handsome? After the noise subsided for a while, the style of the live broadcast room changed again. These are the boss's parents? Why do they look similar to my parents? Didn't you say you were going to meet the parents? Why are there so many people? Wow, who is that little girl next to her? She looks so gossipy. Who is the four-eyed frog next to her? The scene shifts to the box. Everyone was attracted by the intruding woman. Chen Xingwei was even more dumbfounded. He thought that he had paid to sleep with many women, but the woman in front of him was definitely a top-notch beauty. No. She gives people a feeling of being out of reach, like a female celebrity. In an instant, Chen Xingwei suddenly felt that if he could make love with her for one night, he would not hesitate even if he lost everything and shortened his life by 20 years. Not to mention Chen Xingwei was stunned. Zhang Yi was also stunned the moment she saw this woman. She had met this woman downstairs before. I have to admit that even though we are both women, there are still differences between us. In front of her, Zhang Yi could only feel ashamed of herself. This made her jealous and she secretly thought that Yang Mange was being kept by someone. But now, what is this woman doing here? A woman of this level can't possibly be my cousin's blind date, right? Dear, I didn't keep you waiting anxiously, did I? Yang Mange walked quickly to Su Yang, tenderly stretched out her hand and held his arm, looking at Su Yang with an apologetic expression. Boom. Everyone was stunned. Not only Zhang Yi was stunned, but even Zhang Yali was shocked by this scene. Impossible. It's impossible. Of course, she was not the only one who was shocked, but also Zhang Dafu and Su Yang's biological mother Zhang Ning. The former was surprised and felt a little absurd at the same time. Such a top-notch woman was actually the girlfriend of Su Yang. Thinking of this, he secretly glanced at Yang Mange. Why does it feel a bit like what I've seen on TV? As for Zhang Ning, his face was full of disbelief. How could my son possibly be worthy of such a beautiful girl? Yang Mange nodded. On her collar, a button-shaped camera was flashing and recording the situation in the box frame by frame. Ha ha ha, look at that bespectacled guy, his eyes are wide open. And that little gossip, her jealous look is almost showing on her face. As a girl, it is normal to be jealous of Boss Yang. Woohoo! I am also envious and jealous. Boss Yang is too beautiful. The above, stop drooling, do you have something to say? Aren't you meeting the parents? Why are there so many people? It's a pity that we can't see Boss Yang's expression, otherwise I really want to see if the goddess on the screen looks like an ugly daughter-in-law meeting her parents-in-law. Anyway, this show is becoming more and more real and interesting. It's the perfect time to come. Looking at everyone's reactions, Su Yang remained calm and replied calmly. Yang Mange winked at him, hinting that there was a reason why she was so enthusiastic about him. That's right, Yang Mange had just been outside and had heard clearly what this group of people said to ridicule Su Yang. Now of course she had to help Su Yang get back at him. Son, is this really your girlfriend? Seeing the ambiguous look between the two people, Zhang Ning immediately stood up and approached them to ask. After all, this concerns his son and future daughter-in-law. Mom, this is Yang Mange, and this is my mom, Zhang Ning. Su Yang coughed dryly and gave a brief introduction. Yang Mange kept reminding himself not to be nervous, as this was just for the show. But the moment she saw Zhang Ning, she still felt like a daughter-in-law meeting her mother-in-law and became a little nervous. After all, she has never played this kind of role before. Hello, Auntie. I'm Su Yang's girlfriend, my name is Yang Mange. I just received a work call, so I'm late. Thank you for keeping me waiting for so long. Yang Mange stood beside her seat, not knowing whether to sit down or stay still. No one told me how to act when I met my mother-in-law. I've never been in love before. Not long, we just got here too, come, sit down quickly. At this moment, Zhang Ning still couldn't believe that this woman was his son's girlfriend. Just because Yang Mange is so beautiful. No, not just beautiful. The noble temperament on his body was the reason why Zhang Ning couldn't believe it. Well, my uncle and aunt. The two plain-looking people next to them are my cousin Zhang Yi and her boyfriend. After introducing his mother, Su Yang continued to introduce other people one by one. He is not good-looking, ha ha ha, I am dying of laughter. Boss Su Yang, you are right. But are these people the ones we heard when the screen went black just now? They are the ones who are showing off in front of Boss Su Yang. Boss, take out your 2.6 billion worth of assets and smash them to death. That's right, I hate people who pretend to be cool and get struck by lightning, unlike me who never pretend to be cool. Hello, I'm Uncle Su Yang. Zhang Dufu was very surprised. This woman was so beautiful and elegant. How could she fall in love with Su Yang? Su Yali also looked like she had eaten a dead cat and didn't even say hello. She originally wanted to show off how outstanding her son-in-law was, but as soon as Yang Mange appeared, they seemed as ordinary as passers-by. Are you really my cousin's girlfriend? Zhang Yi looked at Su Yang with an unnatural expression. Could it be that you spent money to find this actress from somewhere? She absolutely did not believe that Su Yang could find such a beautiful girlfriend. A useless piece of trash, does he deserve it? Does Su Yang have a grudge against her cousin? Listening to Zhang Yi's questioning, Yang Mange looked at Su Yang with some confusion. After all, this cousin had been in a bad mood since the beginning. Seeing Su Yang raised his eyebrows, Yang Mange understood what he meant, leaned on Su Yang's shoulder like a little bird, and said softly. Su Yang is very considerate. When we met before, he specially booked a place very close to my home in order to take care of me. She was so thoughtful and prepared roses for me. Su Yang, you said that although your cousin is not good-looking, she is actually quite humorous. As she spoke, her eyes slowly turned to Su Yang. He looked like he was looking at his sweetheart. Haha, there are many green tea stars in the entertainment industry who jump around in front of Yang Mange, and they were all beaten to death by her, let alone a little gangster girl. Looking at Yang Mange's expression, Zhang Yi clenched her fists in anger and cursed in her heart, This woman must have heard it downstairs just now. Chen Xingwei didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Yang Mange's delicate and flawless face, then turned to look at the heavy makeup on his girlfriend's face. A trace of disgust rose in his heart. It's like cheap mud and stone and exquisite jade, the difference is not even a little bit. He calmly distanced himself from Zhang Yi, stood up, and said in a mature and steady manner, "Hello, my name is Chen Xingwei, it's an honor to meet you." Immediately, he stretched out his hand naturally, revealing the Patek Philippe watch on his wrist. He had used this trick on countless women. The effect is naturally quite impressive. And he chose Patek Philippe over Rolex. I am attracted by the mature temperament revealed in Patek Philippe watches. After all, wearing a Rolex is a bit too luxurious. Some high-quality girls don't like men showing off their Rolexes. Chen Xingwei didn't say anything before because he was observing Yang Mange. He knew that this woman was definitely not a vulgar person like Zhang Yi. To deal with this kind of woman, you must use another method. If this woman takes the bait, Zhang Yi can dump her and today's trip won't be in vain. Chen Xingwei smiled confidently and waited for Yang Mange to reach out his hand, but time passed slowly. 1 second. 10 seconds. 30 seconds. Yang Mange didn't react at all. The awkward atmosphere at the table was like a slap in the face of Chen Xingwei. Cough. Chen Xingwei smiled unnaturally and pretended to be calm as he withdrew his outstretched hand. Although Zhang Yi was somewhat dissatisfied with her boyfriend's proactive attentions, she saw Yang Mange's arrogant look. Snort. Cousin, where did you find your girlfriend? Don't you know Patek Philippe? She knew about that Patek Philippe. According to Chen Xingwei, that watch is worth 300,000. 300,000. Enough to buy a house in some small counties. Zhang Yi first saw this watch at a party. She is not like other vulgar women. She knows Patek Philippe. So after the party, she took the initiative to attack Chen Xingwei. After a few days of entanglement, I finally slept with him one night. Is Patek Philippe valuable? Su Yang looked at Yang Mange with some confusion. The latter raised his eyebrows, smiled obediently, and showed a peerless smile. Not bad. It's not worth much, what's there to know about it? As he spoke, Su Yang touched his plastic watch and said, "Mine looks better." Seeing this, Chen Xingwei almost laughed out loud. Where did this idiot come from? Comparing a rubbish watch from Pinduoduo with his Patek Philippe. Is this slapping yourself in the face in front of the goddess? But he didn't expect that Yang Mange actually smiled and nodded. Yours must be the best looking. Chen Xingwei felt unwell. Crazy. These guys are going crazy because of poverty. This scene naturally caught the eyes of many viewers in the live broadcast room. Damn. I can see that the bespectacled guy wants to seduce the goddess. Why doesn't he take a piss and look at himself? What a jerk he looks like. Su Yang has 2.6 billion, we have nothing to say, but where does this bitch get the qualifications? What is that gossipy bitch talking about? Does our boss Yang not know Patek Philippe? I really didn't know until I saw it. I was shocked. I thought I was the only one with weird relatives, but I didn't expect Su Yang's relatives were even more awesome. And she even mocked our goddess. Go ahead, brothers, kill her. The viewers in the live broadcast room posted comments with disdain. In the box, Zhang Ning saw that the atmosphere was getting tense, so he immediately spoke up to mediate. Oh, everyone is here, let's order. Having said that, Zhang Ning handed the menu directly to Su Yang. Su Yang was about to take a look at it when Zhang Ning pinched his thigh. Hiss. He looked at Zhang Ning with a look of, "Mom, what are you doing?" But Zhang Ning rolled her eyes at him. I asked you to show it to Mange, but why are you watching it when you only eat one bucket of instant noodles for 3 meals at home? Mange, just order whatever you like. Hee hee. Su Yang's face twitched. This was indeed his biological mother. He handed the menu to Yang Mange. Take a look first. My mom said to order whatever you want. Just now, in order to highlight her relationship with Su Yang, Yang Mange and Su Yang were standing quite close to each other. This time it's even closer. Feeling the warm breath of the man beside my ear. Yang Mange felt a rare sense of panic in his heart. She quickly picked up the menu, stroked her ears with her white fingers, smoothed her hair, and pretended to be thinking while keeping a distance. A simple sea base will do. After ordering the dishes, Yang Mange found that Su Yang was still looking at her. And getting closer and closer to myself. Her face flushed unnaturally, and she quickly put the menu in front of her face and whispered, "What are you doing?" As she spoke, her slightly opened red lips revealed her white teeth. The fragrance comes naturally, not from perfume, but is more like something you are born with. Coupled with Yang Mange's somewhat nervous expression, her beautiful face added a rare bit of cuteness, which was very heart-stirring. Su Yang was stunned and still couldn't believe that such a beautiful woman had become his girlfriend. "Nothing, you ordered too little, add another dessert. If you are so stingy, how long will it take to spend all the money?" After that, without giving Yang Mange a chance to refuse, he handed the menu directly to the waiter and said, "Bring some more expensive dishes." Hearing this, Zhang Ning looked at the menu in his hand and approached his son with some concern. "How about changing places?" She knew that this place was booked by Su Yang, and Zhang Ning was very familiar with her son's financial situation. Unless he goes abroad to smuggle, this poor son can't afford to buy food here even if he sells himself. No change. As he said that, Su Yang also ordered a steak set for his mother. Yang Mange saw this scene and felt a little confused. Could it be that Aunt Zhang doesn't know that Su Yang makes so much money outside? Everyone finished ordering their food. The waiter collected the menu and left. Across the table, the four members of the Zhang family, Zhang Dufu, like his wife, were shocked by the prices of the dishes on the menu. But he looked at Zhang Yi. "Don't worry, Dad. This is ordered by Xingwei. Of course he can afford the bill." After hearing Zhang Yi's whisper, Zhang Dufu looked at Qin Xingwei again, with a smug smile on his face. "It seems that I have underestimated my son-in-law. The stronger his son-in-law is, the more prosperous his Zhang family will naturally be." But at this moment, Qin Xingwei's heart was also experiencing a tsunami. He has been transferred to Songhai for less than half a month. I still haven't fully grasped some of the news in the circle. As a result, when Qin Xingwei came to this restaurant, he only saw that the decoration was luxurious and magnificent. But he didn't care much. But now when I look at the menu, I realize that this is the Michelin UV restaurant, which ranks third in terms of consumption in the world. He had heard of it before coming to Songhai, but the prices here were too high and he was not worthy of coming. Who knows, the parents of this stupid girl would actually come here. And Zhang Yi said throughout the whole process that he booked this place. I was crazy to order a meal here. Could it be that boy who ordered it? Qin Xingwei suddenly looked up at Su Yang. But the next moment, it was denied by the cheap clothes Su Yang was wearing. No, it couldn't have been ordered by him. He doesn't deserve it. Qin Xingwei looked at Yang Mange suspiciously again. Could it be this woman? Judging from her conversation and temperament, it is possible. Soon, the dishes ordered by everyone were brought into the private room by the waiter on a food cart. At this time, Zhang Dufu picked up a glass of red wine and smiled at Su Yang. "Xiao Yang, why don't you introduce your girlfriend to your uncle?" Su Yang was helping Yang Mange cut the sea base. It was love at first sight. There's nothing much to introduce. As he said this, he looked at Yang Mange lovingly. The latter rolled his eyes in his heart but continued to cooperate with Su Yang. "It's nothing, I'm just doing a job related to the internet." "Oh. Internet related." At this time, Qin Xingwei, who had been paying attention to Yang Mange, echoed, "What a coincidence, I am also engaged in this industry. I wonder which company Miss Yang is currently working for. Maybe I have heard of her." "Yes. Our Xingwei is from Century Company." Su Yali smiled without showing off. "Century Company? Why does it sound so familiar?" Su Yang was stunned for a moment, and then he opened the system panel in his mind. Sure enough, on the information page. 51% of Century listed company shares. It really is the company of the century. I own 51% of the company's shares, so I am the largest shareholder of the company. You said you were at Century Company. Qin Xingwei, who was observing Yang Mange, heard this and looked at Su Yang with some confusion. "Yeah, you've heard of it, right?" "I haven't heard of it." Is Century Company that powerful? Su Yang continued to ask. If it were a small company, then I would be happy for nothing. Century Company? Isn't it great? Chen Xingwei saw that Su Yang looked ignorant and he immediately understood. This loser wants to use my connections to get into Century Company. Hee hee, I spent so much money to get in, and you, a little punk, are worthy of it. It's just wishful thinking. A hint of disdain gradually appeared on Chen Xingwei's face. Songhai City's only Fortune 500 company, Century Corporation, you've never heard of it. Chen Xingwei smiled. Even graduates from Peking University and Tsinghua University try their best to get into Century Company every year. Don't you know this? After saying that, he sighed at Zhang Yi. Please persuade your cousin. He doesn't even know about Century Company. How is he going to find a job in the future? After saying that, Zhang Yi couldn't help but burst out laughing. Cousin, how about you follow Xingwei to Century Company to learn? Do I still need to go to Century Company to study? Su Yang thought, forget about studying, I might as well become a boss. As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Xingwei, who was originally drinking water tactically, sprayed water out of his mouth on the spot. So disgusting. What is this four-eyed guy doing? He is spraying water in front of my goddess Yang. He is probably mocking Boss Su Yang. Boss, show him your strength. What I hate most is this kind of family banquet, and also class reunions. They are called gatherings, but in fact they are just showing off. I never thought that even big guys would be ridiculed by relatives. I think it's because Boss Su Yang is too low-key that these idiots think they are so awesome. I'm sorry, I lost my composure. Chen Xingwei coughed a few times, but couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Su, being a boss is better left in your dreams. As for he sighed earnestly, it's not that I don't want to, but Century Company still looks at qualifications and education when recruiting employees. They won't accept anyone who's not from a 985 university. I'm afraid I can't do anything about your cousin's job. It's so funny. He wants him to use the back door to bring Su Yang into Century Company. There is everything in dreams. Okay, excuse me, I'm going to the bathroom. Chen Xingwei stood up, looking like a man of great merit and fame. He stood up and walked to the door. As soon as he opened the door, a middle-aged man in a high-end suit walked by. Chen Xingwei recognized the other person's identity at a glance. Century Company's operations director, Su Jing. He was also the one who took money from him to help him pass the interview. Boss Su, why are you here? Chen Xingwei shouted with full respect, fearing that Director Su couldn't hear him, and even more afraid that the Zhang family, Su Yang, and others behind him couldn't hear him. Seeing this, Su Yang and others also looked over. Yang Mange frowned slightly. Your cousin-in-law is quite flamboyant. Su Yang nodded and thought so too. It seems that I am still too low-key. It's you, Xing. Director Su glanced at Chen Xingwei. He probably had a vague impression of him from his memory. After all, among the new recruits recruited by the company this time, this guy was considered to be more capable. It's me, Mr. Su. You said we were destined to be together. I happened to be having dinner with my family and I met you. But it's also true that for an outstanding young person like you, only UV Restaurant is worthy of you. Chen Xingwei licked it so smoothly that the people in the live broadcast room couldn't bear to watch it anymore. I've seen dogs licking, but I've never seen dogs licking like this. This is a veteran in the workplace. It seems like this is how he got to the top, by licking his superiors. I haven't been promoted in 5 years of work. Is it because I'm not as thick-skinned as him? But this guy's reaction is normal. The director of Century Company is a true workplace elite. If he gets a little favor from such a big shot, it will be much easier for him to get along in the company in the future. So, part-time jobs also depend on talent. Hearing Chen Xingwei's flattery, Director Su couldn't help but smile. You are really good at talking. Hey, Mr. Su, don't I really want to learn from you? Director Su patted him on the shoulder and said, you have to pay for studying. Of course. I understand that. Chen Xingwei patted his chest, remembering how Su Yang was showing off just now. Now that the director of Century Company is here, isn't this the best opportunity to slap him in the face? Boss Su, there was a kid who just said he wanted to be the boss of Century Company. I scolded him, but he still refused to accept it. You happen to be here, how about it? Chen Xingwei whispered in Director Su's ear, my girlfriend is here too. Well, you can say a few words for me, and then I'll give you a gift. Be my boss. Director Su glanced at the group of people behind Chen Xingwei as if he had heard a joke. A group of people who make a living from nothing. However, considering the relationship between people, it is worth it if 2 words can make this kid loyal to me in the future. Okay, open the door wider, I'll go in and say hello. Okay. The door opened, and Chen Xingwei took the lead in introducing the table. Uncle and aunt, isn't this a coincidence? This is the director of Century Company, and I just happened to meet him. The director recognized me and wanted to come over to say hello. He spoke calmly, which cheered up Zhang Dafu and Su Yali. Director of Century Company. A senior executive from a Fortune 500 company. The 2 of them stood up at the same time. Su Yali pulled Zhang Yi up and gave Zhang Dafu a wink. Zhang Dafu certainly understood what he meant, and immediately looked at Zhang Ning. Hey, second sister, why don't you know the rules at all? Can't you see that an important person has come? Why are you still sitting here? After saying that, he glanced at Su Yang and Yang Mange. You two too, stand up and say hello. If you behave well, Xingwei might be able to say a few words for you, and you might really be able to join Century Company after you graduate. Unexpectedly, Su Yang said calmly, I don't like working. You are a piece of rubbish that can't be helped. Zhang Dafu glared at him unhappily, and then saw Yang Mange sticking close to Su Yang, looking like he didn't want to stand up and say hello. These 2 people have no ability, but they are very arrogant. But I can't care so much now. Director Su, I've heard a lot about you. Our Xingwei often mentions you and says you've been a great help to him. Hee, who is this? Director Su smiled awkwardly. Damn it, Chen Xingwei, this idiot, wouldn't he tell everyone about the gifts he accepted? This is my girlfriend's dad, this is my girlfriend Zhang Yi, and this is Aunt Su. After Chen Xingwei finished speaking, he raised his eyebrows meaningfully and looked at Zhang Ning who had just stood up on the other side of the table. But when Zhang Ning just stood up, Su Yang pushed her down with one hand. Mom, eat. You kid, didn't you hear that he's an important person? Do you want to go over and say hello? Although Zhang Ning didn't like to flatter, but thinking that his son was about to graduate and would have to learn these social skills when looking for a job in the future, he gritted his teeth and picked up a glass of wine. Hello, Mr. Su. Welcome, please take a seat. No need to sit down. Su Jing obviously didn't want to give Zhang Ning face. He glanced at the 2 people next to him, who were still sitting. He is here, but there are still people who dare to sit here. They have no sense of etiquette at all. Not everyone can toast with me. Su Jing said this calmly, then looked at Su Yang and Yang Mange. It seems that this guy is going to be the boss of Century Company. May I have your name? Looking at Su Yang, Su Jing originally wanted to suppress him directly, but for some reason, years of work experience told him that he should take it easy. Moreover, when Su Jing saw Su Yang's face, he always felt that he looked familiar. Mom, sit down first. Su Yang ignored Su Jing's words and patted Zhang Ning's hand, who looked embarrassed. Okay. Zhang Ning sat down, but still with a smile on his face, and motioned Su Yang to greet Su Jing quickly. Su Yang was helpless, and thought to himself, if he owned more than half of Century Company's shares, then this Director Su should be his subordinate, right? Su Yang. He said 2 words lightly. Su Jing said, oh, and Chen Xingwei beside him said quickly, haha, he's just a college student. It's normal that you haven't heard of his name, Director. Ask your cousin to be more polite next time and stand up and bow when greeting people. Zhang Yi also glared at Su Yang with embarrassment. It's really embarrassing to have such a relative. Su Yang. Su Jing muttered these 2 words in his heart. Suddenly a message flashed through my mind. This morning, he received a big news from the board of directors. There has been a major change in the stock distribution of their Century Company. The shares held by the original chairman are no longer enough to lead the entire company, and the new chairman is a mysterious man. That man, who holds 51% of Century shares, is the undisputed leader of the company. The name seems to be Su Yang. Snap. Su Jing finally knew where he had seen this guy before. He had seen Su Yang's photo on the board resolution. In an instant, a few drops of cold sweat appeared on Su Jing's forehead. How could he be touched by him in such a situation? Hello, Chairman Dong, I'm Xiao Su. Su Jing's momentum just now fell to the bottom. He suddenly bowed deeply to Su Yang and didn't dare to raise his head at all. This scene stunned everyone present. How? What happened? Chen Xingwei originally wanted to rely on Su Jing to suppress Su Yang, and let this idiot experience the cruelty of society. As a result, brother, what's going on with you? Why are you almost kneeling down in front of Su Yang? Not only him, but also Zhang Dafu, Su Yali, Zhang Yi, and others, all looked back and forth at the two of them with confused faces. Zhang Ning looked even more flattered. This big shot had just said that he was not worthy of toasting him, so why was he being so humble now? Yang Mange looked at Su Yang meaningfully. Suddenly I felt that this guy was becoming more and more secretive. She could tell that the chairman Su Jing was talking about was Su Yang. This guy is actually the chairman of Century Company. Boss Su, what are you doing? Shut up. Who are you to be qualified to talk to the chairman? Su Jing's eyes widened and he almost wanted to eat the fool Chen Xingwei. This kid almost made him offend the new chairman, his immediate superior. This is going to kill him. Is Century Company really mine now? Su Yang still felt it was a little unreal. It was true that he didn't like flattery, but he didn't expect that this guy in a suit would suddenly be so respectful to him. Hearing his words, Su Jing didn't even dare to raise his head. The chairman is joking, now that you own more than half of the shares, the company is definitely yours. This system seems to be very useful. It not only gives me the cash, but also the shares. Now Century, how is my company doing? When Su Jing heard that Su Yang was going to ask about his business, he immediately recited everything he knew like a student meeting a teacher, and finally said, Chairman, rest assured, I will do my best. I will definitely not let you down. I don't have any expectations of you, but can I fire anyone in the company right now? Su Yang spoke coldly, and Su Jing felt a chill on his back. He nodded mechanically, of course, of course. Finished. It's over. I was just rude to the chairman's mother, and now the chairman will definitely settle the score with me. Okay, then you should know what I mean. Go and deal with whoever asked you to come in and cause trouble for me. This is your duty as an employee. Su Yang spoke slowly, trying his best to keep his tone steady. After all, that's how the domineering CEOs in TV dramas act. Su Jing suddenly realized what was going on and turned to look at Chen Xingwei. You don't have to come to work tomorrow. Chen Xingwei is in a terrible state. What's going on? I asked you to help me show off, but you ended up helping Su Yang. He also kept saying that he was the chairman. How could such a poor student really be the chairman of Century Company? Director Su, is there any misunderstanding here? You accepted it. Before he finished speaking, Su Jing suddenly reached out and slapped Chen Xingwei in the face. Snap. The sound echoed throughout the box. The live broadcast room exploded. No way. That four-eyed liquor boss is actually Su Yang's younger brother. Ha 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 ha, I am dying of laughter. I wanted to show off by bringing the big boss, but it turns out he is the hero's little brother. This time, I hit a wall. How cool. I am dying of laughter. I am showing off to my own chairman's face. If it were me, I would resign right now. I'm done with this company. Do you think that little four-eyed guy has the guts to do this? It's definitely useless. Yang Mange also looked at the stiff scene in the box with interest. Just now she was just about to speak up for Su Yang. Although Century Company was very powerful, as a small director, she could still help Su Yang out with her status. But unexpectedly, this guy's true identity is even more powerful than he imagined. There was no need for her to help out, Su Yang solved everything on his own. Watch your mouth, I, Su Jing, am upright and above board, why would I accept anything from you? Su Jing was so angry that he stared at Qin Xingwei with a red face, motioning him to shut up. He immediately turned around and bowed to Su Yang. "Chairman, this kid is slandering me." Su Yang frowned. He was not interested in knowing about this kind of trivial matter. He would slowly solve it when he really started to take charge of Century Company. After all, there are corrupt officials in every company. "We'll talk about the rest later. Just do what you need to do." Su Yang ordered him to leave. Su Jing suddenly thought of something and immediately bowed to Zhang Ning again. "I was blind just now. Chairman, Mrs. Su, please forgive me." Zhang Ning had never seen such a scene before. Before she could say anything, Su Jing picked up the mitai on the table and drank it all in one gulp. Cough. He choked a few times and almost vomited. His old face flushed as he bowed again. "Chairman, I'll leave first." After saying that, Su Jing turned around and quickly left the box. His heart was still hanging in the balance. Today he had run into trouble. Next, how Su Yang was going to deal with him, Su Jing didn't know, and he didn't dare to think about it. Seeing Su Jing leaving, Qin Xingwei was confused, but when he came to his senses, he immediately chased after him. "Boss Su, what's going on with Boss Su?" After chasing him out of the UV restaurant, Su Jing got into the Maybach without even stopping to look at Qin Xingwei. Qin Xingwei still wanted to pester and follow, but Su Jing's two bodyguards stopped him. Su Jing was still worried, so he signaled the bodyguard to knock Qin Xingwei down. "Remember, you have offended someone you shouldn't have offended. Don't show up at Century Company in the future. I will return the things you sent to you. And don't say you have any relationship with me in the future. No." Su Jing wiped his neck and said, "If you dare to talk nonsense in front of the chairman and make me lose my job, I will kill you. Drive." It was not until the tail lights of the Maybach went away that Qin Xingwei staggered to his feet. At this time, Zhang Yi also caught up with him. "Xingwei, what happened? Is this person sick? It's definitely not that simple." Qin Xingwei glared at Zhang Yi. "It's all your fault, you damn woman. If it wasn't for giving you face, would I have offended Mr. Su? Do you know how much money I spent to get into Century Company?" Zhang Yi was startled by his roar. Didn't you say you got in by your own strength?" "Strength? Strength is useless in this world. If you want to get into a big company, you need connections and favors. What's wrong with your cousin? Why is Mr. Su so afraid of him?" "This. I don't know. Could he really be Mr. Su's boss?" Zhang Yi blurted out and slapped herself again. "I'm really crazy, how is this possible? My cousin's family is poorer than mine, and his father is just a useless retired party member. That's weird. I lost my job for no reason. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Maybe Mr. Su just recognized the wrong person. Let's go in first. My parents are still waiting for us inside." Zhang Yi said with a pleading look on her face that Su Jing's actions just now not only slapped Qin Xingwei in the face, but also apologized to her aunt at the end, which indirectly told everyone that her aunt and cousin were the only ones who deserved his face. This made Zhang Yi very unhappy. The two walked to the door of the box and saw the waiter coming with the bill. "Wait, just give it to me directly." Zhang Yi was so angry that she handed the bill to Qin Xingwei. "Pay the bill. Don't let them look down on us. My cousin must have no money to pay. This is a good opportunity for us to turn the tables." The two walked into the box. "Mom and Dad, I'm back." Alas, Mr. Su was drunk just now and recognized the wrong person. He thought my boyfriend was my cousin, so he slapped him. Hearing this, Zhang Dafu and Su Yali, who were worried, finally breathed a sigh of relief. I thought Xingwei had really lost his job. I was really scared. It's good that everything is fine now. Xingwei is so outstanding, how could Century Company fire him? I just said that they recognized the wrong person. Zhang Yi snorted at Su Yang and Yang Mange. "Otherwise, my cousin is really the boss of Century Company. He's not writing a fantasy novel now, right, cousin? Is what this little girl said true or false? Who knows what happened just now? Boss Yang was picking up food with Su Yang the whole time and ignored us. Alas, I am a damn light bulb at the moment, but I really like being one." Su Yang was too lazy to pay attention to her. He picked up a bite of food for Zhang Ning and said, "Eat more, Mom. It's almost cold." "Son, what happened to that guy just now?" Zhang Ning had just come to her senses. It was the first time that someone toasted her like that. She suddenly felt that her son had grown up and that made her proud. Ah. Su Yang didn't know how to answer for a moment, but Yang Mange helped and said, "Maybe you really recognized the wrong person, but fortunately it wasn't our face that was hit, right Su Yang?" She guessed that Su Yang had been hiding his identity as a big boss because he probably didn't want to scare his aunt. That's why this helped Su Yang out of trouble. Su Yang smiled and instantly understood what Yang Mange meant. This woman is not only beautiful but also smart. "Yeah, I hit my cousin's boyfriend in the face. Does it still hurt?" Su Yang raised an eyebrow at Chen Xingwei. At this moment, Chen Xingwei was holding the bill, listening to the Zhang family's stupid words of self-consolation. Su Yang's taking advantage of the situation, and seeing the numbers on the bill. 33,918 yuan. A meal cost more than 30,000 yuan. Su Yang, you're going too far. Don't forget, my boyfriend paid for this meal tonight. Be careful with your words. Zhang Yi immediately came out and said, holding Chen Xingwei's hand, glancing at the bill, "Take a good look, more than 30,000 yuan. The first time I treated everyone to a meal, my boyfriend spent more than 30,000 yuan. This is real strength. He also has a supercar in the parking lot. He can pick up my parents and take them home later. What right do you have to laugh at him?" As she spoke, Zhang Yi had already started looking for Chen Xingwei's card. "Second sister, your son has become more and more rude recently. It's a waste of time to study here." Zhang Dufu also sighed, "Let him learn more from Xingwei, be low-key in life and high-profile in work. Don't let Mr. Su mistake him for a drunk person and really think he is the boss of Century Company." After saying this, he was also looking forward to Chen Xingwei paying the bill and making him proud. But the next moment. Snap. Chen Xingwei threw the bill into Zhang Yi's hand on the spot and said, "Sorry, you guys have to pay for this." Zhang Yi looked at Chen Xingwei in shock. "What do you mean, Chen Xingwei, didn't you book this place to treat me to dinner?" Zhang Dufu and Su Yali also looked at him in bewilderment, only to see Chen Xingwei smile. "I booked it. You Zhang family members are greedy and vain, booking this expensive place to show off, wanting me to be a sucker, and you still have the nerve to say that I booked it. You." Before Zhang Yi knew what was happening, Chen Xingwei had already pointed at her nose and cursed, "You slut, your face is full of implants, you took my money for plastic surgery, and now you want to suck my blood. I can't even bear to come to such an expensive restaurant. Now that I've lost my job to you, you still want me to pay for it." The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Chen Xingwei slapped Zhang Yi in the face and said, "I'm done with you." Zhang Yi covered her face with tears welling up in her eyes. "Chen Xingwei, are you sick? You bastard, you hit my daughter." Zhang Dufu was so angry that he rushed forward. He didn't expect that he would not be able to show off in front of Su Yang and his mother tonight, but this son-in-law made him lose face. But before he had taken 2 steps, the old man ran out of breath and fainted on the ground. Su Yali and Zhang Yi were shocked. "Dad. Husband. Someone is dead." "It's not that serious, Goddess Yang, please call quickly, don't let anyone get killed." Damn, this episode is too real. At this moment, the director backstage hurriedly called Yang Mange to call an ambulance. If someone really died, the show would be banned no matter how popular it was. Yang Mange was about to take out her cell phone when she saw Su Yang already giving the address. "The ambulance will be here soon." Su Yang hung up the phone, walked up to Zhang Dufu, and saw that he was holding his chest. "Step aside, don't block the patient from breathing." While speaking, Su Yang placed his hands on Zhang Dufu's chest and began to perform standard cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Wow! Su Yang is so calm. This technique is very standard. Wake up, the old guy is awake. Boss Su Yang is repaying evil with kindness. Look at that little girl, her eyes are wide open. That 4-eyed guy just ran away out of fear. I will cyberbully this bastard. I don't know if that little girl will fall in love with Su Yang. Su Yang belongs to Boss Yang. Don't worry, Su Yang doesn't like her. In terms of face and figure, she is no match for Boss Yang. Seeing the color return to Zhang Dufu's face, Zhang Yi's limp body regained some strength. Cousin, thank you. Watching Su Yali send Zhang Dufu to the ambulance, Su Yang shrugged his shoulders, too lazy to argue here. He was in a hurry to spend money. At this moment, the waiter saw that nothing was wrong and reminded Zhang Yi, "Hello, miss, this order." Now that Qin Xingwei has run away, who will pay the bill of more than 30,000 yuan? Zhang Yi suddenly looked towards the door helplessly. Her parents had just gone to the hospital. He took out a card from his pocket, but when the waiter swiped it through the POS machine, it showed that the payment failed. "Miss, your card limit is insufficient. Do you have any other cards?" Zhang Yi's face turned redder when she heard this. "I don't have any money." She was embarrassed and wanted to find a hole to hide in. Suddenly, Zhang Yi thought of Su Yang. "Cousin, aunt. Xingwei ran away, can you lend me some money?" Zhang Ning glanced at Su Yang beside him. Wasn't it this guy who booked the restaurant? Did Zhang Yi misunderstand something? "You little brat, remember to finish your meal. I'll pay the bill." Zhang Ning sighed. She didn't expect her son to be rich. It seemed that she, as a mother, would have to take action today. "It's okay, I'll buy it. If I let you pay, my dad will beat me to death when I get home." Su Yang hooked his finger and asked the waiter to bring the bill. When Zhang Yi saw this, she felt like she had seen a savior. "Cousin, thank you." But Su Yang just nodded indifferently, unwilling to say even one more word. Seeing this, Zhang Yi also felt it was too embarrassing to be here, so she took her backpack and left the box with her head down. "Cousin, I will return the money to you." This was her last act of stubbornness. Su Yang's face twitched. "Damn it. Don't give it back to me. Otherwise, when will I be able to spend all the money? Hey, why does it show that it has been paid?" Su Yang was just about to swipe his card when he suddenly felt unwell. The waiter was also confused. At this time, a man in a suit walked in from outside the private room. He first looked at Yang Mange meaningfully, then smiled faintly and said, "Our boss has already bought the order. Miss Yang, Mr. Wang is in the next private room. He wants to meet you to talk about Wuyo Media's recent capital turnover problem. He is very interested in investing." "Who is Mr. Wang? Is he another director?" "Not this time. I've heard of this Mr. Wang. He's the boss of Shengshi Media Group. He makes money by buying and selling celebrity contracts and squeezing out their profits. He has ruined countless female celebrities. It's over, it turns out the goddess is having financial problems at her company, no wonder she made an exception to participate in the dating show live. Isn't this like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth? That's normal. The entertainment industry is a place where people use their bodies to make money. All female stars are like this. Although Boss Yang is a national goddess, she can't escape this fate in the end. I hate that I'm not a chaebol." Zhang Ning was still looking at Su Yang in confusion, only to see Su Yang gently pat her hand and say, "It's okay." Before Su Yang could say anything, Yang Mange had already taken the initiative to refuse. "There is no need to meet, and there is no need to invest. My Wuyo Media does not need Shengshi's assistance." Although she was not confident in her heart, Wuyo Media's capital chain had problems, and today the stock price was ruined by Su Yang. She had not yet solved the internal and external troubles. But Yang Mange hated this kind of dirty deal the most. What's more, Su Yang and Zhang Ning are still here, and she can't embarrass them because of her own affairs. "Su Yang, auntie, shall we leave here first?" Su Yang shrugged and nodded in agreement. But unexpectedly, before I walked out of the room, a loud laugh was heard outside the box. Outside the door, a fat man weighing about 200 pounds wearing a gold chain walked in, followed by 8 burly bodyguards, and walked up to Yang Mange in a swagger. Boss Yang has been like this for so many years, but his temper is still so bad. "Okay, you are so noble." Wang Jinlong, with a cigar in his mouth, looked Yang Mange up and down, thinking back to the time when he had also tried very hard to sleep with this woman. But she was too smart and there was no chance for him to succeed. Even Wang Jinlong can't touch her, let alone other men. In addition, Wuyo Media was doing smoothly afterwards, so he naturally had no chance to contact Yang Mange. But it's different now. He has been paying close attention to the situation of Wuyo Media. Yang Mange now needs a large sum of money to save his company. This is the best opportunity to sleep with her. Boss Yang, it's a pity that things are not the same as before. It's useless to be aloof. Women should learn to use their bodies to exchange for money, especially a beautiful woman like you. Zhang Ning finally understood and looked at Su Yang and Yang Mange in shock. I didn't expect that my son would actually chase after a female star. Su Yang was also slightly surprised and thought he had recognized the wrong person. Are you really a female celebrity? At this point, Yang Mange doesn't want to hide it any longer. Seeing her nod, Su Yang raised his eyebrows and smiled. It seems that I am lucky. He had never been a fan of any star before, but he never expected that he now has a celebrity girlfriend. That's not right. She's a female star. So when she said she would be my girlfriend, she wasn't just kidding me, right? Do you really want to be my girlfriend? Su Yang asked again, ignoring Wang Jinlong. Yang Mange didn't expect that Su Yang would be concerned about this kind of issue at this critical moment. She pursed her lips slightly, not knowing what to say for a moment. Tell Su Yang this is just a show. He must be very sad. What's more, Aunt Zhang Ning is still here. I really do. Finally, Yang Mange uttered these words softly. That'll do. Su Yang smiled faintly and looked at Wang Jinlong again. Fatty, what do you want from my girlfriend? Who do you call the fat guy? Whoever answers will answer. You. Ha ha ha, you fat bastard. Boss Su Yang is great at criticizing. As expected of the men that Boss Yang likes, this capitalist is really disgusting, thinking that he can buy everything with a few stinky dollars. That's right, our Boss Yang won't buy into this. She is the last clean stream in the entertainment industry. But the situation is not good now. Wang Jinlong is the CEO of Shengshi and the local boss of Songhai. Su Yang has met a strong enemy this time. I wonder if Su Yang's financial resources can compare to Wang Jinlong's. This is more exciting than watching an idol drama. Wang Jinlong coughed awkwardly. Boss Yang is here, I don't want to bother with a little jerk like you. After saying that, he saw Yang Mange and Su Yang preparing to leave, and immediately signaled his men to stop them. Mange, don't be so stubborn. As he spoke, Wang Jinlong took out a check from his pocket. This is a blank check. As long as you are willing to have a meal with me, you can fill in any number on the check. Damn, it's another cliché plot of using money to hit people. Don't bully my goddess Yang. If you have the guts, give me the check. That's right, 10 million people in the live broadcast room can drain you dry. Calm down upstairs. Now it depends on whether Boss Yang will compromise. From what that fat guy said, it seems that she really needs money now. Su Yang. You are my god. Please don't lose to Wang Jinlong. Yang Mange's flawless face suddenly darkened. Ignore him. Let's go. She glared at the bodyguard blocking the way ahead. Get out of the way. But Su Yang patted her hands and turned to look at Wang Jinlong. Really? This action stunned Yang Mange and Zhang Ning. What are you thinking, little brat? How can you do it for money? Wang Jinlong put out his cigar and said with a smile, of course, Boss Yang, it seems that this little puppy you found is more sensible than you. No way. Su Yang, what are you doing? I'm impressed. He actually wants to sell out Boss Yang for money. This scumbag, does he know how hard it is for Boss Yang to remain chaste for so many years? Damn it. Soon, Su Yang found a pen, wrote a string of numbers on the check, and handed it to Wang Jinlong. When Wang Jinlong took it and looked at it, his face turned green instantly and he threw the check directly on the ground. How dare you play tricks on me? Seeing his appearance, Yang Mange also looked down, and at the same time the camera captured the numbers above. 999999999. More than 990 million, ha 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 ha, all the grids are filled in. I filled it out like this when I was dreaming. I didn't expect that Mr. Su Yang would realize my dream. It's a pity that there are not enough slots, otherwise I'm sure Su Yang would fill in 9.9 billion. Looking at Wang Jinlong's expression, it seems that he can't come up with 900 million. Nonsense, that's 900 million in cash. Wang Jinlong will have to bleed a lot of money if he takes it out. No, I saw a handsome guy today who has more than 2 billion in cash. Why? Isn't it Ren Tian? Su Yang sneered, don't act so arrogant next time when you don't have money. You can't even come up with such a small amount of money, and you still want to chase my woman. As he spoke, Su Yang put his arm around Yang Ming's shoulders and left the box with Zhang Ning. Boss, do you want to stop them? Wang Jinlong had a gloomy face, but soon he showed an evil smile. Yang Ming still has some influence now. I will go to Wuyo Media in person tomorrow and ask her board members to teach her a lesson. Wang Jinlong licked his lips. The more outstanding a woman is, the more worth waiting for. Yang Ming and that brat, wait. Su Yang was so handsome just now. He said Boss Yang was his woman, and I didn't feel the slightest bit of disobedience. I used my financial resources to fight against Wang Jinlong and save the goddess from trouble. Don't say it, I am a man, but I also love Su Yang. The three of them left UV restaurant. Zhang Ning breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that no one was chasing him. She rolled her eyes at Su Yang and said, you have grown up, boy. You know how to protect girls. I'll take you back first. No, your dad is here to pick me up. You should stay with Mange. She was scared just now. Oh, by the way, your grandfather's birthday will be in a few days. Your grandfather has loved you since you were a child. Remember to bring Mange back. Zhang Ning looked at Yang Mange again. Mange, I'll talk to you properly next time. I won't bother you two today. After saying that, Zhang Ning winked at Su Yang, suggesting that he should behave well, and then walked away quickly. Well. Su Yang and Yang Mange were left disheveled in the wind. Su Yang thought, it's already evening now, I'll take you home first. Use shared bikes. Yang Mange teased, and the atmosphere between the two people soon eased. Su Yang coughed and said, that's definitely not possible. My Koenigsegg is over there. This time it's real. After saying that, Su Yang took the initiative to walk in front, and Yang Mange followed behind. When they arrived at the UV parking lot, they actually saw a familiar figure. Zhang Yi. What is this damn girl doing in front of my car? When the two of them got closer, Su Yang saw that there was another woman in front of Zhang Yi. The woman was about 20 years old. She wore a mink fur coat and a black miniskirt. Although she was not very old, she gave people the feeling of being heavily made up. But it was precisely because the woman was dressed sexy that people passing by couldn't help but look at her a few more times. But this woman occupies a very important place in Su Yang's memory. Isn't that Mu Shuman? The goddess of the past. At this moment, Mu Shuman didn't notice Su Yang approaching at all, and was glancing at Zhang Yi with a mocking look on her face. It's not even April Fool's Day yet, and I've already heard a big joke. Little girl, you really made me laugh to death. Just now, Mu Shuman saw Koenigsegg and couldn't help but excitedly sit on the front of the car to take pictures. He was seen by Zhang Yi, who just came out. Zhang Yi thought this was Chen Xingwei's car and subconsciously wanted to drive Mu Shuman away. As a result, she actually saw Chen Xingwei taking a taxi and leaving. It turned out that this Koenigsegg supercar was not his at all, but she had already said something to stop Mu Shuman. What, you don't dare to speak? Is this car yours? What does it have to do with you if I take a picture? Do you know what kind of car this is? Mu Shuman asked questions one after another, and Zhang Yi was speechless. She wanted to leave awkwardly, but was stopped by Mu Shuman. What? Are you meddling in other people's business and want to leave? You've ruined my mood. When my friend comes, you can let him show you what a Maserati is. Mu Shuman has been having a very happy life recently. Although I got rid of Su Yang, I lost a dog that was always there for me. But there just happened to be a rich second-generation man pursuing her. Mu Shuman had never lacked men around her, and this rich second-generation man was much more useful than that poor guy Su Yang. It's just right, I can use him to vent my anger. Just as he finished speaking, a Maserati president stopped in front of the two of them. A young man wearing trendy brand clothes got out of the car. As soon as he got off the car, he stared at Mu Shuman's long legs. Honey, why don't you come in? Didn't I tell you to order first and not wait for me? Mu Shuman looked at the men whose eyes couldn't leave her. Lin Bo, the eldest son of the Lin family, is the future heir to a multi-million-dollar company. Hate it. Didn't I tell you that I haven't decided whether I want to be with you or not? Stop calling me dear all the time. Mu Shuman said in a reserved manner. It was this kind of reluctant but willing look that made her capture the hearts of dozens of men in Peking University and Tsinghua University, and also made Lin Bo feel itchy now. Before Lin Bo could speak, Mu Shuman said with a wronged look on his face, "It's all her fault. She insisted that this Koenigsegg was hers. I just wanted to take some pictures, but she scolded me." Lin Bo immediately looked at Zhang Yi with dissatisfaction. "Little girl, is this car yours? Have you seen it before?" From the way he looked at Zhang Yi, she didn't look like someone who owned a Koenigsegg. Come on, that's a billion-level supercar. Just now, Lin Bo couldn't help but take a few more glances at it. After all, compared with this kind of supercar, his Maserati is almost like a tractor. Zhang Yi didn't know how to answer for a moment. "I just made a mistake, I thought it was my own car." "It's so funny, why don't you admit that this Maserati of mine is also yours? Hurry up, you have wronged my baby, apologize." After Lin Bo finished speaking, Mu Shuman crossed his arms over his chest and smiled faintly, as if waiting for Zhang Yi to admit her mistake. "Why should I apologize? I just asked her to get out of the car. This car is not mine, nor is it yours, right?" "Oh, you're pretty tough." Lin Bo didn't expect this girl to be so stubborn, so he took her hand and said, "You want me to do it, right? Do you want me to apologize, or do I have to beat you down to your knees and then apologize?" "Well, is your Maserati expensive?" At this time, Su Yang and Yang Mange just happened to come in front of the three people. When Zhang Yi saw Su Yang coming, she felt like she saw a savior. With tears in her eyes, she broke away from Lin Bo and ran over. "Cousin, I was just passing through." Su Yang put his hands in his pockets. "Damn, I meet these idiots even when driving." "Cousin, you have help, you little bitch." "What helper? He's just your defeated enemy," Mu Shuman said lightly. She didn't expect to meet Su Yang here. A fish she released is now swimming back. A defeated general. Lin Bo was confused as he listened to Mu Shuman slowly say, "Su Yang, I have already rejected your confession, why are you still pestering me and following me here?" She looked at Yang Mange again. "So you changed your licking. All the liquors in the world are really like dog skin plasters. They only stick to pretty women like us." However, Mu Shuman instantly felt that Yang Mange was even prettier than the female stars. "Su Yang, you actually want to challenge yourself to a higher level. Miss, you should look down on him, right? Fuck, who is this woman? Has Su Yang been with her before?" "No way, I understand. Su Yang is a scumbag. I said that these rich people's love history is not so clean. I guess Su Yang has eaten too many delicacies from land and sea, and occasionally he also wants to eat this kind of student girl." Goddess Yang was fooled. Su Yang is a scumbag. Damn it, this show can be stopped, there is something wrong with the male lead in the blind date show. The director backstage also saw the barrage. "Director, what should we do?" "Let's keep watching. If it doesn't work, let Boss Yang stop and leave first. Otherwise, the fact that Boss Yang went on a blind date with a cheating man might become a hot topic on the internet." Yang Mange also heard the conversation in the backstage group, but for some reason, she instinctively believed that Su Yang was not that kind of person. "Miss, has Su Yang been with you before?" "It doesn't seem like it." Hearing this, Mu Shuman couldn't help but laugh. "Is he worthy? He is just one of my many suitors, and the one with the lowest quality." Mu Shuman didn't care about his trampling. "Su Yang, do you still remember when you bought me breakfast in the morning, brought me an umbrella when it rained, and helped me with my report at night? It's a pity that I didn't expect you to be so excessive. You actually wanted to take advantage of others and dared to confess to me." Hearing Mu Shuman's words, Lin Bo burst out laughing. "It turns out he is a bootlicker like me. But, his level is lower than his. Shuman, you were right to dump him. If I kept him with you, I might get jealous." Lin Bo said lightly, Come out to seek attention. Mu Shuman smiled in his heart. What qualifications do you have to be jealous? But now that Su Yang is here and his cousin has offended him again, Mu Shuman doesn't mind taking advantage of Lin Bo. That's right, if it weren't for him, I wouldn't know you're so good. Mu Shuman said this with a loving tone, and Lin Bo felt like he was floating in the air. But at this time, the reputation of the live broadcast room reversed. It turns out that Mr. Su Yang is not a scumbag, but a loving person. Alas, I never thought that even a super rich man like Su Yang would have women he couldn't pursue. So I'm relieved that I can't lick goddesses normally. I think this woman is blind and doesn't know how good Su Yang is. I like Su Yang much better than Lin Bo. What a coincidence, I also like Boss Yang better than this student girl. Yang Mange heard the truth of the matter and breathed a sigh of relief. She was right. Su Yang was not that kind of man. But when Yang Mange heard Mu Shuman constantly criticizing Su Yang, she became extremely angry. In between the ups and downs of the two great truths, Yang Mange directly took Su Yang's arm and said, Su Yang, it's a good thing that you didn't like her, otherwise we would have no chance to be together. This action made Mu Shuman confused. What's going on? This woman is with Su Yang. What taste she has. I'm sorry, Su Yang is my boyfriend now, so I hope you don't mention the past anymore. After all, everyone has been blind at times. You. Mu Shuman gritted her teeth and wanted to say something else, but when her eyes met Yang Mange's, she suddenly felt the hostility in Yang Mange's eyes. That kind of overwhelming hostility from the superior. Yang Mange did not hide her aura at all. After all, she was reserved at the previous banquet because Zhang Yi and others were Su Yang's relatives. But she didn't want to be polite to Mu Shuman, a bad woman who treated Su Yang as a tool. Haha, you're right. Everyone is blind at times. Lin Bo, luckily you are much better than Su Yang, and I didn't miss you. Hearing this, Lin Bo coughed dryly, but still showed a proud look on his face. He glanced at Su Yang again, too lazy to pay attention to him, and instead set his gaze on Yang Mange. This woman is much better than Mu Shuman in terms of temperament, appearance, and figure. Looking left and right, Mu Shuman is only a few years younger than her, and has no other advantages. Moreover, Lin Bo always felt that this woman looked like a celebrity. Miss, your boyfriend looks so poor, he probably doesn't even have a car, do you want to go for a ride? Lin Bo kept looking at Yang Mange and suddenly couldn't help but say. Mu Shuman next to him frowned. Didn't you just ask me out for dinner? We haven't even entered the restaurant yet, why does this guy want to go for a ride? Of course, Yang Mange also understood Lin Bo's thoughts. He was just another piece of trash who was only interested in beauty. She pursed her lips lightly, her bright eyes falling on the Maserati president behind her. I don't like sitting in the back seat, but your car only has one passenger seat. If I sit there, where will she sit? Lin Bo blurted out, Shuman, how about you go back first? We can have dinner next time. He didn't expect that this beautiful woman who looked like a female star would actually accept his invitation. If I can win her over, I will feel more accomplished than having 10 Mu Shuman, so why would I care about eating? You. What did you say? Mu Shuman was in a bad mood. You damn scumbag, you changed your mind so quickly. Well, what's a change of heart? It's just making more friends, right, pretty girl? Lin Bo's eyes were fixed on Yang Mange, and he was reluctant to look away. This woman really became more and more beautiful the more he looked at her. Yang Mange's words immediately caused the live broadcast room to explode with comments. No way. Boss Yang actually wants to get in the car of this kind of person. Alas, even aloof as Boss Yang is, can she not resist the pursuit of a man? Impossible. Boss Yang has been active in the entertainment and business circles for many years. The suitors around him can go all the way from here to Longhua. How could she be seduced by a man so easily? Upstairs, there are exceptions to everything. Women will always feel lonely. Maybe Boss Yang wants to change his blind date tonight. The barrage of comments was jumping rapidly, and everyone thought that Yang Mange was about to leave with Lin Bo. Mu Shuman's face was now red with anger. Make friends. If you dare to let this woman get in the car, I will block you on WeChat immediately, and don't even think about asking me out again. When Lin Bo heard Mu Shuman threatening him, he thought about Yang Mange getting in his car and the two of them could develop further in the car. That kind of temptation was much stronger than that of Mushuman. How could he care about Mushuman? If you don't want to make an appointment, then don't make an appointment. Don't you have a lapdog? Ask him to ask you out. After that, Lin Bo raised his eyebrows and glanced at Su Yang. Didn't you pursue her before? Now you have a chance, beautiful lady, shall we go now? Son of a bitch. Mushuman was furious, but she didn't expect that Lin Bo not only did not help her vent her anger, but instead used her to curry favor with Yang Mange. But Yang Mange smiled at this time. Sorry, I don't like riding in a Maserati. Yang Mange didn't take a step forward, and was even still holding Su Yang's arm. Lin Bo frowned every day. What kind of car do you like? I'll ask my dad to buy it for you. Yang Mange's eyes fell on the silver-white supercar behind the crowd. I like to ride in Koenigsegg, do you have one? This sentence made Lin Bo's face turn green, and he even twitched. Haha, do you know how much this car costs? 100 million. I guess there is only one in the whole Shanghai. I don't even know which boss owns it. Miss, this is a bit of a joke. He can still afford a car worth several million by asking his father. But even if he sold this limited edition Koenigsegg, it wouldn't be enough to buy it even if he sold his father. What a shame. I just like this car. If you don't have the ability, forget it. Yang Mange said lightly. Seeing Lin Bo's embarrassed and dark face, the commentators finally understood Yang Mange's true intention. The goddess is so good at slapping her face. Haha, that kid is stupid. He even asked his dad to buy a car, but now he can't afford it. His father, sorry, I can't afford it, just now you guys said the goddess would get on the car, now you're embarrassed, right? I feel that Boss Yang's current operation is similar to Su Yang's operation against Wang Jinlong. Who made these people like to show off? Just let them show off to the fullest. Lin Bo's face was gloomy. Are you kidding me? At this time, Su Yang spoke calmly, if you can't do it yourself, don't say others are playing tricks on you. You can't even afford a Koenigsegg, you're a waste. What are you pretending to be? Lin Bo didn't expect that not only would the goddess in front of him ridicule him, but this poor student would actually dare to speak. Pack. Su Yang slowly took out a key from his pocket. A silver key with a single button on it. The moment Su Yang pressed the button, the super sports car, which had been silent the whole time, suddenly started. The roar of the engine scared Mushuman and Lin Bo so much that they immediately took a few steps back. It was like a beast that had been sleeping for a long time suddenly waking up. The gorgeous headlights on both sides also illuminated everyone's face at this moment. Lin Bo and Mushuman were blinded by the light and tried to block it with their hands, but the next moment, they dropped their hands in a daze. The scene before them made them forget the glare of the light. This is impossible. Mushuman looked at Su Yang with rapid breathing, and was walking with Yang Mange to the passenger seat and opening the door of the supercar. Watch your head. Yang Mange nodded obediently and got in. Su Yang closed the car door and walked to the driver's seat. Before getting in the car, Su Yang glanced at the stunned Lin Bo and said, next time, ask your father for a better car. If he can't afford it, you can ask me. I'll be your godfather. But Lin Bo was so shocked that he couldn't say anything in response. Because he has no ability to fight back. In front of Koenigsegg, in front of supercars worth hundreds of millions, he was like a stray dog and could only stand there stupidly. Cousin. Zhang Yi also saw this scene and suddenly realized that Director Su of Century Company might not have recognized the wrong person. Is his cousin really the boss behind Century Company? Otherwise, how can you drive such an expensive car? Compared with him, Chen Xingwei was like the dirt on the ground looking up at the sun. Zhang Yi suddenly realized how stupid their family's behavior was at the family dinner tonight. They actually showed off their wealth in front of Su Yang. Chen Xingwei worked hard to get into Century Company, but ended up being just a small clerk under Su Yang. And Su Yang obviously didn't want to pay any attention to him. Because Chen Xingwei doesn't deserve it. And Zhang Yi's family is not worthy either. Suddenly, Zhang Yi wanted to follow him, but a look from Su Yang made her freeze in place. Go back by yourself, there's no room in my car. Before Zhang Yi could say anything, Su Yang had already gotten into the car. The roar of the supercar engine echoed outside the UV restaurant, attracting a lot of people's attention. What kind of car is this? I've never seen it before. It's a limited edition, how could I have seen it before? Look at how beautiful the woman in his passenger seat is. The passenger seats of rich people have never disappointed me. No, that's not Yang Mange. I applied for the sports department because I watched her drama. Damn. It's true. Didn't they say Yang Mange has never had any scandals or been in a relationship? Now there's gossip. Quickly take a picture of it. Those idiots in front, please make way. Only after hearing the shouts of the crowd did Zhang Yi and others come to their senses. Looking at the Koenigsegg driving away, tears welled up in Zhang Yi's eyes. She knew what she had lost today. If she hadn't wanted to show off to Su Yang at the beginning, perhaps Su Yang would have helped her family in the future. But Zhang Yi did not do so. Su Yang rejected her because she was really not worthy of him. I'm sorry, cousin. I only now realize how stupid I am. Zhang Yi ran to the bus stop in a daze. Lin Bo was so angry that he stamped his feet and said, "How come this kid is so rich?" Mu Shuman swallowed and forced himself to suppress the shock in his heart. This car, could it be that Su Yang rented it? Impossible. $1 billion supercar would never be rented out. Even the insurance can't cover it, and no one can afford to rent it. Lin Bo had a gloomy face. No wonder the beautiful woman looked down on him. He didn't expect his boyfriend to be so rich. He was completely defeated today. But fortunately, there is a school beauty around me. Shall we go in and eat? I'll get you something delicious. He couldn't afford a Koenigsegg, but he could afford an occasional meal at UV restaurant. Seeing Lin Bo licking his face now, Mu Shuman felt sick in his stomach. Go home and eat yourself, don't show up in front of me again. Mu Shuman, what do you mean? I've spent a lot of money on you, but I haven't even held your hand until now. Can't I even let you have a meal together? Weren't you very happy just now? Go find your goddess. Oh, by the way, she doesn't like you. School bell, Su Yang doesn't like you either. Lin Bo snorted and turned away, leaving Mu Shuman disheveled in the wind, the last words echoing in his mind. It was clearly her who rejected Su Yang, so how did it become that Su Yang looked down on her? So Su Yang is so rich. Mu Shuman recalled how good Su Yang had been to her in the past. Although there was a woman by his side now, Mu Shuman didn't mind. If I pursue him now, he won't refuse, right? The other side. Koenigsegg is running wildly on the highway. Su Yang had stolen his father's car before, but he was often cut off by others at that time. This road is quite spacious. Su Yang smiled faintly. Yang Mange, who was standing by, laughed out loud and saw that the cars on both sides were keeping a distance from Koenigsegg, so of course there was plenty of space. Who dares to hit this car? Fuck, this is the interior of a supercar. New here, is this the live broadcast room for riding a supercar? No, this is a live broadcast room for dating. Suddenly, a countdown message popped up in the live broadcast room. There are only 10 minutes left in the countdown to the show, a date with the big stars. Fuck, how come it's over so quickly? Not really fast, it's been on for more than 2 hours, I even forgot to eat without realizing it, it's more exciting than my own blind date. There should be a next episode, right? Will the next episode still feature Goddess Yang? 10,000 people's blood letter was broadcast until the two of them had a baby. In the Koenigsegg, Su Yang saw that it was not too late, so he asked casually, "Where do you want to go?" Yang Mange looked at the scenery rapidly receding outside the car window, and heard the director's countdown to the show through her earphones. The original program was actually only scheduled for an hour and a half. But because the premiere was so popular, especially Su Yang's character that repeatedly amazed everyone, the director team temporarily extended the time and even postponed the subsequent programs in the live broadcast room as the popularity remained for a long time. But all good things must come to an end. Can we go there? Yang Mange pointed ahead, and Su Yang looked over. Children's playground. Well, I want to go there. Yang Mange nodded firmly, and Su Yang raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that this big star had this side of him. The childishness has not faded away. Soon, Koenigsegg stopped in front of the children's playground. Yang Mange got out of the car excitedly, thinking back to the last time she came here, which was 5 years ago when she and her sister graduated from college. But later, she was busy with her career and hadn't been here for a long time. Moreover, because of her special identity, coming here would cause her a lot of trouble. But for some reason, Yang Mange wanted to come here with Su Yang. Here, I'll end today's show and then tell Su Yang everything. I just hope he won't blame himself. Thinking of this, Yang Mange moved closer to Su Yang and said, "Let's go." But when they arrived at the entrance of the park, they found that it was closed. What's going on? When the security guard at the door heard someone coming, he immediately turned off the Quark game on his phone and jumped up from his chair. Today's park time is over, come back tomorrow. Time has passed. Yang Mange murmured with disappointment. She originally wanted to tell Su Yang to forget it. This day wasn't so perfect after all. Unexpectedly, Su Yang's eyes lit up. If I pay for the venue, can you reopen this place? Damn, after wasting all day, I finally found a chance to spend money. Su Yang thought to himself. The security guard glanced at the two people, especially Su Yang, and said, "Haha, young man, you look a bit like me back then, you like to show off, but do you know how much it costs to book the whole place?" After saying that, the security uncle recalled the last time a rich man booked the theater for 2 hours, and he held up 2 fingers. 20 million. Su Yang felt like he had found a benefactor. The security guard was so scared that he almost got a stitch in his side. You are so arrogant. I said 200,000. That won't work. It has to be 20 million. Su Yang looks like a stupid and rich man. System reminder, please stop being a victim. System reminder, please stop being a victim. Su Yang picked his ears and the security guard was looking at him as if he was a fool. Okay, call your manager, boss out, I'll talk to him in person. The security guard looked at Su Yang's serious expression and wondered if he was some second-generation rich man who had gone crazy trying to pick up girls. But he doesn't care about that. It would be better if there were more fools like this who like to spend money, so that his salary can increase. Soon, a man in a suit ran out. When he received the call, he said that someone wanted to spend 20 million to book the entire theater. The man in the suit came up to Su Yang and bowed deeply as if he had seen his own father. "Boss, are you here to buy this place?" In fact, he has put this broken children's playground up for auction for a long time, but the world is in a recession now and no one is buying it. Is this place for sale? Yang Mange asked with a little surprise. Yes. Madam Boss, if the boss wants to rebuild it, that's fine. Seeing the two people standing close to each other, the park manager immediately guessed their relationship. Hearing this, Yang Mange was a little shy at first, but her face was more of a look of loss. This place carries her memories from childhood to adulthood and is the place where she has the most childhood memories. However, she didn't expect that it would close down so soon. You don't have to buy it, just rent it. How much does it cost? Su Yang said lightly. 200,000 is enough. It can be opened all night. 200,000 is too little. When will the 2.6 billion be spent if the spending is so slow? Su Yang was anxious. Can you add up all the expenses, including the fireworks, and calculate how much it will cost? The park manager's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands and said, "That must be at least 1 million, boss." This 1 million is enough for him to survive for another 2 months. Depend on. Su Yang immediately became unhappy. How much does it cost to buy this place? Our listing price is 15 million. If the boss really wants it. The park manager gritted his teeth and said, I can reduce it by another 3 million, 12 million. Here, the boss can take it. The procedures are complete. You're crazy, you're insulting me, 15 million, not a cent less. Su Yang almost got anxious. After waiting for a whole day for a chance to spend a lot of money, this guy is still saving money for himself. Ah, this. The park manager was confused. In addition to him, there are also barrages in the live broadcast room. The viewers who were reluctant to see the show coming to an end were suddenly furious. Fuck, is this how big guys pick up girls? Su Yang, discount. Discount is an insult to me. I love you. If a man spends 15 million to seduce me, I am willing to become a woman for him. Calm down upstairs, your opponent is Boss Yang. It was also the first time that Yang Mange looked at Su Yang stupidly. If Su Yang's previous show of wealth had shocked her, this time, even she couldn't help but wonder if Su Yang had something wrong with his brain. Okay. The park manager finally came to his senses and asked, "Boss, are you paying in installments? Just give it to me and make a contract." Cash, cash. Nonsense. Su Yang said calmly, and soon, the park manager took out the contract and a bunch of procedural documents that had been prepared long ago, changed the numbers, and printed them out. Su Yang signed quickly and paid. Bite. Until he received the payment, the park manager couldn't believe it. He sold the place in just 10 minutes and received so much money. "Boss, how about, I can work for you for free for a few years?" The park manager suddenly felt a little uneasy. The money was too much and he was scared. Work to earn a living. Su Yang frowned. "Yes, my name is Lu Qi, and I have some management experience. If you are confident, you can let me take care of it. Of course, all profits belong to you." Lu Qi thought about it and decided that this money was enough to pay off the loan he owed. There is still about 3 million more. Next, he will work for Su Yang, and he will feel happier. "Okay, but you still have to get paid." Su Yang didn't want to miss any opportunity to spend money, so he said seriously. Lu Qi's eyes were so moved that tears were about to well up in his eyes. Could it be that this boss sees that my life is not easy now? It must be like this. "Thank you, boss. I'll be there whenever you need me from now on." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Qi immediately ran to get ready. In less than 5 minutes, the lights in the children's playground lit up one after another. The entire colorful world illuminates Yang Mange's beautiful face. "Let's go." Su Yang said lightly that seeing the fairy tale world in front of him, he felt it was quite suitable for falling in love. Holding Yang Mange's hand, he prepared to look for some activities. "Let's go there." Yang Mange felt even more guilty when she saw what Su Yang had done for her. She pointed in the direction of the Ferris wheel, wanting to go there with Su Yang and tell him everything. Okay, then there. The Ferris wheel stopped quickly. Su Yang knew that it was Lu Qi who was controlling it remotely, so he took Yang Mange and sat on it. Soon, romantic music sounded in the paradise. That was specially arranged by Lu Qi for Su Yang. The Ferris wheel rotated slowly, and the lens on Yang Mange's button also recorded everything in front of him. The dazzling night scene of Songhai City gradually appeared in front of them and slowly shrank. How romantic. Is this the charm of money? It would be nice if I could meet a big guy like Su Yang one day. You can take a piss and take a photo of yourself upstairs. Well, watch it carefully, after all, this is the last time, the show is almost over. On the Ferris wheel, in the enclosed space, Su Yang could clearly smell the scent of the woman next to him. Yang Mange exudes a light fragrance, not the kind of strong perfume smell, but rather like an elegant lotus that grows out of the mud without being stained. Su Yang, thank you today. Yang Mange spoke slowly, her bright eyes looking towards the playground below. Childhood memories lingered in her mind, and her thoughts were brought back to her green childhood. Yang Mange looked at Su Yang, moved closer to him, and then said, "Are you satisfied with me?" She suddenly wanted to ask this question and also wanted to know Su Yang's answer. This is the first time in all these years that she feels that a woman still needs a significant other to complete her life. In the past, Yang Mange has been working hard for her career, but Su Yang's appearance today has helped her time and time again. The feeling of two people supporting each other and abusing each other made Yang Mange suddenly feel that having a boyfriend, or even a husband, is a very good thing. Of course I am satisfied. Su Yang said without hesitation. The current atmosphere was already like this. Su Yang looked at Yang Mange's tender look. Although the two had only known each other for less than a day, Yang Mange gave him a very good feeling. And you? Su Yang suddenly asked back. Yang Mange was stunned and nodded subconsciously. Seeing her shy look, Su Yang suddenly felt an impulse. At this moment, the two people were very close. Su Yang's face moved slightly forward, and the distance between him and Yang Mange was quickly shortened. 10 centimeters. 5 centimeters. This scene frightened Yang Mange so much that her eyes widened. The figure of Su Yang in her pupils was getting bigger. Yang Mange had already guessed what would happen next. She also knew that the camera was filming now, and even outside the Ferris wheel, the director team used several drone cameras to form a dual camera position with her own camera, presenting Su Yang in the panoramic view in the live broadcast room. Ah, they kissed. This is Goddess Yang's first screen kiss. It's over, it's over. Is the first episode of a dating show this intense? I'm going to die. Damn it, I also want to be kissed by Su Yang. Director, the ratings are exploding. The number of people in the live broadcast room has reached 30 million at this moment. Douyu officials also gave a direct recommendation for the opening screen, and everyone who opens the Douyu app will enter this live broadcast room first. The barrage of comments instantly filled up most of the screen, with countless carnivals flying around. Under the dazzling carnival, a huge Ferris wheel appeared on the screen, accompanied by gentle music and fireworks. They could see that in one of the cars of the Ferris wheel, two figures were hugging each other tightly. Oh my God, they have already exceeded 5 minutes. I feel like it's been 10 minutes. Isn't this Goddess Yang's first kiss? Su Yang actually kissed her for so long. Beast. I think he wants to move on to the next step. Upstairs, what is the next step? Finally, Yang Mange gently let go of Su Yang's clothes. Su Yang, thank you. She looked at her watch and saw that the time was almost up. This is the first episode of A Date with the Big Stars, and the response so far has exceeded her expectations. For a female star who needs money, now is a good opportunity to make money. But Yang Mange didn't want to do that. Because Su Yang was an amateur, he was kept in the dark about this matter. Su Yang, there is something I want to tell you. What? I'm a female star. I know that. I mean, my blind date with you was an accident. Su Yang was confused and thought of the woman at the beginning, who should be his blind date. In fact, he had also thought of this. In fact, Yang Mange was not here to have a blind date with him, but the two of them got together by accident. Moreover, they kissed each other. The feeling just now was really good. Su Yang thought about it and said, an unexpected success may not be a bad thing. Yang Mange was stunned. In her ear, the director seemed to hear the subtle atmosphere at the moment and kept asking Yang Mange for help. Boss Yang, don't be impulsive. You must not let Su Yang know about the live broadcast room. If he knew, he would not be as natural as he is now. Even if he didn't agree to our filming. After all, the director team, and even the entire program crew, are reluctant to give up the huge traffic this time. But Yang Mange knew that even she could not drive the traffic this time. A large number of people in the live broadcast room stayed because of Su Yang. A seemingly ordinary person has repeatedly demonstrated amazing financial resources and courage in front of the camera. But Yang Mange was reluctant to use Su Yang anymore. After all, if the popularity continued to grow, it might even affect Su Yang's original life. Thinking of this, Yang Mange took off his in-ear monitor. Su Yang, in fact, everything we did today was just a live show. Yang Mange finally said it out. Live show. When Su Yang didn't understand, Yang Mange pointed in a direction where a drone was filming him. She even took out her button, and the microlens on it also attracted Su Yang's attention. Soon, Su Yang understood. It's like a roadside test, secretly filming passers-by and seeing how they react, right? Su Yang clapped his hands excitedly. His reaction made Yang Mange stunned for a moment. Well, similar. I'm sorry, I lied to you. Is there any footage left? Are there many people watching the live broadcast? Has anyone praised me? Su Yang's continuous questions made Yang Mange feel that he didn't seem angry. A lot of people watched it, and a lot of people praised you, but don't you care? I took advantage of the situation and concealed the truth from him, and even secretly filmed him for a whole day. Yang Mange thought that Su Yang would be very angry if he knew about this. Why are you angry? Su Yang shrugged. How many people want to be famous but don't have the chance? Now I have the big star Yang Mange to lead me, I can't wait to be happy. As soon as he finished speaking, the Ferris will return to its starting point. Before Yang Mange could answer, Su Yang put his hands in his pockets and walked straight out of the children's playground without knowing what an opponent was. Ms. Yang, the show should be finished recording by now, right? Su Yang smiled slightly, stretched out his hand and waved goodbye to Yang Mange. He is actually not as indifferent as he appears to be. In other words, Su Yang didn't care about being filmed on the show. However, he cared about the confirmed relationship between himself and Yang Mange. Their relationship as boyfriend and girlfriend was just a show. Then, was everything that happened before just Yang Mange's acting, just a celebrity's acting skills? Su Yang wiped his lips, which still had the scent of Yang Mange. Yang Mange just now seemed very unfamiliar, giving him a youthful feeling of being kissed for the first time when falling in love. He originally thought that was Yang Mange's first kiss. But now, when Yang Mange said that everything was just a show, Su Yang hesitated. Are they all fake? Su Yang lowered his head and continued to walk away with his hands in his pockets. His steps became faster and faster, and he left here like a deserter. Yang Mange's voice came from behind. Su Yang. But Su Yang showed no intention of stopping. Yang Mange chased him for a while, but finally realized that she had been deceiving Su Yang the whole time. She felt a pang of pain and guilt in her heart, and she didn't dare to follow him anymore. He was angry. He just saved my face in front of the camera. Yang Mange finally understood why Su Yang suddenly changed so much. At the same time, everything that just happened was captured in the live broadcast room via drone. There are only 30 seconds left before the end of this show. The camera split into two, one stopped at Su Yang's back as he left, and the other stopped at Yang Mange squatting on the ground, sobbing. Ah, this. Su Yang didn't know that the whole process was being filmed. Goddess Yang lied to Su Yang. Oh my god, what happened? Isn't everything a script? Isn't Su Yang a shill hired by the program team? Now that I think about it, there is no such a real agent. Besides, Mr. Su Yang is so powerful that he can directly buy the entire park. The program team can't afford him. It's over. I thought today was going to be a beautiful and romantic date, but now, how come it has turned into a sadomasochistic relationship? What do you think? What Boss Yang did in front of the camera just now, was it true? Who knows? Boss Yang has never acted in a romantic drama before. This was the first time I saw Boss Yang's kissing scene. To be honest, it's quite awkward, but doesn't this just prove that this is Boss Yang's first time? You think it's the first time, but Boss Su Yang doesn't think so. As a man, I guess he must think he's been fooled now. Look at Boss Yang now, he's almost crying, it doesn't look like he's acting at all. Su Yang, Boss Yang really loves you. 10,000 people wrote in blood, begging Su Yang to turn back. The barrage of comments was still jumping rapidly, with no intention of stopping at all. But in the end, the moment the countdown in the live broadcast room stopped, the entire live broadcast room went black and no more barrages could be sent. More than 30 million viewers in front of the screen all looked at the black screen with regret. Behind the scenes of the show, the director immediately called 2 female assistants and said, "Go check on Boss Yang." "Director, what should we do next? I feel like I screwed up." "I don't know now." The director sighed and looked solemn. This program was popular enough to be on the hot search list, but I don't know what the public opinion will be like tomorrow. It was the fans who stood up for Su Yang and denounced them, or they bombarded the official Weibo of A Date with the Big Star in various ways. 5 minutes later, Yang Mange adjusted his state. "Boss Yang." The director shook his head helplessly. If Yang Mange had continued to deceive Su Yang might not have left. However, he had heard of Yang Mange before. If she would keep Su Yang in the dark for the sake of traffic, she would not be Yang Mange. "It's okay. I'll arrange a new star to meet you in the next show. It will definitely not be an amateur this time." As soon as the director finished speaking, he didn't expect Yang Mange to have anger and determination in his eyes. "I quit. What? I am withdrawing from Big Stars Meet. I will discuss the specific matters with the company's contract lawyer. As Yang Mange spoke, his face was still filled with depression. Boss Yang, I know Su Yang made you upset just now, but our show is now. The director knew he couldn't explain it clearly, so he showed the data to Yang Mange directly. The average number of viewers per show exceeds 100 million. The peak number of concurrent online users exceeded 30 million. It can be said that this is the most popular live broadcast program in recent years. If this kind of popularity can continue, it may even allow Yang Mange's career to reach a higher level. But now, she actually said she wanted to quit. Boss Yang, you should reconsider this. Although Su Yang is gone, we still have other male stars. There is still a week before the next episode starts. With the current popularity, it is not a big deal for us to find new people. I believe there are many artists willing to cooperate with us. The director continued to persuade Boss Yang earnestly, but Boss Yang seemed not to be listening at all and just turned around and left. She doesn't want to care about these things anymore. But Yang Mange didn't understand what was happening to him. In the past, she always put work first, but now, because of Su Yang's actions just now, she gave up her career. She knows better than the director how popular this program is and how strong its staying power is, enough to revive Wio Media. Boss Yang. The director wanted to chase after him, but Yang Mange got into the car directly. In the car, Yang Mange took a last look at the children's playground. Perhaps she would never come here again. I will never see Su Yang again. In addition to the director, Lu Qi also followed behind. Madam Boss, did I not make arrangements well just now? Why did the boss leave? Lu Qi asked while wiping the sweat from his head. Yang Mange suddenly laughed at himself. Lady Boss, now in Su Yang's eyes, she is no different from a liar. I guess he's still an emotional cheater. You should run this place well and don't let Su Yang down. Don't worry, Madam Boss, Boss Su's help this time has given me a new life, and I will definitely repay him. Yang Mange nodded. Seeing that the director was about to catch up with her and was about to talk, she sighed and asked the female assistant to drive. At the same time, Su Yang was sitting in his Koenigsegg and sighing. Forget it, I'll find another woman to bring to Grandpa for his birthday later. With that, Su Yang drove home. He didn't know that with the closure of the live broadcast room, public opinion about today's A Date with the Big Stars program had begun to ferment in major forums. More and more people are recalling what happened in the live broadcast room today. But what most people discussed was the final stage, when Su Yang left without saying goodbye. It's like a movie that is about to have a perfect ending, but suddenly the hero and heroine separate. I heard that the next episode will be released in a week, so Su Yang should be back, right? It's hard to say. This production crew was not fair. They secretly filmed Su Yang the entire time. It's good that they didn't sue them. Boss Su Yang is indeed a big shot. If he sues, he will get a large sum of money. Su Yang is not short of money, what he lacks is a good relationship. Have you forgotten that school beauty he pursued before? She was a rich and romantic woman. Soon, more and more hot searches began to dominate the major forums. Looking for a rich and romantic man. Will Su Yang look back? Yang Mange's character collapses, and her first screen kiss fails. Big Stars Meet may be suspended for one episode. 10,000 people write in blood that Su Yang and Yang Mange are together. Su Yang was completely unaware of all this. He returned to the neighborhood where he lived and parked his car while the security guard looked shocked. I wonder if my parents will be so scared when they see this car tomorrow that they'll have another child. Su Yang smiled and returned home. After going to UV restaurant today, he suddenly felt that the place was a bit shabby and it was time to buy a bigger house for his parents. Su Yang felt tired when he thought about his more than 2.5 billion in cash. There is no chance to spend it. Why are you back so early? Where's Mange? When Zhang Ning saw Su Yang coming back, he immediately came up to ask and noticed the dejected look on Su Yang's face. Alas. As expected, my son is not worthy of her. He was dumped, right? This was also within Zhang Ning's expectations. Who is Yang Mange? She just came back and checked again. She is the contemporary film queen and the boss of a big company. How could she possibly fall for her son, a poor student? Okay, go take a shower and go to bed. I'll arrange a blind date for you tomorrow. There's no need for a blind date. I'll take you to see a house tomorrow. Su-yang said lightly. These words made the middle-aged man, who had been sitting on the sofa and watching the lottery drawing on TV, jump up. Su-angwa's eyes widened. Son, why buy a house? Did you win the lottery? Su-yang glanced at the TV. You idiot, you only think about this kind of daydream all day long. I just happen to have some extra money, so I'll take you to move to a new house. We've lived in this old house for decades. Su-yang stretched and went into the house without explaining any more. There were too many things going on today and he was a little tired. But looking at his back, Zhang Ning and Su-angwa became even more confused. Wife, do you think our son is being kept by someone? What nonsense are you talking about? Didn't you say he found a celebrity as his girlfriend today? Celebrities must be worth billions, right? Why doesn't my son look like this kind of person? Zhang Ning looked at Su-angwa, lowered his head to look at his pants, and thought for a while, if my son is better than you, it's hard to say. Of course, my son looks like me. In the room. As soon as Su-yang lay down, he received a series of text messages. When I opened it, it turned out to be from Mushuman. Mushuman, Su-yang, are you free tomorrow? It's Sunday, I want to go shopping with you. Mushuman, Su-yang, why didn't you reply to me immediately? Are you still angry with me? Mushuman, I know I was wrong before, now I know I am wrong, Lin Bo is no match for you, Su-yang, I want to tell you. I like you. You can officially start pursuing me. Mushuman, Su-yang, you are not still with that vixen, are you? She is almost 30 years old. Although she is beautiful, she is not as young as me. We are the most suitable couple. Mushuman, Su-yang, I will wait for you until you reply to my message, www.jpg. Su-yang's face twitched. What a disgusting thing. He only typed one word. Roll. Then he blocked Mushuman's WeChat. The next day. As the sun shone, Su-yang woke up from his sleep. After having breakfast, he took his parents directly to the sales office. Son, are you serious? Zhang Ning touched Su-yang's forehead and found that he didn't have a fever. Why have you been acting crazy since last night? Why would I lie to you? Su-yang walked into the sales office wearing flip-flops. There were two women standing at the door of the sales office, wearing black silk hip skirts. When they saw Su-yang coming, one of them walked straight over to him. Hello sir, are you buying or renting a house? Buy a house. The woman was delighted to hear this. My name is Zhou Qingqing. I'm happy to serve you. Having said that, Zhou Qingqing led Su-yang directly to a simulation of a real estate project. They began to introduce the products one after another, and Su-yang nodded as he listened. Zhang Ning and Su-angwa on the side kept pulling him back, fearing that their son had lost his mind. What if he really bought it? They can't afford to be in debt of millions. Su-angwa thought about it, and seeing that Su-yang was so stubborn, son, if you really want it, I'll buy it for you. Husband, you are crazy too. Su-angwa shook his head. My son has grown up. Maybe he wants to move out and live independently so that he can have a girlfriend. He winked at Zhang Ning, and Zhang Ning instantly understood that it was because of this. Maybe this is also what Yang Mange requested. Su-angwa continued, Miss, how much is the cheapest property here? About 1 million or so. Su-angwa nodded, excuse me. As he said that, he pulled Su-yang back a few steps and said, Son, I'm not buying it. Why? I have no money. Su-angwa said seriously. Su-yang's face twitched. I didn't ask you to give me money, Mom and Dad, I will buy you a bigger house for your retirement. Then, Su-yang called Zhou Qingqing directly, how much is the most expensive house here? Zhou Qingqing looked at the three people in confusion. She heard what Su-angwa said just now. No money. But Zhou Qingqing didn't say anything. After all, housing prices are really expensive now. But unexpectedly, Su Yang actually asked about the most expensive house. Sir, the most expensive one is this one. Zhou Qingqing continued to introduce patiently, and Su Yang listened with great interest. Not bad, how much is it? Zhou Qingqing coughed lightly and said, let me pour you a glass of water first. She was afraid that if she told Su Yang the price directly, he would be scared, and there were two middle-aged and elderly people behind him. Why do you care about them? Go work over there if you have nothing to do. When Zhou Qingqing was pouring water, the manager saw her and scolded her. People like this who are obviously broke and want to cause trouble should be kicked out. You are wasting your time here pouring water for them. Zhou Qingqing, your probation period is almost over. If you haven't sold the house yet, you will have to deal with it yourself. Thinking of the pressure of work, Zhou Qingqing's face turned red immediately. Sorry, manager, I will go hand out flyers right after I pour them water. When the manager saw Zhou Qingqing's panic, a sneer appeared on his face. I asked this woman out last night, and she had the guts to reject me. It's a shame that you don't use such a beautiful face and figure. The manager touched his chin and saw that Zhou Qingqing had returned to Su Yang and the other two. Mr. Su, please. Su Yang took the water and said calmly, you haven't answered my question yet. Zhou Qingqing originally wanted to find an opportunity to slip away, but she didn't expect Su Yang still wanted to continue the conversation. Although the manager said that Su Yang was definitely not serious about buying a house, Zhou Qingqing actually understood that what the manager meant was that Su Yang didn't seem to be able to afford a house at all. But when Zhou Qingqing heard Su Yang asking her, she couldn't help but introduce them one by one. The most expensive ones here are these two, Hentang 1 and Panlong 1. As he spoke, Zhou Qingqing pointed to the housing simulation in front of him. Two of the houses were located on the left and right sides of the entire layout, giving a feeling of being the leader. They have 1,300 square meters and 1,200 square meters respectively, and the housing prices are quite expensive now. Hearing this, Zhang Ning and Su Onghua sighed and were too embarrassed to drink the water in their hands. I don't know what this son is doing. He asks so many questions, but he doesn't buy anything. What should I do next? But Su Yang's eyes lit up. What's the price? Zhou Qingqing pursed her lips and said, about 150 million. 150 million. Su Yang repeated, wouldn't the sum of the two be nearly 300 million? Zhou Qingqing nodded, yes, sir, the prices of these two rooms are the most expensive in Songhai City, because they are single-family villas and close to the city center, so the price. Thinking of this, Zhou Qingqing still whispered, actually, there is a discount, but the discount is not much. No need for discount. Su Yang immediately said, I want it. Okay. Zhou Qingqing responded habitually. After a long while, he came back to his senses. Sir, what did you say you wanted it? Su Yang smiled, these two, the one with water clouds and dragons, I want these two houses, go and make an order. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingqing's whole mind suddenly started buzzing. You know, during the time she's been interning here, she hasn't sold a single house, not even one worth hundreds of thousands. Because of this, she has been oppressed by the manager and other colleagues. Another colleague who was standing at the door with her just now also felt that Su Yang did not look like a rich person, so he left this boring customer to her. To put it bluntly, Zhou Qingqing has to do all the hard and tiring work now. Who made her unable to get any orders? But now, Su Yang actually said, he wanted the two most expensive villas. Sir, you may not have heard clearly just now. If you buy both houses together, they will cost 300 million. The most I can get you is 280 million. Don't fight for it, don't fight for it. Su Yang quickly retorted. Ah. What? Go and make the order. If you keep on wasting time, I won't buy it. Okay. Please wait a moment, I'll be there right away. Zhou Qingqing came to his senses and immediately ran to get the contract. What are you in such a hurry for? The manager saw Zhou Qingqing running back and still working on a bunch of things in front of the computer. Soon, the printer next to him produced two house purchase contracts. What are you doing with this? It's from Panlong number 1. The manager had a gloomy face and kept wanting to make trouble for Zhou Qingqing. Manager, I took it to sign the contract, and the gentleman said he wanted it. What? Zhou Qingqing said helplessly again, that gentleman wants Shuiyun number 1 and Panlong number 1, and he wants to sign the contract now. After saying that, Zhou Qingqing picked up the contract and hurried to find Su Yang, passing the manager, etc. Suddenly, the manager called her. "Give me the contract." He hooked his finger and said earnestly, "This is a big order. I don't feel comfortable leaving it to you. Let me go talk to him." "I didn't expect that. Those 3 poor-looking people are actually so rich." "Okay, but manager, if I sign this, can I pass the probation period? Will I still get a commission?" "Of course, give it to me first, and you don't have to worry about the rest." The manager smiled slightly, took the contract from Zhou Qingqing's hand, and walked straight towards Su Yang. Zhou Qingqing stood there in a daze, always feeling that things were not that simple, so he followed quietly behind. Seeing that there was no water in Su Yang's cup, he prepared to go over with new water. "I've told you several times that you don't have to worry about it. Go out and distribute flyers." The manager saw her following him and said with an unhappy look on his face, "Good." Zhou Qingqing stepped back timidly, lowered his head and turned around. Su Yang saw the whole scene in the distance. Alas, he had worked before and knew the dangers of the workplace. Su Yang was thinking that Zhang Ning and Su Onghua beside him had been trying to persuade him, but Su Yang wouldn't listen to a word they said. To put it bluntly, they didn't believe that Su Yang had so much money, and they even unanimously thought that Su Yang was crazy now. 300 million. How could a student suddenly take out 300 million to buy a house for his parents? However, Su Yang did not plan to give both rooms to his parents. The Yunshui number 1 room obviously had better landscaping, so he planned to give it to his parents. But the Panlong number 1 room was closer to his school, so he kept it for himself. After all, he is now the chairman of Century Company, and the system may give him a lot of rewards in the future. His resources and connections will expand rapidly. He cannot live with his parents all the time, so as not to scare them. "Is this Mr. Su? Your contract is ready. You can pay after registering your ID card." The manager bowed and came to Su Yang, put the contract on the table, and said, "Please take a look." After saying that, he waited motionlessly by the side, but the desire in his eyes was clearly seen by Su Yang. When Su Yang picked up the pen, the manager's eyes became more eager, but Su Yang stopped signing. "Let me ask you a question." "Sir, please go ahead." Su Yang smiled faintly and said, "Why didn't that woman come over just now?" The manager seemed to have already thought of the answer. "You don't know, she is new here and doesn't know much about our business. You are a big customer here, so she must be entertained by a manager. What if I just want her to come over? She will be busy later." "Really? Then let me ask you another question. Who is the agent for these 2 houses?" "Of course it's me. If there are any problems with the house in the future, I will follow up with you personally." "How much do you take?" Su Yang's last question made the manager stunned. "We usually take 1.5 points for this, to be honest with you." Su Yang raised the corner of his mouth. No wonder this old fox snatched the contract away. 1.5 points, a house price of 300 million yuan, the commission alone is scary enough. "Sir, just sign here, and there will be no problem with ID card registration." "I won't sign it." Su Yang suddenly put down his pen, and the manager was stunned. "Is there any problem?" "I want her to be the go-between." Su Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhou Qingqing, who was standing stupidly at the door. "Sir, she is an intern, and I am afraid she will cause trouble for you." "Okay, then I won't buy it." After that, Su Yang patted his butt and prepared to leave. How could the manager watch the fat piece of meat in his hand disappear like this, so he immediately persuaded, "Wait a minute, I will call her over right away, but..." The manager paused and said, "To be honest, we need to verify your capital to buy these 2 houses." Su Yang knew that this guy was very thoughtful and was about to take out his cell phone. But when they heard about capital verification, Zhang Ning and Su Onghua's faces turned red. "What does capital verification mean?" "You need a deposit of 10 million to prove that you have the ability to buy a house." The manager's expression also began to turn cold. He was good at observing people's expressions and words, so how could he not see the embarrassment of Zhang Ning and Su Anghua? When they heard about the capital verification, the two men panicked, looking like poor people with guilty consciences. It turns out that he is causing trouble. The manager was ready to call people at any time, and he also called Zhou Qingqing over. As long as Su Yang can't produce proof of a deposit of 10 million, he will kick him out and scold Zhou Qingqing. Capital verification, right? But Su Yang just smiled. He took out his cell phone and opened the mobile banking app. 25,800,021,352 yuan. When that string of terrifying numbers appeared in front of the manager, he just felt a slight pain in his head. Rubbing his brows, the manager took another look. But Su Yang had put away his phone. Zhou Qingqing also came over at this time. "Manager, you are looking for me." But when the manager thought about Su Yang appointing Zhou Qingqing as the intermediary, his heart felt like bleeding. Soon, Su Yang signed his name neatly and patted Zhou Qingqing on the shoulder. "Remember to get your commission, don't let others get it for free. Also, when can I move in?" Until the moment Su Yang swiped the card and completed the purchase contract, Zhou Qingqing was still in an extremely excited state. She really got an order, and it was a huge order worth 300 million. Right away. "Okay, then you can help me take care of some of the rest. Mom and Dad, go check out the new house first, and leave Panlong number 1 to me." After saying that, Su Yang thought about the affairs of Century Company. After all, it was his own company, so he still had to go and take a look. "I have something to do this afternoon, so I'll go back to Panlong number 1 to sleep at night. You guys can go to Shuiyun number 1 and try out the new house." Su Yang put his hands in his pockets, leaving Su Anghua and Zhang Ning with confused faces. "Is this really bought?" "Miss, my son just paid, a one-time payment." Zhou Qingqing nodded repeatedly. Mr. Zhou didn't pay in installments, he bought it outright with full payment. Hiss. Su Anghua took a deep breath and almost fell down, and had to be helped up by Zhang Ning. "Wife, our son has made great progress. What a prospect. Where did he get 300 million in cash? I'm afraid he has cheated Men Ji's money. If so, I will beat this guy to death." As soon as Su Yang left the sales office, a system prompt popped up in his mind. "Congratulations to the host for helping Zhou Qingqing and successfully protecting the girl, triggering the reward." Su Yang was stunned. Is this fraternity system serious? Does he really have to love every girl? Congratulations to the host for acquiring 51% of the shares of Tianqin Group. Congratulations to the host for triggering the lifespan bonus. Your lifespan will increase by 10 years, for a total of 70 years. Congratulations to the host for triggering the skill reward and obtaining the unique insight function, the ability to see things in the past. The items are not limited, and the characters are everything that has happened in the past 10 days. Su Yang directly said the quintessence of Chinese culture. Not only do you give money, but you also get skills. Awesome. The next moment, his eyes suddenly became brighter, and an inexplicable power seemed to be attached to his eyes. Su Yang tried to look at the objects around him. I happened to pass by an antique shop. In Su Yang's eyes, these so-called antique shops used to deceive people by making modern things look old. When Su Yang looked over, the years of several items in the glass cabinet of the antique shop appeared one after another. Hatian Jade Seal, fake, 3 years old, from Jiangnan Leather Factory. Shang Dynasty Bronze Ware, fake, dated 8, from the Yijiang Forging Center. Depend on. It seems that what I thought before was correct. They are all fake. Su Yang withdrew his gaze, looking helpless. Forget it. It's obviously unrealistic to find the real thing from a bunch of fakes. Let's go back to the ancient street. There are many antiques there. It happens to be Grandpa's birthday. Su Yang thought about it and left the antique shop. Let's go to the company and have a look. Su Yang returned to the community and drove away the Koenigsegg before his parents came back. But when he just came back here, he saw Mu Shuman was there too. Su Yang, you're back. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Mu Shuman was smiling. When he saw Su Yang coming back, he rushed up to him and almost gave him a big hug. Fortunately, Su Yang dodged quickly, and Mu Shuman pouted in disappointment. Are you still angry about what I did to you before? Mu Shuman blinked his eyes and looked flattering. Don't be so stingy, I didn't know how good you were before, but now I know. Isn't it okay if I was wrong? Move away, you're blocking my car. Su Yang said lightly, but Mu Shuman opened his hands even more and blocked Su Yang. Don't leave unless you promise to be with me. You are sick, we are not suitable. You. Su Yang, you weren't like this before. What was I like before? You've been very good to me before, very good. You've never rejected my requests. What's more, I really want to be with you this time. Su Yang smiled. You want to be with Koenigsegg, right? A man who doesn't love himself is like rotten cabbage. I didn't love myself before, but I'm not stupid now. After Su Yang finished speaking, he grabbed Mu Shuman's hand and threw her aside. The Koenigsegg started and Su Yang got in. Su Yang, wait a minute. Mu Shuman pulled the car window and shouted, Su Yang, I know that you and Yang Mange are fake. I saw the trending searches. You deliberately found a woman to piss me off, right? Trending. Su Yang never cared about this stuff. But after hearing about what happened between Yang Mange and himself, he still turned on his phone in the car. You don't know until you see it. It's shocking. Why is the whole internet looking for me? The top 5 on the hot search list is either to let Su Yang continue to come back to film the show, or let Su Yang and Yang Mange be together. Some even forced Yang Mange and the program team to apologize. Basically, the whole series is full of praise for him. Even passers-by who had not watched the live broadcast joined in. The program crew was not fair. Su Yang was a passerby and should have the right to know that he was filmed. That's right, I really hate being secretly photographed. My boyfriend even secretly posted the photos on Pornhub. Is the movie for sale upstairs? I can buy one. Of course, there were also some people who were cursing Su Yang. It's just that the proportion is too low and you can't see it at all without looking carefully. This man is so stingy. Didn't we girls just cheat on his feelings? Is it necessary to disappear? Men should be more generous. We girls can't even joke with him. It's too narrow-minded. Su Yang automatically filtered out these boxers. His eyes fell on the apology letter from the production team of A Date with the Big Stars. This was posted on the official Weibo account of the program team and has now been forwarded more than 300,000 times. The content mainly expressed apologies for Su Yang being secretly photographed yesterday. At the same time, another thing was brought up. Yang Mange withdrew from the subsequent A Date with the Big Star. The guests for the second episode will be replaced by other people. Why did she do that? Su Yang frowned. The feeling Yang Mange gave him was more of a favorable impression, but he didn't know what Yang Mange's real thoughts were. Was everything that happened yesterday just a casual act with him? That's why he didn't want to be on that show anymore. But Su Yang also remembered that Wang Jinlong said that Yang Mange's company's current financial situation was not good, so she needed to come out and film a blind date variety show that she had never filmed before. This show is obviously already very popular, and if Yang Mange continues to star in it, she will make a lot of money. So Su Yang didn't understand why Yang Mange quit halfway. Is he being cyberbullied? Mu Shuman, who was standing behind him, saw Su Yang thoughtfully browsing the trending searches and chuckled. It seemed as if Su Yang made such a big fuss because of her. I told you that you still care about me, but you managed to find Yang Mange. I admit that I was really mad at you. That woman is indeed pretty, but you've dumped her now, so I'm not angry anymore. Mu Shuman knocked gently on Su Yang's car door. Open the door, let me get in the car, let's go shopping together, and then, do what couples should do. As she spoke, Mu Shuman turned her face away, looking shy. Su Yang put down his phone. The hot search issues are probably clear now. The audience hopes that he and Yang Mange will continue their live blind date. But with his departure, Yang Mange also withdrew. As a result, the program, which was once very popular, is now on the verge of collapse. The production team wants to find other stars to save the situation, but the audience obviously does not buy it. But, this has nothing to do with him. Su Yang heard what Mu Shuman said. Why is this woman just enjoying herself the whole time? He simply closed all the car windows. Mu Shuman knocked outside in confusion, but the Koenigsegg had excellent sound insulation and no one could hear her voice at all. It's finally quiet. Su Yang glanced at the right rearview mirror again. There was a car behind him, and if he was not mistaken, the driver of the car was looking at him. Su Yang frowned, stepped on the accelerator, and the Koenigsegg roared out of the community. Mu Shuman took a mouthful of exhaust. Ahem, Su Yang, you bastard. She doesn't understand. In the past, Su Yang was very obedient to her, and when he confessed his love to her, he also vowed to do anything for her. Why has Su Yang become so indifferent now? He must still be angry. Mu Shuman was judging when his cell phone rang. Lin Bo. Mu Shuman hung up the phone directly. Now she felt sick when she saw Lin Bo. How could I be so stupid as to give up Su Yang for this stinky rich second generation? How can Maserati compare to Koenigsegg? Although Su Yang didn't want to pay attention to her now, but when she thought about what Su Yang had done for her, plus this hot search, she realized that it was Su Yang who specifically asked Yang Mange to do it just to piss her off. As long as Su Yang's anger subsides in a few days, he will definitely come back to her again. That must be the case. But I can't just sit there and wait for death. Mu Shuman watched as the trending searches continued to heat up, all of which were discussing Su Yang and Yang Mange. Why should a person who was invited by Su Yang to act steal her limelight? So, Mu Shuman made a post. Su Yang's real girlfriend is here, please let him go, he doesn't like Yang Mange. Outside the community. Su Yang was driving the Koenigsegg and watching the situation behind. In the rearview mirror, sure enough, the car followed him out. It looks like someone is watching me. Su Yang sighed. A tall tree attracts the wind. After he became rich, these troubles did come. Is it someone from the sales office? No, he has already bought the house, so there is no reason for the agent at the sales office to keep an eye on him. That's Wang Jinlong's men. Thinking back to yesterday, I had offended Wang Jinlong and Lin Bo. Lin Bo doesn't have the brains to play tracking, and he is probably still immersed in the state of being hit by Koenigsegg. Then only Wang Jinlong is suspicious, after all, he is the boss of a big company. Su Yang drove the Koenigsegg across several streets, and the other car was following him at the same time, but it just followed him and did not take any other action. Strangeness. Su Yang deliberately parked the car on the side of the road, got out normally, and pretended to walk into the alley. Sure enough, a man got out of the car behind, wearing sunglasses, and followed him. But Su Yang in front was walking faster and faster. Boy, that's pretty fast. The man in sunglasses snorted coldly and quickly followed. But at a turn, a huge fist suddenly hit him in the face. Ayawa. The man in sunglasses fell to the ground in pain. Su Yang raised his foot again and stepped directly on the man's thigh. Stop hitting me, stop hitting me. The man in sunglasses cried out in pain. Su Yang squatted on the ground and looked at him coldly. Who sent you? While speaking, Su Yang directly took off the other person's sunglasses, revealing a familiar face. It was Wang Jinlong's assistant yesterday. It's you, your boss asked you to follow me, is he going to deal with me? Does he want to die? The man in sunglasses was so scared that he quickly said, No, our boss wants you to stop getting in his way. Hindering. The man in sunglasses realized that he had let the cat out of the bag, so he immediately stood up and tried to run, but Su Yang picked up a stick on the street and hit him directly. With a bang, the man in sunglasses fell to the ground. Stop hitting me, I said. Our boss is currently acquiring Wio Media. He is worried that your relationship with Yang Mange will hinder him. What does your boss' acquisition of Wio Media have to do with me? Aren't you worried about your relationship with Yang Mange and want to help her? The man in sunglasses said fearfully. Su Yang looked at him again. There was a gleam in his eyes. It was this light that revealed to the man in sunglasses everything that had happened in the past 10 days. Including sleeping with several women and doing bad things. Also, everything he saw about Wang Jinlong. Even what happened last night is clear to me. This is the current ability of Su Yang's eyes. Su Yang noticed a key point. After Wang Jinlong suffered a defeat at his hands last night, he actually tried to acquire Wio Media. And because of his operations yesterday, the share price of Wio Media is now cheaper than before. This gave Wang Jinlong an opportunity. I was the one who indirectly tricked her. Su Yang thought to himself. Soon, he saw something that made him very unhappy. Wang Jinlong actually wanted to drug Yang Mange. He asked the man in sunglasses to get some medicine and arranged for it to be served at the subsequent dinner. As long as he acquired Wio Media, or even if he didn't, he could just suppress Yang Mange in the board meeting and let the people on the board ask him for help. For the sake of face, Yang Mange had to have a meal with him. When the time comes, he will put some drugs in Yang Mange's drink. When the drug took effect, Yang Mange, who had always been clean, fell into his hands. Court death. Su Yang clenched his fists. He despised such despicable means. Ah. I didn't say anything. I don't know anything. The man in sunglasses said fearfully, and Su Yang grabbed his throat. Where is Wang Jinlong's medicine? What medicine? The man in sunglasses hesitated, but Su Yang felt that he was being stupid, because he could obviously see it directly. The next moment, Su Yang pulled out a packet of medicine from the lining of the man in sunglasses suit. I can't give you this. The man in sunglasses tried to snatch it, but Su Yang stepped on his stomach and he couldn't get up. I want you to put this packet of medicine in Wang Jinlong's mouth, otherwise. Su Yang casually took out another pill from his pocket. Those were the vitamin pills his mother Zhang Ning gave him in the morning. Snap. He stuffed the pill directly into the man in sunglasses' mouth. The man in sunglasses was shaking with fear. What is this? Do you think you're the only ones who know how to use medicine? Su Yang smiled evilly. We rich people have more fun than you do. I asked my friend to bring this thing back from abroad. If you don't have an antidote in 3 hours, you will have to stay in the hospital for the rest of your life. This sentence frightened the man in sunglasses so much that he fell to his knees. Brother, I didn't offend you. But you offended Yang Mange and almost screwed me. If Yang Mange really went to Wang Jinlong for dinner because of Wio Media, then it might be related to Su Yang indirectly causing the collapse of Wio Media's stock price. In that case, wouldn't Su Yang be harming Yang Mange? After that, Su Yang said again, you don't have much time left, go. After saying that, Su Yang put his hands in his pockets and got into his Koenigsegg again. The man in sunglasses at the back chased after the car, and with trembling legs he watched the taillights of the Koenigsegg drive away. It's over, it's over. He looked at the medicine in his hand that Su Yang had dropped. This medicine was what Wang Jinlong asked him to give to Yang Mange. But now, in order to save his life, he had to cheat Wang Jinlong. At the same time. 10 minutes later, Su Yang arrived downstairs of Wio Media. As soon as I got downstairs, I saw a seductively dressed woman taking photos with reporters. Remember to take a nice picture of me, I want it to be the cover of the next issue. Don't worry, Sister Xue Min, you will definitely be able to defeat Yang Mange this time. Nonsense, I have a better future than her. I can be the star appointed by Boss Wang. She wanted to gain Wang Jinlong's favor at the cost of her body. Now with the resources in the entertainment industry, Xue Min's eyes became even sharper. Let your journalist friend write well. As soon as he finished speaking, Xue Min saw a Koenigsegg and his eyes turned green instantly. Isn't that Su Yang? Of course Xue Min knew Su Yang. She watched last night's live broadcast with gritted teeth. Especially when he saw that Su Yang spent 20 million to buy a theme park to please Yang Mange. Xue Min was so angry that her back teeth were almost broken. But in the end, seeing Su Yang dumping Yang Mange made Xue Min feel very happy again. This is normal. After all, not every woman can handle a man as rich and young as Su Yang. Please move aside. Xue Min sent the assistant away and hurried forward to greet Su Yang. Hello Mr. Su, can I take a photo with you? As he spoke, Xue Min shook the two great truths in front of his chest. Faced with this kind of flashy woman, Su Yang instinctively felt a little disgusted. If it were in the past, he might have taken a second look at her. After all, this woman was prettier than the internet celebrities. But since he met Yang Mange, Su Yang couldn't stand these women anymore. Compared with Yang Ming's natural beauty, these women have high-tech faces at first glance. No time. Su Yang said calmly, just about to pass by Xue Min. But Xue Min held his hand. Slow down, Mr. Su, you may not know who I am. I have many works. Next, I will also take on the second episode of A Date with a Big Star. I'm not interested. Su Yang's reaction was still cold. Refusing to take pictures or even say a few words. Su Yang went straight into the Wuyo Media elevator. A group of reporters saw this scene and smelled more interesting news, and started taking pictures of Xue Min. A female celebrity wanted to take a photo with an ordinary person but was rejected. Interesting, I wonder if tomorrow's gossip news comments will be very interesting. Isn't this person Su Yang? Xue Min's fans are very powerful. I think he will be cyberbullied. Who do you think you are when you refuse to take a photo with a female star? You deserve to be cyberbullied. Xue Min also had a gloomy face, and ordered the assistant beside him, this bastard actually put it up in front of me. Even Boss Wang doesn't dare to do this in front of me. Sister, what about us? Buy a notice and write him off for me. It just so happens that Su Yang and Yang Mange are very popular recently, so I can also take advantage of their popularity. As expected of my sister, I'll do it right away. The other side. Yang Mange got on the elevator and had no idea what was happening below, nor did he care. After getting out of the elevator, the second floor is Wuyo Media's reception department. Hello, who are you looking for? Yang Mange. While playing with his mobile phone, Su Yang opened the stock software. Those Wuyo Media shares I sold yesterday are still quite cheap now. Thinking that he still had more than 2 billion left to spend, Su Yang started ordering. In an instant, a huge number of buy orders poured into the Wuyo Media stock market. Our boss Yang is in a board meeting and is not available to see you right now. Do you have an appointment? The receptionist asked. Su Yang shook his head, then I'll go in directly. Wait, sir. The waiter stopped him immediately. You can't go in without an appointment. Boss Yang is in a meeting right now. Please wait. Who's in there? Su Yang asked again. No comment on that. Seeing that the reception was not good, Su Yang frowned. Do you believe that if I want to, I can soon become your boss? Su Yang's words were a bit sharp as he suddenly spoke. The waitress was stunned. What else is this person saying? Is he crazy? But when the waitress saw Su Yang's eyes, she actually felt that Su Yang's words were credible for a moment. It seems like the other party really has that ability. After all, he is not the first person who wants to acquire Wuyo Media today. Inside, is our boss Yang and boss Wang. Wang Jinlong. Yes. Okay, sit down and do your work. I'll come back to thank you later. Su Yang patted the receptionist's shoulder and walked straight to the meeting room. In the meeting room for this matter, the situation is tense. A group of major shareholders of Wuyo Media all gathered here. Yang Mange was sitting in the chairman's seat with a worried look on his face. Sitting opposite her was Wang Jinlong. How about it, boss Yang, have you made up your mind? My conditions are very sincere. Wang Jinlong said with a smile. He had just given this group of people an offer. We will buy the shares of everyone present at a price 5% lower than the current market value. Then, his shareholding will exceed Yang Mange and he will become the largest shareholder of Wuyo Media. Of course, Wuyo Media's stock price will soar because of this money, and it may even survive the current economic crisis. But, this is obviously an attempt to take advantage of Wuyo Media's troubles and make a killing. Boss Wang, there's no need to talk about this. I won't agree to it. Yang Mange said coldly. Directly rejected Wang Jinlong's proposal. But Wang Jinlong was not angry at all. Instead, he looked at other people. I think you, boss Yang, are the only one who thinks this way. Others don't think so. Shareholders, what do you think? Wang Jinlong reminded again, don't blame me for not telling you. Wuyo Media is facing internal and external troubles. If there is no large amount of capital coming in, when the company is really shut down, I think the current stock price will fall sharply. By then, the share's in your hands. He raised the corner of his mouth and glanced at the whole audience, but it's even less valuable. You don't want to be buried with Boss Yang, do you? After hearing the last sentence, a shareholder immediately stood up. I agree. It was a middle-aged man who came to Wang Jinlong with a flattering face and took the initiative to shake hands. Then my shares will be handed over to Boss Wang. This person has been with Wuyo Media all the way since its inception. Yang Ming's bright eyes frowned. I didn't expect that such a veteran shareholder would betray me at the first opportunity. Everyone, please believe me. I have the ability to solve the problems facing Wuyo Media. I don't need to rely on anyone else. Yang Ming said immediately. But few shareholders believed her words. Boss Yang, I heard that you withdrew from that new variety show. That variety show is very popular. If you hadn't quit, we would be willing to believe you. The shareholder's words stunned Yang Ming. Indeed, with that, I can turn the situation around. But she didn't want to use Su Yang anymore, especially last night. She couldn't sleep all night because of what Su Yang said before he left. I have already made up my mind about this matter. I will not continue filming that variety show. Yang Ming could only tell the truth. Wang Jinlong raised his lips and said, Don't worry, Boss Yang won't shoot it. Xue Min under my company has already negotiated with the production team of the Big Stars program. She will shoot the second episode. Every word Wang Jinlong spoke was like a knife stabbing into Yang Ming's heart. This knife cut off the last bit of trust from other shareholders present. Now that they have lost their only chance to turn the situation around, what are they waiting for? Wuyo Media then fell into a slump and never recovered. I also agree to sell my shares, Boss Wang. Thank you in advance. My shares are relatively small, I hope Boss Wang doesn't mind. Please add me, Boss Yang. I'm sorry, but I have a family to support as well. Seeing all the shareholders agree, Yang Ming's beautiful face was filled with joy. Wang Jinlong thought it was almost done. In order to start his own business and get Wuyo Media on track as soon as possible, Yang Ming also invested a lot of shares. All in all, she only holds about 10% of the shares. The shares given to him by the people present now already exceed this number. Okay, once the contract takes effect, I will take over Boss Yang's position as chairman. Wang Jinlong did not hide his smile and at the same time, glanced at Yang Ming's figure. Yang Ming is still dressed conservatively today, wearing a simple sweater, but because of Yang Ming's temperament and figure, the sweater looks textured. Elegant yet sexy. Sure enough, this woman is a natural beauty. Wang Jinlong licked his lips and said, Boss Yang, how about having a meal with me? If you are willing, you can still sit in the position of chairman. Wang Jinlong stretched out his hand and waited for Yang Ming to nod. This woman was very arrogant last night, and she even dared to reject her with the help of a nobody. Now, Su Yang was being dragged by his men. In addition, the people around Yang Ming betrayed her one after another, leaving her isolated and helpless. Just waiting for me to reach out and give her a way out. Wang Jinlong has tried this method many times and it has always worked. No matter how proud a woman is, she will succumb to this trick. After all, no one is willing to risk their career. No. But unexpectedly, Yang Ming's attitude was exactly the same as yesterday. Did I hear you right? Wang Jinlong frowned. Was Yang Ming's temper even tougher than he imagined? Boss Yang, you'd better think it over carefully. This is my last sincerity. If you don't agree, Wuyo Media will no longer belong to you starting tomorrow. I still have 10% of Wuyo Media's shares. As long as I continue to acquire shares, I don't think it will be easy for you to surpass me. Yang Ming said firmly. Wang Jinlong finally understood what he heard. Interesting, interesting. You want to use your own money to buy shares outside. This woman is indeed very stubborn and has a tough temper. She even used her wealth to protect her position as chairman. But, Boss Yang, think it through. If you can acquire it, so can I. If we compare money, I, Wang Jinlong, am not afraid of you. Yang Ming's face looked strong. But at this moment he knew in his heart that he could not defeat Wang Jinlong. If these shareholders had a little backbone, she might be more confident. But now, it seemed that everyone in the entire conference room was on Wang Jinlong's side. And here, she was the only one. Well, since Boss Yang is stubborn, I will call a meeting of the board of directors tomorrow and ask you to step down. Wang Jinlong said in a cold voice, and just as he stood up, the door of the conference room was suddenly kicked open. A man with his hands in his pockets stood directly at the door. Everyone looked at him and was shocked. Who are you? Didn't you see we were in a meeting? All the employees went out. Only Wang Jinlong narrowed his eyes slightly. Su Yang. At this moment, Su Yang ignored everyone and walked straight to Yang Mange. Su Yang. Yang Mange was feeling mixed emotions. She didn't expect that Su Yang would appear here. Just a moment ago, Yang Mange suddenly felt that his savior had come. But when she thought of Su Yang's determination last night, Yang Mange's heart sank again. I'm here to do something. Su Yang spoke slowly, withdrew his gaze from Yang Mange and looked at Wang Jinlong. This bastard wanted to deal with him and Yang Mange, which meant he had provoked him. After saying that, Su Yang took out his cell phone. Shown above are the shares of Wuyo Media that one holds. 15%. Just now, Su Yang has purchased unlimited shares of Wuyo Media at an uncapped price. A large number of shares poured into his hands. Although it also caused Wuyo Media's stock price to soar, Su Yang's shares directly exceeded everyone else's. This price is a huge loss for others. But for Su Yang, he didn't care at all. Because what he wants now is to spend money. Spend all the more than 2 billion. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and receiving a reward of 10 billion. Byte. With the system's successful judgment, 10 billion yuan was directly added to Su Yang's deposit account. Cool. Su Yang smiled faintly. If he had known this method earlier, he would have bought it directly yesterday. But it's the same now. Is this true or false? Many shareholders saw this scene and took out their mobile phones to check. Sure enough, Wuyo Media's stock price soared to the daily limit. If there was no daily limit, it might have gone straight up. And in the trading records, they also saw a large number of purchase orders from Su Yang. You don't have to do this. Yang Mange said with a look of heartache on her face. She knew the difficulty of this matter and that Su Yang would lose a lot of money. Su Yang is doing this now, obviously to help Wuyo Media overcome the crisis. It is indeed because of this move that more other retail investors have placed orders for Wuyo Media, and the entire stock price has taken off. But this would make Yang Mange feel even more that she owed Su Yang. I just have nothing to do. Su Yang smiled. Are you free? Okay, now let's get down to business. Su Yang looked at everyone. I believe you are not fools and you know what the shares I hold mean. Su Yang's words made the shareholders present feel embarrassed. Could this be Mr. Su? A shareholder recognized Su Yang. Mr. Su, it's really Mr. Su. The whole internet is looking for you now. The other shareholders were confused, and after someone explained it to them, they realized that the young man in front of them was the #1 trending search topic. The blind date partner that the whole internet is looking for. But what they didn't expect was that such a person would actually appear here and acquire their company. Su Yang, what do you mean? Wang Jinlong put down his phone. He had just seen the stock price of Wuyo Media. Although calculated this way, the shares I had previously acquired have also increased in value by a lot. But now, Su Yang slapped him in the face. It's not just Wang Jinlong. The shareholders who had just betrayed Yang Mange and sold their shares to Wang Jinlong at the last minute, all had looks on their faces as if their parents had died. It was as ugly as it could be. As soon as they are sold out, the price goes up. What a sin this is. Wang Jinlong, it's all your fault. Damn it, are you in cahoots with Su Yang? Are you trying to screw us? Wang Jinlong's face was gloomy. Shut up, you guys sold it voluntarily, it has nothing to do with me. I'm selling it now. He stared at Su Yang and said, you will lose a lot. But Su Yang just smiled faintly and took out his cell phone. Throw. I'll catch as much as you throw. You. Wang Jinlong didn't believe it and directly sold stocks worth 500 million yuan. But unexpectedly, as soon as the stock was released, it was sold out. This. He stared at Su Yang with wide eyes. Damn it. Who is this guy? How can he be so rich? He sold off all the stocks he had. I don't believe it. But Su Yang remained calm and continued ordering. Because he had just received a new task from the system. Spend 10 billion and get a reward of 100 billion. Alas, this evil task makes me feel helpless. Su Yang spoke as if it cost nothing, casually clicking to buy stocks. Hundreds of millions are invested, and they don't treat money as money at all. This scene directly scared everyone present. Crazy. Crazy. Calm down, a huge Buddha has arrived. He is a Buddha of a completely different level from Wang Jinlong. Boss Yang, you invited this Buddha statue, right? You are so polite. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you have such a friend? Those shareholders who sold their shares also wailed in pain when they saw the rising stock price of Wio Media. Yes. Why didn't you say so earlier? Boss Yang, I'm a founding hero, and you actually framed me. Yang Mange patted the table and said, okay, everyone who has nothing to do with it please leave. As he was talking, a group of security guards rushed in and directly sent out all those who no longer had shares. Wang Jinlong's old face turned red. Until he sold all his last stocks, although he made 100 million yuan, he no longer had any shares of Wio Media. Okay, you can go now. Su Yang spoke lightly and sat down. Seeing the courage of the new boss, other shareholders began to point their fingers at Wang Jinlong. Boss Wang, our general manager Su has spoken. Please leave. Don't ask us to chase them away, Boss Wang. People should still have some dignity. Wang Jinlong's old face twitched, and he said awkwardly, a bunch of idiots, did I lose money? It was this kid who lost money, and I made 100 million. But even so, Wang Jinlong knew that losing face was far more valuable than the 100 million. He was provoked by Su Yang and Yang Mange yesterday, saying that he could not come up with the 1 billion yuan. So much so that Wang Jinlong cashed out all of his company shares today and raised 2 billion. It is just to swallow up Wio Media today. Then he used the funds from Wio Media to buy back his own company. Although there are risks in doing this, no one will be able to find out as long as he doesn't tell anyone. Only now, the plan to acquire Wio Media has failed. After saying that, he stared at Su Yang and said, good boy, just wait and see. Wang Jinlong left in a rage, and Yang Mange finally breathed a sigh of relief. Today's crisis is finally resolved. The next step is to use the resources that Su Yang has sent to stabilize the situation of Wio Media. But all this is thanks to Su Yang. Thanks. Yang Mange stood up and bowed to Su Yang. Although Yang Mange was dressed very conservatively, her already proud figure looked even more impressive when she bowed. And I'm sorry about yesterday. Yang Mange said with her lips pursed. Just after Wang Jinlong left, the system's voice sounded again in Su Yang's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, protecting Yang Mange, and receiving a 10-year lifespan reward. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, protecting Yang Mange, and obtaining ownership of the 3,000 square meters of land on East Street. Ah, there are quite a few rewards. If I do a few more good deeds, I will probably live to be 100 years old. Su Yang thought about it, and when he saw this usually cold woman in front of him being so polite to him, he sighed in his heart. A question for you. Good. No, there's no camera here, right? Su Yang was already scared by that thing. After all, female stars may look two different things in front of the camera and behind the camera. Of course not. Yang Mange immediately said that she was also frightened by that incident. If Su Yang found out that she was taking photos of him again, she was sure that Su Yang would not want to care about her anymore. But Yang Mange suddenly realized that she actually valued Su Yang's ideas so much. In the past, she didn't care about what anyone thought. Who cares whether they live or die? In Yang Mange's eyes in the past, career was her first priority. That's fine. What I want to ask you is whether what you said yesterday was true or false. Su Yang spoke lightly. Yang Mange was confused. What are you talking about? If you were my girlfriend. Hearing this, a blush suddenly flashed across Yang Mange's icy beautiful face. She really wanted to say that was just the basic setting of a dating show. But he couldn't say this because Yang Mange found that it was not just a show effect. I have no idea. Yang Mange lowered her head, trying to avoid Su Yang's gaze. But it's not all fake. I've never done a romantic scene before, so I won't pretend to be in a relationship with someone. Yang Mange explained again, adding, and the one yesterday was my first kiss. Su Yang raised his eyebrows, but before he could say anything, Yang Mange suddenly plucked up the courage to look at him. What about you? Yes, were you real or fake yesterday? I don't know either. Su Yang put his hands in his pockets and said, since you don't want to say it, then I won't say it either. Hearing this, Yang Mange's bright eyes showed some loneliness. Su Yang noticed this and was too lazy to bully Yang Mange anymore. Matters of the heart are inherently difficult to discuss, and he didn't want to force Yang Mange anymore. Okay, I helped you a lot, you should know what to do next time, right? Su Yang said again. There was a hint in the words. Yang Mange nodded and said, I understand. From now on, you will be the chairman of Wuyo Media. You should take care of this place yourself. Su Yang smiled awkwardly. He had Century Company to take care of which he had no time to manage. If I continue to manage Wuyo Media, I will be extremely busy. Then where does he find the time to spend money? I mean. Su Yang was about to speak when he glanced at the other people in the meeting room. They are all a group of shareholders waiting to see gossip. You guys go out first. After Su Yang spoke, the shareholders stopped gossiping and could only leave the meeting room quietly. Before leaving, some people shook their heads with emotion. Young people nowadays are really having fun and even want to do it in the office. Unexpectedly, even Chairman Yang fell. This is the power of money. It seems that Chairman Yang did not accept any men in the past because they were not strong enough. Well, they're all gone. Yang Mange whispered, reminding Su Yang to continue. Su Yang did not hide it, you can handle Wuyo Media by yourself. What I mean is that you should accompany me to a place later. Where? You'll find out when you go there. I won't sell you out. Su Yang smiled faintly, pulled Yang Mange and left Wuyo Media directly. The scene of these two people leaving was seen by all the employees. They even saw Su Yang holding Yang Mange's hand. What did I see? CEO. The CEO is being led by a man. No way, is the president in love? How come I don't know? Are those paparazzi really that they don't know about such a big piece of gossip? That person looks so familiar, it seems to be Su Yang. Soon, the news spread from Wuyo Media. Su Yang didn't have time to pay attention to what was happening on the internet, and he had already gotten into the Koenigsegg with Yang Mange. The vehicle started and the two men came to Antique Street. Is this the place? Yes, it's my grandfather's birthday in 2 days, and I want to buy him a gift. Su Yang originally planned to spend money directly to buy some great antiques. But think about it, I now have the ability of Wisdom Eye, which can see the years for dead things and the past 10 days for living people. He wanted to try out the effect of this cheating ability. The most enjoyable way to see the age of dead objects is of course to appraise them. Let's go. The two men got out of the car, and Su Yang thought about Wang Jinlong's assistant again. He thought it was time for that guy to take action. Before leaving, he specifically instructed the assistant to wait for Wang Jinlong to take the medicine and then take a video and send it to him. Su Yang was waiting for Wang Jinlong to make a fool of himself. There will be something interesting to watch soon, let's make it quick and decisive. Good show. You'll find out soon. Su Yang kept the secret and came to a jade shop. Gambling on stones. This is the place that tests your eyesight the most. I just use this to test my eyesight. As soon as the two men walked into the store, they heard a group of people making a fuss at the gambling stone scene. Another one is ruined. This is the 10th one, right? The eldest daughter of the Bai family is really a spendthrift. The Bai family has plenty of money. It doesn't matter if 10 pieces of raw materials are wasted. We can just watch the fun. In the crowd, a hot young woman wearing a haute couture dress was drinking tea while being served by her subordinates. Her eyes were fixed on the cutting machine in front of her. When the woman saw that her raw material was wasted again and no jade was produced, she frowned and smashed the teacup in her hand directly to the ground. Waste. Staring at the stone that had been cut, with only a little bit of green jadeite at the corners, Bai Xinhui raised her hand. Throw it away. Yes, miss. Soon, the 10th stone was also taken out and thrown away. The others gasped at this wasteful act. This is the heritage of the 4 great families. Even though there isn't much jade, it can still be sold for tens of thousands of dollars. Tens of thousands of dollars, thrown on the ground, Bai Xinhui won't pick it up, do you believe it? The 4 great families of Songqing are not famous for nothing. But if they do this, they will lose all their wealth sooner or later. She's not going to open the 11th piece, is she? What on earth is she planning to do? Bai Xinhui came to the place where she was looking for raw stones again. Looking at the pieces of raw stones with only a little jade showing, Bai Xinhui weighed them carefully. Miss, how about we just buy ready-made jadeite? The assistant next to her saw Bai Xinhui wasting money and couldn't help but persuade her. But before she could say anything, a slap landed directly on her face. Bang. Bai Xinhui said with cold eyes, do I need you to teach me how to do things? My dad likes jadeite cut from raw stones. What's the point of buying ready-made ones? Today, I must open the Imperial Green to let my dad know that I can also stand on my own. Bai Xinhui refused to give up and continued searching. The manager of the jade shop in front of him felt a chill in his heart when he saw this scene. This is a master who cannot be provoked. Although he had cheated her out of a lot of money today, he still had to be careful. Bai Xinhui might get upset and set fire to his store someday. Given the status of the Bai family, he didn't dare to say a word. Miss Bai, this one is also good. And this one. This has a high probability of producing jadeite that is worth a loss. The store manager introduced sincerely. If Bai Xinhui still can't come out next, he will probably be in trouble. But Bai Xinhui just glared at him. I can't see for myself, why do I need you to tell me? Sorry. Soon, Bai Xinhui's eyes fell on one of the raw stones. But before she could say anything, the rough stone was picked up by a hand. Su Yang looked at the raw stone in his hand. His wisdom eye had just opened and he could see clearly the inside of the raw stone. There's a ton of green inside this one, so it's sure to produce something nice. I never thought that my eyes are so useful now. Not only can I tell the age, but I can also see the inside of dead objects. Boss, this is it. Su Yang said, but just as he opened his mouth, he saw Bai Xinhui also said coldly, I want this. Immediately, Su Yang frowned and glanced at the woman walking next to him. I took it first. So what? I, Bai Xinhui, have never failed to get what I like. After saying that, Bai Xinhui stretched out her hand and prepared to snatch the raw stone from Su Yang's hand. Su Yang quickly dodged the other person and said to the boss again, pay the bill and open the stone. The boss was terrified. How come this was snatched up? There are stones all over the ground. Is it necessary to rush to pick one of them? Young man, why don't you give it to Miss Bai? I'll pick another one for you. Su Yang's face darkened. Why, are you afraid I can't afford it? After that, Su Yang took out the card and said, open the order, right away. Ah, this. The boss originally wanted to do Bai Xinhui a favor, but he didn't expect this guy to be so stubborn. At this time, Bai Xinhui was also angry, and the assistant beside her approached Su Yang. Su Yang remained alert, and Yang Mange also frowned, are you looking for someone? She also didn't expect that Su Yang just came here to buy a stone, so why would someone come to provoke him? Stand back. Bai Xinhui said coldly, and the assistant stopped. Boy, which family are you from? Bai Xinhui asked, anyone who dared not to give her face must be at least one of the 4 major families. What's it to you? But Su Yang didn't give him any face, and turned to the boss and said, I like it and you won't sell it. Believe it or not, I will burn down your store. Hearing this, the boss felt terrible. This is hell today. The eldest daughter of the Bai family just arrived. How come there is another tough guy now? Sell, sell, sell. The boss was about to swipe Su Yang's card, but Bai Xinhui saw the price of the raw stone. 100,000. I'll give you 300,000. I want this stone. After hearing Bai Xinhui's words, the boss stopped what he was doing again. Ah, why did he send him money again? Then why not give this stone to Bai? I'll give you 50. Su Yang said calmly, we are not short of money. Upon hearing this, Bai Xinhui's face turned ugly on the spot. What do you mean? You are a grown man, why do you care about a woman? What do you mean? You are a grown woman, why are you arguing with a man? You. Bai Xinhui was so angry. It seemed that this boy was not ordinary people and could easily come up with 500,000 yuan. It's not that she doesn't have 500,000, she just doesn't want to be a fool. This kind of raw stone with extremely high risks will most likely not produce large areas of jade. For 500,000, she might as well buy 7 or 8 more pieces to cut. Because of this, Bai Xinhui hesitated. Seeing this, the boss stared at Su Yang as if he had been taken advantage of. Then it's 500,000, sir. Swipe the card right away. He was afraid that Su Yang would go back on his word. Yang Mange also gently pulled Su Yang's clothes. 500,000 is too expensive. It's not expensive. You'll know later. Su Yang just raised the corner of his mouth and swiped the card. With a ding sound. The boss couldn't stop smiling because the money had arrived. Thank you. Of course Su Yang knew what the boss was thinking. It was just a small profit, he didn't care. Soon, Su Yang threw the stone to the boss again. What are you doing? Stone cutting on site. At this time, many people had already gathered around, all of whom were attracted by the argument between Bai Xinhui and Su Yang. Does this kid know that 9 out of 10 times he loses when gambling? He has already suppressed Bai Xinhui's reputation, and now he has to cut the stone on the spot. If he cuts out garbage, wouldn't that be a slap in his face? Haha, 500,000 for a piece of stone that is likely to be scrapped. Who knows, maybe one of the prodigal sons from the 4 major families is here again. The boss is also hesitating. Why, we can't open here. Hearing Su Yang's question, the boss came back to his senses and said, no, open it. Soon, the rough stone was sent to the cutting machine. Bai Xinhui couldn't help but taunt Su Yang, you are new here, right? Do you know that I had already opened 10 stones before you came? So what? How's it going? Every piece is garbage, I just threw it away. Bai Xinhui said proudly. It seems to imply that Su Yang's stone is also garbage. But Su Yang just smiled and said, what you get is garbage, but what I get may not be. Oh. It seems you are very confident. Bai Xinhui raised the corner of her mouth, do you want to make a bet? What's the bet? Su Yang sighed inwardly, wondering why this stupid woman came here to seek death. You spent 500,000 on the raw stone, so you have to bet at least 1 million. I bet the jade you found is not enough to make a bracelet. Hearing this, everyone in the audience began to breathe faster. Forget about gambling on stones, but why are there people gambling on money today? It's exciting. Is this the game played by descendants of a big family? I think that boy probably doesn't dare to agree. After all, not everyone can compare with Bai Xinhui. Seeing this, many people have secretly taken out their mobile phones to shoot videos, fearing that they will miss the show. It's boring. Su Yang shrugged and did not reject Bai Xinhui's proposal. Seeing this, Yang Mange breathed a sigh of relief for Su Yang. After all, gambling on stones is very risky in itself, and Bai Xinhui was obviously trying to trick Su Yang by provoking him. Are you scared? Bai Xinhui sneered, TSK, it seems like it's nothing great. I mean, it's boring. Is 1 million a lot? Su Yang said with a cold face, how about this, I'll bet a bigger amount with you. How do you bet? Bai Xinhui was also very interested. She didn't expect that this boy was so brave. She suddenly found something more interesting than gambling on stones. Let's bet 100 million. Su Yang crossed his arms and said as he looked at the machine that had been put into the cutting machine and would produce results at any time. 100 million. How can your broken stone be worth 100 million, no matter what you get out of it? Bai Xinhui was not frightened by Su Yang's action. But soon, Su Yang said again, then let's put it this way. If I get an ordinary jade, no matter how big it is, I will lose. But if I can see the imperial green, then I will win. How about that? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the audience felt their scalps go numb. Is this kid crazy? Imperial green, does he know what imperial green is? There is no guarantee that one piece of imperial green will appear even after thousands of pieces of rough stone. Is he a fool? I've never seen him before. I think he's a novice in gambling on gemstones. It looks like he's going to have to pay for his lesson today. Bai Xinhui's face turned ugly. Now more and more people are looking at her. And Su Yang has already offered such unequal conditions. If she refused now, she would bring shame to the Bai family. Then this matter will definitely reach her father's ears. Okay, if you want to give me money, I don't mind. Bai Xinhui nodded firmly, I'll bet 100 million with you. Su Yang smiled slightly and looked at the others, you have heard it too, so let's get started. This scene made everyone present dare not breathe deeply. Because the cutting machine had started running, the sound of the raw stone being cut echoed throughout the venue, but Su Yang's face remained calm. Yang Mange broke out in a cold sweat for him. This guy really never treats money as money. Is he really a college student? No wonder Su Yang dared to challenge Wang Jinlong. Now it seems that Su Yang can bet 100 million yuan with anyone. His financial strength is even more exaggerated than that of Wang Jinlong. Soon, the cutting machine stopped. Bai Xinhui and others stared intently. Until the cutting machine was opened, revealing the raw stone inside. White. Ha ha ha, why is it white? It's useless. What I cut out is garbage. This guy was in big trouble today. Not only did he lose 500,000 yuan on a piece of junk, but he also gave Bai Xinhui 100 million yuan for nothing. He won't default on his debt, will he? Defending against the Bai family? Does he want to give up all 3 legs? Bai Xinhui had a smug smile on her face at this moment. How about it, do you want to transfer money or pay in cash? Su Yang touched his head. Something was wrong. Why didn't he cut any important parts? Are these people cutting randomly? I'm going to make another cut, from here. Su Yang said again. Everyone present thought he was just being stubborn. It's impossible to cut a stone this small. Yeah, it's all gone after the first cut. If you cut it again, it's probably worth a few $1,000s now, but it will soon be worth a few hundred. I think you should quit while you're ahead. At least you can get a few $100s back. But Su Yang ordered the boss, why, is there a rule that says we can't make a second cut? No. After the store manager finished speaking, he looked at Bai Xinhui again, indicating what the other party meant. Let him cut until he dies. Hearing this, the store manager clapped his hands and said, okay, start cutting. The cutting machine started running again. Yang Mange was worried that Su Yang didn't have enough money, so he whispered, do you want me to raise money first? Didn't you spend a lot of cash on stocks today? No, the more I spend, the more I earn. Su Yang said truthfully, and this sentence made Yang Mange's face twitch. The more you spend, the more you earn. How can there be such a good thing? Bai Xinhui also heard this and said with a smile, let's see if you are still small later. After the second cut, there is nothing left to cut on this stone. Don't worry, this one blow is enough. Su Yang spoke calmly and reminded, you can prepare the cash. After all, you may not be able to take out 100 million in cash directly. TSK, you are just being stubborn. You men are stubborn in every way except your mouth. Bai Xinhui said with disdain, and soon, the result of the second question came out. But this time, everyone who was originally waiting for Su Yang to make a fool of himself. All were speechless for a moment. A piece of pure green jade appeared in the cutting machine. This, imperial green. It's really imperial green. This is the real Imperial Green, guaranteed to be genuine. My God, what luck this kid has. I've made a fortune. The half piece just now was worth nothing, but now this piece of Imperial Green is worth at least 50 million. The whole audience was boiling. The jade shop owner's face was extremely green. I just sold this piece of Imperial Green for 500,000. I deserve to die. The boss even wants to slap himself in the face now. No wonder Su Yang was so confident in buying it at the beginning. It turned out that he saw that there was Imperial Green in it. This kid has a very sharp eye. But the only one with an even uglier expression than the boss was Bai Xinhui. This. How is it possible? She doesn't understand. I bet $10 and got nothing. But as soon as this guy arrived, he opened the Imperial Green stone, and she also liked this stone. But Bai Xinhui didn't think there was Imperial Green in it. She just chose it based on her feeling. Now that she thinks about it, her feeling was right, but she was snatched away by Su Yang. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I would be the one driving the Imperial Green. Bai Xinhui seemed a little depressed, with a look of dissatisfaction on her face. But what greeted her was Su Yang's faint smile. Now it's my turn to ask you, 100 million, do you want to transfer or pay in cash? Bai Xinhui was stunned on the spot. After all, she was the one who took the initiative to gamble, and now she was also the loser. I don't have that much money now, I'll give it to you later. After saying that, Bai Xinhui turned around and wanted to leave, but was stopped by Su Yang on the spot. Why, you don't want to default on your debt, do you? What are you refusing to pay? Do you know that gambling is against the law? Don't you have any common sense? Su Yang smiled, aren't you the one who wants to gamble? Bai Xinhui changed her confident look and said, so what? Putting aside the facts, are you men not wrong? That's right, shouldn't you men be more generous? Our lady is of noble status, and no matter how many people want to curry favor with her, they have no chance. Bai Xinhui's servants grumbled. In her opinion, it was only right for Su Yang to give up the bet and please his eldest lady. Who in Songqing dares not to give face to the Bai family? Don't talk to this little man anymore, let's go. Bai Xinhui was unwilling to hand over the 100 million bet on the spot and wanted to take the opportunity to leave. Su Yang's ears hurt. Miss Bai, you don't want to default on your debt, do you? Bai Xinhui was so angry that her face turned green. Who said I was a defaulter? Then you give me money. Everyone around witnessed her and Su Yang gambling on stones. If Bai Xinhui really denied it, she would definitely be laughed at by these people, and the elders in her family would also punish her for damaging the family's reputation. I told you before, I don't have that much money right now, so I'll just owe you the money for now, that's all. After saying this, she was about to leave with her servants. Su Yang smiled and stopped her again. You are worth 100 million just by talking. You can leave if you want, but you have to write an IOU first. You are a grown man, why are you arguing with a woman? Bai Xinhui was so angry that her chest heaved. The man in front of her refused to respond, even if she mentioned her identity. The eldest daughter of the Bai family, one of the 4 major families in Songhai, was blocked here and lost all her face. Bai Xinhui gritted her teeth and asked the jade shop manager to quickly bring paper and pen. They all wrote the IOU and pressed the red finger mark. Mr. Su, we'll see what happens. Bai Xinhui snorted coldly and hurried away with her servants. Su Yang didn't take the hidden threat in her words seriously. He looked at the date on the IOU carefully and saw that the deadline was 3 days and the signature was correct. With the fingerprints, he was not afraid that Bai Xinhui would deny the debt. Yang Mange, who was standing next to her, murmured in her heart that Su Yang didn't even blink an eye when she generously spent more than 2 billion. Now, he takes the 100 million bet so seriously. Su Yang, you are very clear about gratitude and resentment. Yang Mange said with a smile. Su Yang raised his eyebrows. Of course, if someone respects me 1 foot, I will respect him 10 feet. If someone bullies me 1 foot, I will bully him 10 feet. Yang Mange was silent. She is also a person who can clearly distinguish between gratitude and resentment. Therefore, Wuyo Media owes Su Yang so much favor, but doesn't know how to repay it. Su Yang glanced at all the jade in the store, and the rest were just ordinary goods. Now that he is worth tens of billions, he is not interested in spending time selecting and cutting jades one by one. Forget it, let's go somewhere else. Su Yang said casually, pulling the absent-minded Yang Mange away. Seeing the two leave, the manager breathed a sigh of relief, finally seeing off those big Buddhas. I was really afraid that they would cause trouble and burn down the jade shop. Su Yang, you have to be careful of the Bai family. Their elders have always been overbearing and protective, so. The wealth and power of the four major families in Songhai are definitely not something that ordinary people dare to provoke. Su Yang was not worried at all, instead he changed the subject and said, "It's too polite to call you Su Yang, you are my girlfriend, just call me Brother Yang." "Who is your girlfriend?" Yang Mange turned her head away as her heart beat faster. The two of them walked and talked, especially Yang Mange, who looked shy and blushing, like a little woman in love. This scene was secretly photographed by passers-by and paparazzi and posted on major websites. In less than a minute, multiple apps including news headlines and Douyu were filled with videos about Su Yang and Yang Mange. The number of viewers instantly reached millions, and the traffic was terrifying. Did Su Yang and Yang Mange finally get together? It seems that dating shows are still useful. I believe in love again. I envy you, Su Yang and this couple, I'm obsessed with them. Since the live broadcast of the first episode of A Date with the Big Stars was good and real, many people now hope that Su Yang and Yang Mange will get together. The feeling of going from strangers to acquaintance, understanding each other, and finally falling in love is more romantic and touching than a fairy tale. Of course, there are also some people who deliberately create online conflicts. For example, at this moment, Mu Shuman was going crazy with anger. She opened the file, edited it, added her own carefully edited photos and posted them on various platforms. The title is Su Yang is a perverted scumbag. After getting his girlfriend pregnant, he started to have affairs with other women outside. The story of Mu Shuman is edited in the article. Hello everyone, I am Mu Shuman, Su Yang's senior and official girlfriend. When we were in love, he always brought me breakfast, sheltered me from the wind and rain, and took good care of me. But after Su Yang found out that I was pregnant, he abandoned me for various reasons, so he went to the blind date show to find a new woman. I have to admit that his current girlfriend, Yang Mange, is pretty, rich, a strong woman in her career, and slightly better than me in every aspect. However, I am still looking at Su Yang, so I hope everyone can help me judge and persuade those vixens to return Su Yang to me. Signed by, Mu Shuman, sincerely. Below the text, there are photos attached by Mu Shuman. Those photos were taken in the past as a documentary about Su Yang's crazy pursuit of her, when he brought her breakfast, brown sugar water, an umbrella, etc. At that time, Mu Shuman just took a photo casually and sent it to other rich second generations, implying that she had countless suitors. Unexpectedly, it would come in handy now. Mu Shuman was very proud. I am really smart and my essay is very well written. It was as if she had really loved Su Yang once. Those keyboard warriors who did not know the truth found no traces of PS after reading Mu Shuman's texts and photos. As a result, many people left messages under Mu Shuman's video, threatening to seek justice for her. Fuck, I thought Su Yang was a rich and romantic man, but he turned out to be a scumbag. Su Yang cheated on his ex-girlfriend and ignored her pregnancy. Isn't this too irresponsible? Humph, it turns out that all men are the same, playing both sides. Now his boat has capsized. Let's see how he ends up. Ms. Mu, if what you said is true, we will definitely help you teach Su Yang a lesson. In just a few minutes, the comments section exploded, with both men and women complaining about Su Yang being a scumbag. Mu Shuman hummed a little tune and imagined in her mind the scene of Su Yang begging her to reconcile. In response to questions from online keyboard warriors, she always replies, "It's absolutely true." The other side. Shengshi Media. Xue Min had just vented his anger on Wang Jinlong and walked out staggering. This dead pig, he doesn't have any feelings at all. When will I become famous? Soon, the assistant sent a message. Sister, check out the trending searches. Su Yang's reputation has collapsed. Should we also give him a helping hand? Xue Min opened her phone. The corners of his mouth curled up and he jumped up with excitement. Ha ha ha, you've only been popular for one day and your reputation has already collapsed. You're amazing. However, your popularity cannot be wasted. Having said that, Xuemin also followed suit and posted his short essay on major online platforms. I wanted to take a photo with Su Yang today, but he rejected me. Am I not pretty anymore? Below is a carefully edited selfie. Although Xuemin used technology to reshape her face and figure, she is still a female star. He rose to fame by selling meat and is quite popular. Her wave of following the trend has caused even more heated discussions on the internet. This Su Yang is too pretentious, the beautiful Xuemin politely invited him to take a photo, but he still yelled at her and rejected her. That's right, he doesn't have any gentlemanly manners at all. It's a pity that he has such a good-looking face, but it's wasted. Su Yang is rich, so he is naturally arrogant. I heard that Mushuman next door didn't want her anymore after he got her pregnant. Let's wait for an honest man to take over. The wind direction changes unpredictably. Yesterday, everyone was envious and jealous of Su Yang and Yang Mange for their good looks. Now one wave of trouble has not yet subsided when another wave of trouble arises. Everyone is skeptical about Su Yang's personality and starts to curse him. Xuemin smiled and added Mushuman as her friend in private. The two women had their own ulterior motives and were preparing to further attack Su Yang. From beginning to end, Su Yang had no idea about the ever-changing online platform. At this moment, he was bringing Yang Mange to the antique street. Among these, there are antiques from the Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties, as well as stamp collections from the last century and so on. Real and fake, fake and real, the major stores are filled with a wide variety of goods. Wanbaocai. In front of the ancient pavilion, there is a golden sign hanging on the door plaque, and looking at the red pillars with many holes, it can be seen that this shop has been passed down for a long time. Su Yang had no money before, so naturally he would not get involved in this area. Now, in order to prepare a gift for his grandfather's 70th birthday, he had to come to the antique street to hunt for curiosities. Wanbaocai was bustling with people, and customers were coming in and out in an endless stream. Su Yang pulled Yang Mange in, and a strong scent of ink wafted over. On the walls of the inner room of Wanbaocai are hung works of great calligraphers and painters from various dynasties. Some people who come here to choose antiques hope to make a fortune by picking up bargains, while others just want to buy some genuine items to display at home. Boss, how much is this painting of rock spreading its wings? Just name a price and I'll take it away. There was a white-haired old man bargaining with someone in front of a painting. The boss wore small round glasses, his eyes squinted and his smile was so wide that you couldn't see the gaps between his eyes. He stroked his mustache and introduced himself with a smile. Old sir, this painting is a famous work by Tang Bohu and is worth a lot. The boss deliberately diverted the old man's attention so that he no longer looked at the painting seriously but instead discussed the price. The old man glared at me with his beard and cursed, "What? Are you looking down on me?" The old man waved his hand, and the bodyguard in a suit behind him handed him a suitcase. When he opened it, it was full of red banknotes. Judging from the appearance, there is at least 3 million in cash. The people around were in an uproar, and no one dared to look down on the old man anymore. With bodyguards and millions in cash on him, everyone knew that the old man was either rich or noble. The goateed boss smiled and nodded, saying, "Well, since you like it, I won't let you go. Someone, bring the contract up." The boss ordered his men to prepare 2 copies of the contract, and the people he hired to run the shop also started to show up. A gentle middle-aged man politely bowed to the old man and said with a smile, "Congratulations, elder, for obtaining a unique work by a world-renowned master. I am really envious of you." "That's right, it's a pity that I don't have enough money, otherwise I would have bought it a long time ago and auctioned it off later. It wouldn't be a problem to make tens of millions. This old gentleman has a keen eye and a keen eye for finding gems. I really hope you can give me some pointers. I also want to find a treasure to keep back home." With the help of a week of childcare both front and back, the old man also smiled and stroked his beard. "I didn't buy this painting for business purposes, so what do you know?" Yes, the old gentleman is very impressive and looks like a scholar of Confucianism and Taoism. It is us who are superficial. Those people smiled at each other, and then the store owner also brought 2 contracts. The original price of this painting is 3.2 million. I'll give you a small amount. Please sign and seal it. The old man nodded and was about to sign with a pen and paper. Wait. Hearing the sudden sound, everyone turned their heads and looked outside the door. The people who came were Su Yang and Yang Mange, 2 of the current internet celebrities. There were many people in the audience who had watched the show, A Date with the Big Stars, and naturally recognized the 2 of them. It's Su Yang and Yang Mange, why are they here? Take a quick shot, I heard this guy cheated on his girlfriend. Yeah, he got a girl from the same school pregnant, and now he's having sex with a female celebrity. The boss was so angry that his beard stood up when his business was interrupted. He narrowed his eyes and said, Sir, are you here to do business or? Su Yang used his wisdom eye on the painting, Great Ambition, and once again distinguished the true from the false. Tang Bohu's painting, Great Ambition, a high-quality fake, dated 8 years ago. Flaws of counterfeit, insufficient age of the writing, forged author's signature. Su Yang took a closer look and found that there was indeed a problem with the strokes of Tang Bohu's signature. Tang Bohu was a free and easy person by nature, so he signed his name as he pleased and would not write in such a formal way. The last one is Xian paper, which is also made through an aging process to imitate ancient paper. Su Yang smiled and took a few steps forward. He took the painting and the 2 contracts without any hesitation. The old man became anxious. Young man, you can't steal my love. I have already paid for it. Don't worry, old man. There is something hidden in this painting. Don't you want to know? Su Yang smiled brightly. He just glanced at the contract and found that the owner of this store was playing word games. After you leave the store is not responsible for anything. This reminded Su Yang of the scene when he went to the bank to withdraw money before he traveled through time. If you give less, we will be irresponsible, and if you give more, we will return it. The shop owner narrowed his eyes, afraid that Su Yang would ruin his good deeds, so he urged the old man. Old man, don't listen to his nonsense, sign it and take it home to show it off. The people around him all agreed, and some even said that if the old man didn't buy it, he would go back and prepare money to buy it. The treasure was right in front of him, and the old man was afraid that it would be snatched away, so he became a little impatient. Young man, give me back the painting. The bodyguard behind the old man clenched his fists, waiting for orders as if ready to take action. Su Yang sighed. If he didn't have a cheat, not only him but also an expert wouldn't be able to tell whether the painting was real or fake. Old man, this painting is just a fake. Are you sure you want it? The shop owner was anxious and quickly scolded him, You bastard, don't lie. My Wanbatsai has been standing in Longhua for hundreds of years. How could I deceive others with fake goods? Su Yang smiled, the artist who painted this work must have high artistic attainments, and the handwriting is also vigorous and powerful. It's a pity that the ink is not old enough, and the signature is also problematic. As for the paper quality, the aging craftsmanship is too poor. Hearing this, the shop owner's thin body trembled, and he saw all 3 flaws. At first the boss didn't want to take out the painting so soon, but when the client asked for Tang Bohu's work, he remembered this highly realistic fake. The old man was half believing and half doubting, so he picked up the Great Ambition, and flipped through it under the light. Young man, is the ink you are talking about eagle claw? The old man gently stretched out his finger and touched the eagle's claw. At first glance, his fingers were still stained with ink. The boss said hurriedly, Old sir, you don't know. Treasures like calligraphy and paintings have very strict requirements for the storage environment. There is humidity in March and April every year, and the moisture in the air is likely to penetrate into the painting. The boss winked at the hired agents, and those people expressed their agreement with this statement. The old man asked calmly, Young man, do you have any other way to identify treasures? As long as you can find absolutely strong evidence that it is a fake, I will reward you handsomely. The old man was in a dilemma, he had money, but he also didn't want to be a target of criticism. If you buy a fake and display it at home, you will definitely be laughed at by your old friends. Su Yang frowned. This shop owner was very experienced and cunning, and was really hard to deal with. It's scary that now that he's talking about the paper problem, the boss has an excuse to refute it. In this case, we can only skin the person once. Su Yang used his wisdom eye on his boss and saw everything that had happened to him in the past 10 days. Including who he traded with and who imitated the painting. Su Yang's eyes lit up. He saw that this building had a secret. There was a secret room in the back hall which was a painting studio. A place dedicated to imitating masterpieces of famous artists. There is also a defective one in the secret room. Su Yang raised his lips and said with a smile, "Old sir, I have a way to verify the authenticity of this painting, but..." "What method?" The old man and the boss spoke in unison, one anxious and the other panicked. Su Yang whispered in the old man's ear, letting him decide for himself whether to break into the secret room. The old man pondered for a moment and glanced at the bodyguard. The bodyguard went out and soon called in a few colleagues, all of whom looked aggressive. The old man smiled at Su Yang and said, "I shouldn't have bothered you with today's matter, but since you kindly reminded me, I, Shi Wuzun, cannot let you down. Ada, you guys push open that Paulownia wood shelf and take a look at what's in the secret room." The old man's name was Shi Wuzun, and he signaled the bodyguard Captain Ada to enter the secret room. Hearing this, the shop owner's face changed drastically and he reached out to stop him. "Get lost." The bodyguard Ada's eyes widened. He just followed orders and didn't care where this place was. Seeing this, all the customers stepped back and prepared to watch the show. Seeing that the situation was not good, the shills wanted to leave quietly. Shi Wuzun narrowed his eyes, certain that what Su Yang said was most likely true. "You guys can't leave yet." Shi Wuzun shouted loudly, scaring the servants so much that they couldn't move. A few minutes later, the bodyguard Ada came out holding a painting, and everyone looked at it curiously. It is very similar to the one that sold for 3 million, except that there are some flaws in the painting. After a while, everyone suddenly realized that Great Ambition was actually a fake. Shi Wuzun was so furious that he tore up the fake scroll worth 3 million in front of everyone. Without a trace of hesitation. "I never thought that Wanbatai, which has been around for hundreds of years, would actually sell counterfeit goods to make money. Damn it, how hateful." Shi Wuzun was so angry that his eyes were wide open and veins bulged. At first glance, he looked like a ferocious tiger, with an imposing and ferocious look. Bang. Boss Zhao knelt down and trembled, his face pale. I was wrong, old man. I was just obsessed with money." He looked up at the runaway Shi Wuzun, his eyes filled with infinite horror. "Court death." Shi Wuzun kicked Boss Zhao so hard that he vomited blood from his mouth. Flutter. Su Yang looked at Shi Wuzun calmly. When this old man was calm before, he looked like the kind old grandfather next door. But now he is like a completely different person, like a general who has fought in the battlefields for many years. His invisible aura seems to be strangling Boss Zhao's neck. Boss Zhao swallowed and became unable to speak. Shi Wuzun waved his hand and began to clear the area. "All irrelevant personnel please leave Wanbatai first. Young man, you stay." Outside the door, there were the sounds of footsteps, and another team of bodyguards rushed in. The guests around did not dare to stay. At this moment, they also guessed that Shi Wuzun's identity was not simple. Since the area had to be cleared, there was no way they would stay and be used as scapegoats. After the guests left, the bloodshot in Shi Wuzun's eyes quickly faded away and he returned to calm. He is flexible and has unpredictable moods. Su Yang suddenly realized that Shi Wuzun was a very dangerous person, and subconsciously stood in front of Yang Mange. "Senior, I have no intention of getting involved in your affairs with Boss Zhao. I'll take my leave now." Out of caution, Su Yang was also afraid that if some big shots did something, he would be in trouble if they dealt with him as well. Shi Wuzun laughed and said, "Don't be afraid, my friend. Let me ask you, how many real treasures are there in this store?" Su Yang blinked and used his wisdom eye again. There was a hidden light in his eyes, and he quickly identified all the treasures in the field. This. Even though Su Yang had doubts before, he took a deep breath at this moment. This is simply a shady shop. How can it be a time-honored shop with a golden signboard that has been passed down for hundreds of years? Of the 998 cultural relics in the store, only 8 are authentic, and the rest are high imitations. Su Yang was also angry. He immediately walked to the shelf, picked up the blue and white porcelain and smashed it, and tore up the calligraphy and paintings one by one. Bang bang bang. Don't smash it. Don't smash my store. Shi Wuzuan signaled and had someone hold down Boss Zhao. My friend, what are you doing? There are only 8 genuine items here. I smashed the fakes. No one wants to use these junk to cheat people in the future. Long people don't cheat long people. I, Su Yang, hate fraud the most. Su Yang threw and cursed, saying that a childhood friend of his in his previous life took the family heirloom to find an expert on a treasure appraisal program. At that time, experts said that his friend's heirloom was fake, but he still spent another 300,000 yuan to buy it privately. In the end, the expert took the heirloom to auction and earned more than 10 million. He cheated Su Yang's friend, and later his good friend died of depression. Su Yang was an orphan in his previous life. His only good brother passed away like this. How could he not be angry? Upon hearing this, Shi Wuzuan was not angry but happy instead, as Su Yang and he had a very similar personality. It seems like it's my younger self. Shi Wuzuan laughed loudly and ordered the bodyguards to take Boss Zhao and his agents away and hand them over to the Songhai City Security Bureau. In the huge Wanbatai, there are only 3 people left. Yang Mange was stunned, looking at an old man and a child smashing things in the lobby, and they seemed to be having a lot of fun. She looked at Su Yang with a million questions in her mind. Su Yang is only about 20 years old, has a net worth of tens of billions, and has a keen eye for appraising treasures. How did he do that? Friend Su Yang, the remaining genuine items here in this shop will belong to you from now on. Su Yang was also stunned. Shi Wuzuan sent the store away with just one sentence. Who is he? Shi Wuzuan stood up and heard a clicking sound outside the door. Su Yang turned around and saw a group of soldiers armed with guns rushing in. There were at least 50 warriors, all in armor, full of murderous intent. Shi Wuzuan waved his hand, and dozens of warriors put away their guns. Thinking that Su Yang had done him a big favor, Shi Wuzuan said, "Little brother, if it weren't for you this time, I would have bought a fake and been laughed at by my old friends, so what do you want in return?" Shi Wuzuan's words were tentative, as Su Yang's personality was similar to his. But if you want to have a deep friendship, you also have to value character. Su Yang didn't expect that this old man was an official and a super boss. He is rich. But simply having money is of no use. In this society, power is the most important thing. Therefore, Su Yang knew that he had to make close friends with Shi Wuzuan. You have already given me a shop. Su Yang picked out a piece of Tang Dynasty ceramic from the authentic antiques and handed it to Shi Wuzuan. This ceramic is also a unique work of art and is worthy of your collection. Shi Wuzuan smiled and accepted it. Before leaving, he said, "If you have any problems in the future, you can come to the Kyoto War Zone to find me. This Medal of Honor has no real power, but it is useful at a critical moment. Take it." Su Yang touched the medal with the star pattern and put it away without paying much attention. He picked out a volume of ancient poetry from the remaining antiques and handed it to Yang Mange. "Why did you give me a gift?" Yang Mange was a little secretly delighted. The value of the gift was not important. But she really wanted to know Su Yang's attitude. When a person is young, he admires his parents; when he is lustful, he admires young girls; when he has a wife, he admires his wife; when he is in office, he admires his master; when he is free, he admires celebrities. Isn't this a very normal thing? Su Yang said as a matter of course, Mencia said so. Yang Mange burst out laughing, "Then you should be the one in the sentence who knows how to be lustful and admires Xiao Ai. Xiao Ai is a girl, that's you. I'm not a girl. I'm older than you. A little older is just right. I like young women. No, mature women." A blush appeared on Yang Mange's rosy cheeks as she lowered her head and hugged the collection of ancient poems. She suddenly discovered that in addition to being handsome, rich, and good at selecting treasures, Su Yang also had other specialties. That is, he is really good at flirting with girls. Who can withstand this? Yang Mange shook his head, cursing himself inwardly for being such a fangirl as the chairman and CEO of Wuyo Media. Soo-young glanced at Won Botsai and found the gift for his grandfather's 70th birthday. At this moment, several cars stopped outside the door. A group of men and women rushed over with microphones and cameras, and everyone was very excited. It's Soo-young and Yang Mange, everyone hurry up. Mr. Soo, I heard that you got a senior from the same school pregnant. Is this true? Ms. Yang, are you officially dating Mr. Soo? Who is Mr. Soo's real girlfriend? Mr. Soo, please answer. Being surrounded and questioned for inexplicable reasons, Soo-young pulled Yang Mange out of the crowd, quickly got into the car and left this place of trouble. On the way, Yang Mange, who was sitting in the passenger seat, opened his phone and saw a WeChat message showing 99+. When she opened it, whether it was a group chat or a private chat, it was all friends and relatives asking her if she was in a relationship with Soo-young. Yang Mange scrolled down and saw the assistant leaving a message, asking her to read major online news when she had time. Yang Mange found the two most popular posts. One was sent by Mu Shuman and the other was sent by Xue Min. After reading the two posts, Yang Mange sighed inwardly. In order to become famous, these two women are really cruel. Soo-young saw that she was in a low mood. What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable? No. Yang Mange shook her head and briefly explained the uproar that had been brewing on the internet. When Soo-young learned that Mu Shuman said he got her pregnant and talked about how much they loved each other, he almost vomited. It's so disgusting. The original owner was a licker, but Mu Shuman was disgusted. Now the two people's identities are reversed. Mu Shuman wanted it but couldn't get it. He actually used old photos to make a fuss. And there was Xue Min. Soo-young didn't want to cooperate with her, so she came out to cause trouble. Seeing Soo-young's ugly face, it was obvious that he was angry. Xue Min has always been good at scheming. In order to get promoted, she even colluded with Wang Jinlong. I was often slandered by her in the past, but I always ignored her. People are afraid of becoming famous just like pigs are afraid of getting fat. If you are not envied by others, you are a mediocre person. Yang Mange always treats people who slander her coldly. However, Soo-young shook his head. I heard that Xue Min got the spot as the female guest of the second episode of A Date with a Big Star. Who is the man? It was Zhang Yi. He was the one who acted like a big shot and was late in the first episode. He wanted me to embarrass myself in front of the media on purpose. When he thought of this, Yang Mange was filled with emotion. If Zhang Yi hadn't been so arrogant, I wouldn't have met you yesterday. Forehead. When talking about the scene where they went on a blind date when they first met and even kissed each other in the end, Yang Mange's face felt like it was on fire, and she felt embarrassed and guilty. Soo-young burst out laughing. By some strange coincidence, he found a super beauty, a strong woman with both beauty and wisdom. It is God's will. The atmosphere inside the spacious Koenigsegg is a bit ambiguous. With a reminder, Yang Mange looked through the video sent by his assistant. It took her several minutes to read it and she couldn't help laughing. Zhang Yi also spoke out to complain and play the victim in order to gain sympathy from fans. Zhang Yi said that in the first phase, you took the position that originally belonged to him, and that you were a toad wanting to eat swan meat, and you were pursuing me. Yang Mange added the second half of the sentence on purpose. Since you have decided to date Soo-young, you should tell Soo-young explicitly and implicitly that he should cherish this relationship. When Soo-young heard the first half of the sentence, he laughed and said, "These bitches are quite interesting." Yang Mange felt Soo-young's anger. What do you want to do? Call Qing Tao and tell him that I want to perform on the second episode of A Date with a Big Star. Yang Mange called. Less than 10 seconds. There were bursts of gasps and excited greetings from the other side. Boss Yang, good evening. Have you eaten yet? Have you changed your mind about appearing in the second episode? From a series of questions, one can imagine how good Yang Mange's performance was in the first episode. It's not just Qing Tao who is terrified, more people also hope that Yang Mange will participate in the second episode of the show. It's not me, it's Soo-young. He's going to act in the second episode. On the other end of the phone, one could hear Qing Tao kicking a woman away, followed by a scream. Mr. Su is going to participate. That's great. Mr. Su is really my grandfather's great ancestor. If he can act, Xiao Qingqing and I can finally keep our job. Cheng Tao praised Su Yang endlessly, which made Yang Mange's hair stand on end. No matter whether it is Su Yang or Yang Mange, these two are the current traffic whirlpools. Outside Greenview Garden Community. Koenigsegg stopped and residents of the community stopped to watch. There are not many people in Songhai City who can afford a luxury car worth hundreds of millions, so it is natural that people are surprised by it. What if you get blocked again later? It's okay, I'll be upstairs in a few minutes, I'm not afraid of them. Yang Mange got out of the car half-hiddenly, holding the scroll of ancient poetry, and trotted into the community and upstairs. This is what it feels like to be in love with a female celebrity, like having an affair. Su Yang sighed. Looking at the half-old and half-new community. The chairman of Wuyo Media lives in an apartment. It seems that she has not had a good life in recent years. That's right, Yang Mange keeps herself clean and without any external help, relying on herself as a woman, her ability is ultimately limited. Su Yang thought about the remaining tens of billions of assets, and he had to work hard to create them. After it is built, we will give you 100 billion yuan. Spending money means making money. At this moment, Su Yang's cell phone rang. It's still an unfamiliar number. Who? Mr. Su. I'm Zhou Qingqing from the sales department, your personal butler. The image of the somewhat timid Zhou Qingqing emerged in Su Yang's mind. An intern who just started working. She has a beautiful face and figure, it would be nice to have her as the villa's housekeeper. What do you want from me? It's like this. I have already set up Panlong number 1 and am waiting for you to come back and rest. Su Yang looked at the time. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening. It was rare for Zhou Qingqing to be so serious and responsible at work, so he drove to Panlong number 1. The prosperous Songhai is brightly lit and bustling with people and cars. Koenigsegg crossed several streets and arrived at the villa. Zhou Qingqing was wearing a maid outfit and was standing outside the door with a towel in her hand. When she heard the sound of a car, she knew Su Yang was back. Zhou Qingqing trotted away, and the two truths moved as fast as a rabbit. Good evening, Mr. Su. The hot water is ready. I'll take you in right away. This little girl just graduated from college and started her internship, and she's already wearing a maid costume. You're quite good at playing, aren't you? Zhou Qingqing, who was walking in front, blushed and lowered her head to lead the way, saying softly. My seniors in the company said this. They said that the guests of each villa are either rich or noble, and they like the housekeeper to dress like this, so. Zhou Qingqing's voice became smaller and smaller, and you could hear a pin drop in the room. Su Yang smiled, rich people are really perverted. He thinks every pervert is perverted. The two of them first came to the bathroom, and Su Yang was also shocked. The bathroom alone is nearly 100 square meters. There is a bathtub, dry and wet areas, a toilet, a sink, and a rectangular bench that is large enough for 2 or 3 people to lie down. Next to the bathtub, there was a bottle of champagne on a snow bucket, as well as expensive cigarettes, cigars, fruits, whips, offspring barrier devices, etc. Everything that should be there is there, and even things that Su Yang didn't expect are included. With a beautiful housekeeper like this, what more could a man ask for? Mr. Su, I'll leave first. Zhou Qingqing blushed. These were all orders she placed according to the company's highest standards, and she had not yet looked at the details. Now it seems so shameful. You got a lot of commission from selling this house, right? Su Yang said lightly. Thanks to Mr. Su, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be here today. Zhou Qingqing said honestly. Today, the headquarters found out that she sold houses worth 300 million yuan, so they sent someone to promote her and even helped her kick out her previous manager. From intern to store manager in one day. All of this is thanks to Su Yang. Just be grateful. I will buy a house in the future, so do you know what to do? When Zhou Qingqing heard Su Yang's words, his whole legs trembled. Mr. Su. Mr. Su, I'm not that kind of person, but I can introduce you. What the hell, I don't need you to introduce me, I just want you, come here. Su Yang spoke in a commanding tone, and Zhou Qingqing was so scared that she clenched her fists, but she still came to Su Yang's side. Su Yang slowly lay in the bathtub, the water temperature was just right. After taking a sip of champagne, Zhou Qingqing breathed heavily and her hands trembled constantly. "What are you still standing there for? Didn't you say you would be my housekeeper? When you get off work, come over here and help me take care of things. Now, give me a back rub." "So that's what's going on." Zhou Qingqing took a deep breath and rubbed herself with a bath ball. "Your skills are not bad. Find a room for yourself to stay the night. The salary will be double your current income." "Ah. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Su, for the promotion." Nothing happened overnight. After dawn, Su Yang woke up and washed up, and found that Zhou Qingqing had prepared breakfast before going to work. Millet porridge, bread, milk, boiled eggs, etc. Although it is very ordinary, it is nutritionally balanced and can fill your stomach. This housekeeper is as serious and responsible as a nanny. I wonder if other houses' housekeepers have such service. After Su Yang finished his breakfast, he got dressed and walked in the front yard parking lot. Under the sunlight, Koenigsegg's perfect lines sparkle and its sense of technology is full. "Is this car yours?" Su Yang turned around and looked, and a beautiful neighbor from the villa next door walked over. She was wearing a low-cut V-neck top and jeans with several holes in them that hugged her so tightly that there was almost no gap between her legs when she walked. "Be mine." "Hey, you are Su Yang, the rich male protagonist in the first episode of A Date with a Big Star. So what?" Su Yang felt helpless. People are afraid of becoming famous just like pigs are afraid of getting fat. However, the villas in this area are all very large, and none of them cost less than 100 million. Therefore, the neighbor must also be rich and powerful. "My name is Lu Su. We will meet often in the future. Bye, Mr. Su." Lu Su handed Su Yang a business card and left in a decisive manner. Su Yang took a look at the business card. Lu Su was in the clothing industry and had several well-known brands under his name. Sharp. Su Yang thought about his major class today, so he drove quickly to Tsinghua University and Peking University. Peking University and Tsinghua University. In the classroom, the students are discussing the hot topics on the internet these days. Su Yang is here. This scumbag got senior sister Mu Shuman pregnant and then abandoned her like that. Yes, and there's also that female star Xue Min. It was just a photo, but Su Yang was so arrogant that he refused. I don't know where he got the money from. Haha, is it so great to be rich? Can you play with people's feelings? This kind of scumbag deserves us fairies to spend all his money. 3 people make a tiger, and many people spread rumors. Su Yang was still thinking about how to make these idiots shut up, but he saw Mu Shuman coming over. Su Yang, you don't want others to know about our affairs, right? Mu Shuman raised his phone. As long as you agree to be with me, I will delete all the videos immediately. Knowing that Su Yang was returning to school today, Mu Shuman ran over immediately. The students around pricked up their ears to eavesdrop, and some even took secret photos to gossip. Su Yang was speechless. Let's talk about this somewhere else. Come here. Walking in the corridor, Su Yang quietly opened the recording software on his mobile phone. As expected, Mu Shuman followed. What happened between us? Did I sleep with you? You. Don't deny it. Come on, forget it. I wasn't happy to hold your hand before. Tell me, what do you want now? No problem. As long as you agree, I will immediately fulfill my responsibilities as a girlfriend. As he spoke, Mu Shuman reached out to unbuckle Su Yang's belt. At the same time, he took off his coat, revealing his snow-white shoulders. Mu Shuman was very scheming and deliberately asked Su Yang's classmates to follow behind and watch and take pictures secretly. If Su Yang dared to refuse, she would continue to use some tricks. Su Yang, this is my first time. What a coincidence, today is my first time too. Mu Shuman's words are almost enough to deceive honest people. Just relying on this body, this woman has deceived countless men. Stop talking nonsense, what do you like about me? Mu Shuman said without blushing, you are handsome, gentle, and considerate. This is why I like you. Then why didn't you like me when I had no money before? I liked you before, too, but I was testing your sincerity at that time. You know, we girls are more reserved. It's impossible for me to agree to you right away, right? Later, you and Yang Mange had a casual affair, and I couldn't help but get jealous. It's all your fault. I hate you so much. You have taken control of everyone's thoughts. Mu Shuman used routine words one by one. She believed that few men could withstand her attack. She just left out one sentence. What she likes most is Su Yang's money, a lot of money. Really? Listen to my heart. Su Yang curled his lips slightly, then take a look at what this is. Su Yang took out a briefcase. What's this? I saw your Weibo yesterday and prepared a gift for you. Mu Shuman opened it without knowing why, and found a cell phone inside. As soon as I opened it, the video played directly. Mu Shuman was so scared that he immediately turned it off. Su Yang. You. Mu Shuman's pupils trembled violently. There were actually videos of Mu Shuman without clothes on the phone, all of which were of her flirting with different rich second generations. There is Lin Bo, and other rich second generations from Peking University and Tsinghua University. A full 5GS. When I was pursuing you, I didn't expect you to have so much fun. In fact, your photos are pretty good. Do you want me to post them in the domestic version so that my readers, no, audience friends can enjoy them? Mu Shuman hurriedly said, Su Yang, they and I are just ordinary friends, and the one I really love is you. We've already checked into a hotel, but we're still just ordinary friends. Wearing it doesn't count as giving, but a distance of 1 millimeter is also considered distance. Mu Shuman took Su Yang's hand and acted coquettishly, you don't have to wear it if you want. As she spoke, she continued to wink at Su Yang. If he were an ordinary boy, he would have been unable to withstand Mu Shuman's attack. Su Yang shook her hand away. This woman is so disgusting. Don't infect me with the disease. You. Su Yang. Can't we women have male best friends? Why are you so stingy? Mu Shuman pretended to be aggrieved and tried to keep Su Yang. This is a big gold brick. He can easily spend 20 million to buy a theme park, and can spend more than 1 billion to be a rich son-in-law with a low stock price. As long as she can keep Su Yang, he will be more useful than all the men she has flirted with before. Su Yang, it's a different era now, but if you have that kind of request, I can go to the hospital for repair surgery and give you a brand new and complete one, okay? Su Yang looked at her with disgust. Can you still say your shoes are brand new if they've been worn by someone? What's the point of washing them clean? They're already deformed, right? If a woman doesn't respect herself, she's like rotten cabbage. I just made a mistake that all women in the world make. Please don't be so heartless. Mu Shuman spoke with a crying voice, and the girls who were hiding behind and peeking came up one after another. Su Yang, even if Shuman was wrong first, she really loves you. You are a grown man, why bother about her past? That's right, you men only talk about trivial matters like that. Can't you be a little more gentlemanly? Putting aside the facts, as a man, are you innocent? If you had tried harder, would Shuman have been deceived by another man? These girls comforted Mu Shuman while cursing at Su Yang. Even the male classmates thought that Su Yang bullied Mu Shuman and touched her, which caused her to cry. Those people also started cursing, calling him a scumbag. Su Yang looked at this group of trolls silently. Okay, justice is in the hearts of the people, let the whole school vote. Su Yang opened his mobile phone and initiated a vote on the school forum. Is Su Yang a good man or a scumbag? 1 scumbag, 2 good men, click this to get 10,000 yuan. Spread the word. Anyone in this school who thinks I'm a good man can get 10,000 yuan. Boom. As soon as these words came out, the whole school gossip section exploded. Hiss. Is this voting real? Can you really get money? Others dare not say it, but who doesn't know that Su Yang is rich? Have you seen a date with a big star? Nonsense, even female celebrities are chasing after Su Yang, do you think he has money? So what are you waiting for? Vote now. Soon, those students voted. 10 people. 50 people. 300 people. All of them voted for the Goodman option. Su Yang also called Lu Qi. By the way, he was not very good at this kind of money transfer. Boss, you want me to transfer 10,000 to each of these people? Yes, the forums all have student ID cards linked to Alipay, so you can transfer money directly in. I'll leave it to you. Su Yang hung up the phone, and Lu Qi was confused. The boss is trying to win people's hearts in school. Su Yang's actions made the female students present very unhappy. Su Yang, you are nothing but money. Don't cry, Senior Shuman. We will always support you. That's right, let's ignore him and go. But along the way, 10,000 yuan has arrived in my Alipay account. 10,000 yuan has arrived in my Alipay account. 10,000 yuan has arrived in my Alipay account. Mu Shuman heard the cell phones of the classmates around him ringing non-stop, all of which were the sounds of collecting money. The girls around her were also confused. Can I really get the money? That scumbag is too cruel. A female classmate swallowed her saliva and couldn't help but said, Shuman, let's spend all of Su Yang's money together, shall we? What do you mean? As Mu Shuman looked unhappy, these girls also pointed out that Su Yang was a good man. It's interesting. These women are soft all over except for their tough mouths. Su Yang smiled slightly. There were 1,000 people in Peking University and Tsinghua University, and in just half an hour, 999 of them voted for him, including himself. There was only one Mu Shuman left, and she originally wanted to order one, but if she ordered another, wouldn't Su Yang know that she was slapping herself in the face? After all, there is only one person left. Mu Shuman was so angry. Asshole. Su Yang, you asshole. And you, sisters, you are just a bunch of money-hungry bitches. Mu Shuman became angrier and angrier, so he took out his cell phone and called Lin. Honey, I was bullied by that beast Su Yang, come and help me teach him a lesson. After hearing the call, Lin Bo said, baby, let's make a date tonight. As long as you help me teach him a lesson, I promise you. Okay baby, I'm coming right away, aw. There was a bang on the other end of the phone. There was a slap mark on Lin Bo's face. Dad, why did you hit me? You useless guy always cause trouble for me. Do you know who Su Yang is? Even Mr. Wang from Shengshi Media Group doesn't dare to mess with him. Do you want to get our family into trouble just for a woman? Lin Bo's father roared angrily and slapped him a few more times. Beep. Mu Shuman looked at the black screen of his phone. They are all useless men. Lin Bo is gone. No one at school supported her either. There is only one way now. Matsu City Sea Queen Group. Shuman Ferry, sisters, this is what happened. What should I do? Give me some advice. No man can survive for a minute. Shuman, aren't there going to be a class reunion at Peking University and Tsinghua University in a few days? Why don't you ask us to help you get him drunk? Then we can make it a done deal. I have 800 takers. Yes, I know a woman who is very capable. She secretly drugged her ex-boyfriend and gave birth to a child. Later, she received more than 100 million yuan in breakup fees and a house. Now she has found a handsome, ambitious, and honest man to settle down with. Those who play for less than 10 minutes are useless. That's right, Shuman, as long as you dare to do it, Su Yang will be yours. As for men, we can talk about it later. Looking at the suggestions from several close friends, Mu Shuman saw hope again. Su Yang, you can't escape from my grasp. In the classroom. Su Yang was drowsy during the class because the class was about an English paper. As famous universities in Songhai City, Tsinghua University, and Peking University employ foreign professors for English. Anna is a doctor, less than 30 years old, with big wavy golden hair hanging down to her shoulders and her round buttocks raised high. This is the sexiest period for foreign women. As soon as she turned around, all the male classmates hurriedly lowered their heads and pretended to read, not daring to look directly at her hot body. Only Su Yang was sleeping openly with his chin in his hands. The men of Dragon Country are really not enterprising. Anna frowned, walked up to Su Yang on her little feet, leaned over and put her hand on his forehead. Su Yang, what's wrong with you? Hearing someone calling him, Su-young opened his eyes. So big. What's so big? The teacher's buttons are huge. She was tall and blonde, and her white skin made it seem as if those two truths almost reflected holy light. Don't sleep in class, or you'll lose points next time. Also, you only scored 9 points in the last test, so you have to stay after class for tutoring. After Anna finished speaking, the whole class couldn't help laughing. Su-young's face turned green. Studying is hard and tiring, and you have to pay tuition fees. It's better to join a nightclub. Anyway, he has plenty of money now. Professor, can you come to my house for tutoring? I'll pay you. Tutoring at home costs money, but it would be so cool to have the professor lie on the wall while teaching. Anna frowned. Student Su, I know you are rich, but I am not that kind of person. She had a strong attitude. 100,000 for one class. You, what did you say? Anna's face changed slightly. Let's talk about it after class. Su-young smiled and said, I am really good at judging people. Although Anna agreed verbally, Su-young received her message after class. I'll go there later, send me your address. The body is honest. Su-young took the car keys and drove back to Panlong No. 1. The villa area is not far from the school, only a few kilometers. The Koenigsegg sped through the school gate and down the road, causing countless female classmates to shudder. The rain fell without warning, and it was getting heavier. Su-young slowed down and saw a Lamborghini sports car parked on the side of the road with its hazard lights flashing. A woman was repairing the car with pliers. Supercars are great, but they become soaked when it rains. Su-young didn't want to meddle in other people's business, so when he saw the person in the rain clearly, he stopped again. It was Lu Su, the neighbor who lived next door to Panlong No. 1. That woman who owns the clothing company. She has a nice figure. She's all wet. Forget it, I have to go home anyway, so I might as well help my neighbor on the way. Miss Lu, do you need help? Lu Su rolled up her wet long hair and saw the people in the car clearly. Mr. Su, what about my car? The willow catkins were trembling in the rain and their lips turned slightly purple. Call a tow truck. No, my car window is broken, and by the time the tow truck comes, the rain will have destroyed the car. Su-young's face twitched. What a trouble. I shouldn't have come here earlier. Mr. Su, can you repair the car? Lu Su leaned over to his car window and asked. Looking at the majestic man she loves the most, why can't I do that? Stunned, Su-young cursed himself inwardly. How despicable. Then Mr. Su, can you help me fix it? I'll go hold an umbrella for you. All right. They all foolishly agreed. Su-young nodded, got out of the car, took the pliers and tools and began to inspect the Lamborghini. No wonder the car window didn't rise, it turned out the circuit was broken. Su-young quickly connected the circuit, pressed the sensor, and the car window rose up. But the lighter was also broken, and Su-young fiddled with it for a long time. The rain was getting heavier, and the willow catkins moved closer to prevent Su-young from getting wet, but they also happened to stick close to Su-young. He looks very handsome when repairing the car, no wonder so many women fall for him online. Lu Su never thought that it was a sin for a man to be popular. On the contrary, this further proves Su-young's charm. The lighter needs to be replaced. There's none here. Let's cover it first. Good. At least it won't get flooded now. Su-young got on the Koenigsegg and said, you can get on too. I'll take you back. Thank you, Mr. Su. Lu Su didn't act pretentiously and sat in the passenger seat. 10 minutes later. Next to Panlong No. 1. It's over. My house keys might have been left in the car. Lu Su searched inside her bag but couldn't find the key. Where are the family members? I live alone and no one else has the key, what should I do? Lu Su crossed her arms, her shirt and jeans were soaked and stuck to her body. Well, let's go to my house to avoid the rain first. Okay, thank you for your help then. Lu Su followed him into the villa and found that there was no one else inside. Mr. Su, you live alone too, where is your girlfriend? Su-young handed her a dry towel and said with a smile, where would I get a girlfriend? Since Yang Mange didn't admit it publicly, then he won't admit it either. Men and women are equal. Then Mr. Su is really a bachelor. No wonder so many women are chasing after you. Lu Su said meaningfully while wiping her hair, and then she felt sticky on her body. She looked down and saw the entire scenery. She was a little embarrassed. Can you lend me a set of clothes? There's a closet behind you, turn left and right, and I don't know if there's any clothes that fit you. Lu Su walked through 2 passages and sighed that Su Yang's villa was bigger than hers. The wardrobe is made of transparent glass, so you can see all the clothes inside from the outside. Lu Su picked up a black suit and a white shirt, but the pants were too long and too wide and fell down when he put them on. After several minutes, Su Yang had just changed his clothes when he saw Lu Su coming out shyly. At first glance, she was not wearing any pants, relying entirely on her top to cover her long legs. Lu Su sat on the sofa, hugging a big pillow. I'm sorry to trouble you. Fine. Su Yang handed her a hair dryer and asked her to dry her long hair. Then he went into the kitchen, cut some ginger slices and cooked them, then drank a large bowl of it to keep warm, and left some for Lu Su. Thank you, Mr. Su. Lu Su nodded in thanks, drank the hot ginger soup, and thought about the hot topics on the internet in the past few days. They are all about Su Yang's scandals, including his blind date Yang Mange, senior student Mu Shuman, and celebrity Xue Min. Many people say that Su Yang is a scumbag, but the man in front of him is a very gentle and considerate man. However, a warm-hearted man may also be a scumbag. Lu Su still did not take it lightly. Tat-a-tat. Lu Su quietly looked at Su Yang who was typing. Mr. Su, what are you busy with? Nothing, just a table as a reminder. Su Yang thought about the several companies he hadn't visited yet and how much he had been busy with recently. Grandpa's 70th birthday is coming soon. Today I heard from my classmates that there will be a class reunion in a few days, organized by the student union. Lu Su took a curious look, sat on the blanket on the ground with her legs slightly curled up, leaning against Su Yang to look at the spreadsheet on the computer. Your schedule is so full. Your life is so fulfilling. Are you free? I'm just a hands-off shopkeeper. It's just that the clothing industry is not doing well right now because there are too many online stores. Lu Su sighed and talked about recent business matters. There are too many goods and they cannot be sold, so the funds cannot be turned around. Competitors took the opportunity to suppress the company, and the former partner and the biggest boss came to discuss cooperation and demanded a 20% reduction in the purchase price. Of course, there are other conditions that can keep the original price, but Willow Catkins must accompany the wine. Lu Su naturally disagreed. Su Yang's eyes lit up. Are you short of money? Damn, I have plenty of money but nowhere to spend it. Isn't this a good person who comes to my doorstep? I think we can work together. Su Yang still remembers that there were several big brand decoration companies written on Lu Su's card. The clothes her company produces are of good quality, but also expensive. Su Yang just checked on the internet and found that even a small sex toy would cost tens of thousands of yuan. It's such a rip-off, it's a great place to spend money. Mr. Su, I heard that your business is a media company. My clothes. Lu Su was a little embarrassed to say that most media companies use cheap street stall goods as costumes for filming. Since there are so many extras, tens of thousands of them, if they all wore clothes from big brands, the cost would be quite terrifying. Su Yang wanted to laugh. I just want to spend money. It's okay. I'll add you on WeChat and give you a document. All the people in my companies will have to change into uniforms. Lu Su was shocked by his generosity, her mouth slightly open, holding the phone in her hand, at a loss. The staff of Wio Media, Century Company, and children's entertainment venues number at least 10,000 people. Each custom-made suit costs 10,000 yuan at the lowest standard. Let's have 10 sets. We can't have employees wear the same set every day. They need to be changed. Mr. Su, are you serious? Yes, you can make custom clothes for me. Price is not a problem at all. Thinking about being able to spend a lot of money, Su Xian excitedly sent a text message to Yang Mange. She was asked to register all the employees of Wio Media Company, including the actors who usually played supporting roles and even the cleaning lady. As for children's entertainment venues, let Lu Qi arrange it and send the data. Su Yang called the number of Su Jing, the director of Century Company, and ordered him to come quickly with the contract. Ms. Lu, please send me your account number on WeChat and I will transfer the money to you right away. Ah. Lu Su was a little confused. Is this man usually so fast? Ah, what? Hurry up. Su Yang directly transferred 100 million yuan to Lu Su's bank card. Lu Su received a text message with 100 million yuan deposited into his account and was stunned. The moment before, she was still worrying about the company's working capital. A rain made her realize what it means to be rich, decisive, and heroic. Compared with Su Yang, he suddenly felt like a small businessman. The system's voice sounded again in Su Yang's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully protecting the Katkins and gaining a lifespan of 10 years. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully protecting Lu Su and obtaining the ownership of 10,000 square meters of land in Songhai Coast Village. Please note that 10,000 square meters includes the ocean area. I always feel that this system is becoming more and more like a dog-licking system. But it's not a big problem. Licking a woman is like being a dog licker. Licking a lot of women, that's a sea dog. And there are so many rewards. Taking into account the previous accumulation, Su Yang still has 90 years to live. He can continue to pick up girls and live a long life. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Boom, boom, boom. Come in. Su Jing, director of Century Company, walked in tremblingly, holding 2 contracts. Boss Su, please forgive my mistakes and don't fire me. Su Yang took the contract and looked at it, then cursed, "You useless thing, I asked you to take the contract, what are you doing with this broken thing?" Ah. Su Jing thought Su Yang still remembered what happened in the hotel that day, but it turned out not to be what he thought. Su Jing took a closer look and realized that Su Yang asked him to register the number of employees in the company, the positions of men and women in each major department, and make tailor-made clothing for the employees. Su Jing always felt that this was unreasonable. Which boss doesn't want to exploit his employees? But what the hell is Su Yang's reverse operation? How many people have never worn haute couture clothes in their lives? Su Yang is asking them to work hard for their lives. Okay, this is Miss Lu Xiuliu, the chairman of the Yasi Clothing Group. Go back now and arrange it according to my request. Yes, yes, yes. Su Jing nodded and bowed, and inadvertently glanced at Lu Su. Unexpectedly, this strong woman in the business world was also taken down quietly by her boss Su Yang. It seemed that Lu Su must have been exhausted after fighting for a long time and sat on the ground. Young people really know how to have fun. Boss Su, I won't disturb you anymore. I'll go back and arrange the work. Su Jing respectfully backed to the door before driving quickly back to the company. Su Yang smiled. Fear is the biggest driving force. Su Jing is now a good dog to him and he can make good use of him. Behind. Lu Su knew that Su Jing must have misunderstood her. Pull up the top to cover the long white legs. Su Yang happened to see it and thought to himself that this woman was another witch. If Yang Mange is a goddess with temperament, then Lu Su is a hot and sexy queen. Mr. Su, 100 million is too much. How about I transfer part of it back to you as a deposit? Su Yang quickly grabbed her hand to stop her from doing such a stupid thing. The deal was finally made, but he still had 9.9 billion in his account and didn't know how to spend it. The money is not much. Give each of my company's employees 10 sets of clothing. The extra money will be needed in the future. If it weren't for the restrictions of the rules, Su Yang would have wanted to transfer 5 billion directly to each of his parents, so that he would have 100 billion. Lu Su's hand was grabbed, and her face turned slightly red. I'll listen to you. The rain has stopped, Director Su. My secretary has also sent the key over. I'll go home and work first. Go ahead. Su Yang watched her leave. In fact, it was not far away. The 2 villas were only a dozen meters apart. The sky cleared up after the rain in the afternoon. Zhou Qingqing came skipping over, holding a fruit basket and vegetable meatballs in her hands. Hey, Mr. Su, aren't you going to school today? Su-yang retracted his gaze. It's common sense for college students to go to school half a day and skip classes half a day, right? But why did you spend so much money on so many things? This silly girl only started to receive orders after 3 months of internship. She finally earned some money, but she doesn't know how to save money. Spendthrift. Zhou Qingqing shook the bamboo basket in his hand and chuckled shyly. Don't worry, Mr. Su, the company will reimburse you. This is a super VIP benefit for you. As she spoke, she put on a pair of clean shoes at the door and went into the kitchen to cook. Su-yang lay over his notebook, thinking about how to spend the remaining 9.9 billion quickly and in accordance with the rules. Wuyo Media is filming a TV series. Invite big-name stars to be actors. It's better to invest more money in doing something else. Boss Su, can you eat spicy food? Zhou Qingqing brought out a few side dishes and prepared the sauce. Casual. Su-yang turned off the computer and tasted the beef balls, the juice gushing out. Qingqing, did you make these beef balls? Su-yang picked up some beef balls and dipped them in chili peppers. The taste was delicious and juicy. Yeah, that's right. The meatballs made from fresh beef are round, plump and elastic, aren't they? Hearing this, Su-yang looked at the white area under her neck, which was almost deformed by being pressed against the table. It's really full and elastic. Sensing the fiery gaze, Zhou Qingqing saw Su-yang staring at her and her little face turned red. However, she thought that Su-yang had a girlfriend. The most he can do is just watch, but he can't do anything. Boss Su, don't you plan to hire a nanny? Why do you need a nanny? Don't we have you as the housekeeper? I'm just afraid that if I come here every day, someone will use it to make a fuss about it. Su-yang burst out laughing. This silly girl is very smart. Outsiders can say whatever they want. Okay, since Director Su said so, I can rest assured that I can be your housekeeper. The two of them ate and chatted, and they had almost finished the few side dishes. The sun sets in the west, it's dusk. The huge villa area began to become lively, and the vehicles coming and going were all luxury cars worth at least 1 million yuan. At this time, a yellow beetle stopped in the front yard of Panlong No. 1. Tat-a-tat. Anna, wearing a hip-hugging miniskirt, black stockings, and high heels, got out of the car carrying bags of documents and looked up at the magnificent villa. The large bronze door alone is 8 meters wide, and the flowers, plants, and trees in the courtyard are obviously worth a fortune. Seeing that the door was open, Anna walked in with the information. At first glance, the interior floor tiles are made of natural marble, and each piece has a different texture. It seems that the men of Dragon Country are not completely useless. As Anna was walking, she saw Zhou Qingqing coming out of the kitchen. Who are you? I am Su-yang's teacher, where are he? Anna put down a pile of study materials, raised her head and looked around. The boss is on the second floor. Anna twisted her waist and walked upstairs in her high heels. The hall on the second floor was much more spacious than the one downstairs. As Anna was walking, she happened to meet Su-yang, who was coming out of the shower. You are an exhibitionist, a pervert. Anna covered her eyes and hurriedly turned and went downstairs. Su-yang was also stunned. Teacher, you came in without knocking, you are the pervert, right? Su-yang quickly put on his clothes and went to the first floor. Anna pointed at the documents on the table and said, hurry up, we have an exam tonight, and college students can't neglect their studies. Su-yang looked at the test paper and sat down with an embarrassed smile. Teacher, aren't we going to have tutoring first? Don't ask so many questions. Just do what I say. You must get a score of 130 or above in the exam within a month. Otherwise, I will not be able to charge you. Anna waved the ruler in her hand and made a hitting gesture. Su-yang's face twitched. Should I say that you are doing your job well, or that you are both responsible and independent? But it is true that Peking University and Tsinghua University conduct teacher assessments every year. If she doesn't teach well, her reputation will be damaged. Su-yang put down his pen and used his wisdom eye on Anna, seeing everything that happened to her in the past 10 days. Anna's life and work are very regular, and she has no desire for fancy things. In addition, Su-yang also saw Anna grading test papers. Coincidentally, Su Yang's current test paper is one of them. Teacher, the exam is so boring, how about you give me some motivation? Anna frowned. What motivation do you want? I want to make a bet with you, teacher. If I pass the test, you must agree to one condition of mine. Anna took a few steps back and looked at Su Yang with ill intentions. Why should I bet with you? Then I won't take extra classes. I'll just hand in blank papers for every exam. To give up. Plain cheating. You. Anna gnashed her teeth in anger, her chest heaving. Okay, but I have one condition. If you score above 130, I will agree to your request. Anna sat on the sofa with her arms folded and her legs crossed. She knew Su Yang's capacity. Before he started tutoring, he could only guess the answers to a few multiple-choice questions. 30 to 50 points is the maximum. As for scoring above 130 points, that is absolutely impossible. Is there a time limit? Nonsense, you didn't finish writing it overnight, so I have to spend the night with you. Hurry up, the exam is 2 hours long, start the timer now. Anna pressed the timer software and leisurely picked up the cherries on the table and put them into her mouth. Su Yang smiled. He sat on the sofa leisurely and snapped his fingers. Master, let me give you a massage to relax you. Zhou Qingqing gently pressed her 10 fingers on Su Yang's shoulders. Oh, that feels so good. Anna suddenly felt that cherries were no longer fragrant. The two people in front of her were so disgusting in singing the same tune. Damn capitalists. No wonder classmates often say that they don't envy the Mandarin ducks or the immortals, they only envy the tycoons every day. Write quickly. Anna urged. After a while, Su Yang slowly wrote down the answers, and in just 10 minutes he had finished the test paper. Teacher, please check it. Anna opened her mouth in surprise and shook her head. Did you write this randomly? You'll know after you take a look, won't you? Su Yang chuckled and thought about how to punish this foreign girl. Anna looked at the test paper and her smile gradually froze. I got all 30 multiple-choice questions right. This is such good luck. Fill in the blanks are also correct, it is impossible. The final English composition also fully met the requirements. Even if Anna wanted to find fault, she could only say that Su Yang's English handwriting was too ugly and deduct 2 points. Full marks. How is this possible? Anna's mind went blank. How could a poor student who only scored 9 points in the exam take a dozen minutes to get full marks? Su Yang, tell me the truth, are you cheating? Su Yang spread his hands. I'm right in front of you, how can I cheat? 2. It was a good thing that her students got full marks in the exam, but her woman's sixth sense told her. Su Yang must have cheated. This one doesn't count, take the test again. No. Su Yang shook his clothes and was about to go upstairs, and Anna became anxious. Well, if you get full marks again, I'll agree to the condition you mentioned this morning. Real. Hurry up, what are you dithering for? Anna threw down another test paper, her face burning with embarrassment. Su Yang smiled, lowered his head and quickly wrote down the answer he saw. In order to get full marks and leave Anna speechless, he carefully wrote every English letter. It was late at night and Zhou Qingqing was already drowsy after a busy day. Boss Su, I'm going to rest first. Go ahead. Anna looked at Zhou Qingqing going upstairs to rest, and couldn't help but complain, you know how to enjoy yourself, and there are women serving you. Isn't your girlfriend angry if she knows? I don't have an official girlfriend yet. Besides, she's just the housekeeper. A personal butler who can meet all your requirements. The teacher understands everything. Su Yang quickly wrote down the answers and handed in the paper. Anna spent a few minutes proofreading and was shocked to find that she got full marks again. How is this possible? She rubbed her eyes and checked again. Still nothing wrong. This. Anna was speechless. Thinking of the other appointment Su Yang mentioned in the morning, she picked up her bag and left. Teacher, you can't just leave like this. Su Yang opened his arms and stopped Anna. Su Yang, I'm your teacher, I think it's not a good idea. Anna's fair face was now even paler, her eyes were filled with fear and she didn't dare to look directly at Su Yang. Teacher, you don't want your classmates to say you don't keep your word, do you? Anna was at a loss. If she had known this would happen, she shouldn't have come here for $100,000. It was late at night, and in the huge villa area, only Panlong number 1 was brightly lit. Storage room on the second floor. Su-young opened the cartons one by one, which were filled with special clothing. He casually took out a piece of clothing, which turned out to be a shortened version of Tsunade Senju's ninja uniform. Teacher, let's start. Anna took the clothes with a blushing face and went into the dressing room to change. After a while, Anna came out shyly, and Su-young's eyes lit up. Anna's two truths seemed to burst through her clothes, and she moved as fast as a rabbit. Very big and smooth. Oni-chan. Anna called softly, her sweet voice mixed with a hint of shyness. Su-young swallowed his saliva and took out his SLR camera to take several photos from different angles. Su-young, you never said you wanted to take a photo before. Anna stretched out her hand to cover her front, but she could only cover half of it. What do you care about me? Change into another set. Su-young opened another piece of my Shiranui's clothing and fan. Anna was about to resist when Su-young said, add more money. Anna gritted her teeth and decided to go all out. If she couldn't resist, she would just take more money. A few minutes later, she changed into my Shiranui's fiery red jumpsuit, waved a fan in her hand, and her eyes were full of spring water. The more Su-young looked at her, the more he felt that Anna was a woman with natural charm, and her every move made people feel excited. Crack, crack. Anna sat, lay, or leaned against the wall with her little feet raised. Teacher, I heard that you used to look down on the men of Longhua. Is that true? Anna's face was full of grievance. I was wrong. Wrong. Then change a few more sets. Su-young then ordered her to change into Wu Zetian, a maid, and clothes of different styles. These were sent by the new manager of the sales center, who said that these are privileges only for super VIP customers. Considering that Su-young was young and rich, the new manager guessed that he would like to play this trick. A variety of styles to meet all of Su-young's requirements. Originally, Su-young wanted Zhou Qingqing to try on the clothes, but that girl's figure was slightly inferior to Anna's. Moreover, Zhou Qingqing couldn't let go either. Anna was born abroad and has a unique charm. Su-young, the teacher really knows he is wrong, my feet hurt so much. Anna rubbed her red knees. She was exhausted after trying on dozens of clothes in one night. All right, you foreigners are useless. I haven't had enough fun yet. Anna felt as if she had been pardoned and picked up her bag to leave. Before leaving, Su-young patted her shoulder. Teacher, next time I want to see you, remember to come over. Without giving Anna a chance to refuse, Su-young reminded her again, you don't want other students to see these photos, do you? Anna gritted her teeth, nodded, and hurried away. The next morning, the sun shone on the earth, and hundreds of birds sang in the yard. Boss, wake up. Zhou Qingqing rocked Su-young as he was sleeping soundly. What time is it? Boss, it's almost 10 o'clock. Su-young rubbed his eyes, and suddenly he no longer felt sleepy when he thought about the many things he had to do today. He still remembered that today was the day Bai Xinhui would pay off her debt. Don't you have to go to work today? Thanks to the boss's care, the headquarters asked me to build a good relationship with you. If you need it, you can approve my paid leave at any time. Zhou Qingqing smiled, stood on tiptoe and reached out to help Su-young fix his tie. Okay, just go somewhere with me. Where's the boss going? Get the money. When she heard the word, collect money, her eyes lit up. How much? Not much, just a small goal. Koenigsegg quickly left the villa area and headed for the Bai family's garden. The Bai family, one of the 4 major families, is extremely wealthy and is the descendant of ancient wealthy people. I heard that the Bai family was overbearing, so Su-young didn't expect to send his men Lu Qi and others to collect the debt. Half an hour later, Koenigsegg stopped in front of a stately mansion, which was the Bai family. As Su-young stepped onto the stairs, 2 bodyguards guarding the gate shouted at him. Stop. Where did you come from, you yellow-haired brat? Do you think you can enter the Bai family just because you want to? The two bodyguards were not fools, of course they recognized Koenigsegg, and they would treat such a guest with courtesy. However, they deliberately stopped Su Yang outside the door. Because this was Bai Xinhui's arrangement. Don't even let him in the door. There are many ways to do this. Su Yang knew that Bai Xinhui would be scheming, so he signaled Zhou Qingqing to start filming. Su Yang took out the IOU and said, "Tell Bai Xinhui to come out and see me, otherwise the whole internet will know that your Bai family owes me money." The two bodyguards wanted to take action but didn't dare to because Zhou Qingqing was pointing the camera at them. "You wait." The bodyguard hurried into the mansion and found Bai Xinhui humming a little tune. "Miss, the Su guy came with the IOU and his men. I can't win the fight, but it's not easy to do anything. Damn it, this guy is not a real man. He even came to me for such a small amount of money." Bai Xinhui was so angry that she gritted her teeth and led her people out. Seeing Zhou Qingqing taking pictures everywhere, Bai Xinhui was furious. Hasn't that little girl ever seen the world? What is she taking pictures of? Zhou Qingqing was so frightened that she trembled. She was born into a common family and naturally had never seen such a large mansion. Bai Xinhui saw that she was scared and wanted to discuss Su Yang deliberately. "Little girl, I think you are very pretty. Do you want to change your boss and follow me in the future?" Poaching in person. However, Su Yang was not angry at all. Seeing that he didn't respond, Zhou Qingqing asked, "With you, do I get paid?" Bai Xinhui sneered and raised a finger, 10,000 a month. "Don't be grateful to me, I'm always generous." "Ah, $10,000. Zhou Qingqing's eyes were full of disdain. "You call this generous?" On the first day she met Su Yang, he gave her several million in agency fees. "You are quite arrogant." Being despised, Bai Xinhui became even angrier. Once upon a time, so many people tried their best to get into the Bai family, but this girl actually refused. Su Yang raised the IOU in his hand and said, "That's enough of the farce. Where's my money? I won't give it to you. If you have the guts, come to Tianhua Supreme Hotel tonight to ask for it." Bai Xinhui said arrogantly, then ordered people to close the door and refused to return the money. Tianhua Supreme Hotel. That is the only 7-star wine in Songhai City. Only the rich or the noble can afford to drink there. The minimum consumption in the hall starts at 100,000 yuan, and the private rooms cost millions. Interesting. Su Yang laughed. If Bai Xinhui mentioned a second place, he might have started to quarrel with her. However, the place she mentioned happened to be his grandfather's birthday party today, and he had arranged it to be held at the Tianhua Supreme Hotel. It just so happens that both issues are resolved at the same time. Since Bai Xinhui wants to play, let her be completely desperate. "Boss, do you want me to post the video online?" "No hurry, let's go to Wanbatai to get something first." On the way, Su Yang called Lu Qi and asked him to send a security team to the hotel at night to wait for orders. At the same time, he also invited Yang Mange to attend his grandfather's birthday party. "I think Grandpa will be happy to see the big star appear." Wanbatai. Ever since Su Yang took over this antique shop, he handed it over to his parents to manage, so that they would have something to do. After parking the car, Su Yang walked into Wanbatai and looked at the ornaments on the shelves. There were very few of them. After all, genuine items are hard to come by and expensive, so you have to find a professional treasure appraiser to do it. Su Ongua saw his son driving a Koenigsegg out to show off on the street again, so he yelled, "Why are you running around instead of studying hard? Dad, your son always passes every exam, does he still need to go to school every day?" "Bullshit, your English teacher said a while ago that you only got 9 points in the test. Do you really think I'm stupid and don't know anything?" Su Yang was speechless. The one who got 9 points was the idiot of the original owner, not him. "Dad, if you don't believe me, call Teacher Anna now and see what my score is now." "Why, you still think you can get 100 points? If you get 100 points, I'll smash them for you." "Ah, that's not good. I'm afraid of being struck by lightning." "You could really think you got a perfect score?" "I'm going to call and ask now." Su Ongua is a conservative person who only believes that studying hard is the way out, so he is very concerned about his son's studies. After Zhang Ning finished with the account books, he couldn't stop smiling when he saw Zhou Qingqing. Are you the property manager from last time? Hello, Auntie. Mr. Su is one of our big clients, so I have been following up on his move into his new house recently. Your service is quite good. Zhang Ning looked at Su Yang with pride. It's really her son who is capable and allows her to live a good life. Soon, she glanced at Su Onghua, who was on the phone. She had lived in an apartment with him for most of her life. Sigh. At this time, Su Ongua's hands holding the mobile phone were shaking, and he looked frightened. What's wrong with you, old man? How is it possible? Su Yang got full marks in the exam. Su Onghua asked several times on the phone, and Anna said every time that Su Yang got full marks. After standing there for a long time, Su Onghua finally came to his senses. Son, even though you got full marks on the test, you can't be too proud. You still have to go to class in the future. Also, don't be too ostentatious. We need to be low-key, okay? Su Onghua was afraid that Su Yang would behave recklessly after becoming rich and live a life of luxury and debauchery like those rich second generations. Okay, I get it, but Dad, when will you consider calling me by another name? You just said. You rebellious son. I didn't say anything. Okay, I'm just kidding. Su Yang scratched his ears, which were almost covered with calluses. He selected those authentic antiques and planned to give them to his grandfather. Son, I asked someone to help me yesterday and he told me there is a professional treasure appraiser who knows everything about astronomy and geography, but... Su Onghua was depressed. The shelves of Master Wan Bao were empty and he and his wife didn't know what to sell. But what? Son, I heard from my friend that the treasure appraiser is very ostentatious and his salary requirement is ridiculously high. Su Yang smiled and said, I am not short of money, I am just afraid that these so-called experts are unreliable. Send me that person's contact information and I'll talk to him tomorrow. The father and son chatted for a long time. Zhang Ning pulled Su Yang and said, Son, Zhou Qingqing is living in your house now. What about Mengu? Yang Mange will also attend Grandpa's birthday party tonight. You kid, you can't have the best of both worlds. Don't worry, your son is recognized by the whole school as a good man. If you don't believe me, go to Tsinghua University and ask around. Is this true or false? Zhang Ning watched his son leave, half believing and half doubting. Then, his aunts and uncles came over and asked, Do any of you have children studying at Peking University or Tsinghua University? Have they heard that my son is a good man? Night falls. The streets of Songhai City are bustling with traffic. Rows of luxury cars rush to the Tianhua Supreme Hotel. Sitting in the passenger seat of the Koenigsegg, Zhou Qingqing held up her azure blue dress with her delicate hands, fearing that it would get wrinkled. This was something Su Yang bought for her when he went out in the evening. It was just because Zhou Qingqing's previous internship salary was low, and the clothes he usually wore were a bit rustic. Boss, this skirt is too expensive, 300,000, I don't even earn that much in a few months. It's okay, I'll deduct it from your salary. Ah. Su Yang turned the steering wheel and slowly passed through the checkpoint and entered the parking lot of Tianhua Supreme Hotel. As soon as he got off the car, Yang Mange was waiting at the gate in a burgundy dress. Today, she even put on light makeup. Su Yang, this way. Yang Mange waved his hand, and two signs were put up beside the gate. One is the Su Family Birthday Banquet, and the other is the Bai Family Birthday Banquet. The Bai Family, I see. No wonder Bai Xinhui clamored in the morning and asked Su Yang to meet her at Tianhua Supreme Hotel in the evening. Do you want to intimidate him by relying on the large number of Bai family members? This damn girl is really not afraid of death. I want to let her know that the more people there are around, the more embarrassed she will be. Let me introduce you, my assistant Zhou Qingqing. My rumored girlfriend Yang Mange. Su Yang introduced it with ease. Zhou Qingqing had heard of Yang Mange's name a long time ago. Ms. Yang, I grew up reading your works. I have long heard of your name, long heard of your name. Zhou Qingqing was very excited. Su Yang burst out laughing when he heard this. Only Yang Mange was left staring at him unhappily. Zhou Qingqing also realized that he had said the wrong thing. I'm sorry, I was too excited and my words were incoherent. It's okay. Maybe you've become stupid after being with your boss for so long. Yang Mange said proudly. However, it is normal for a successful man like Su Yang to have several women around him. Besides, Su Yang brought her out to meet her openly, and Yang Mange is not the kind of woman who doesn't know the big picture. Two people walked side by side. Zhou Qingqing followed behind wisely, looking at this fairy-like couple with great envy. Su Yang, besides Miss Zhou, how many other women are there around you? Is my rumored girlfriend jealous? Who is jealous of you? I'm just curious. Perhaps. Su Yang didn't answer for a long time. Yang Mange hesitated and asked, does it take that long? Yes, I can't count them all. You. Su Yang brought two beauties into the first-floor lobby, attracting countless guests to watch. Isn't this Su Yang? Why did you change your girlfriend again? It shouldn't be. Look, Yang Mange is here too. Those two flirting really don't care about the paparazzi. Why bother? They just live-streamed their blind date and kissed each other. That was Yang Mange's first screen kiss. Most of these people came to attend the Bai family's birthday party, and they are well-known entrepreneurs, bosses or managers in Songhai City. Su Yang scanned the room but didn't see Bai Xinhui. But he was not in a hurry and went to see his grandfather first. The three of them took the elevator to the Tianhao Hall on the 8th floor. Tianhua Supreme Hotel is not tall, with only 8 floors, but it has a large area. Each floor is divided into 4 halls, Tiandi, Xianhuang, and Didi, which are convenient for the nobles of Songhai City to hold banquets. Su Yang walked through the passage and saw his grandfather Su Lai wearing a Zhongshan suit not far away. Su Anghua and Zhang Ning were warmly welcoming the guests. Grandpa, I'm here. Hearing Su Yang's call, Su Lai turned around with his crutches. Yanger, come here, let Grandpa introduce you. This is your distant aunt, this is your cousin, and... Su Yang was speechless. Relatives that he had never met before suddenly appeared in his life like mushrooms after a rain. Su Anghua whispered in his ear, son, these people are uninvited, you should be careful. At this time, a fat woman was walking around Su Yang and looking at him. Su Yang, I heard that you bought a car and a house, and spent a lot of money to hold a birthday party for your grandfather. Did you borrow money? Or is it that the big star around you supports you? Hey, third uncle, why do you care where Su Yang got the money? Even if a big star gave him the money, it's our Su Yang's ability. Su Yang, your cousin is about to graduate. Can you ask your girlfriend if she can find him a job? We don't ask for much. About 30,000 a month will be fine. After all, he only graduated from a second-tier university. Oh, let's talk about it when we have time. Su Yang was too lazy to pay attention to her. These people used to look down on his parents and they had almost no contact with each other. Now, hearing that Su Anghua's family has become rich, he comes here to test the truth. Ms. Yang, you are so beautiful. You look even prettier in person than on TV. Ms. Yang, you are so nice to Su Yang. Yang Mange couldn't stand those people who tried to curry favor with the powerful, but she still wanted to say a few words for Su Yang. Su Yang relies on himself, and I still have to rely on him for support. One sentence made everyone confused. The big star has to rely on Su Yang for support. Su Yang smiled. This woman was really good at making him proud. Hearing this, Su Lai gave Su Yang a thumbs up and asked, Yanger, is this our Su family's granddaughter-in-law? Grandpa, do you like it? Of course, you are much better than your father. Of course, you are still a little bit worse than your grandfather. Your grandmother was. Su Lai smiled proudly, and Su Anghua's face turned black. He was hit by the bullet even when he was lying down. Grandpa Su, I wish you good fortune as vast as the East Sea and a long life as great as the southern mountains. Yang Mange bowed slightly to Su Lai, with a smile on her face and a calm demeanor. For a big star like her who is also the president of Wio Media Company, attending banquets is something she has seen a lot. Grandpa Su, my name is Zhou Qingqing. Zhou Qingqing was shy, and Su Lai happily looked at the two beauties with different personalities. Two girlfriends. Great, Great, my Su family is going to expand, come and sit down. Su Lai gestured to Yang Mange and Zhou Qingqing to sit at the main table, which made the relatives around them jealous. The fat woman before was Su Yang's aunt. She pushed her daughter next to her. Tingting, your cousin has become rich now, why are you still standing there? Go add him on WeChat. Yulan, you are also studying in Songhai City. Don't let the vixen snatch Su Yang away. Go talk to your cousin. I just went down to check and asked a lot of people. Su Yang's car is called Koenigsegg. It's worth over 100 million yuan, and you can't buy it even if you have money. I heard that Su Yang also bought 2 large villas of more than 1,000 square meters, spending a total of nearly 300 million, and also found a big star girlfriend. These gossips, after whispering to each other and making inquiries from various sources, found out that Su Yang was really super rich. They are no longer calm. Before coming to Su Lai's birthday party, they were only half believing and half doubting. The gift is 200 yuan. If Su Yang is really rich, they will take the opportunity to establish a relationship with him. If it was fake, they would just treat it as a good meal and leave. No matter how you look at it, it's not a loss. Several women in their 20s were pushed by their parents and elders. One of them was called Zhang Tingting, with a rosy face, about 25 years old, and wearing heavy makeup and perfume. She picked up the wine glass and walked in front of Su Yang. Cousin, long time no see, do you still remember me? Who are you? Zhang Tingting said awkwardly, cousin, you used to take me to the river to catch loaches, climb trees to get bird eggs, and you also like to climb onto my bed. Have you forgotten all this? At the main table, Yang Mange and Zhou Qingqing pricked up their ears to eavesdrop, and the 2 women almost spit out the drinks in their mouths from laughing. Su Yang frowned, I forgot. Hate it. You said you would marry me when you grow up. I'm already 25. If I wait any longer, it will be a waste of time. Zhang Tingting didn't take it seriously. She didn't care whether he had forgotten or not. Anyway, who wouldn't want a handsome, rich and young cousin? Zhang Tingting, you're a shameless vixen. Your cousin doesn't like you. Li Yulan put her hands on her hips, shook her 2 braids, and pushed Zhang Tingting away with her eyes wide open. She turned around, smiled and took Su Yang's arm. Everything was so natural. Cousin, I'm in Songhai High School. I'm a senior this year and will be going to your university soon. Su Yang was overwhelmed. Those gossipy women pushed their daughters over to him and surrounded him, asking to add him on WeChat. She said she wanted to be Su Yang's girlfriend, and even get married and have children. Some of them are close relatives, which is outrageous. At this moment, a group of people came out of the door. The leader had white hair, but his body was straight and tall. Ha ha ha, Lao Su, I didn't expect you to have the money to host a banquet at the Tianhua Supreme Hotel. Su Lai frowned when he saw the person coming and said calmly, Bai Zhanchen, what are you doing here? Bai Zhanchen. Su Yang remembered that this old man was the current head of the Bai family, one of the 4 major families in Songhai. Judging from their expressions, they are obviously old friends. Bai Zhanchen looked around the room and saw that the guests were dressed very poorly, and there were no big shots from Songhai City. Old Su, we've been classmates for 10 years. Am I not worthy of congratulating you? I, Su Lai, can't afford it. You should go back quickly. Su Lai's face showed anger, as if he was trying hard not to get angry. Su Yang didn't understand, so he asked Su Onghua, Dad, what does this old man mean? When your great-grandfather was alive, the Su family was still a big family. Later, the family fell into decline, so naturally, there were people who took advantage of the situation. At that time, Bai Zhanchen and your grandfather went to the same school and class for 10 years in junior high school and university. Their grades were comparable and they competed openly and secretly. Son, your grandfather's foot injury was caused by Bai Zhanchen's trickery. Be careful when you meet people from the Bai family in the future. As the 2 chatted, the atmosphere became depressing. Su Lai thought of what happened back then and said in a deep voice, Master Bai, we've finished drinking, isn't it time for you to leave? No hurry. Bai Zhanchen waved his hand, and a woman walked out from behind him. Old Su, this is my granddaughter Bai Xinhui. I heard that your grandson Su Yang won 100 million from my granddaughter in a gambling game, and he still has the IOU, right? That's perfect, call him out, tear up the IOU, and forget about this matter. After hearing this, Su Yang could no longer sit still. These days, do debtors really think of themselves as the masters? Su Yang cleared his throat. Why not let the evildoer come to me? Bai Xinhui said coquettishly, Grandpa, it's him. He forced me to write an IOU, and this morning he wanted to shoot a video and post it online to discredit our Bai family's reputation. Master, what the eldest lady said is true. Today we were on guard and happened to see Su Yang coming to collect the debt, and this kid wanted to beat us up. The two bodyguards of the Bai family said. Bai Zhanchen asked again, Boy, you are so young and yet you are so naughty that you actually cheated my granddaughter. That's interesting. I've seen shameless people before, but I've never seen someone this shameless. Bai Zhanchen sneered, the people of my Bai family have always been gentle and kind. Huier is well-educated and well-mannered, and she will definitely not lie. You are a nouveau riche, making dirty money by cheating and deceiving others. Don't you feel ashamed? The people of the Bai family are gentle, pure, and kind. Bai Zhanchen caused his grandfather Su Lai's foot to be injured for many years, and he targeted the Su family openly and secretly. Bai Xinhui couldn't afford to lose the jade bet, so she relied on her family's power to say black was white. Many people were present at the gambling event that day. Didn't Patriarch Bai ask for the truth of the matter? Boy, I'll be frank with you. Regardless of whether the story is true or false, with your little money and no power, what can you do to my Bai family? Bai Zhanchen laughed loudly and looked at Su Lai and Su Yang, grandfather and grandson, provocatively. Bai Xinhui folded her arms and looked at Su Yang triumphantly. Seeing that the situation was not good, Su Yang's aunts and uncles all stood up. The Bai family is one of the 4 major families in Songhai City. They are rich and powerful. Anyone who dares to offend them will definitely suffer the consequences. Although Su Yang is rich, he definitely cannot beat the Bai family. Su Yang, I didn't expect that you relied on stealing, cheating, and defrauding to make money. Fortunately, Tingting didn't go with you, otherwise she would definitely be implicated. The Bai family has been passed down for thousands of years and is a family of scholars. How could they not be able to afford to lose? These gossipy women were afraid of offending the Bai family, so they turned against them and spoke good words for the Bai family. You guys, ahem. Su Lai was so angry that he kept coughing and his face turned pale and he almost couldn't stand. Su Anghua and his wife hurriedly supported him. Su Lai didn't want Su Yang to get into trouble, so after calming down a little, he asked, Master Bai, what do you want? Bai Zhanchen sneered, as far as I know, your grandson Su Yang is the major shareholder of Century Company, holding 51% of the shares. It's not difficult to resolve the feud. In addition to the shares of Century Company, you can also hand over Wuyo Media Company to my Bai family. You are going too far. Su Lai was so angry that his hands were shaking. Bai Zhanchen was clearly trying to snatch it. Bai Xinhui even said, Grandpa, I am not short of money, I just want Su Yang to kneel down and kowtow to apologize. He doesn't like taking pictures very much, so I will let him be an internet celebrity. As she spoke, she took out her cell phone and prepared to take a photo, waiting for Su Yang to surrender and kneel down to beg for mercy. Impossible. Su Lai took a few steps forward with his crutches and stood in front of Su Yang. A man's knees are made of gold. Why do you have to argue with a child, Master Bai? Bai Zhanchen was in a dominant position and sneered, Su Lai, I advise your grandson to do everything according to Huiyer's instructions, otherwise I can't guarantee that your Su family can leave the hotel safely. Behind them, a group of bodyguards rushed in and surrounded Su Yang's family. Su Yang felt emotional and dialed a number calmly. Soon, a group of young people rushed in and confronted the Bai family. However, this group of people is obviously not as numerous as the Bai family. There's no way, they were just people Su Yang brought in temporarily. The leader was called Jiang He, Su Yang's best friend in college. They had watched movies together, skipped classes together, and been beaten together. Jiang He has learned traditional martial arts and is very tall. As for the people Jiang He brought, they were the School Martial Arts Association and the security team recruited by Lu Qi, and they were also Su Yang's temporary bodyguards. Bai Zhanchen looked up at Jiang He, a man as tall as a monkey, with the muscles in his arms full of explosive power. But the others are just a bunch of chickens and dogs. Good boy, dare you compare power with my Bai family? Bai Zhanchen signaled Bai Xinhui to call someone. In less than a few minutes, another group of uniformed men rushed in. Bai Zhanchen smiled at the leader and said, Director Gao, thank you for your help. Su Lai's old face became more solemn than before. The man in front of him turned out to be Gao Zhiming, deputy director of the Songhai City Security Bureau. In this city, there are at least 5 people in command. The Bai family's power in recent years has become even greater than before. Gao Zhiming didn't even need to ask about the ins and outs of the matter, and said bluntly, Su Yang, hand over your forged IOU. Considering your youth and ignorance, I will give you a lighter sentence. Su Yang smiled, forgery. Never mind, what if you don't hand it in? Gao Zhiming's face suddenly turned gloomy. Since you are unwilling to cooperate, take all of you back to the Security Bureau for investigation. Hearing about the Security Bureau, many people in the field became scared. All the heinous criminals in Songhai City are imprisoned there. If you enter there, you will be skinned alive if you don't die. Su Yang's aunts and uncles all expressed their intention to distance themselves from the Su family. Sir, we didn't know that Su Yang defrauded the eldest daughter of the Bai family. This matter has nothing to do with us. Yes. We were just invited to attend the birthday party. We don't know anything else. If you want to arrest someone, just arrest their whole family. We are not familiar with Su Yang. Gao Zhiming looked at Bai Zhanchen, who nodded. The authority of the Bai family cannot be challenged, and the effect has been achieved. Gao Zhiming waved his hand and said, Come here, take Su Yang and his family back for investigation and interrogation. At this moment, someone hurried in from outside the door. Master, the gentleman you invited has arrived, and his carriage has just arrived downstairs. What? Bai Zhanchen was surprised and happy. He didn't care about Su Yang and hurriedly greeted Gao Zhiming. Director Gao, the master from Kyoto is here. Let's go and greet him. Okay, let's go. You guys, take down Su Yang first and wait for me to come back. Yes, Chief. People from the Bai family and the Security Bureau poured into several elevators. It's over. I didn't expect the Bai family to have such a strong backing that they even have someone in Kyoto backing them up. Su Lai's eyes were filled with panic. What a nice birthday party turned out to be like this. The first floor of Tianhua Supreme Hotel. Led by Bai Zhanchen and Gao Zhiming, they stood at the gate, bent over and waited. In the parking lot, dozens of soldiers jumped out of several armored vehicles, each of them carrying a submachine gun. Then, surrounded by the soldiers, an old man walked up the stairs. Bai Zhanchen greets His Excellency the Commander. Gao Zhiming greets His Excellency the Commander. The two men bowed 90 degrees and the people behind them followed suit. Many people have never seen the old man, but when they heard the name of military commander, they guessed that he was the head of the 8 major departments of Dragon Kingdom and the supreme leader of the National Defense Army. He is Shi Wuzuan. You're welcome. I heard it was your 70th birthday, so I happened to be passing by and came to see you. Bai Zhanchen was overjoyed. He had even sent a message to Kyoto to find connections. He flattered others and asked them to invite Shi Wuzuan to attend his birthday party. One reason is to enhance the prestige of the Bai family. Secondly, he wanted to take the opportunity to please Shi Wuzuan so that he could arrange for his family members to join the National Defense Army in the future. I didn't expect that I was so proud that I actually invited this giant Buddha. Bai Zhanchen smiled and respectfully invited Shi Wuzuan to go up to the 8th floor. Grandpa, that's Su Yang. Let's talk about it later. That kid can't get away. Now the important things are urgent. Bai Xinhui hated Su Yang in her heart, and seeing that her grandfather was only busy entertaining Shi Wuzuan, how could she miss the opportunity to take revenge on Su Yang? Bai Zhanchen deliberately lowered his voice and spoke. But his voice cannot be hidden at all in the ears of those who practice martial arts. There was a gleam in Shi Wuzuan's eyes. Hearing the familiar name, I recalled an encounter we had at Wanbatai a few days ago. Who is the Su Yang you are talking about? How old is he? Bai Zhanchen was a little embarrassed. Unexpectedly, Shi Wuzuan could hear his voice. Please forgive me, my lord. My Bai family was just hit by a gangster by chance. I dare not disturb your pleasure. Shi Wuzuan's voice was more powerful and majestic. I am asking you a question. Bai Zhanchen's heart skipped a beat. Your Excellency, he is just a 20-year-old boy. Don't pay any attention to him. Just call me Xiao Bai. Please come in. 20 years old, Su Yang. Shi Wuzuan smiled knowingly. Su Yang was trying to skim the Bai family. His little brother was not that kind of person. Where is Su Yang? Return to the commander, sir, the 8th floor. Lead the way. Bai Zhanchen nodded, his face extremely gloomy, and he wanted to slap Bai Xinhui away. If she hadn't interrupted, Shi Wuzuan would have sat down and drank by now. The connection with this big Buddha was obtained by the Bai family with great difficulty. Now it is being wasted on that bastard Su Yang. It's like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Well. A group of people walked into the Tianzihu Hall in a mighty procession. The Bai family's people were still surrounding Su Yang. Su Yang, why don't you kneel down and greet the commander? Seeing that Su Yang was indifferent, Bai Zhanchen felt embarrassed. If they can't even control a little kid, how can the Bai family perform in front of Master Shi Wuzuan? Su Yang, the commander, is one of the most important figures in the Dragon Kingdom. He has fought on the battlefield for many years to protect the safety of the people. Why don't you pay your respects to him quickly? Gao Zhiming understood and said quickly, yes, Su Yang, kneel down quickly. If the commander is in a good mood, he may forgive you for defrauding Miss Bai. Shi Wuzuan and Su Yang looked at each other and laughed again. Oh. Who did he cheat? How much money did he cheat? Bai Zhanchen nodded and bowed, my lord, this guy bullied my granddaughter and forced her to write an IOU for 100 million. Bai Xinhui used the same trick again, her voice a little tearful, my lord, Su Yang bet with me on Jade, and it was clearly him who lost, but relying on his manliness and strength, he forced me to pay back 100 million within 3 days. Bai Xinhui roughly recounted what happened, but only modified some of the content. Everyone suddenly realized what had happened and angrily accused Su Yang of being a shameless person. When the gossipy women saw the military car, they wanted to leave but didn't dare to, so they stayed in their seats. Now seeing that Su Yang's family had offended such a person, they turned around and blamed Su Yang. Adding insult to injury. Su Yang's nature is hard to change. When my daughter was a child, he often sneaked into her bed and almost got her. Yes, this kid used to do some sneaky things, and he became even crazier when he grew up. He even dared to defraud Miss Bai. He is so despicable. Grandpa Bai Zhanchen and his grandson smiled at each other. With so many dogs speaking for their Bai family, Su Yang's property would be in danger, and perhaps his life would be in danger too. Is there really an IOU? Su Yang smiled bitterly and handed Shi Wuzuan an IOU. Bai Xinhui signed and sealed it herself, and her fingerprints cannot be faked. Su Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately it was Shi Wuzuan who came. Otherwise, it would take a lot of effort for his family to be arrested by the Security Bureau. General, I don't know how this guy forged it. Please let Xiao Bai tear it up. Bai Zhanchen was talking beside him, but Shi Wuzuan didn't even notice him. Xiao Gao, are you here because of this? When Gao Zhiming heard Shi Wuzuan asking him, he immediately nodded and said, excuse me, General Commander. This kid dared to touch the Bai family, so I brought people here to take a look. For such a small matter, it's a great honor for the Bai family to have the director come in person. Shi Wuzuan said with a smile, but there was a hint of coldness under that smile. Everyone thought Su Yang was dead this time. Before they knew it, the area outside the banquet hall was filled with military soldiers. When the military commander gets angry, millions of people die. The relatives of the Su family were so frightened that their legs went limp. Su Lai, supported by Su Onghua, hurried up. When he was about to plead for Su Yang, he was glared at by Bai Zhanchen. My Lord Commander is speaking. When it is your turn to interrupt, step aside. Otherwise, no one will be able to leave here today. Su Lai gritted his teeth, ready to protect Su Yang at all costs. This grandson worked hard to earn money to arrange this birthday party for him, so how could he allow others to bully him? At this moment, Shi Wuzuan moved. The whole audience held their breath. The Bai family and Gao Zhiming looked at each other and knew that something interesting was about to happen. Shi Wuzuan took a few steps forward and patted Su Yang on the shoulder. Could it be that the military commander took action personally? With this palm strike, Su Yang would probably turn into a pool of meat paste. As Bai Zhanchen was thinking about this, Bai Xinhui showed an expression that she deserved it. But the next moment, Su Yang was still standing there as if nothing had happened. Instead, Shi Wuzuan's laughter was heard between the two of them. "Brother, why didn't you tell me when you met someone so blind in Songcheng?" Shi Wuzuan said with some blame. "Brother, am I not afraid of causing trouble to you?" "Trouble? Am I, Shi Wuzuan, someone who is afraid of trouble? Trouble is afraid of me." He put the IOU in Su Yang's hand, and his voice echoed throughout the venue again. "Since Su Yang said this IOU is real, then it is real." Boom. What is going on? It was clear that Shi Wuzuan and Su Yang were brothers, even though they were several dozen years apart in age. Moreover, how did a college student get to know the high-ranking military commander? This scene stunned everyone present. Su Lai and Su Anguo finally reacted and breathed a sigh of relief. Instead, the people from the Bai family and the security bureau were dumbfounded. Bai Zhanchen glared at Bai Xinhui, trembling all over as he said, "You little bitch, didn't you say you investigated Su Yang? Why is he so familiar with the commander?" I don't know." Bai Xinhui wanted to die, but after so many twists and turns, the clown turned out to be herself. "Bai Zhanchen, are you bullying me because I have no one behind me? Your granddaughter initiated the bet, and she couldn't afford to lose and refused to pay, but you want to arrest her whole family." With a plop, Gao Zhiming collapsed to the ground. "General, I don't need to hear any explanation. You abused your power and colluded with the Bai family to kill loyal citizens. Go to Kyoto tomorrow to answer for your crime." Boom boom. Gao Zhiming fainted on the ground. The family spent countless money and connections to transfer him to Songhai City to make money. It's only been a few years, and we're back to the time before liberation. This was an order from the military commander, which was tantamount to sentencing him to death, and he had no chance to explain. Gao Zhiming then understood why Shi Wuzuan had just asked him if he was here because of Su Yang. That was his final interrogation. It's a pity that Gao Zhiming confessed himself. Bai Zhanchen saw that his backers had fallen. He immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed continuously, hoping that Shi Wuzuan would revoke his decision. "Master Junzuo, for the sake of the old master, please don't report it. There is still room for this matter." What a disgrace. As soon as Shi Wuzuan finished speaking, a burst of aura directly blew Bai Zhanchen away. The whole audience was horrified into silence. At the same time, the soldiers outside the hall came in and took the unconscious Gao Zhiming away. Everyone in the Bai family looked dejected and knelt on the ground begging for mercy. Bai Xinhui helped Bai Zhanchen up, her legs shaking violently. "Grandpa, what should I do?" Bai Zhanchen's old body felt severe pain and he suddenly looked at Su Yang. "That's the last chance. Master Su, I am willing to pay 1 billion, please let my Bai family go." "Young Master Su, I didn't know that you and the commander were brothers. I, an old man, was blind." Su Yang smiled, although his father Su Anguo did not explain in detail how Bai Zhanchen had caused his grandfather Su Lai to have injured his foot for many years. But those are not important anymore. Su Yang now wants to get rid of the Bai family. "If you want, I can let Bai Xinhui marry you, but she has to be the eldest. That means that even if Su Yang marries Yang Mange or another woman in the future, she can only be a mistress." Even at this time, Bai Zhanchen still maintained a superior attitude. Perhaps in his opinion, Bai Xinhui's marriage to Su Yang is a glory for the Su family. "Grandpa, I don't want it." The words haven't finished yet. Bang. There were burning slap marks on Bai Xinhui's face. "When is it your turn to speak?" Seeing Bai Zhanchen's furious look, Bai Xinhui was so scared that she dared not speak anymore. But Su Yang spread his hands and said, "That's right, I don't want it either." Bai Zhanchen quickly advised, it's my granddaughter who is rude. I'll take her back and discipline her. She will definitely be willing to marry you. From now on, the Bai family and the Su family will be eternal allies. Bai Xinhui's face turned extremely red. Not only did the slap marks turn red, but more importantly, it was a humiliation. Not only was he used by his grandfather as a bargaining chip to please Su Yang and be scolded and disciplined, but she didn't dare to say a word. Bai Zhanchen is her confidence. As long as this confidence doesn't help her, Bai Xinhui is nothing. Bai Zhanchen, are you deaf? Su Yang had no intention of giving face to the Bai family. Then let me make it clear. I don't like your granddaughter. Do you understand? These words made Bai Zhanchen stand there in a daze. Although her granddaughter has a bad temper, she looks good. In the four major families, there are also many young talents who try their best to get close to her. But Bai Xinhui never accepted it. Su Yangyu. Bai Xinhui was so angry that her eyes turned red. What? Can't I just reject you? You don't want to throw yourself at me, do you? Are you a dog-skin plaster? When Bai Xinhui heard this, she squatted on the ground and burst into tears. Seeing this, Bai Zhanchen's face became even uglier. Seeing that the people from the Bai family had no sincerity at all, Shi Wuzuan also lost his patience. The Bai family colluded with Gao Zhiming privately. I have the right to take you back for interrogation and investigation. Someone, take him away. I saw several soldiers coming. Bai Zhanchen panicked. My lord, he is a powerless kid, why do you have to make things difficult for my Bai family because of him? What a joke. I am behind Su Yang. He has no power or influence. Bai Zhanchen was shocked and quickly pulled Bai Xinhui up. Why don't you apologize to Master Su? Bai Xinhui was at a loss, kneeling on the ground, stroking her face. Yes, I'm sorry, it's my fault. Bai Zhanchen also knelt down with a bang. Master Su, I am willing to pay 10 billion as compensation, please let my Bai family go. Su Yang looked at Shi Wuzuan, who whispered, Brother, the Bai family is a 1,000-year-old family with complicated power. I can't wipe them out with just this little handle. Su Yang expressed his understanding. It was already very good that Bai Zhanchen could kneel down and apologize today. Just as Bai Zhanchen said, Su Yang himself has no power or influence, and the total capital of his several industries is only tens of billions. There is no way to get rid of the Bai family in one go. Master Bai, what about my grandfather? Clear. Bai Zhanchen nodded and kowtowed to Su Lai, Brother Su, it was all my fault back then, I hope you can forgive me. Go away. I have already forgotten what happened back then. Su Lai let out a long sigh. Seeing the Bai family leave in a mess, he looked at Su Yang with relief on his face. My grandson is amazing. After Bai Zhanchen left, Su Yang's cell phone rang, indicating that his bank card had received 10 billion transferred from the Bai family. Of the 10 billion yuan given for the previous task, only 100 million yuan was transferred to Lu Su to customize employee uniforms. Damn it. This money can't be spent, but it's getting more and more. Will it be counted as part of the mission? Su Yang just wanted the Bai family to pay the price and forgot about this. Host, rest assured, the additional cash will not be counted in the mission. That's fine. Su Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Now, the only warriors left in the hall were those brought by Shi Wuzuan. Su Yang recovered and quickly invited Shi Wuzuan to sit at the main table. Brother, this is my grandpa Su Lai, ugh. Su Yang was a little embarrassed, as Shi Wuzuan was already in his 60s. It's okay, we'll just keep our own ways. Su Lai had experienced too many ups and downs and quickly understood his grandson's little thoughts. At the main table, Su Yang's family and Shi Wuzuan were drinking and chatting, talking and laughing. Those gossipy ladies were even more embarrassed. They were reluctant to leave and wanted to continue sitting down to eat and drink, but Su Lai didn't invite them. The fat woman took a few steps forward and said, Su Yang, we were forced to do this just now. I hope you don't mind. I mind it, go away. Su Yang didn't even turn his head. What's the point of these relatives coming? When you are down, you will be stepped on, and when you are proud, you will be shameless and come up to you to disgust you. Su Lai was also extremely disappointed with these people and did not try to keep them. Su Yang, this has nothing to do with Tingting. She still likes you very much. Give her a chance. Yes, my daughter Yulan will go to your school to attend college next year. Su Yang, you must take care of her. Haizi, kick them out. Su Yang waved his hand and Jiang He took a few steps forward. Get out. Jiang He, who is 2 meters and 3 meters tall, glared at the group of people that Su Yang hated. The group of people did not dare to stay and left the hotel in a hurry. Brother Su Yang, you have a good bodyguard. He is my classmate, his name is Jiang He. Jiang He's family is not well off, and his sister is sick and has no money for treatment, so Su Yang paid for the treatment. So Jiang He became Su Yang's best friend, and even his follower. Jiang He, how about letting him and my people try their skills? Su Yang frowned, he is still a student. Su Yang knew that every member of the National Defense Army was a master. It's okay, just stop there, I'll be watching. With Shi Wuzuan's guarantee, Su Yang signaled Jiang He to fight, and the latter clenched his fists, eager to give it a try. Shi Wuzuan randomly selected a warrior. You two will have 1 round of palm strikes. Yes. Commander. The warrior took a steady horse stance, took a deep breath to mobilize his energy, and stored most of his strength in his palms. Then, he slapped Jiang He with his palm. Jiang He changed his fist into a palm, and with a bang, the 2 men's palms separated. The soldier took 3 steps back before he could steady himself, while Jiang He only moved his right foot. The difference is obvious at a glance. Shi Wuzuan's eyes lit up, Tongbi fist. Jiang He nodded, I know both Tong Biquan and Xingyiquan. Boy, are you interested in joining my National Defense Army? No. Jiang He didn't even think about it. Shi Wuzuan saw that Jiang He wanted to follow Su Yang. Brother, I'll give you a team of 10 soldiers in exchange for him, okay? No. Shi Wuzuan coughed dryly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. These 2 guys were really decisive. They rejected him twice without any hesitation. Ha ha ha, let's drink and stop talking about this. Shi Wuzuan drank and chatted until 12 o'clock in the evening before leaving. Before leaving. Brother Su Yang, I'm afraid I won't be in Songhai for too long. If you and Jiang He have any problems, you can go to see Zhong Zhe, the chief of the Songhai Security Bureau. Su Yang did not shirk the responsibility. After all, he relied on his parents at home and on his friends when he went out. Although the system can give him money now, in terms of power, he still has to make friends on his own, which is the real hard power. What should I say? Just say that his master asked him to do the work. It turns out that Director Zhong is Shi Wuzuan's apprentice. Su Yang smiled knowingly, I see. After seeing off Shi Wuzuan. Recalling how Su Yang and the military commander were chatting and laughing just now. Su Lai was filled with emotion. Xiao Yang, thanks to you tonight, otherwise our Su family would be ruined tonight. The revenge that took place many years later was finally taken. Sun Zi's career is flourishing. The Su family fell into his hands and reappeared in Su Yang's hands. Grandpa is proud of you. You too, don't bully Xiao Yang in the future, otherwise I won't let you go. Su Lai stared at Su Anghua and his wife. Dad, don't worry. I'm almost his son today. How dare I do that? Su Anghua said helplessly. Su Yang's face twitched, it really made me laugh to death. Grandpa, you are tired too, go back and rest. After seeing everyone off, Yang Mange also wanted to leave. When I came here today, I had already been seen by many people. I don't know what the paparazzi will write about me tomorrow. It's too late and the road is unsafe, let's go to my house. Without waiting for Yang Mange to speak, Su Yang pulled her into the Koenigsegg. At the same time, in the Bai family study, Bai Zhanchen just came back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Asshole. Master Shi Wu is going too far. Grandpa, are we just going to let it go like this? Bai Xinhui touched her face and still felt hot. With so many people watching, people in Songhai City will definitely laugh at the Bai family in the future. Bai Zhanqian couldn't calm down. Shi Wuzun is of high status and we cannot afford to offend him. However, Su Yang is just a kid with a little money. So what if he has Shi Wuzun's support? As long as I don't do anything illegal, even Shi Wuzun can't do anything to our Bai family. Bai Zhanqian had a dark face and fell into deep thought. Huir, pass the order down. Use all means to suppress Su Yang's industries. Do it covertly. It is impossible for Shi Wuzun to stay in Songhai forever. When the time comes, I will let Su Yang know that my Bai family cannot be insulted. Yes. Grandpa. Longpan number 1. Yang Mange looked at the decoration of the villa. No wonder it cost more than 100 million yuan per unit. Not to mention the size of the area, this kind of decorative materials alone will cost a lot of money. After admiring it for a while, Yang Mange thought of some important plans for the company. Su Yang, I plan to have the company's artists film a TV series, and I need your advice on some matters. Yang Mange opened the encrypted document on his mobile phone and handed several scripts to Su Yang for him to choose from. Su Yang took a look and found that the script included both ancient martial arts and modern romance. There are also scripts about cultivating immortals, but they have very high requirements for special effects technology. Looking further down, there is a list of artists from Wuyo Media Company. There are 4 first-line celebrities, 3 women and 1 man. Su Yang looked at the male artist, who had gained fame by taking photos of young handsome men and posing handsomely. This male artist Li Chunfeng needs to transform himself to improve. The audience is tired of watching him just play young handsome guys. Yang Mange's eyes lit up. I agree. Su Yang smiled. It seems that Boss Yang has already come up with an idea, why bother asking me again? Yang Mange rolled his eyes at him. How dare I not ask? You are the largest shareholder now. However, if Li Chunfeng wants to transform and shoot some difficult martial arts films, he can't start right away. Su Yang nodded, and guessed Yang Mange's concerns. Let a pampered artist go to film Wuda all of a sudden. He might break bones every day. Let him practice first. It seems that Boss Su means that both male and female artists must first learn some basic martial arts. Yes, Boss Yang, but I heard that the company didn't have enough money before. The two of them were bickering. Yang Mange smiled bitterly. It's not enough. If we let the artists stop practicing again, the company's funds will probably be tight again. Paying the artists alone is a huge expense every month, so one can imagine the pressure Yang Mange is under. Money is a difficult resource for Yang Mange to obtain. But for Su Yang, it is the root of all evil. He was eager to find an opportunity to spend money. System, I also have shares in Wuyo Media Company. Can I add funds to it? The host can pay up to 1 billion as operating funds. Su Yang withdrew his thoughts. You are the one who manages the company's money, right? Give me the account. Su Yang remembered that Yang Mange was both the CEO and the financial director. He had to take on multiple roles and also find cooperation for artists. Here's the account. Yang Mange had no doubts. After all, Su Yang was the biggest boss and he had the right to do anything with the company. Su Yang calmly took out his mobile phone and transferred 1 billion funds to the company's account. Okay, that should be enough now, let's check the company accounts. Yang Mange was still preparing to arrange for the artists to practice martial arts, but when he heard Su Yang's words, he turned his head away in confusion. What? Wuyo Media's account originally had only 80 million in liquid funds. Looking at the account with a double-digit increase, Yang Mange's mind was buzzing. This is not in accordance with the procedure. Oh my god. Doesn't this guy have endless money to spend? Yang Mange felt unwell. Ever since he met Su Yang, he has been spending money non-stop, and it seems like there will never be an end to it. Not in accordance with the procedures. Su Yang thought about it and guessed that big companies do have rules. He patted Yang Mange's hand and said, then leave it to you, the one who manages the money. Get the process right. Anyway, you can't withdraw a single cent of this money, otherwise I will be angry. Why should I return it? You have so much money that you are afraid of throwing it out. I will definitely take it all. Yang Mange pouted and said, I know Boss Su likes to throw money at people. Then did you faint? No, I'm not that kind of woman. What kind of woman? A woman who will be knocked unconscious by your money. Su Yang suddenly became interested. What if it's this? What? Before Yang Mange could react, Su Yang's mouth was already on hers. Yang Mange widened her eyes and tried to push Su Yang away with her hands, but under Su Yang's kiss, her body became increasingly weak. Su Yang, are you serious? Is Boss Yang serious? Yang Mange's heart tightened. I don't know. I've never been in a relationship. Why don't you feel it first, and then ask if you are serious? Su Yang approached again, and Yang Mange shook her head vigorously. No. We can do this after we get married. Su Yang didn't expect that Yang Mange had such a traditional side. But it's also true that without this side, it would be difficult to stay out of the entertainment industry. Okay, I respect you, so be my craftsman for once. What is a craftsman? Su Yang seriously grabbed Yang Mange's hand and pulled it over. Daybreak. Zhou Qingqing came to wake Su Yang up again. Boss Su, get up quickly. Su Yang woke up slowly. After bullying Yang Mange yesterday, she ran back that night. Su Yang remembered that today was the performance time for the second episode of A Date with Big Stars. He turned on his cell phone and received a text message from Qing Tao. Mr. Su, the show starts at 12 o'clock, please remember to arrive on time. Su Yang quickly tidied his clothes, had a simple breakfast and went to the parking lot. Zhou Qingqing happened to have a day off today, so she became Su Yang's personal assistant. Koenigsegg started and headed to the shooting site. At the same time, after Xue Min learned that her blind date was Su Yang, she arrived at the hotel waiting at 10 o'clock. Get it ready, today is my chance to defeat Yang Mange. She held a mirror and frantically urged the makeup artist to touch up her makeup, thick foundation, and deep red lips. Xiao Wang, do you think my clothes are suitable? Xue Min deliberately wore a large V-neck dress today. Sister Min, your dress is very nice. Whether from the side or the front, you can clearly see your proud beauty. Young Master Su will definitely be fascinated by you. Xue Min chuckled, men say one thing and mean another. Su Yang ignored me on the surface, but I didn't expect him to approach Director Qing privately and ask to work with me on the script. Haha, men. It seems that Su Yang has become interested in me. It was probably during this period that her short essay caught Su Yang's attention. The boy investigated her and was attracted by her beauty. Of course, sister, it's up to you. With the popularity of the previous episodes, the second episode will definitely be more popular than the first one. Of course, on the other side. The staff also began to set up the venue. The restaurant was full of extras they hired. Qing Tao looked at his watch from time to time, signaling to the photographer that he could start warming up. Douyu app platform. Hello everyone, I am the host of the show, Lin Xueyue. Without further ado, let me introduce to you all. The female lead in this episode is Xue Min, an artist and celebrity from Xingshi Media. Following Lin Xue's introduction, the photographer turned the camera to Xue Min. Xue Min held up her skirt and greeted the audience warmly with a smile on her face. Hello everyone, I'm Xue Min, I hope you will continue to support me, I love you all. Xue Min threw a glance, which attracted many otakus who were watching the live broadcast to start rewarding themselves directly on their phones. Xue Min, I love you. Love shit, my goddess Boss Yang. Go away, you brainless fan. Your Boss Yang has been dumped by Su Yang, and you still haven't realized the truth. The one above is Xue Min's die-hard fan, right? Didn't you see the gossip photos of Su Yang and her couple shopping together this morning? Qing Tao saw that the audience had already started arguing before the live broadcast even started. The popularity is still high. Black and red are also red, put up advertisements. Backstage. Xue Min opened his phone and saw that the number of people in the live broadcast room exceeded 10 million. Xiao Wang, my damn charm is really helpless. In just a few minutes, there are already tens of millions of people online in the live broadcast room. Outside the door, Su Yang looked around Wadianju Hotel, which was where he first met Yang Mange. Why the same restaurant as last time? This is Xue Min's strong request. She said that you will definitely like it, Mr. Su. Xue Min. Yes, it's me. As soon as Xue Min heard that Su Yang was coming, he ran out immediately. Does Su Xiao like it here? You like it, right? It's more exciting to have an affair at the place where others have made an appointment. Su Yang said it all. But Xue Min not only did not blush, but her face became even more excited. Master Su understands others. As Xue Min spoke, he kept rolling his eyes, repeating the two principles back and forth. All right, stay away from me. I'm a germaphobe. Su Yang pushed her away and said lightly. This woman likes to stir up trouble to increase her popularity, so let's have fun with her today. With Su Yang's arrival, the number of people watching the live broadcast room soared rapidly, instantly breaking through 50 million. With the performance of the previous episode, many people know that Su Yang is handsome and rich. Mr. Su finally arrived, the melon seeds and peanuts were ready, and we started watching the show. What do you think, will Su Yang and Xue Min be able to form a couple again? It is very likely. After all, Xue Min is still quite pretty. Poor Boss Yang, he was dumped just like that. Cheng Tao made a gesture and the photographer pointed the camera at Su Yang and Xue Min. Xue Min couldn't wait any longer. Mr. Su, what are your criteria for choosing a spouse? I don't have many requirements, just young, beautiful and family-oriented. Xue Min stroked her lips and chuckled, so do you think I'm okay? Since Cheng Tao did not plan to prepare a script, he allowed the two to act freely. Xue Min pretended to be casual and moved closer to Su Yang. Su Yang just took a glance and found that no matter how round and big it was, it had been rubbed so many times that it was nothing to see. Good. As soon as he finished speaking, the Douyu live broadcast room exploded. It's over. Young Master Su has been charmed by Xue Min. Mr. Su is also a man. It is normal that he cannot resist Xue Min's flirting and temptation. Watch quietly, stop making noise. After getting Su Yang's affirmation, Xue Min couldn't stop smiling. Mr. Su, you are young but have a net worth of 10 billion, and you are so handsome. There are few people in Songhai City who can compare to you, Mr. Su. Su Yang smiled and said nothing. Xue Min continued, Mr. Su, your conditions completely meet my criteria for choosing a spouse. Should we go to another place to talk? Xue Min blinked and shook his shoulders from side to side. Isn't this bad? After all, we haven't officially started dating yet, and neither of our parents has met each other. No need. Mr. Su is so young and handsome, my family will definitely not object. That won't work. How about telling me your marriage requirements? Seeing that the two of them were talking back and forth, they went straight to discussing marriage. The live broadcast room went into an uproar. It's over. Young Master Su has completely fallen for it. Alas, although Xue Min's reputation is not as good as Yang Mange's, her figure is still very attractive. Su Xiao is a hot-blooded man, I'm afraid he can't help himself. Evil Chable, all the women are clinging to him. The audience on Douyu were confused, and even director Cheng Tao thought that Su Yang really fell in love with Xue Min. At this time, Xue Min said slowly, since young Master Su mentioned it, let me tell you my request. The betrothal gift is 5 million, plus a sports car worth about 30 million, so that I can pick up the kids in the future. Also, my mother is going to move to Longpan No. 1 to live with me. Finally, I hope you can support my brother as much as possible. Su Yang was stunned. Xue Min really thought he was a turtle in the wishing well. The lion opened his mouth wide. Miss Xue, 5 million is too little for a betrothal gift. 10 billion is not too much for my woman. Xue Min's heart almost burst. My woman, 10 billion is not too much. These words are enough to make all women feel something. Master Su, you are really too generous. I will be very sorry to refuse your offer. Su Yang nodded. Also, a sports car worth 30 million is too cheap and not worthy of my Koenigsegg CCXR. I will listen to Master Su in everything. Anyway, you are the most gentle and considerate man in the world. If I marry you, I will definitely take good care of the family. Oh, by the way, Miss Xue, how old is your brother? My brother Xue Su just graduated and started at Xingshi Media from the bottom. Su Yang put down the teacup and said, "Then what do you want me to do?" "My mother said that if I get married, I will also have to take care of my younger brother." Seeing that he remained silent for a long time, Xuemin continued, "Is it okay to be nice to my only brother? After all, it wasn't easy for my parents to give birth to me and raise me. From now on, my brother will be with them." Su Yang was dumbfounded. Not only was Xuemin narcissistic, she was also a brother-supporting womanizer. Marrying you means helping the poor. In Douyu's live broadcast room, the barrage of comments is all the same, the brother-supporting demon. Seeing Su Yang remain silent, Xuemin realized that she was a little impatient. "Mr. Su, let's talk about this later. How about we go shopping in the mall next door?" "Okay." As they talked, the two left the restaurant and came to the mall. The photographer and director followed closely behind. Xuemin walked to a high-end store very skillfully and picked out clothes. Xuemin picked out a very short dress, put it on in front of her deliberately, and leaned against Su Yang with her head held high and her chest puffed out. "My dear, you always have good taste. What do you think of this dress?" Su Yang looked at the unit price and it was only a few thousand yuan. Too cheap, average quality. Xuemin shook her body again and said coyly, "The quality doesn't have to be too good, you'll tear it anyway." Xuemin put down her clothes and picked out a pair of red high heels. "Honey, these shoes match my temperament very well." "Yes, swipe the card." Su Yang took out his bank card and handed it to the salesperson. Xuemin blinked when she saw Su Yang was so decisive, thinking that he had taken the bait. After the salesperson packed the shoes, Xuemin began to choose jewelry. Xuemin stood in front of the counter, moving his fingers. This, and that, don't take it. Pack up all the rest." The salesperson was overjoyed, as the jewelry in this counter alone was worth more than 10 million. In the Douyu live broadcast room, the audience couldn't sit still and kept typing on the keyboards frantically. Is Su Yang a fool with a lot of money? Spending 10 million on Xuemin is not worth it at all. Technician number 88 at Fenghai Entertainment is only 699 a night. Her looks and figure are no worse than Xuemin's. I can keep her for life with 10 million. Su Yang, I love you. I will also participate in the next show. Even if I can't be Su Yang's girlfriend, I will still experience the joy of crazy shopping. Ah, I feel so sorry for Boss Yang, Su Yang is such a scumbag. The salesperson packed the jewelry. Excuse me, who will pay? Of course my boyfriend paid for it. He has no sense at all. Xuemin happily accepted several gift packages. Ms. Xue, I'm not your boyfriend. What? Xuemin opened his mouth in surprise, thinking he had heard it wrong. Mr. Su, didn't we have a good chat just now in the restaurant? Is it because I bought too much jewelry that you are unhappy? Xuemin was anxious. Although she was a star, she had actually spent all her film remuneration long ago. 10 million, where does she get so much money? Su Yang smiled. What are we talking about? This is just my first blind date with you, okay? As soon as these words came out, all the passers-by around were also attracted. It would have been conspicuous enough if there were several cameras taking pictures. Now Su Yang said this. More people looked at Xuemin. Women nowadays are so disgusting. It's the first blind date. Did I hear correctly? She actually wants to spend 10 million on the men. This is a blood-sucking act. Whoever marries her will lose all his family fortune. Indeed, even the 4 major families may not be able to withstand such a spendthrift woman. By the way, why does this Jinx look a bit like a female celebrity? Noticing the gazes of passers-by, Xuemin felt more and more guilty. Su Yang, please stop messing around. We just agreed. Xuemin requested. At first, Su Yang agreed to everything she asked. Xuemin thought she had caught a rich husband. What the hell, is this our first blind date? Did I know you before? Don't look at me, just pay. This scene made the audience in the live broadcast room explode. It's so refreshing. I thought Mr. Su was stupid and rich, but it turns out that he had seen through Xuemin's true colors, so he punished her. Don't forget, last time Xue Min posted something to defame Su Xiao, it was all her own fault. Giving away 20,000 yuan of small fortune to make Xue Min happy, and then letting her buy 10 million yuan worth of jewelry out of her own pocket, it's so funny. The Douyu live broadcast room was filled with barrages, with more than 100 million views, and real-time views fluctuating around 50 million. Cheng Tao jumped up with excitement. Mr. Su is still as good at making things happen as always. The salesperson handed over a card swipe machine, and Xue Min was in tears. I don't have any money. The manager's face darkened, and he said in a deep voice, Miss, you picked the things, and you asked them to be packed. Are you kidding me? No, I really don't have any money. Xue Min was so anxious that she wanted to just drop her things and leave. Since there are tens of millions of people watching her live broadcast, if she leaves like this, her reputation will be damaged and she can forget about becoming popular again. Even Xingshi Media would abandon her. Xue Min put down her things, avoided the camera and pleaded to Su Yang in a low voice. Mr. Su, can you lend me 10 million? I'll pay you back soon. Su Yang was also tired. Take out a piece of paper from your pocket. A loan agreement. Xue Min then realized that Su Yang had been prepared for this. You just want to trick me on purpose. So what? Okay, I'll borrow it. Xue Min gritted her teeth. She knew that she was in trouble this time. He filled in the amount of 10 million in a hurry, signed his name and put his fingerprint on it. Is that all right? Okay. Su Yang raised the corner of his mouth. This idiot thought just as she did. He didn't read the terms carefully. Once this contract comes into effect, it will not just be a matter of 10 million. From now on, her life belongs to Su Yang. Su Yang transferred the money quickly. I thought to myself that I now had another loyal dog. The other side. Xue Min bought 10 million worth of jewelry with tears in her eyes. She was so angry. Cheng Tao was very happy to see the comments on the barrage, and was still thinking about how to stabilize this wave of traffic. But Su Yang was ready to leave. Master Su, the show isn't even up yet. What does it have to do with me? You are such a jerk. You are taking advantage of me. Find someone more normal next time. Cheng Tao originally wanted to die, but when he heard Su Yang say next time. There will be a next time. Don't worry, Master Su, I will definitely find a good female star next time and will never let you down. He finally understood from the traffic this time. The key is not the female star, but Su Yang. As long as Su Yang appears in A Date with a Big Star, the traffic and popularity will not be too bad. To put it bluntly, what the audience wants to see now is a live broadcast of a blind date between a super rich man. Casual. Su Yang patted his butt and left. After leaving the mall, Su Yang did not return to Longpan No. 1, nor did he go to school. Yesterday morning, Su Ongua insisted on asking him to try to find someone to serve as the chief treasure appraiser of Wanbatai. Su Ongua had tried to invite him before, but failed. Su Yang checked the address again, and found a dilapidated courtyard house 10 miles away from the eastern suburbs of Songhai. It takes at least an hour's drive from here to the appraiser's home. Su Yang has been too busy these days and has read many of his messages without replying. You open it, I'll reply to the message. Su Yang threw the keys to Zhou Qingqing and sat in the passenger seat playing with his phone. Anna sent a message this morning. Su Yang, today is the weekend, I have time to go over and make up for the lessons. Su Yang replied calmly, whatever. In addition to Anna, Jiang He also left a message. Brother Yang, I have dropped out of school. Why did this big idiot suddenly give up his studies? Reason. Mr. Su, my grades have always been bad. Instead of listening to Buddhist sutras in the classroom, I'd rather follow you. You gave me too much money last time. I want to be your exclusive bodyguard. Otherwise, I won't feel comfortable taking the money. Jiang He's academic performance has always been poor, and he is a very honest and unspeakable person. Staying in school is really not suitable for him. Then you will follow me from now on, and I will earn tens of millions a year. Su Yang smiled. Jiang He had practiced martial arts for many years and had extraordinary skills. Even the soldiers of the National Defense Army were no match for him. Such an annual salary is only low, not high. This is too much money. I only want $1 million a year. My sister said that you are a good person and asked me to protect you well. If there is a chance, please come to my house for a simple meal. Okay, you go to XXX village in Dongjiao district first. I'll be there soon. I'll be busy first. Jiang He wants to charge less, but that's impossible. Jiang He is a man who values friendship and gratitude. He is a man of both talent and virtue. Although he looks stupid, this is also one of his strengths. Su Yang replied to a lot of messages, but it still showed 99 plus. He picked out some people he frequently interacted with and replied first, and then he saw that Lu Su had also left a message at noon. Boss Su, I have already told several of our subsidiaries to work together. In the past few days, we have obtained the data of your company's employee number, height and weight, etc., and you can start customizing professional clothing tomorrow. If you are free, you can come to Villa number 2 to find me at any time, which will also facilitate our in-depth communication. Su Yang replied and chatted that night. The Koenigsegg turns onto a country lane. Su Yang saw the dilapidated courtyard house from afar. Who do you think would live in this shabby place? In this small village, there is only one family as far as the eye can see. Boss, he must be a lonely old man who doesn't like crowds, so he lives here. Clever. The so-called running to the mountain and then dying. Although the courtyard is not far away, the road is bumpy and difficult to drive on. After shaking for more than 10 minutes, the car stopped in front of the courtyard. Su Yang didn't have time to appreciate it for long because he saw a very special car next to him. The red license plate is Song A8888, or 3 license plates. This car can go to any city in Longhua. It seems that someone else has come in, and he is a big shot. Su Yang put his clothes in order and knocked on the door. A few minutes later, with a creak, the door opened. The person who opened the door was a woman in plain clothes, with her hair tied up high and tied with a chopstick. There were a few faint wrinkles on her pretty face, and there was an indescribable sadness in her eyes and brows. Who are you? My name is Su Yang. The woman hesitated for a moment. She did not recognize the young and handsome man in front of her. What's more, you can tell at first glance that this car is worth a lot of money. She thought Su Yang was a rich second generation passing by. What's the matter? I heard from my relative Su Onghua that you are an appraiser of antiques. I have an antique shop and would like to invite you to come out. Su Yang bowed slightly with a smile on his face. Then you should know that I rejected your father and I won't go to crowded and noisy places. As she said this, she was about to close the door. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked in. He has a flat head and a square face, his expression shows no sadness or joy, and his tall body is upright. Suchin, I've seen this guy before, open the door. The woman's name was Suchin, and her surname was unknown. Come in. Su Yang brought Zhou Qingqing into the courtyard. It looked shabby on the outside, but spotless on the inside. There is also a large incense burner in the front yard, with wisps of white smoke rising. The middle-aged man was intimidating without being angry. He asked, Su Yang, I've heard of you. Who are you? Su Yang was stunned. He had no impression of the man in front of him. I want to know this person, he is the owner of the car at the door. I, Zhongze. Su Yang's pupils shrank. He was the second in command of Songhai City, only one level lower than the Director General. Director of the Security Bureau, Zhongze. Before leaving Songhai last night, my master specifically told me to take good care of you. I am a straightforward person. To be honest, I don't like people who use backdoors or cut corners. Su Yang exhaled lightly and said, Sir, I have no intention of participating in politics. I am just a small businessman. How can there be any backdoor talk? Zhongze had a blank expression on his face. According to my investigation, you were mediocre before, and the Su family declined decades ago. You rose to prominence overnight, monopolizing 51% of Century Company's shares, as well as several other businesses including Worry-Free Media. If I'm not mistaken, you are either secretly supported by my master, Shi Wuzun, or you have the help of a gift from heaven. Zhong Zai pointed to the sky. Su Yang was shocked, but he forced himself to remain calm. Who is this Zhong Zai? Is his sense of smell so sharp? A gift from heaven, isn't it just him, the time traveler in the system? This guy is really good at judging people. Nonsense, Su Yang, started from scratch, relying on working overtime day and night, relying on my pride. Forget it, I am too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Since Master Su Qin does not agree to leave the mountain, then goodbye. Su Yang waved his hand and left with Zhou Qingqing. Looking at his receding back, Su Qin said, after all, he is still your master's friend in his later years. Why are you so indifferent? Zhong Zai's eyes became gentle. Su Qin, I am a straightforward person, you know that. Just like I like you. Well, stop talking. It's getting late. You should go back to your business instead of staying at the widow's. There are many troubles around a widow, so you'd better stay away from her. Zhang Suqin said this and turned to walk behind the screen. Zhong Zai was helpless. He sighed, picked up the car keys and left. On the way back to Songhai. In the car, Su Yang remembered what his father had said before. Treasure appraisers have a high status and require high salaries. But the woman named Su Qin refused without even negotiating any conditions. My dad didn't ask me to treat her because she's pretty, did he? How shameless. Su Yang patted his thigh and prepared to tell his mother about this. Boss Su, there's another car coming up ahead. Strange, why doesn't it have a license plate number? Su Yang looked up. There were two new Volkswagen Tiguans. There were quite a few people inside and the wheels looked very heavy. Binping, this is nothing. No one who buys a new car has a license plate number. But Su Yang saw that those people were wearing uniform and there were flashes of cold weapons. This direction is obviously towards the courtyard. The other party must have recognized Koenigsegg, and the fact that he did not stop meant that he was not Su Yang's enemy. Are you going after Zhong Zai? Hearing Su Yang say this, Zhou Qingqing asked, Boss Su, he is the director of the security bureau, should we go back and tell him to run away? What are you thinking? If I go and inform him, won't those killers tear me to pieces? Are we going to go back like this? He is the disciple of the military commander. It would be a pity if he died. At this moment, a motorcycle came speeding in front and blocked the Koenigsegg. Squeak! Zhou Qingqing was so scared that he slammed on the brakes and crashed forward. If Su Yang hadn't reacted quickly, he would have hit the glass window. Kuriko. After the dust settled, Jiang He got out of the car and ran over. Brother Yang, I saw assassins coming in this direction before. I thought you were kidnapped. Are you okay? Su Yang opened the car door and the big guy looked stupid. It's okay, I chased them away. Jiang He was stunned, I'm too late. Su Yang thought about it and felt that Zhong Zai was probably fighting with the killer at this time. But how did he offend these people? Chengcheng, you wait for us in the car. Su Yang waved his hand and took Jiang He back the same way. Less than a kilometer away, the two men jogged for a few minutes and arrived outside the courtyard, hiding secretly. Really? Zhong Zai is fighting with the killers, a total of 12 killers in black. Zhong Zai blocked left and right and shouted, Su Qin, don't open the door. The door was slightly open, and Zhang Suqin felt nervous and helpless. Jiang He took a quick look and confirmed the number of killers again and again, and they did not carry any hot weapons. Brother Yang, these assassins are far inferior to the fighters we met in the hotel. I can easily defeat 7 or 8 of them by myself. Su Yang quickly held him down and said, there's no need to risk your life for a stranger. Let's see what's going on first. In front of the gate, the killer punctured all 4 wheels of Zhong Zai's car to prevent him from escaping. There are 2 killers guarding the Volkswagen Tiguan, ready to leave regardless of success or failure. Zhong Zai's 2 fists were no match for 4 hands, and he was surrounded and attacked by 10 black-clad killers. Mikami, Ozawa, rush in and kill that woman. This is to silence the witnesses. The 2 killers kicked the gate so hard that the gate of the originally dilapidated courtyard was shaking. Washu. You are from Sang country. Zhongzhe was fighting and retreating, and as soon as he took out his cell phone, he was slapped by the killer and flew several meters away. No need to ask questions about the dead, just kill them. Although there were two fewer people, Zhongzhe still couldn't withstand the killer's attack and had several knife wounds on his body. You're quite tough. This tattered uniform of yours can't protect you. Bullshit. Behind this uniform are the people of Dragon Country, you cannot insult them. His uniform was stained with blood, but Zhongzhe was still fighting hard. Jiang Hei's blood boiled when he saw this. Brother Yang, although I am a rough man, I can see that this man is a good person. He is also the apprentice of the military commander. If you save him, won't you be rewarded with the kindness of two great men? Su Yang's face twitched. If you want to save her, then do it. Why are you going around in circles? Don't worry, I will take care of your sister. Jiang Hei touched his head. He was furious when he heard that the other party was from Sang country. There is no good man in the Dragon Kingdom who does not hate the people of the small Sang Kingdom. Seeing Zhongzhe losing ground, Jiang Hei quietly lurked over. Going around Tiguan, Jiang Hei aimed his fists at the killer's head and punched him several times. Who? The remaining 10 killers reacted quickly and immediately sent some of them to kill Jiang Hei. Come on, try your grandfather's iron fist. Jiang Hei did not retreat but advanced, clenched his fist as big as a sandbag and smashed at the killer. Bang bang bang. The powerful shock wave made several people's hands numb and their daggers fell to the ground. Boss, this guy is a martial artist. Damn it, you two should kill Zhongzhe quickly, and the rest of you should help kill this big guy. The leader, a man in black, dispatched 8 people to besiege Jiang Hei. Jiang Hei laughed wildly a few times, gathering strength in his iron fists, the muscles in his arms shining like steel. Shoot the bull across the mountain. Jiang Hei threw a heavy punch, hitting the men in front of him and knocking the men behind him away as well. Bang, bang. The 2 killers instantly fell to the ground, vomiting blood, and lost their combat effectiveness. On the other side, Zhongzhe turned from defense to offense and attacked his opponent frantically. After more than a dozen rounds, Zhongzhe killed the enemy. Mission failed, retreat. Zhongzhe fell in front of the gate with blood gushing from his hands. Suqin, I am afraid I can't protect you anymore. Zhongzhe. Zhang Suqin opened the door and hugged Zhongzhe and burst into tears. Will it not be all in vain? Su Yang in the car became restless. He came to Zhongzhe, squatted down and reached out. Luckily they are just unconscious due to excessive blood loss. Heizi, drive them to the central hospital. Su Yang threw the car keys to Jiang Hei, who helped Zhongzhe up and left with Zhang Suqin. Su Yang put his hands in his pockets, glanced at the battlefield and frowned. People from Sang country, what are they doing in Long country? His eyes lit up and he saw another bronze plate on the ground. What is this? Without caring about anything else, Su Yang put the bronze medal into his pocket. More than 40 minutes later, Jiang Hei ran through many red lights and came to the best central hospital in Songhai. Zhongzhe was sent to the emergency room, and Zhang Suqin looked out the door. Outside the hospital, there were bursts of sirens. Su Yang guessed that it was the security bureau who had arrived. Heizi, let's go. Su Yang asked the two to leave. Etc. Zhang Suqin chased after them and stood in front of the 3 men. Thank you all for today's work. Zhang Suqin no longer has the decisiveness she had before. Leave me your address. When Zhongzhe wakes up, we'll come visit him to thank him and discuss the matter you mentioned. Su Yang nodded. Actually, my dad wants to talk to you. Forget it, just come over when the time comes. As soon as Su Yang got off the elevator, teams of armed security soldiers immediately blocked the hospital. There are 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, you can only go in but not out. It seems that the situation is serious. The people of Sang country just provoked Long country. I thought it was decades ago. Su Yang smiled, and Zhou Qingqing asked, Mr. Su, where are we going next? Let's go spend some money. Su Yang signaled Zhou Qingqing to drive to Wanbatai. 10 billion given by the system. Apart from transferring it to Lu Su, I also spent some money here and there over the past few days. There are still more than 9.8 billion. Consume rationally as soon as possible. It's so hard to spend money, damn it. Su Yang complained. Seeing this scene, Zhou Qingqing felt an inexplicable pain in her heart, just like other readers. Koenigsegg sped for half an hour and arrived at Wanbaocai. This is an antique street. In addition to real and fake antiques, there are also many shops. Su Yang walked to the Wanbao pavilion next door, thought about it, and then went in. Hello, what can I do for you? There was only an old man in the shop, and it was so deserted that there wasn't even a single customer. The shelves were filled with antiques, all covered in dust. Su Yang muttered to himself, as the saying goes, if you don't open a business for 3 years, you will be able to make a living for 3 years after you open it. These antiques are real and fake, and there are always people who complain that they spend huge sums of money to buy the wrong fakes. For example, Shi Wuzuan. Ahem, boss, are you interested in selling this? The shop owner's eyes rolled. It turned out that he wanted to buy the shop. My shop is doing a booming business and I have no plans to sell it at the moment. Su Yang nodded, turned and left. Why did he leave without saying a word? That's not right. Shouldn't he have talked more? He didn't follow the rules. The shop owner hurriedly chased after him and said, Young master, I was wrong just now. I was just thinking about selling it. Su Yang laughed. This idiot is just too cunning. Is your shop freehold or leased? It's permanent. This street is probably made up of properties left by the ancestors of various families. There's no need to worry about the property rights. It's just that. Just what? Stop dithering and name a price. The shop owner gritted his teeth and said, My shop has been open for many years and has many regular customers. Someone estimated the price and said the property transfer is worth 100 million. If you want, master, I can give you a 10% discount. No need for discounts, I want both the store and the goods. Su Yang waved his hand proudly and said, Damn it, you want to save money for me again. No way. Although this shop is not big, only about 100 square meters, it has permanent ownership. In addition, since Wanbaocai is a 2-in-1 building, it would cost a lot of money to dismantle and renovate it. Ah. No, no discount. The shop owner exclaimed in surprise and nodded vigorously. Okay, everything is up to you, young master. Then, I'll give you those little things. I don't want it as a gift, give me a price. Su Yang yelled, This old man is stupid, he won't earn more money even if he has it. The shop owner was startled by him and stretched out a finger with a trembling hand. 10 million, all yours. Okay, go get the property certificate and sign the contract immediately. Okay. I'll go right away. The shop owner couldn't stop smiling. He liked the young man who spent money without blinking an eye. A few minutes later, Wanbao Pavilion officially changed its owner. Master, if you need it, this old man can help you run the store for free. No need. Wanbaocai next door is also mine and it's already managed by someone. You are interrupting the monopoly of antiques here. The shop owner then understood why Su Yang never bargained. He runs a big business and has a monopoly here. From now on, he will have the final say on all the antiques in Songcheng. Now, this little bit of money has been fully recovered in half a year. I am short-sighted. The shop owner felt that his vision was too narrow. Zhou Qingqing kept her mouth open throughout the whole process. I was really surprised. Familiar dialogue, Su Yang still buys things the same way, no gifts or discounts. I'm just so willful. Jiang He didn't understand what was going on, and said with deep sorrow, Brother Yang, it's not easy to make money, you spend it so rudely. Brother knows his limits. Director Su, I know some decoration companies. Do you want to ask them to come? Zhou Qingqing works in real estate, selling high-end villas, so naturally he gets to know people from all walks of life. Okay. Su Yang was in a very happy mood, as good things happened one after another. Zhou Qingqing immediately called someone. After Xianxuan came, Su Yang used his wisdom eyes to roughly scan all the antiques on the shelves. Among more than 1,000 pieces, only a dozen are authentic, which is about the same as Wanbatsai. The value of genuine products ranges from tens to millions, and is available to people with discerning tastes. The cost of counterfeits is low, ranging from a few hundred to a few thousand. Su Yang thought that the designer from the decoration company would be here soon, so he decided to inform his parents. Wanbatsai. Su Angua's eyes were blank. Without an appraiser, he didn't dare to purchase any goods. Zhang Ning took a feather duster and swept over and over again. Hearing footsteps, the two thought that a guest was coming. Welcome. Oh, son, why is it you again? Su Angua was unhappy, running around all day long. How many days have you been away from school? Dad, your son is extremely smart, are you afraid that he will fail the exam? Su Angua wanted to curse, but he gave up when he thought about the previous bet. If he loses to Su Yang again, he will really become the son. Hello, uncle and aunt. Zhou Qingqing greeted Jiang He, and the two elders smiled slightly. Qingqing, don't you have to go to work today? Auntie, because Director Su bought 2 large villas, the headquarters promoted me to manager. I can take paid leave at any time to accompany Director Su. Ha ha ha, that's great. My son is really promising. Zhang Ning smiled happily and took Zhou Qingqing to talk about Su Yang's daily life. Su Angua asked, Son, you said before that you would invite an appraiser today. Will that woman come? She will come in a few days. Ah. You're getting more and more capable, you can even invite that woman. You're half as powerful as I was back then. Su Angua looked at Su Yang's crotch and asked softly, how did you do it? You control me, but Dad, you can't do anything to let my mom down. Fuck. What are you talking about? Su Angua felt guilty. At this time. Brother Yang, someone is coming. Jiang He opened his huge body to the side, and 2 Chevrolets stopped at the door. Several people walked down from the door, both men and women, all very young. Zhou Qingqing introduced, this is Mr. Su, he wants you to design a store. Hello, Mr. Su. I have long heard of your name. It's better to meet in person than to hear about him. Mr. Su is even more handsome in person than in the live broadcast room. The moment those female designers saw Su Yang, their eyes sparkled with gold. After 2 consecutive live broadcasts of A Date with the Big Stars, Su Yang's name became known to everyone. A walking arsonist of hearts, he will buy whatever he likes. Director Su, their Fenjianju decoration company has been developing in Songhai for more than 30 years. This is the design director Li Yingda. Li Yingda is fat and wears glasses, looking honest and simple. Hello, Mr. Su, what is your budget? Su Yang said, the room next door is also mine, you can take a look at the total area first. Everyone was shocked, even though the antique street was not in a busy area. But the property rights of shops here are almost permanent, so they are also very expensive. 2 stores would cost at least 200 million. Li Yingda swallowed and excitedly followed Su Yang outside. Director Su, these 2 stores combined into one will be about 260 square meters. Antique shops are usually decorated in ancient styles, and the materials used are different from those used in ordinary public decorations, so the prices are relatively expensive. Are there any real cases? Yes, please wait. Li Yingda quickly took over the analysis from his assistant and opened a 3D rendering, all of which were shot from real scenes and objects. Li Yingda pointed his hand and entered the store lobby, and then pointed again and arrived at the VIP room. The interface switches back and forth, introducing what materials are used in each place and the rationality of the design. Very professional. The floor tiles are also made of natural stone, and look more elegant than those with antique craftsmanship. Mr. Su, to be honest, materials are secondary, and labor is the highest expense. That's right, because many young people choose to stay at home. There is a lack of skilled workers, no one is learning and no one is doing it. The old masters are slow to do it, but it is also expensive. Slow work brings fine results. I don't mind. Su Yang expressed his understanding. Li Yingda let out a sigh of relief. The details had been agreed upon, and the only thing left was the price. According to the standards of this store, our company charges 10,000 per square meter for decoration. Do you have any questions? What? If Mr. Su thinks it's expensive, the people at Fenjianja thought it was too expensive and wanted to reduce costs. Only 10,000. Who are you looking down on? Su Yang pointed at the real scene on the tablet and said, use the best materials for me. Price is not an issue. This is something that designers cannot fix. It has to be more expensive and better. It might be like renovating an antique shop into a palace. After Li Yingda calmed down his inner frenzy, he said, Mr. Su, in addition to the hardware, the soft package decoration can also improve the level. The thicker the soft bag is, the better the sound insulation will be, giving VIP customers a sense of security, so they don't have to worry about being overheard when talking. As for decorations, fortune trees and welcoming pines are also very good. Li Yingda was very professional and capable, and introduced the store inside and out. Okay, I want all of these. Director Su calculated in his mind, the renovation cost is 100,000 per square meter, you have to design it well. Thank you, Mr. Su. We will definitely do our best. Li Yingda led all his colleagues in bowing. The amount of the order was too high and their commission was not small. A few minutes later, after Su Yang transferred the money, he checked the balance. 9.7 billion. Just this afternoon, 136 million was spent. It is far from enough. But it must also be reasonable, otherwise the dog system will warn again. Goodbye, Director Su. We will send the design to Butler Zhou as soon as it is completed. Li Yingda and others said goodbye and added Zhou Qingqing's WeChat before leaving. Boss Su, please add me on WeChat. The female designers got into the car reluctantly, wishing they could hold Su Yang and not leave. Go find my assistant. Su Yang said lightly. After meeting Yang Mange and Lu Su, and having a foreign girl ready to listen to his orders, Su Yang no longer had any interest in these vulgar girls. After a busy day, Su Yang said goodbye to his parents and prepared to return home. Because Anna has to come over for tutoring in the evening. Su Yang, I finally found you. Mu Shuman came running over with her skirt held up. Su Yang dodged sideways, leaving Mu Shuman helpless. Ah, that's annoying. I finally get to see you, but you won't even give me a hug. Mu Shuman said coquettishly, but she was not angry. If Su Yang had done this in the past, this bootlicker would have been kicked out. But now it's different, she knows that she is the one who is being licked. What do you want me for? Mu Shuman opened her Douyu account and found indecent photos of Xue Min cheating with multiple men. Look, how hard I tried to help you. Mu Shuman said coquettishly, I followed her for a few days and my feet are all worn out. Just comfort her. Don't touch me. Su Yang slapped her hand away. This woman actually wanted to force herself on him in broad daylight. Brother Yang, you are so strong. As a woman, Yang Mange cannot bear your love. I won't introduce you to be my mistress. Mu Shuman smiled sweetly and cutely. At this moment, a black Mercedes stopped. Wang Jinlong, boss of Shengshi Media Company, walked over with a cane, followed by several bodyguards. Su Yang, you bastard, I've been looking for you for a long time. Su Yang smiled and said, Boss Wang, who beat you into this pig-like state? Stop gloating over my misfortune, you bastard. Let me ask you, did you ask that guy to drug me? Mu Shuman on the side immediately opened the Douyu app and reminded Su Yang. This guy has recently fallen out of favor, he is boss Xue Min. Mu Shuman said in the tone of a gossip reporter snitching. Su Yang took a glance and found that Wang Jinlong's video was highly ranked on the hot search list. The medicine took effect on Wang Jinlong at that time. He punched and kicked a prostitute, accidentally breaking his third leg in the woman's self-defense, and then he filed a complaint with the Legal Affairs Bureau. Su Yang smiled and glanced at Wang Jinlong with his wise eyes. Everything that the other party had experienced in the past few days came into view. So miserable. He was carried into the ambulance again. It was the doctor who decided to cut it off to save his life. Wang Jinlong begged again, but in the end he was left without any descendants. In one word, miserable. 2 words, miserable. Su Yang, you bastard, I've already destroyed that drug thing, today I'll let you experience the feeling of no longer having virility. Wang Jinlong waved his hand. Go ahead, just don't kill me. Several bodyguards rushed forward and kicked Su Yang in the crotch. But Su Yang didn't move, and Jiang He suddenly appeared behind him. Boss. It's all wasted. Okay. Very quickly. Ah. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. Jiang He struck out with a powerful punch, breaking a bodyguard's leg on the spot. With a few bangs, Jiang He seriously injured 4 bodyguards in an instant. What? Wang Jinlong's eyes widened. Just wait, kid. He didn't expect that Su Yang had such a master by his side, and immediately prepared to escape. But Jiang He clapped his hands, jumped out instantly and grabbed him, stretching out his big hands to lock Wang Jinlong's throat. Brother Yang, how do we deal with this person? Let him stay quietly in the hospital for 2 or 3 months. Okay, then I know what to do. Jiang He dragged Wang Jinlong into the Mercedes-Benz, and sounds of crying and wailing were heard from inside. No, I know I was wrong. Don't hit my face, okay? The Mercedes-Benz, weighing more than 2 tons, could not withstand Jiang He's fist, and the car bounced up and down. After a few minutes, Wang Jinlong's pleas for mercy became weaker and weaker. Su Yang just took a look and saw that all 3 legs were broken and its nose and face were swollen like a pig's head. That's enough. If we continue fighting, it will be bad if someone gets killed. Jiang He stripped off Wang Jinlong's suit and wiped the blood off his fist. Haizi, you've worked hard today. This card has 1 million. Use it to buy something delicious for your sister and mother. Su Yang handed over a card. It was not that he was unwilling to give more, but that there were too many and Jiang He was unwilling to accept them. Jiang He's sister is a senior high school student and a member of the school's women's soccer team. She was previously maliciously attacked and suffered fractures in both of her legs. Fortunately, Su Yang had given Jiang He a sum of money before, so he was able to give the money to the hospital in time to treat his sister. Both legs were saved, but I just need to lie down and rest for a month. Jiang He's family conditions were poor and his mother was an ordinary person. Brother Yang, this is too much. I can't accept it. Su Yang gently patted Jiang He's head and said with a smile, You, a fool, dropped out of school to protect me, so what does this little money mean to you? Seeing this scene, Mu Shuman next to him stared with his eyes wide open. Su Yang is so generous to a servant. If I become his girlfriend, then the rest of my life will be settled. Su Yang, are you free tonight? Mu Shuman took the initiative to invite. But Su Yang said calmly, no time. Mu Shuman was a little disappointed, then next time. I won't be free next time. At this time, the Katkins came. Lu Su lifted her bangs that were messed up by the wind and said with a smile, some of the clothing designs require your approval and signature. Okay, let's go in and talk. Su Yang turned and entered Panlong No. 1, and Lu Su followed. Leaving Mu Shuman disheveled in the wind. Su Yang, are you free tonight? No time. It's not that he doesn't have time, he has other women to deal with. Mu Shuman stamped his feet in anger, but then he heard a bang and the door of Panlong No. 1 was closed. The huge iron gate was erected high, blocking her out. Su Yang. I won't give up. Inside Panlong No. 1. Zhou Qingqing brought tea and obediently went to make dinner. Lu Su pointed to a picture of a blue suit and said, the material I chose for this suit is mainly silk, which is warm in winter and cool in summer. The paint is imported BMW blue, so the price is several times more expensive than the clothes of ordinary employees. Okay, these are suitable for management to wear, they are stylish and classy. Lu Su came up with another plan, which was the costumes for the extras of Wuyo Media Company. I heard from Director Yang that she is preparing for a costume drama and is preparing to film a martial arts TV series. Because there are so many extras, they need to be replaced. A total of 30,000 sets are custom-made. Each set costs 1,000 yuan. Do you think it's appropriate? Is the money enough? If not, I'll transfer it to you right away. Lu Su was speechless. Why didn't he care about quality and only thought about spending money? What a perverted man. Lu Su took out the last contract, which indicated the number of employees and clothing items of Wuyo Media and Century Company. In addition to costumes, the IELTS group also provides some props for filming, with a total budget of 130 million. No problem, I'll transfer the money to you right away. Su Yang's hands were extremely fast and within just over 10 seconds he transferred another 100 million to Lu Su's bank card. Boss Su, your speed in sending money is second to none. Zhou Qingqing had also prepared dinner by this time. Thank you for your hard work during this period. Let's have dinner together. Thank you, Mr. Su. Lu Su spent more than an hour dressing up today in order to leave a good impression on Su Yang. Su Yang opened a collector's edition XO. Why don't you speak? Zhou Qingqing forced a smile. No, Mr. Su, I'm just afraid of disturbing you guys from talking about business. As a woman, Lu Su has a very keen sixth sense. She guessed that Zhou Qingqing liked Su Yang. That's right, he's handsome, rich, young, and strong, which woman wouldn't like him? Done. Su Yang didn't think too much about it. He drank a glass of wine and ate meat. Zhou Qingqing's cooking skills are no worse than those of chefs in five-star hotels. The soup is neither too salty nor too bland, just the right amount. Mr. Su, today is the weekend, will your teacher come? She came and left me a message this morning. As Su Yang finished speaking, a yellow beetle stopped outside. Anna carried her bag and stepped on the ground with her long legs, revealing her snow-white long legs covered with a hip skirt. As soon as she entered the door, Anna saw Su Yangcai having dinner with two women. Student Su, am I here too early? The meal time is normal. Su Yang waved, motioning her to come over for dinner and drinks. Want a drink? Anna sat down and found that there was another beauty here. Moreover, her temperament and aura are no worse than Yang Mange's. Su Yang, is this also your girlfriend? Why does the teacher care so much about who my girlfriend is? Su Yang asked instead of answering. No, I'm just curious. Lu Su was also looking at Anna. She was less than 30 years old, but very mature and charming. Foreign women mature early, and their bodies have the most perfect golden ratio during this period. Director Su, I'm going to the bathroom to run the water. Zhou Qingqing felt a little uncomfortable and went upstairs after drinking. Anna did not forget to tease, Su Yang, this private person is really a caring little cotton-padded jacket, I wonder where else he can stick it. Teacher, do you want to see it? I'll take you up there. Forget it, I surrender. Anna raised her hands. The last time she accidentally broke into Su Yang's bathroom, that scene still lingered in her mind. She finally understood what a rough and uncouth person was. After Lu Su drank a few glasses of wine, his face turned as red as a ripe apple. She stood up shakily and said, Boss Su, I'm going to go back and rest first. There's a racing show the day after tomorrow, remember to come and support it. Good. Su Yang watched her go back. Anna drank alone, thinking about how to get back at her tonight. Last time she was tricked by Su Yang, she must take revenge tonight. Teacher, please wait here for a while. I'm going to take a shower. Su Yang felt sticky all over and was uncomfortable. He was tired and smelly after being busy all day. Seeing him going upstairs, Anna took out her cell phone from her bag and followed him. In the bathroom, Zhou Qingqing changed into a maid outfit and reached out to measure the water temperature. Seeing Su Yang coming, she hurried forward to help unbuckle his belt. Boss Su, you're wearing it too tight. It's uncomfortable, right? I can't help it. I'm better than my dad. It's a problem for a man to stand out too much. Su Yang grinned evilly and lay down in the bathtub. Zhou Qingqing picked up a bath ball and added shower gel to scrub him. Sure enough, all the men in Dragon Country are the same. Outside the door, Anna secretly took out her cell phone to take photos. She had already thought of the title, The Story of Su Yang Abusing His Housekeeper. Qingqing, you go back first, I'll do it myself. Okay, Mr. Su. Zhou Qingqing left tactfully. Su Yang looked outside. It seems that this woman is very unconvinced after being taught a lesson by me last time. That's good. Su Yang shouted, Teacher, you came just in time, please help me massage the soles of my feet. Anna's body trembled. She was discovered by this guy. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm a teacher. Nonsense, it's exciting just because you're a teacher. You don't want those photos to be seen by others, right? Su-Yang glanced at the mobile phone at the door. This woman has always been prejudiced against men from Longhua. Su-Yang is not stupid. He deliberately sent Zhou Qingqing away so that Anna would come forward on her own. You, damn it. Anna had no choice but to cooperate obediently. She squatted on the ground, holding Su-Yang's feet with both hands and pressing hard. If you dare to take advantage of me, I will crush you to death. Anna became angrier and angrier as she thought about it, so she used all her strength to press the soles of Su-Yang's feet. Not bad, the teacher has the temperament of technician number 88, harder. I'm not a foot-washing woman, why should I compare myself with her? Anna was almost going crazy. Before coming here, she had thought of no less than 10 ways to take revenge on Su-Yang. But after she met Su-Yang, she felt her brain became dull. Wrong. My phone was still recording the video, so I had to try my best to act miserable. Anna thought that after the filming was finished, she would use the video to exchange for Su-Yang to delete those photos. From now on, we owe each other nothing. Anna held Su-Yang's feet and pulled him back, and the water wet her clothes in front. The originally light-colored top was now even more vaguely visible, unable to cover anything. Teacher, you're wet. Ah, this. Anna was so busy posing for photos that she forgot about the water stains on Su-Yang's feet. Anna hurriedly ran to get the dryer, and soon, Su-Yang threw her the phone she used to take secret photos. You knew that already. Anna was dumbfounded. The men of Dragon Country are not as stupid as you think. What other tricks do you have, teacher? Anna sat down dejectedly, feeling powerless. Su-Yang, what do you want me to do in order to delete those photos? That depends on your performance. Anna rolled her eyes. This boy was really shameless. Su-Yang stopped teasing her and continued to study when it was time to study. It is always good to have many skills. As the company grows bigger, it will inevitably encounter bosses from large foreign companies. Teacher, let's start tutoring. Anna shook her head and dismissed the distracting thoughts. Then he took out a few test papers, which were more difficult than the previous ones. One of the passages was an English poem, which Su-Yang translated into Chinese. Su-Yang tried to use Wisdom Eye, but Anna had not graded this test paper in the past 10 days. In other words, Su-Yang relied on himself to understand and write it down. But he couldn't understand it at all. Su-Yang, you got full marks last time. Although this test paper is a bit more difficult, it shouldn't be a 0, right? In order to cover up the incident from the last exam, Su-Yang said, Teacher, how about we make a bet? I won't bet with you. Anna panicked. She had underestimated Su-Yang before, which was why she was cheated by him. After eating and drinking all night, he spent so much time in the bathroom. It was late at night and Anna was worried that it would be unsafe to go back too late. So I picked up my bag and prepared to leave. Take your time to finish the test, and remember to go back to school tomorrow. The student union organized a party and invited many students who are good at studying. Su-Yang doesn't like this kind of gathering, because it's bound to be all about bragging about business and showing off family funds. Basically, these are the home turfs of some second-generation rich people or second-generation celebrities. My academic performance is not good, so I won't go. It's up to you. Anyway, I've informed you. Su-Yang didn't bother to pay attention to her and continued to concentrate on catching up on his lessons. Global Business English, Comment Law English. If I want to go global in the future, I still need to learn these too. He planned to learn these as much as possible without using any external plugins. The night was long and Su-Yang was reading his homework quietly. In the early morning, birds are singing. The cell phone dinged. Hello, who is this? Boss Su, something terrible has happened. I don't know who is behind this. Those small shareholders are selling their shares one after another. Su Jing's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Su-Yang was still lying on the bed. I own 51% of Century Company's shares. Why should I panic? Yes, Mr. Su. Okay, I'll go to the company later. Su Yang thought about it and realized that he had been the boss of Century Company for such a long time but had never been to the company. Just happened to stop by and take a look. The scenery along the way was beautiful. Su Yang stepped on the accelerator and arrived at the Century building in less than half an hour. This was also his first time to come to the company. He didn't expect that the building was so tall, with a total of more than 30 floors. Su Yang walked out of the elevator and came to the 18th floor, where Su Jing was already waiting. Director Su, this is the report on the time and amount of their share sales. Su Jing opened the document, which showed that more than a dozen small shareholders of Century Company sold 30% of their shares overnight. Su Yang looked through it carefully and found that the time of all of them started last night and were all acquired by the same person. Lu Tianxing. Where did you come from? Su Jing shook his head. I haven't heard of it. Su Yang put down the document and asked, besides this, is there anything else unusual? Su Jing tried his best to recall what happened recently and said, the day before yesterday, a cleaning lady died accidentally in the women's bathroom. Also, a security guard was beaten up at noon yesterday. It was said to be a personal grudge. Su Yang frowned. He doesn't care about money. But matters involving human lives are different. Why didn't you contact me earlier? Boss Su, you are either participating in a date with a big star or you are busy with other things. So I thought I couldn't disturb you, so I followed the procedure and added insurance to compensate the two of them. Su Jing noticed the cold light in Su Yang's eyes and shrank his head in fear. Useless. Notify me immediately of important events like this from now on. Understood, Mr. Su. Su Yang thought about it and realized that he had made a lot of friends during this period of time. But it also offended a lot of people, and it was really difficult to find out who was behind it for a while. Mu Shuman, Shui Min, Lin Bo, Wang Jinlong, Bai Jia, and so on. Su Jing, send someone to investigate who Lu Tianxing is. Also, can those small shareholders still be contacted? Boss Su, those people ran away overnight. Then let them fend for themselves, you go and get busy first. Yes, Mr. Su. Century Company mainly deals in electronic products and processes mobile phone accessories, watches and some auto parts. The company's main management team all work on the 18th floor, and many floors are rented out to others. Hey, isn't this the big boss of our company? He finally showed up. It's him. I saw him in the live broadcast room a few days ago. He's even more handsome in person. It's a pity that I'm married, otherwise I would have gone up to flirt with Mr. Su. Even if you give yourself to Mr. Su, he won't even look down on you. Forget it. The 18th floor is bustling with people, all of them are managers from various departments. Su Yang returned to the office and asked Su Jing to send him a list of management members. At the same time, several cars arrived downstairs of Century Company, all with red license plates. Commander, Madam, we're here. Zhong Zhe slowly opened his eyes, his face pale, his hands tied with gauze. Take the things in the trunk and let's go up. Zhang Suqin helped Zhong Zhe get out of the car and said, why don't you lie down for a few more days to recuperate? Why are you so anxious to give me a gift to thank me? There are too many people here, let's go up and talk. Security Bureau soldiers escorted from the front and back, with guns in their hands ready to shoot at any time. Chairman's office. Boom boom boom. Su Jing, you're not done yet, are you? Hearing the knock on the door, Su Yang thought Su Jing came again to report that someone was in trouble. Does this kid treat us as servants? Su Yang looked towards the door and saw that it was Zhong Zhe and Zhang Suqin who came. Why is Director Zhong here? Zhong Zhe was not polite either. He sat in the main seat and made some tea. After the soldier put down the gift box, Zhong Zhe said, this little gift is for your subordinate. Su Yang knew that he was talking about Haizi. At this time, Zhang Suqin said, I've been to your antique shop, and there aren't many authentic items. Su Yang nodded. Normal, the original owner of this shop used the name of antiques to sell fakes instead of real ones to customers, so I need you to come. Su Yang is simple and clear. If they really want you, what do you do? Afterwards, he roughly described how he obtained Wan Baocai and how he met Shi Wuzuan. It would also let Zhong Zhe know that he was not trying to use the back door to participate in politics. Zhong Zhe and Jiang Suqin were both surprised that Su Yang actually knew how to appraise treasures. The knowledge of treasure appraisal relies on inheritance, and many details are not as simple as described in the books. Jiang Suqin said, "I'll go over and help you when your store is renovated." "What are the conditions?" "I don't need those. I have a place to live." Su Yang thought, how could this be possible? He had to at least spend some money. Zhong Zhe on the opposite side seemed to be hesitant to speak, and his eyes looked at Jiang Suqin affectionately from time to time. This guy must be worried that it would be inconvenient for Jiang Suqin to travel to the courtyard. After all, it is quite far from here to the small village. In addition, since a killer had been there, it was normal for Zhong Zhe to worry about Jiang Suqin's safety. Su Yang thought about how the people in the sales department had been trying so hard to please him these days, and it was time to repay them. "Actually, it's not safe for you as a woman to live so far away." Su Yang casually told Jiang Suqin about several tragic events that happened in Century Company, but in fact he was telling Zhong Zhe. "As the director of the security bureau, stop flirting with widows and catch the murderer for me. I'll ask my housekeeper to buy you a villa to stay in temporarily. From now on, you can just help me run the antique shop." Su Yang did not give Jiang Suqin a chance to refuse. In front of both of them, he called Zhou Qingqing and asked her to buy a nearby villa. Zhong Zhe and Jiang Suqin were both stunned. "I knew you had money, but I didn't know you squandered it like this. You're going to give a villa to an employee you just met who hasn't started working yet?" Zhong Zhe's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Could it be that this boy has also fallen in love with his goddess Suqin? "Thank you, boss." Jiang Suqin nodded helplessly, a little scared of what Su Yang said. "Director Zhong, this is your job." "Well, I know. I'm not as rich as Su Yang, but can't I just contribute?" "Boy, this director will help you get to the bottom of the death of your company's employees as soon as possible." "Then you better hurry up. No one knows who the mastermind will attack next." 2 hours. A cold light flashed in Zhong Zhe's eyes. "In front of Jiang Suqin, you have to go ahead even if you have no choice. By the way, where are your dark subordinates?" "I don't know, why?" Su Yang was wondering in his heart, could this guy be trying to recruit Jiang He just like Shi Wuzuan? "Ahem, I think Jiang He is very good at fighting, so why not let him join my security bureau?" "What a coincidence, your master also said so." "Master also likes Jiang He." "What about Jiang He? If Jiang He agrees, will he still be by my side?" Su Yang slapped him in the face. Zhong Zhe felt embarrassed and started drinking tea. It seems that this kid Su Yang has something. Several people chatted while drinking tea, and the relationship was not as stiff as before. About an hour later, the Security Bureau sent a document, mobilizing Tianyangcha and a large number of soldiers to cooperate in the operation. It was found out that the cleaning lady of Century Company did not die accidentally but was deliberately arranged by someone. The security guard was beaten not because of a personal grudge, but because he was threatened and did not dare to tell the truth. As for the board members, Huang Li's family was brutally murdered by a killer organization. Another person from the Azuru faction of Sang State. When Zhong Zhe learned that the organization was the same group that tried to assassinate him, he became even more angry. "This damned bunch of reptiles, I must root them out completely." After Zhong Zhe finished scolding, he said, "According to the investigation of the people in my bureau, these were all done by someone called Lu Tianxing." It was indeed him. The second largest shareholder of Airborne Century Company started to mess around as soon as he arrived. "Is there any relevant information? Here are some photos. Take a look for yourself." Zhong Zhe handed over the phone, and Su Yang saw Lu Tianxing clearly. He was fair-skinned and looked to be about 27 or 28 years old. In the photo, Lu Tianxing was holding a beautiful woman and sitting in a Rolls-Royce Phantom. "By the way, I heard that he will attend a party at Songhai University tonight. Maybe you can find him." Su Yang thought of the meeting Anna mentioned. "I didn't want to go. But now, he is going to meet Lu Tianxing. That's all for today. If you need anything, you can come to the bureau to find me. Zhongzhe was grateful to Su Yang in his heart, but on the surface he couldn't let his pride get the better of him, so he left the card and left. We have finally negotiated with an appraiser, and all we have to do is wait for Wanbatai to reopen and operate stably. Thinking of the party, Su Yang sent a message to Jiang He, asking him to go as well. Su Jing, go check and see if there is anyone in the company who has contact with Lu Tianqing. Okay, Mr. Su, was that Director Zhong just now? Su Jing had heard of Zhongzhe's reputation a long time ago. He had a bad and stubborn temper and it was impossible for him to get along with others. Looking at the gift box, Su Jing was secretly shocked. I know you, what's the fuss? Su Yang left with a few words and took the gift box sent by Zhongzhe, leaving Su Jing behind and gasping for breath. Hiss, luckily I didn't become as blind as Qin Xingwei last time, otherwise I would be dead. He suddenly felt that Su Yang was more powerful than he had imagined. Songhai Urban Village. In the dilapidated building, Jiang He was helping his sister Jiang Weining walk. Brother, is Mr. Su really as handsome as he is in the live broadcast room? Of course, he's my best friend and my boss, I won't follow an unknown person like your brother. Jiang He nodded. It was well known that Su Yang was handsome and rich. Jiang Weining had just taken a few steps when her feet began to hurt so much that she had no choice but to sit back in her wheelchair. Boom boom. Hearing the familiar roar of a car, Jiang He knew that Su Yang was coming. Jiang He pushed the wheelchair out and saw Su Yang carrying a lot of things. Brother Yang, you're wasting money again. Su Yang put the things away and handed Jiang He a gift box. Director Zhongzhe gave it to you. What? Jiang He waited and estimated that the gift box must weigh at least 20 kilograms. I haven't opened it, you can see for yourself. After Jiang He opened the package, he found a 3-section combination weapon lying quietly in the gift box, which was a silver gun. The tip of the gun flashes with a cold light, which can cut hair with a blow. The gun body is 1.6 meters long, and with the handle it is just at the height of Jiang He's shoulders. Brother Yang, thank you, I like this weapon very much. Zhongzhe gave it to you. I don't have such a treasure. Su Yang looked at the silver spear in detail. There was a lifelike 5-clawed golden dragon carved on it, like a living creature. If a martial artist takes a fancy to this weapon, it would cost at least 2 million. Jiang He smiled and said, I mean, thanks to you for agreeing to let me rescue people yesterday, I had the opportunity to get it. Su Yang also laughed. Jiang He was kind-hearted by nature and not good at strategy. He was a complete martial arts fanatic. Although this kind of person is not good at studying, there is no point in studying hard. In this society, only having a skill is useful. Brother, please introduce me to him. When she first met her idol in person, Jiang Weining was both nervous and shy. Haha, sorry, I was too excited. Jiang He put down his weapon and introduced, Brother Yang, this is my sister Jiang Weining. Hello. Su Yang waved his hand. Jiang Weining was very beautiful. Compared with Jiang He, who was rough and sturdy, she didn't look like his sister at all. Jiang He, your sister is much prettier than you, isn't she your biological daughter? Of course he's my biological child. Jiang He smiled awkwardly. Jiang Weining's face suddenly turned red. She didn't expect that Su Yang would praise her for her good looks as soon as they met. Well, it's probably a genetic mutation. Jiang He scratched his head. The sofa at home was so shabby that he was embarrassed to ask Su Yang to sit on it. Brother Yang, why are you here at my house? No hurry, Xiao Weining, make me some tea. I'm so thirsty. Jiang Weining pressed the switch and the wheelchair moved forward gently. Haizi, accompany me to the party tonight. Brother Yang, I'm afraid that it would damage your image if someone like me attended the party. Don't worry, if anyone dares to laugh at you, I will beat him until his teeth fall out. Su Yang knew Jiang He's concerns, so he bought a new suit and leather shoes when he came. Try these clothes on to see if they fit. Jiang He took the suit and instead of wearing it, he was concerned about the price and asked, Brother Yang, this material is good. Is it expensive? It's not expensive, only 10,000. Su Yang pretended to be nonchalant, but he forgot that new clothes all have labels. Jiang He counted the six-figure sum for the suit, and was so frightened that his legs went weak. Brother Yang. Shut up and change. Since you can't resist, just accept it calmly. Jiang Weining filled a cup of tea and handed it to Su Yang. Girl, a full cup of tea is a deception, a full cup of wine is a respect. I don't mind, but don't fill your guests' cups next time. Su Yang taught him something by the way. Jiang Weining pursed her lips and said, Brother Yang, I will be more careful next time. Su Yang took a sip of the tea in the cup. You can tell from the taste that this is the low-quality tea that costs 5 yuan a ton. The tea is good. Jiang Weining was a little flattered. Brother Yang, this tea is very cheap, it is definitely not as good as the ones you drink. Su Yang smiled and said, I don't mind the quality of the tea. The key lies in who makes it and who you drink it with. After these words were spoken, Jiang Weining's young face turned even redder. At this time, Jiang He changed into a suit and walked out. Su Yang felt that Jiang He had the demeanor of a thug in a suit. Brother Yang, wait for me. Jiang He disassembled the silver spear into 3 sections and put them into a long bamboo tube. Outside the door, Su Yang stopped and said, Come with me, who will take care of your sister? She's hungry, so order some takeout. My sister isn't a spoiled girl, so I can't let her do that. That won't work. Su Yang thought about it and realized that someone in his company had died recently. It's better to send Jiang Weining back to Longpan No. 1. There are many rooms at home anyway. Jiang He knew Su Yang's good intentions, so after helping his sister into the car, he followed on his motorcycle alone. In the car, Jiang Weining was sitting in the passenger seat, looking at the Koenigsegg. Tens of millions are simply an astronomical figure for her. Brother Yang, where are we going? Come to my house and let Ching Ching accompany you. I should say you two can play together. Cheng Cheng. Is she your girlfriend? Housekeeper, if you need anything, just ask her. Just spend more money and she'll make it happen. Su Yang stepped on the accelerator hard, and Jiang Weining's body was pressed tightly against the seat, and her face turned pale with fright. Brother Yang, I still have to thank you. My brother said that thanks to your money, I will be able to see my mother soon. I wonder if she will be surprised if she sees me discharged from the hospital. Where did Auntie go? My brother said that my mother is going to take care of your grandfather's daily life. Shouldn't she live in your house? Your mother is with my grandfather. That old pervert. Jiang Weining was confused, and Su Yang was also confused. Forget it. We'll talk about it later. When they arrived at Longpan No. 1, Su Yang dropped Jiang Weining off and handed her over to Zhou Qingqing. Jiang He acted as the driver and drove the Koenigsegg to Tianhua Supreme Hotel. Tianhua Supreme Hotel. There is a sign outside the door. Why is it the 18th floor again? It seems that someone has booked a large venue again, and there are a lot of people coming. As soon as Su Yang entered the venue, Anna pulled him away. Tonight, Anna was wearing a haute couture dress, with light makeup and glasses, giving her the temperament of a female professor. Professor, you should wear a pointer when you are dressed like this. Pointer? Yeah, the kind you use for spanking. Anna's face turned green when she heard this. I'm your teacher, you are not allowed to tease me again. Jiang He's ears turned red after hearing this. There's nothing fishy going on between the two of them, right? Female professor and student, isn't this a plot from a short movie? Brother Yang, you are my god. After thinking about it, Jiang He decided not to follow, but chose a seat in the corner and waited. There was light music playing in the venue, and men and women were all smiling and toasting each other. Some of these people are top students in school, while others are successful people in society. Of course, green tea is also indispensable. Hey, isn't this our old classmate Jiang He? The dog is here, but his master is nowhere to be seen. Jiang He took a glance and saw that the person who said this was his former classmate He Yan, who was often with Mu Shuman. Jiang He didn't care if someone scolded him. He had poor academic performance, was not handsome, and was never liked by others. Seeing that he didn't say anything, He Yan spoke even more sarcastically. Remember to tell that scumbag Su Yang not to think that being rich is a big deal. If you abandon Senior Shuman, you'll be punished by being struck by lightning. Presumptuous. Jiang He slammed the table and stood up, pointing at He Yan and shouting, "You can say I can do it, but you can't say Brother Yang can do it." Deep down, Jiang He has always been grateful and respectful to Su Yang. Spend money to heal his sister's legs and help with family expenses. Mother no longer had to get up early and work late to sweep the streets and pick up garbage. Instead, she followed Jiang Ning to manage Wan Batai and take care of Su Yang's grandfather. Good food and drink, and we live in a villa. Most wealthy families would not be willing to treat a poor man like Jiang He, who has a family, so well. He has seen too many relatives who stood by and watched without helping. Su Yang's help is the only hope for his whole family. Damn gorilla, you're so big and fierce, are you trying to scare people to death? He Yan was so frightened by Jiang He's angry shout that she quickly took a few steps back. When Mu Shuman saw that Jiang He dared to scold her best friend, she immediately said, "Heizi, your master is a scumbag, and you won't let people say it." Seeing that everyone was very curious, Mu Shuman was secretly proud. In fact, Su Yang likes to prey on innocent young girls, so everyone should be careful with their daughters. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. The evil Chable. We can't let a perverted scumbag like Su Yang stay in Songhai and harm young girls. We must work together to expel him. Yes, we must make his evil deeds public to prevent more innocent people from being implicated. Everyone was whispering, no wonder Su Yang didn't choose Yang Mange among so many female stars. The only virgin female star is Yang Mange. I heard that Su Yang didn't even let his housekeeper go. He lived in the villa and had fun every night. It's really abominable. Brother Yang is not that kind of person. I don't allow you to slander him. Jiang He roared, and everyone quieted down. Mu Shuman cursed Jiang He in his heart for being a fool and said, "Why? Do you have to wait until Su Yang pushes your sister down on the bed before you believe it?" Mu Shuman, stop talking nonsense. Mu Shuman was so angry that she gritted her teeth and slapped Jiang He in the face. Madness. Even though he was slapped by Mu Shuman, Jiang He still resisted the urge to fight back. Because he knew that Su Yang had once pursued Mu Shuman. He couldn't hit the woman Su Yang had liked. Seeing that Jiang He didn't dare to fight back, Mu Shuman took advantage of the situation and refused to show any mercy. He Yan, he just yelled at you, you should teach him a lesson too. He Yan took a few steps forward and jumped up, then slapped Jiang He on the face. Jiang He loosened his clenched fists again, thinking that as long as these two women stopped smearing Su Yang, it wouldn't matter if he suffered a little grievance. Everyone in the field laughed wildly and cursed Jiang He as a coward. At this time, a man in his 20s came over. His face was pale and sickly, and he looked very weak. Even his walking was light and fluttery. I guess his body was hollowed out by women. When beating a dog, you have to look at its owner first. Where is the owner of this black dog of yours? Is he scared too? Brother Xing, you are finally here. When Mu Shuman saw the men coming, she quickly threw herself into his arms and acted coquettishly and cutely. The man was wearing an expensive suit, with a diamond as big as a pebble on his hand, and was surrounded by a group of bodyguards. Everyone was curious, as they had never seen this man before. Mu Shuman deliberately showed off, "Everyone, this is my friend Lu Tianxing, the young master of the Lu family of the four great families, who just returned from abroad not long ago." Ah, it turns out to be the young master of the Lu family. I am so sorry for my disrespect. No wonder I thought young Master Lu had such an extraordinary demeanor. He was originally the young master of one of the four major families. He is really handsome, elegant, and suave. Some of these people are college students, while others are middle-class people in society. They all tried their best to get in touch with the four major families. Lu Tianxing was being praised by everyone, feeling a little flattered. He glanced at Jiang He unscrupulously. "Hey, I'm asking you a question. Where's that loser Su Yang?" "None of your business." It would be fine if it was Mu Shuman. Jiang He didn't want to bother with a little woman, but this young master of the Lu family was so arrogant. Jiang He didn't give him any face at all. Lu Tianxing had a gloomy face. He had just returned from abroad a few days ago. When she learned that the Bai family was going to marry their daughter Bai Xinhui to Su Yang, she was rejected by Su Yang. Lu Tianxing has liked Bai Xinhui since he was a child, and has never given up pursuing Bai Xinhui over the years. His goddess was actually humiliated by a trash named Su Yang, whom he had never even heard of. Lu Tianxing came here today with the purpose of avenging Bai Xinhui. Black guy, call your master out, my patience is limited. The atmosphere was a bit depressing, and Lu Tianxing's bodyguards were ready to make a move. At this moment, Anna and Su Yang walked in, talking and laughing. Dear students and guests, let the dinner begin. Anna was about to make an announcement. When Su Yang saw a group of bodyguards surrounding Jiang He, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Etc. Taking a closer look, Su Yang discovered that there were 5 red finger marks on both sides of Jiang He's face. Su Yang scanned the entire audience with a cold gaze and shouted angrily, "Whoever hit me, stand up." Sensing Su Yang's murderous gaze, everyone stepped back in fear. Mu Shuman and her best friend He Yan were also terrified. They felt great about beating people up, but they forgot that Su Yang was very protective of his people. The tit-for-tat confrontation was revealed, and Lu Tianxing smiled slightly and stood in front of everyone. Your dog is disobedient, I will discipline him for you, do you have any objection? Seeing Su Yang taking action, Jiang He quickly pulled him back. The other party is the Lu family, one of the 4 major families. Jiang He is afraid that Su Yang will offend another big enemy for his sake. Brother Yang, I'm fine. With Lu Tianxing's support, Mu Shuman is no longer afraid. Su Yang, I was the one who beat him up, what can you do? Su Yang glanced at Mu Shuman coldly. This woman had gotten on his good side again. No wonder she was so arrogant and domineering. Su Yang, you scumbag, you still want to bully Shuman. That's right. Shuman is a girl. They say you have slept with her for a long time. Why did you abandon her? That's right. Senior Shuman loved him so much, but he found a big star girlfriend and abandoned his ex. He is so cruel. You're such a scumbag, you're just a scumbag. Everyone pointed at Su Yang. Jiang He told Su Yang everything that had happened before. Su Yang laughed when he heard that. Using fake photos to discredit yourself. You want to blackmail me morally? Okay, what I like most is moral kidnapping. Su Yang put his hands in his pockets and glanced at the group of women. Yes, I did sleep with Mu Shuman, what's wrong with that? Mu Shuman was filled with surprise when Su Yang admitted it himself. Su Yang clearly had never slept with her, but he admitted it. Does this mean that he has changed his mind? Su Yang. There was an uproar in the place, and everyone was whispering. Seeing Mu Shuman's affectionate look. At this time, Su Yang said again, but she is too loose, I don't like it now, is that okay? Boom. As soon as these words came out, Mu Shuman's head started buzzing. Those women who had just scolded Su Yang were all furious, as if Su Yang was talking about them. What a scumbag. Such a scumbag. How can you insult women? Are you still a man? So what about Shuman Song? She just had a few boyfriends before, but she's still a good girl. This Su Yang is really worthy of being a dragon countryman, he is really humble. But Su Yang disagreed. Go ahead and curse. I stepped on your tail and got anxious. He looked down at Mu Shuman, his voice cold. Mu Shuman, are you trying to blackmail me with your pieces of meat? I'm sorry, I, Su Yang, have no morals. Wow. Everyone was shocked. They never expected Su Yang to say such humiliating words. Mu Shuman went crazy, his whole face flushed with anger. Su Yang, you bastard. I've never slept with you, what nonsense are you talking about? Mu Shuman cursed angrily, but this sentence made the truth clear. Everyone was confused. Never slept. Did she trick us? No way, what kind of woman would joke about her own innocence? Mu Shuman, did you just want to wrongly accuse Su Yang? Let him be the scapegoat. Is Mu Shuman pregnant? Is she in urgent need of finding a father? Hearing about these classmates' defection, Mu Shuman's tears immediately welled up. I didn't. She had no idea how to explain it. It was me who wrongly accused Su Yang of sleeping with her and refused to admit it, and it was also me who denied it. Su Yang, it's all your fault. In desperation, Mu Shuman raised his hand and wanted to slap Su Yang. Bang. Still want to do it. But before she could make a move, Su Yang slapped her in the face, making Mu Shuman dizzy. Su Yang, you actually hit a woman. When He Yan saw Mu Shuman letting him be beaten, she quickly stepped forward to protect her. Su Yang smiled, I'm not hitting a woman, I'm hitting a bitch. Haizi, it's your turn. Jiang He nodded and slapped him with a slap as big as a fan. 2 clicks. He Yan's nose was crooked by Jiang He, and her facial features were distorted, making her look very ugly. It was originally a plastic surgery face. Jiang He was startled. The slap on the other person's face was in vain. My face, on my face. When He Yan saw Jiang He's big body, she immediately took a few steps back in fear, pointing at Su Yang and cursing, I'm going to sue you. I'm going to make you pay for my loss. Su Yang touched his nose. Playing with the law. Well, you took my money and you still dare to smear me. Give me my money back immediately. He Yan was confused. Before this, almost everyone in the school had received 10,000 yuan from Su Yang. She is no exception. But she spent all the money on plastic surgery, and she even went into debt in order to package herself. How could I get the money to return to Su Yang? When it comes to money, He Yan lost all her arrogance. I don't have money. Su Yang smiled. Spend my money and then step on me. How dare you say you have no money now? If you don't have money, go sell it. If you don't see any money in a day, I'll send my entire team of lawyers to play with you. When He Yan heard Su Yang's Hualiener, her plastic surgery face turned even paler and looked scary. She quickly asked Mu Shuman for help, but the latter could hardly protect himself, let alone help her. Lu Tianxing was also in shock. When he first met Su Yang in person, he was also shocked by his actions. This kid is really a tough one. It seems that we need to be more careful. Su Yang was too lazy to pay attention to this group of people. He looked at Lu Tianxing, a well-mannered guy who was the main reason why he came here tonight. You are a minority shareholder of my company. It's me. Lu Tianxing recovered. Mu Shuman was one of the people he knew in his circle, and it was he who asked Mu Shuman to come to the gathering at Peking University and Tsinghua University. Originally, Lu Tianxing just wanted to meet Su Yang. As a result, as soon as Su Yang came up, he crushed Mu Shuman and He Yan. Su Yang, what's the point of beating a woman? If you have the guts, come and hit me. Lu Tianxing's face darkened. Before coming, Bai Xinhui took the initiative to find Lu Tianxing and expressed her willingness to accept his proposal. The condition is that Lu Tianxing can crush Su Yang to death. Therefore, Lu Tianxing did not hesitate to use family funds to help him acquire a large number of shares of Century Company. I went to Su Yang's class reunion again, just to meet Su Yang face to face. Kill him and you can get Bai Xinhui. Thinking of this, Lu Tianxing waved his hand, and the bodyguards behind him surrounded him. Seeing this, He Na came up immediately and said, Sir, Su Yang is my student. How has he offended you? Does the Lu family need a reason to move someone? Lu Tianxing looked at He Na. Foreign girl. Hot body. Fair skin. Her face is more like a queen, with a bit more intellectual beauty. Are you Su Yang's teacher? Fine, come and stay with me for one night, and I'll save one of Su Yang's legs. Hearing this, He Na got angry on the spot. It's okay for Su Yang to tease her normally. What the hell is this guy? Down. Sir, please be more careful. He Na held Su Yang's hand and said, You leave first, and other students should leave first too. I will call the police on this matter. Just as He Na was speaking, Lu Tianxing and others couldn't help but sneer. Call the police. Great, I happen to have someone in the security bureau, you call the police. Hearing Lu Tianxing's words, He Na's face turned pale. How could these rich people be so dark? Jiang He behind Su Yang had already reached out and took out the bamboo tube behind him, ready to assemble the gun to teach these people a lesson. The scene was tense and full of gunpowder. Just then, a fat middle-aged man walked in from outside, followed by a group of soldiers holding guns. The middle-aged man wore glasses and a suit, looking like an intellectual. "Meet the person coming." Lu Tianqing's eyes lit up. "Uncle, you have to make the decision for me." Lu Tianqing stepped forward to complain, and the middle-aged man was his second uncle Lu Wei. The Lu family spent a lot of money and used their connections to get Lu Wei to replace Gao Zhiming, the former deputy director of the Songhai Security Bureau. Seeing that Lu Wei was also from the Lu family, Mu Shuman and He Yan hurried forward to please him. "Welcome Director Lu, please take a seat." "Hello, Director Lu, my name is Mu Shuman." Lu Wei glanced at the two women. "Good-looking. Young women are good. I don't know if Lu Tianqing has conquered these two women. If not, he doesn't mind giving the pool a try." "Uncle, this kid and his lackeys beat up my people. You have to take charge of this for me." Lu Tianqing was about to continue speaking when Lu Wei interrupted him. "We can talk about this trivial matter later. A big shot is coming soon. I'd like to introduce him to you first." In Lu Wei's opinion, the group of people that Lu Tianqing said he wanted to teach a lesson were just a pair of poor students. He could trample on these poor students like ants at any time and there was no need to rush. But the big shot he invited was a rare opportunity that he had worked so hard to obtain. "Big shot?" Lu Tianqing asked hurriedly, "Second uncle, what kind of important person is worthy of your personal greeting? You just came back from abroad and you are unfamiliar with the place. It's not your fault." Lu Wei pointed to the sky. "The person I invited tonight is your second uncle's immediate superior, the top boss of Songqing Security Bureau. Since you are here too, I will introduce you to him. You must please him and don't make him angry." Lu Tianqing's eyes widened. The top leader of the Security Bureau. The legendary Director General of Songqing Security Bureau, Zhong Zhe, Director Zhong. His father mentioned this name when he just returned to China. He was one of the few people he could not offend in Songqing. "Uncle is really capable. Don't worry, I understand." Lu Tianqing nodded and bowed. He had just returned from abroad. If he wanted to gain a firm foothold, he still needed to get to know more important people. Money without power is short-lived. As for Su Yang, he's nothing compared to Zhong Zhe's importance. However, Lu Tianqing is not a fool. "Uncle, these idiots, I'm afraid they will talk nonsense and be heard by that important person," Lu Tianqing reminded, pointing at Su Yang and Jiang He on the side. Immediately, Lu Wei also frowned. Indeed, people of their status are most afraid of the vulgar people talking nonsense. "Captain Chen, and you guys, take them back to the bureau for interrogation and investigation first." As Lu Wei gave the order, several security guards in uniform appeared behind him. Lu Tianqing couldn't help laughing when he saw Su Yang being surrounded. After Su Yang went in, it was natural for him to take over the company as the second largest shareholder of Century Company. By then, Century Company will be his, and then he will go to the Bai family to find Bai Xinhui. That woman has been arrogant since she was a child and never takes any man seriously. This time, he wants Bai Xinhui to fulfill her promise and marry him, and then he will press her hard under him and enjoy it. Lu Tianqing licked his lips and fantasized about the future. Su Yang on the other side heard the two people singing the same tune, raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Deputy Director Lu." Lu Wei frowned. He hated being called Deputy Director Lu the most. "Call me Director Lu." "Okay, Deputy Director Lu, you arrested someone without asking about the situation first. It's not too late to talk about it when we get to the police station. We have the power to arrest you, and we won't wrongly accuse anyone. Don't worry. Come on, take him down," Lu Wei said in a high-sounding manner. Several security officers grabbed Su Yang. Jiang He wanted to attack, but Su Yang signaled him to stay calm. Putting aside whether Jiang He could defeat the soldiers with guns, the crime of beating up officials alone is enough to send him to jail for life. When Mu Shuman saw Su Yang and Jiang He being arrested, his previous unhappiness was immediately swept away. "Oh, Su Yang, I didn't expect you would have this day, did you?" He Yan even spat, "Bah, you deserve it." Ding-a-ling. Lu Tianqing's cell phone rang and he quickly answered it. Xinhui, what's the matter? Lu Tianqing, have you dealt with Su Yang? Very quickly, my second uncle will take action, and Su Yang will be unable to escape. Also, the Director General will be here soon, and he will be dead today. Lu Tianqing patted his chest and said confidently. The person on the other end of the phone was Bai Xinhui from the Bai family. Thinking of the past, Bai Xinhui said, if you can deal with Su Yang, I will agree to have dinner with you. Eat. Didn't you promise me to marry me? I'll take a look at that after dinner. On the other end of the phone, Bai Xinhui's face was filled with disgust. After all, Lu Tianqing has been her bootlicker since she was a child, and she doesn't think highly of him at all. However, Bai Xinhui felt it was worth it to use this dog to bite Su Yang, that annoying guy, to death. As for the sweet treat that will be given to Lu Tianqing after the success, Bai Xinhui believes that a meal is already a blessing for the bootlicker. There won't be any more. But Lu Tianqing thought that after dinner, Bai Xinhui wanted to see how he performed in bed, so he kept saying, okay, I'll take care of that kid Su Yang right away. Wait for me, baby. The more Lu Tianqing thought about it, the more excited he became. After pursuing her for so many years, Bai Xinhui was finally willing to give in. Thinking that he could conquer the goddess soon, Lu Tianqing hung up the phone in a hurry. Uncle, why don't you have your men escort them in first? I'm afraid they will disturb the Director General's pleasure. Lu Wei thought about it and decided that he had finally invited the Director General out for dinner, so he really couldn't let some trivial matter ruin the plan. You guys, take them back and interrogate them thoroughly. Yes. Several soldiers escorted Su Yang and Jiang He away. Just then, there were sounds of footsteps coming from outside the door. Boom boom boom. Lu Wei's fat body trembled. It's the Director General, wait a moment. I can't let Zhong Zhe see me arresting someone. You guys, pull them aside first, don't move. Seeing Lu Wei so nervous, everyone dared not breathe. Outside the door, the lights came on. Zhong Zhe, Director General of the Songhai Security Bureau, stepped forward, followed closely by dozens of murderous soldiers. Welcome, Director General. Please take a seat. Lu Wei bent down 90 degrees, and the people behind him followed suit, not daring to be negligent in the slightest. Lu Tianqing was the same, he was so excited that he couldn't express it in words. No matter what I say tonight, I have to please Zhong Zhe. If there is an opportunity in the future, it will not be a problem for me to develop in Kyoto. I've heard from my second uncle that the Director General is extraordinary and handsome. Today I see that he is indeed worthy of his reputation. Lu Tianqing took a step forward and bowed and praised respectfully. Ha ha ha, that's right. The Director General is a well-known outstanding person, and the one in Kyoto also thinks highly of him. Lu Wei was all smiles and tried his best to please his immediate superior. Zhong Zhe had a blank expression on his face as he scanned the entire audience. At first glance, I actually spotted a familiar figure. Why is Su Yang here? For the first time, Zhong Zhe's expression changed. Lu Wei thought that Zhong Zhe was responding to his flattery, so he continued, General Administration meeting, I have prepared the best dishes, please come in. But Zhong Zhe did not move, because when he looked carefully, he found that Su Yang was caught by the Security Bureau. My people, captured my master's friend, my goddess boss, my savior. In an instant, Zhong Zhe was filled with anger. Zhongjiu. Zhongjiu. Lu Wei was still wandering around in front. Zhong Zhe raised his hand and slapped Lu Wei in the face. A snapping sound echoed throughout the entire venue. Everyone was stunned. Lu Wei was knocked to the ground by Zhong Zhe. Lu Wei stroked his face. He was slapped, but he didn't dare to resist. He could only ask sadly, Director Zhong, why did you hit me? Why? Another snap. Zhong Zhe's eyes widened with anger. How dare you touch my savior? No way. Lu Wei woke up from his confusion and immediately looked at Su Yang. He. Is this guy your savior? Zhong Zhe's face was extremely gloomy, and he didn't know how Su Yang would mock him later. Tell me, what's the reason for arresting people? No, it's not me, Director. I know I was wrong. This matter has nothing to do with me. Tianqing, quickly tell you what Su Yang did wrong. Lu Wei knelt on the ground and begged for mercy, pushing the conflict onto Lu Tianqing, just wanting to keep his position. I would rather die than let my friend die. Zhongzhe looked at Lu Tianqing with a cold gaze, and the latter could only bite the bullet and say, Master, it was Su Yang who started the fight first, so he should have been arrested. Mu Shuman had finally tied up with the Lu family, and didn't want Lu Tianqing to get into trouble at this time. Master, it was Su Yang who hit us first. Mu Shuman pulled her best friend He Yan and pointed at the 5-finger marks on her face. He Yan cried, it was him and that black guy who beat us. After hearing this, Zhongzhe's expression improved a little. If Su Yang was in the wrong, he still had a way out. He could just do Su Yang a favor and let him go. But at this moment, Anna stood up. Hello, Mr. Director, I'm their teacher, Anna. Here's what happened. I've just made it clear that these 2 students were the first to hit Jiang He, and Su Yang helped him fight back. It was legitimate defense. Anna said truthfully. Although Su Yang often bullied her, he also rewarded her a lot. In Anna's eyes, Su Yang is a bad man with a lot of money. A bad man with a lot of money is equal to a good man. So she decided to speak out. Seeing this, Mu Shuman and He Yan were shocked. Professor, you. That's enough. Zhongzhe's face darkened. Do you two admit that you were the first to start the fight? Sensing Zhongzhe's murderous gaze and suffocating aura, Mu Shuman and He Yan swallowed and nodded. They knew they were in the wrong and dared not argue anymore. If they continued to make trouble, Zhongzhe would probably start beating them. Upon hearing this, Zhongzhe's face turned as black as a piece of charcoal. Mommy. That means that his people wrongly accused Su Yang. How will he face Su Yang in the future? As soon as they meet, will Su Yang take advantage of her misfortune? Hey, Director Zhong, you are not very good at disciplining your subordinates. It seems that the Security Bureau of Songqing is just SOSO. Shall I have a good chat with your master about this matter later? I also told Zhang Suqin about that. She is very disappointed in you. Thinking of these situations, Zhongzhe's face twitched. Waste. He glared at Lu Wei, scaring him so much that he trembled all over. Without waiting for Lu Wei to speak, Zhongzhe gave the order directly. Lu Wei abused his power and violated the law knowingly. He is suspended from his post and taken back to the Security Bureau for interrogation and investigation. In a word, Lu Wei's position was terminated. My lord, this matter really has nothing to do with me. Lu Wei burst into tears and hugged Zhongzhe tightly, begging for mercy and to withdraw the order. Nothing to do. As the deputy director, you have ruined the reputation of our Security Bureau and wrongly accused Chairman Su. You cannot escape the blame. Zhongzhe has already decided that it is better to take action against this idiot than to be unable to hold his head up in front of Su Yang in the future. Su Yang on the side smiled faintly. This Director Zhong is quite interesting. He is a reserve type. Director Zhong, those security guards just assisted the evildoers and beat up my brother. It's up to you. Su Yang did not say the second half of the sentence. But Zhongzhe understood that this boy had noticed his embarrassment. Take away. Yes. Chief. Dozens of soldiers rushed forward and took Lu Wei and his bodyguards back to the Security Bureau for interrogation and investigation. Lu Tianqing's face looked as ugly as if he was constipated. Today he lost both the wife and the army. Lu Tianqing left after saying something, fearing that Su Yang would ask Zhongzhe to arrest him, and was about to leave. Hey, Director Zhong, the suspect in my company's murder case is right here. Su Yang's words made Lu Tianqing feel cold all over. He immediately ran away, but Zhongzhe was no pushover. At the critical moment, he picked up the chopsticks on the table beside him and threw them into the air, directly piercing through Lu Tianqing's legs. Blood splatters. Lu Tianqing fell heavily to the ground. Ah. Zhongzhe had a gloomy face and gave orders. I was blind just now and didn't recognize you. Arrest Lu Tianqing and take him back. Lu Tianqing's wailing gradually faded away. This scene made everyone stunned. Only Su Yang kept his hands in his pockets, as if watching a show. When he knew Zhong Zhe would come, it was destined to be a good show. Because director Zhong Zhe is very concerned about his reputation and likes to show off. His subordinates brought shame upon him, so Su Yang didn't need to ask for anything as Zhong Zhe would punish him severely. "Brother Su, now that the matter here is over, I will go back first," Zhong Zhe said with a serious face. "Don't you want to stay for dinner?" Su Yang smiled meaningfully. "Eat shit. I have official business to attend to, so I won't eat." "Okay, the door is over there." Su Yang smiled faintly. Zhong Zhe left awkwardly. Seeing this, Mu Shuman on the other side pulled He Yan and prepared to slip away quietly. "Stop!" Su Yang shouted, scaring Mu Shuman so much that she stopped and her feet felt like they weighed 1,000 pounds. What is it?" "Mu Shuman, you slandered me online last time, saying that you were pregnant with my child, right? The internet is not a lawless place. Remember to appear in court in a few days." "Ah. Su Yang, I know I was wrong, please let me go." Mu Shuman's eyes were filled with tears. No matter how she plotted against Su Yang, the latter was able to resolve them time and time again. Damn it. Mu Shuman regrets it now. Su Yang pursued her so much at that time, but she didn't know how to cherish him. Wait for death. Su Yang spoke lightly, and Mu Shuman was so scared that he knelt down on the spot. I know, I swear I won't do it again. I'm dropping out of school tomorrow and I promise not to talk nonsense anymore. He Yan was also scared. I will definitely raise money and pay it back to you. It's too late. Go back and wait for the court to summon you. Su Yang's words made Mu Shuman and the other men want to die. With Su Yang's financial resources, if he really wanted to get them in. Not difficult. Seeing Mu Shuman and the other two leave in a panic. After seeing Su Yang's powerful connections and means, both college students and people in society were there. They surrounded Su Yang and praised him in various ways. "Brother Yang, I'm Lian from the film and television department. Can I apply for a job at Wuyo Media Company?" "Mr. Su, I'm in the clothing industry. The number above is my WeChat. Remember to add me." Su Yang was helpless and took a lot of effort to squeeze out of the crowd. Anna pulled him aside. "Student Su, you actually know the Director General." Anna was very excited and hesitated to speak. Su Yang guessed that this foreign professor must have something to ask him. "Just say what you want to say." Anna hesitated for a long time before she said, "Well, I have only been in Dragon Country for a year and have not made enough contributions, so I am not eligible to obtain Dragon Country citizenship." "I see. Hey, don't you hate Dragon Country men? Why did you change your nationality?" Su Yang was puzzled. Anna thought for a moment and said, "That's because I was in the United States before, and I often heard news about how bad Dragon Country men were, so I misunderstood you." Anna blushed. She never thought that there would be a day when she would have to ask Su Yang for help. "Then there's no point in you looking for me." "No, you just need to talk to the Director General. It will be easy for him to allow me to join the Dragon Country citizenship." Su Yang suddenly realized, but he didn't want to help for nothing, otherwise he would owe Zhong Zhe a favor for no reason. Seeing Su Yang hesitating, Anna gritted her teeth and said, "Student Su, as long as you are willing to help me, I can agree to any conditions you have." Su Yang smiled faintly. This female professor who once was hostile to the men of Long Country actually bowed her head. Is she trying to let herself taste the milk from foreign cows? I'll think about it. If you have anything to say, come to my house tonight and talk. Anna hesitated slightly, but thought to herself that it was not like she had not been to Su Yang's house before. This guy was just her student, just a rich kid, and he couldn't really do anything. Good. Su Yang smiled and just left the hotel. The phone rang, and at first glance, it was Zhong Zhe calling. The Zhong Bureau is moving fast. Su Yang spoke first. On the other end of the phone, Zhong Zhe paused. "Do you know why I called?" "It's Lu Tianxing, right? He's just a small fry. I think the Clan Bureau has found out what's behind him." Su Yang touched the bronze medal in his hand, which was exactly what he had picked up from the killer who killed Zhang Suqin in Sihiyuan last time. It seems that you have the potential to do our business. No wonder the master values you. Zhongzhe agreed with Su Yang's words and continued, those people are ninjas from the Azura faction of Sang country. We can't find out anything yet, but Lu Tianxing can't get away. By the way, just now Lu Heng, the head of the Lu family, came to me and asked me to release the people, and I drove them away. Su Yang raised his eyebrows, you don't need to tell me about this, that's your responsibility. Su Yang hung up the phone and thought to himself, the Lu family has nothing to do with me. That old fox Zhongzhe talked as if he was doing things for me. It's not so easy to repay a favor, Chief Zhong. At the same time, a man in his 50s, wearing a high-end custom-made suit, was leaving the security bureau. He is the head of the Lu family, Lu Heng. After being turned away by the security bureau, Lu Heng slammed the car door. It's over. This kid fell into Zhongzhe's hands. Zhong Bureau is famous for being ruthless and impartial. Chairman, how do we save the young master now? That bastard said he offended Zhongzhe because of the girl from the Bai family. Go to the Bai family. Arrived at the Bai family mansion. As soon as he entered the door, Lu Heng started scolding everyone he saw. Bai Zhanchen, get out here. Bai Zhanchen, get out here. The rude voice echoed throughout the Bai mansion, and Bai Zhanchen ran over in a hurry. Lu Laogui, what are you yelling about so early in the morning? I screamed like a ghost. Lu Heng's face turned as red as pig liver and he pointed at Bai Xinhui beside him. Your eldest daughter of the Bai family betrayed my grandson, and you say I screamed like a ghost. Bai Xinhui's body trembled, and she had a bad feeling. I'm depressed. Didn't that idiot Lu Tianxing say that the problem was solved? Bai Zhanchen was a little confused. How did my granddaughter cheat your people? Your good granddaughter, relying on the fact that my grandson likes her, instigated Tianxing to cause trouble for Su Yang. Now that Tianxing has been arrested by Zhongzhe, the chief of the security bureau, shouldn't I look for you? Lu Heng was so angry that he went to Zhongzhe with full sincerity to ask him to release the people, but Zhongzhe didn't even look at the money and directly ordered his men to drive him away. Zhongzhe was in a high position of power and had a bad temper, so even Lu Heng didn't dare to say anything. Here, come here. Bai Zhanchen called Bai Xinhui over, what's going on? Bai Xinhui looked aggrieved, how do I know Lu Tianxing is so useless? He himself said he could help me kill Su Yang. You bastard. After figuring out the whole story, Bai Zhanchen knew he was in the wrong. With a snap, Bai Zhanchen slapped Bai Xinhui. Bai Xinhui covered her face, feeling the burning pain, and cried, it's none of my business. Besides, even if Lu Tianxing and Su Yang had a conflict, the security bureau wouldn't arrest him. What does this have to do with me? Lu Heng was furious, why are you pretending? Didn't you ask Tianxing to assassinate Zhongzhe? You also killed the people from Century Company, and you still want to get rid of it. I'm saying this today. If my grandson can't come out, then your Bai family won't have an easy life. Assassinate the Director General of the Security Bureau. Bai Zhanchen was struck by lightning. This guy was too bold. So crazy. Bai Xinhui's head was also buzzing. What the hell? Lu Tianxing assassinated Zhongzhe. What does this have to do with me? But Lu Heng didn't care about that. This matter started because of you. No matter what means Tianxing used or who he offended, he also wanted to solve Su Yang for you. Anyway. Lu Heng stared at Bai Zhanchen, if your Bai family doesn't give me an explanation for this matter, a war between the four major families is inevitable. Hearing this, Bai Zhanchen's scalp hardened. The Bai family has been having troubles in recent years. He is old and can't find an heir, and now Bai Xinhui is in this state. If Lu Heng continued to focus on dealing with the Bai family, it would only lead to the destruction of the two families. Bai Zhanchen knew that the other party was angry and had lost his rationality. God knew what he would do. After a while, Bai Zhanchen finally recovered and said, Xinhui, you should solve the trouble you caused yourself. Grandpa, I don't know Director Zhong, how can I solve this problem? Bai Zhanchen sighed, the person who tied the bell must be the one to untie it. The source is not Zhongzhe, but Su Yang. Su Yang. Yes, go find Su Yang and pay him back what you owe him, then ask him for a favor and release Lu Tianxing. Bai Xinhui's face turned pale. That annoying guy Su Yang, I wanted to deal with him before. How do I ask now? Go quickly. The life and death of the Bai family depends on you. Bai Zhanchen shook his head in disappointment. If you do this well, I will look at you differently, and the position of the heir of the Bai family will belong to you. Hearing this, Bai Xinhui took a deep breath. Grandpa, I know what to do. Soon, Bai Xinhui drove to the Shanhai Guan Villa area. Panlong number 1. Ding dong ding dong. Hearing the doorbell, Zhou Qingqing shouted, Who? I'm Bai Xinhui, open the door and let me in. Hearing that it was this woman, Zhou Qingqing frowned. Boss, it's the eldest daughter of the Bai family who is here. Su Yang, who was eating breakfast, smiled faintly. How many people did you bring? She's the only one. Then let her wait. Su Yang continued to eat breakfast. Zhou Qingqing went out. Ms. Bai, Director Su is busy, please wait a moment. What is he doing so early in the morning? Bai Xinhui was a little impatient. It was always others who waited for her, but this was the first time someone made her wait. But thinking of the Bai family's situation, Bai Xinhui could only suppress her patience. Time passes by little. 10 minutes. Half an hour. 1 hour. Outside the door, Bai Xinhui waited for a long time, and then received a message from her grandfather on her mobile phone urging her to deal with it as soon as possible. Lu Hang has been making a lot of trouble in the Bai family, and the whole family is in chaos. Why isn't he well yet? Bai Xinhui knocked on the door again. Su Yang, I'm here to pay back the money I made from gambling on Jade last time. Could you please open the door? Su Yang, who had just finished 2 games of LOL, nodded to Zhou Qingqing. After getting Su Yang's consent, Zhou Qingqing opened the door and let the person in. As soon as she entered the door, Bai Xinhui hurriedly shouted, Su Yang, I, Bai Xinhui, am willing to accept the loss and come to return your money. There is one more thing. Before Bai Xinhui could finish, Su Yang said calmly, leave the money, and leave. Previously at the Tianhua Supreme Hotel, the money Bai Zhanchen paid did not include the money Bai Xinhui lost in the gambling. This woman must be in trouble, which is why she thought of this. Zhou Qingqing took the check for 100 million. Bai Xinhui's words were interrupted by Su Yang and her face changed. Su Yang, there is one more thing. I hope you can plead for Lu Tianxing at the Zone Bureau. You can decide the reward. Lu Tianxing. Su Yang didn't expect that Lu Tianxing and Bai Xinhui also had a relationship. Su Yang used his wisdom eye on Bai Xinhui, and scenes of Bai Xinhui's experiences over the past 10 days emerged in his mind. Including Bai Xinhui ordering Lu Tianxing to deal with her. In addition, Lu Hang, the head of the Lu family, went to the Bai family in person to settle accounts, and Bai Zhanchen put pressure on Bai Xinhui. It's quite interesting. I was wondering why Lu Tianxing suddenly appeared. So it was you, a bitch, who was responsible. Bai Xinhui didn't know that Su Yang saw through her, and said seriously, the Lu family and the Bai family are friends, and the 4 major families are deeply rooted in Songqing. Of course you don't understand. In his opinion, Su Yang had a little money, but he was just a nouveau riche and could not compare with the big families. Then what? Then. And now Lu Tianxing is in police station. I heard that you are quite familiar with Director Zhong. Miss Bai, are you still asleep? Su Yang was lying on the sofa, his hands spread out on both sides, sitting comfortably, and interrupted by Xinhui again. You asked Lu Tianxing to mess with me, and now I've crippled your lackey, and you come to me to beg for mercy. As soon as these words came out, Bai Xinhui frowned on the spot. You know everything. Could it be that when Lu Tianxing was arrested, he blew himself up to Su Yang? Bai Xinhui was thinking, who knew Su Yang continued, I also know that if you don't save Lu Tianxing, you will have no chance to be the heir of the Bai family in the future. Boom. Bai Xinhui's head buzzed. Lu Tianxing doesn't know about this either. And she had just come out of the Bai family. How did Su Yang know about the affairs of the Bai family and the Lu family? How is that possible? Lu Tianxing isn't that important yet. Su Yang, you're overthinking it. Is this guy trying to cheat me? Bai Xinhui pretended to refute. But Su Yang smiled, not wanting to spoil her at all. Okay, if you don't behave, get out, and get out. After hearing this, Zhou Qingqing prepared to chase them away. Etc. Bai Xinhui panicked. How did you know about this? It's none of your business. Do you understand my ability? If you understand, you won't fall into my hands. Su Yang smiled faintly and asked, did I tell you that I was cheating? Bai Xinhui was scolded, but she couldn't find any reason to refute Su Yang. After all, what Su Yang said was true. Ever since she met the other party, she had been completely dominated by him. Bai Xinhui is no longer as strong and arrogant as before. Su Yang, since you know this, then you can set a condition. How can we get Lu Tianqing out? Make a condition. Given your current situation, would you be willing to work like a slave for me? Su Yang hooked his finger. My floor is dirty, do you know what to do? When Bai Xinhui heard this, she stared at Su Yang with anger. But seeing Su Yang's nonchalant look, it seemed as if he had her in his grasp. Thinking about the heir of the Bai family again, Bai Xinhui gritted her teeth and said, I know. No matter what happens today, Su Yang must save people. As long as Lu Tianqing can come out, she will be the future head of the Bai family. By then, everything now will be worth it. Having made up her mind, Bai Xinhui quickly found the tools and started cleaning seriously. As the daughter of one of the four major families, countless people had asked the Bai family to do things for her, and they did it in a similar way. Bai Xinhui was cleaning and mopping the floor diligently. But Su Yang looked disgusted. You're so clumsy. Miss Bai has never done housework, right? I haven't done it, but I'm willing to learn. Bai Xinhui answered with a flattering look on her face. Su Yang smiled. If we had this attitude at the beginning, everything would have been solved. Unfortunately, now I have to think about it. Zhou Qingqing understood what Su Yang meant, so he said, Boss, I'm going to clean the yard, you two can chat slowly. I'll do it. If there's anything else that needs cleaning, just tell me, Butler Zhou. Seeing that Su Yang was finally willing to consider it, Bai Xinhui worked even harder. Bai Xinhui spent more than an hour cleaning the hall, front and backyards, bathroom, etc. Su Yang was watching the news broadcast and saw Bai Xinhui, sweating profusely, sitting next to him to rest. Who allowed you to sit down? Come here and wash my feet. This bastard. He is going too far. Bai Xinhui cursed in her heart, but she could only flatter with her face, okay, I'll be right there. Bringing the foot-washing water, Bai Xinhui lifted Su Yang's feet and put them into the water. It's a massage, why are you squatting there like an idiot? Su Yang urged. Bai Xinhui gritted her teeth and put her hand into the water. The water was very hot. Su Yang's feet had thick skin and she didn't feel the pain, but she let out a cry as soon as her hand was put in. Seeing this, Su Yang frowned. You are not insincere, are you? Have. Bai Xinhui was afraid that if Su Yang was unhappy, everything she had just done would be in vain. She endured the pain, reached into the water, and found Su Yang's feet. Rubbed them well, and clean between the toes, too. Su Yang lay on the sofa, enjoying himself comfortably. Bai Xinhui in front of his legs tried to ask, Su Yang, you see I am so sincere, can you give Director Zhong a call and ask him to release him? Su Yang raised his feet and rubbed them on her clothes until the water stains on his feet were dry. Let him go, that's easy. Bai Xinhui was overjoyed and ignored her wet clothes. But I have a few questions to ask you first, and you'd better answer honestly. Okay, go ahead. Do you know how Lu Tianqing hooked up with the Sang Kingdom's Iha sect? He couldn't see this with his wisdom eyes, as it happened more than 10 days ago. But Su Yang always wanted to investigate it thoroughly. After all, everyone wanted to kill the Japanese people from Sang. I remember that on the second night after he came back to Songhai, he chatted with a group of mysterious people for a long time at the Starry nightclub. But those people were very fierce and didn't let me get close. Now that I think about it, they look a lot like people from Sang. Star nightclub. Could it be the base of the Izuru faction of Kawakuni in Songhai? Do you know anything else? Bai Xinhui shook her head, I don't know. She said it and did it. Bai Xinhui felt that it was about time to get back to business. Su Yang, can you call and release them now? Release them. Release whom? You, no, didn't you just agree to let him go? Did you hear wrongly? Bai Xinhui was so anxious that she was speechless. Asshole, you are playing tricks on me. She was so angry that she raised her hand and wanted to slap Su Yang, but Su Yang kicked Bai Xinhui to the ground first. Bai Xinhui lay on the ground and tried to struggle, but Su Yang stepped on her butt. I knew you weren't sincere, and you still want to hit me. Get lost. Su Yang retracted his foot, and Bai Xinhui got up from the ground, feeling humiliated. She was actually stepped on by a nouveau riche. How can you save people? I think Lu Tianxing must be very touched to know that you helped him so much. Su Yang looked at Bai Xinhui coldly. If you want to save people, come back with full sincerity next time. Now, you can go away. Bai Xinhui had a gloomy face, thinking that Lu Tianxing was not qualified to let her help him. She did it for the Bai family. Bai Xinhui knew that she couldn't persuade Su Yang today, so she left with her head down in embarrassment. Boss, are we being too mean? Zhou Qingqing pursed her lips slightly and saw what just happened. But there was a sharp flash in Su Yang's eyes. That Lu Tianxing colluded with the Sang people and killed people from my company. If I let him go, I would be ashamed of the people of Longhua. Su Yang's Hualiener made Zhou Qingqing's eyes widen. Only then did she realize what was going on. No wonder the boss is so angry. It turned out that he wanted to avenge the innocent deaths. It was just after Bai Xinhui left. A long-lost mechanical sound rang in Su Yang's mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully protecting Bai Xinhui and obtaining a divine silk vest made of silkworms, which can resist attacks from gun bullets. In an instant, Su Yang had an extra lining under his clothes. So thin that it's like not wearing anything. It can resist bullet attacks. It's considered an invisible bulletproof vest. Not bad. However, Su Yang was very confused. I tricked Bai Xinhui into bleeding heavily next time. Is this considered caring for a woman? Replying to the host, sometimes deceiving a woman is also a form of care. Su Yang understood. Yuan lies shame. Outside the Panlong No. 1 gate. Bai Xinhui sacrificed her dignity and put aside her face to do so much, but she was fooled by Su Yang. Su Yang. You bastard. Ding-a-ling. Bai Xinhui was very angry, but still answered the call from her grandfather. Xinhui, will Su Yang let me go? Wow, Grandpa, he refused and told me to come back with more sincerity next time. Bai Xinhui started crying out of grievance. She had never suffered such humiliation before. Bai Zhanchen was an old and shrewd man. When he heard that Su Yang did not refuse, he thought that this matter could still be resolved in a roundabout way. Don't cry yet. Listen to Grandpa. I will teach you how to deal with men. That Su Yang is just a lecher. My granddaughter is so beautiful. With a little bit of trickery, she can definitely easily control Su Yang. Grandpa, what do you mean? Doesn't he have a celebrity girlfriend? You go find her and pretend to sponsor Wuyo Media for a movie. Get close to her girlfriend first, then go around and hook up with Su Yang. Don't you young people have a saying, beware of fire, theft and best friends? Bai Xinhui was confused when she heard this. Did they want her to be sisters with Yang Mange, and then find an opportunity to get close to Su Yang? Wouldn't that mean I would have to sacrifice my body as well? Grandpa, I don't want to sacrifice. Bai Zhanchen laughed on the phone. Silly girl, why do you want to sacrifice? How do you keep Lu Tianxing hanging? Just keep Su Yang hanging the same way in the future. Men will be flattered if you say a few sweet words to them. Your grandfather was fooled by your grandmother in the past, and Su Yang will be no exception. After Bai Xinhui left, Su Yang asked Jiang He to strengthen precautions and have more people patrol outside the door, to prevent the Lu and Bai families from taking desperate measures. After doing all this, Director Cheng Tao called. Good morning, Mr. Su. Cheng Tao greeted cheerfully. What's up? It's like this. I have a beautiful lady here. I want to invite you to perform on the next show the day after tomorrow at noon. What do you think? Not interested. Wait a minute, Mr. Su. Hearing that Su Yang was about to hang up, Cheng Tao immediately shouted, this time's female guest also knows Boss Yang. Then what? Hearing that Su Yang didn't hang up the phone, Cheng Tao breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Su, the beauty is Meng Lianqin, a descendant of Mencius, and a lady from a scholarly family. At the same time, she is also a well-known star and popular singer in Longhua. Her song, My Love, has won 18 awards at home and abroad, and has been played more than 3 billion times. Cheng Tao became more and more excited as he spoke. Ever since Su Yang participated in A Date with a Big Star, more big names have been lining up to be the female lead in the next episode. These women all came for Su Yang and the traffic. But Meng Lianqin is different. She has her own real strength and those vases cannot compare to her. Knowing that Meng Lianqin had a schedule, Cheng Tao took the initiative to visit her. He originally thought that it would take some effort. After all, Meng Lianqin was known for being aloof, but unexpectedly, as soon as she heard that the male lead was Su Yang, Meng Lianqin became interested. Cheng Tao found it strange that a singer of Meng Lianqin's level would not affect her reputation for money. But who cares? In order to take the show to the next level, Cheng Tao immediately made arrangements. Cheng Tao introduced Meng Lianqin's identity, background, and achievements for more than 10 minutes before he explained them all. Finally, he added, Ms. Meng is also Boss Yang's best friend. Well, Mr. Su, don't you want to try your girlfriend's best friend? Su Yang couldn't help but curse, you are so vulgar, am I Su Yang such a person? Mr. Su, I was just kidding, When is the next one? Cheng Tao. Same time the day after tomorrow, Director Su. Okay, see you the day after tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Su Yang smiled meaningfully. Yang Mange's best friend. Did you agree to Cheng Tao when you knew you would be in the 3rd episode? He could vaguely feel that Yang Mange had tacitly approved of this matter. Asking my best friend to go on a blind date with my boyfriend is a pervert even to me. Never mind, I'll talk about it later. I'll go see how my parents' business is going first. Su Yang was just about to head to Antique Street. Ding-a-ling. The cell phone rang, and Mother Zhang Ning's voice was urgent and nervous. Son, something happened in the store, come and take a look. Su Yang asked hurriedly, what happened? A group of people came into the store, smashing and throwing things around, and seemed to be looking for something. Okay, I'll be right there. Su Yang was worried that something might happen to his parents, so he left in a hurry with Jiang He. The former site of Wanbatsai. A group of people surrounded the employees of Fenjianju Decoration Company and smashed and destroyed things. The newly built wall was pushed down by them. Design director Liang Da hurried forward to stop him. Don't smash it, let's talk it over. Who are you? With a bang. Liang Da was knocked flying by a punch, and everyone stopped in fear. Don't get in my way, or I'll kill you. You guys. This is a society ruled by law. Rule of law. Dragon Country's rule of law is useless to us. These people were all ferocious and skilled in martial arts, so Liang Da and others couldn't stop them at all. Chief, the things here have been moved away. There is no point in looking for them any further. Chief, how about we capture the steward here and ask him where the things are? After hearing the suggestions from his subordinates, the leader glanced at Liang Da and others with a grim look. Who among you is the manager of this shop? Zhang Ning was about to speak when Liang Da quickly held her down. Su Yang handed this place over to him, so how could he let the other person's mother step forward? Liang Da was the first to speak, I am, what's wrong? Say, where is the token? Sir, I don't know what a token is. Liang Da frowned, but was more afraid. These people were not dressed like the dragon people, but they had samurai swords hanging from their waists and looked ready to attack at any time. Since you won't tell me, there's no need to keep you. The leader slowly drew his sword and pointed it at Liang Da's abdomen with both hands. Die. At the critical moment, Jiang He sprinted faster, kicked the man's hand, and threw the sword high into the air. Who are you? The leader was also surprised to see Jiang He's swift movements. Jiang He said nothing and stood in front of Zhang Ning and Su Anghua. Finally arrived. Seeing that his parents were fine, Su Yang breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how many people come, hand over the token and I can leave you with an intact body. Token. Someone from the Azuru faction. Su Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. Haizi, beat him up first and then ask slowly. Yes, Brother Yang. Jiang He clenched his fists and bent his tall body slightly to gather strength. The next moment, Jiang He's fist appeared among the ninjas, and several of them fell down in an instant. Baka. The ninja leader shouted, and layers of shadows appeared on his sword, piercing straight into Jiang He's head. Bite. Jiang He slapped the leader's wrist with his backhand, and the sword fell out of his hand. This dragon countryman is not simple. Catch the leader first. The ninja leader closed his eyes and dealt with Jiang He carefully. Several ninjas wanted to cross the river in secret and prepare to launch a surprise attack to capture Su Yang. Xiao Yang, go quickly. Zhang Ning pushed the motionless Su Yang, thinking that he was frightened by these people. Su Yang raised the corner of his mouth as the oncoming cold sword pierced his body. Crash. Several long swords cut through Su Yang's coat, revealing the silk defense suit he was wearing. The silk not only blocked the attack, but also produced a rebound shock, directly breaking the ninja's sword. Everyone was stunned. Invulnerable to swords and guns. What kind of martial arts is this? Su Yang quickly raised his foot and kicked the ninja in front of him away, and said seriously, the unique martial arts of Longhua, the indestructible magic of Vajra. Vajra, indestructible divine art. Several ninjas screamed and retreated, only to be greeted by Jiang He's huge hand that came around from behind. Bang bang bang. Jiang He went up and beat them wildly, and all the ninjas of the Azuru faction fell to the ground and rolled over. Su Yang stepped on the ninja leader's head. Tell me, who sent you? I say. It was our assassination hall leader, Kata Kawaida, who asked us to come and take back the token. Su Yang took out a bronze medal from his pocket. The eyes of everyone in Sang country lit up. It's this token. Tell me. Su Yang was also very curious about the use of a broken token. The men hesitated. I can't tell you, the hall master will kill me. Jiang He's eyes widened, and he grabbed the men with one hand and lifted him up. If you don't tell me, I'll kill you now. I said, in addition to mobilizing the warriors lurking in Songhai, this token is also related to the overseas treasure cave. Please give more details. Jiang He slapped him, but this ninja from Sang country would not cry until he saw the coffin, so he had to be beaten a few more times before he behaved. 500 kilometers away from Songhai, there is an island called Fangji Island. There, our people are guarding many cultural relics and antiques from the Dragon Kingdom, including the dragon heads of the 12 zodiac signs. Su Yang frowned. No wonder the Dragon Kingdom had not been able to find the dragon head over the years. There was only one missing from the 12 zodiac signs, and it turned out that it was hidden by these bastards. No, since you got it from Longhua, why did you leave it on the island instead of transporting it back to Songhua? We also want to transport it back, but your dragon country's National Defense Army commander Shi Wuzuan has recently sent a lot of additional personnel to patrol various sea areas, so we dare not move it back. Su Yang suddenly realized that it was no wonder that Shi Wuzuan traveled thousands of miles from Kyoto to Songhai. It turned out that he was taking people to look for the dragon head everywhere. It was estimated that Shi Wuzuan also found the approximate range of the dragon head. Su Yang remembered that the supreme leader in Kyoto had once issued a sky-high reward. Whoever can return the dragon head will be rewarded with 10 billion and can also choose to join the 8 major departments of the Dragon Kingdom. The National Defense Army, the Security Bureau, the Quarterly Bureau, the Civil Engineering Bureau, etc. 10 billion, Su Yang doesn't care about that little bit of money, as if everyone has it. But those forces are different. The 8 major departments of the Dragon Kingdom, known as the 8 Heavenly Dragons, are the real core of power. Assassination Hall, Treasure Cave, and Lu Tianxing. Su Yang put all these together and asked, what is the relationship between Lu Tianxing and you? We helped him eliminate his opponents, and he helped us secretly transport the treasure back to Dragon Country. Haha, the Lu family doesn't want to be a good person, but to be a traitor to the country. If we hadn't happened to meet the ninjas from Sang country today, it would have been difficult to find the dragon head. How many people from your country are there on Fangji Island? Is there any hidden trick? About 70 or 80 people. Because the place is remote, there is no agency. Su Yang nodded and waved his hand to signal Jiang He to take action. No, didn't you say you wouldn't kill me after I confessed? I said I won't kill you, but that doesn't include my men. Jiang He grinned and knocked out all the ninjas. Brother Yang, what should we do with these people? Killing people is against the law, so let the professionals do it. Su Yang dialed Zhong Zai's number and asked him to come over to clean up the matter and talk about the treasure cave on Fangji Island. Su Anghua and Zhang Ning are still frightened. Son, thanks to Director Li's cleverness this time, otherwise those bastards would have killed us. Li Yingda stroked his red and swollen face. Uncle and aunt, you're welcome. This is what I should do. Fatty, let's talk about this sometime. I'll remember what happened today. Su Yang patted Li Yingda. The fat man in front of him was still very real. At noon, the sun was shining brightly. Zhong Zai hurried to Wanbatai with his subordinates. At first glance, there were a bunch of unconscious ninjas lying on the ground. Brother, are you okay? It's okay. Hazy is 1 against 10. They can't hurt me. Su Yang changed into new clothes, this defensive outfit made of divine silk from the heavenly silkworm, and he couldn't let too many people know about it. Zhong Zai ordered his men to take the Sang ninja away and stood there in deep thought. Su Yang knew that he wanted to ask, but was too embarrassed to speak directly. Let's talk. The two walked to the side, and Su Yang asked, has the Zhongju heard of the dragon head? Zhong Zai was slightly surprised why Su Yang asked this, but he still said, the dragon head of the Chinese zodiac, a cultural relic of our dragon country. It symbolizes good luck and power. For many years, the one in Kyoto has sent people to search for it everywhere, but to no avail. Zhong Zai continued, to be honest, my teacher has been looking for the whereabouts of the dragon head for 5 years. His hair has turned white, but there is still no news. Su Yang smiled and said, are you interested in the dragon head? Ha ha ha, of course. The one in Kyoto has offered a sky-high reward. If I find the dragon head, I can at least level up 3 levels. By the way, why are you talking about this all of a sudden? Zhong Zai is less than 50 years old and has become the second in command of Songhai. It will be very difficult for him to make further progress. If he gets the dragon head, his status will be enough to ignore all departments in Songhai, and his power will be greatly enhanced. Su Yang knew that the person in Kyoto was the highest leader of Dragon Country, the Supreme. But he has no interest in politics, so leaving it to Zhong Zai is a good choice. You can arrange for people to go and get the dragon head back now. It's on Fangji Island. 500 kilometers is not far away. What? Zhong Zai was shocked, his eyes widened like a cow. Brother Su, is the news reliable? I didn't mean anything else, it was just too unexpected. Su Yang smiled and said, of course it's reliable. When the people from the Sang Kingdom's Azuru faction came to cause trouble, I asked Haizi before he took action. Su Yang pointed to the corpse not far away, and told Zhong Zai about the cooperation between Lu Tianxing and Sangwuren. Don't worry, Brother Su. No one can save Lu Tianxing. Also, I will report the situation in Kyoto truthfully, and the reward will still be yours. Zhong Zai patted his chest and assured that he would not steal the credit from Su Yang. I'm not worried about that, but there are many ninjas from the Sang Kingdom on Fangji Island, so you'd better be fully prepared before taking action. Also, lend me a team of warriors. Seeing that Su Yang still had things to do, Zhong Zai had no intention of staying for long. He left with a dozen soldiers to listen to Su Yang's arrangements and then left. Mom and Dad, you should go back too. Songhai has been a bit chaotic lately. Su Anghua and Zhang Ning gave a few instructions and drove back to Yunshui No. 1. Su Yang did not return to the villa, but drove the Koenigsegg to a high-end jewelry store. Outside the store, Jiang He pulled Su Yang and begged, Brother Yang, there's really no need to spend this money. Let go. You have to remember that your sister is also my sister. It's her birthday tomorrow. What's wrong with me buying her a small gift? Su Yang just received a message from Zhou Qingqing, asking whether he wanted to hold a birthday party for Jiang Weining tomorrow. He just found out that tomorrow was Jiang Weining's birthday. So, Su Yang thought about preparing a gift for Jiang Weiniang. Jiang He had a bitter face, and he looked even more uncomfortable than if he had paid for the things himself. All right. Su Yang came to the container and took a look. After opening your wisdom eyes, what you see are basically mundane things. Only a string of jade bracelets caught Su Yang's eye. This is not bad, wrap it up for me. Jiang He, who was standing by, was counting the prices with a throbbing heart. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, Dad. Yes, sir. The salesperson put the jade bracelet into the gift box and was about to ask Su Yang to pay. Just at this moment, there was the sound of high heels hitting the ground outside the door. A foreign woman walked over slowly, with waist-length hair and sapphire blue eyes. She is over 1.7 meters tall, and with those 10-centimeter high heels, she is almost as tall as Su Yang. The woman's eyes fell on Su Yang. A hint of contempt flashed across his face. Staring at the gift box again. I want this jade bracelet. Su Yang raised his eyebrows. I already want this thing. This woman is quite interesting. She comes and tries to snatch his jewelry. So what? Did you pay for it? If not, just wrap it up and pay with the card. The salesperson was confused by what the woman said. What a coincidence. I want one too. Swipe the card. Su Yang also took out a card. The woman curled her lips and said disdainfully, You men in Dragon Country really have no manners at all. Don't you know the principle of ladies first? I'm sorry, I can't tell you're a woman. Su Yang glanced at the other person and smiled faintly. The woman's bright eyes frowned and she lowered her head, unable to see her own toes. How can my figure not look like a woman's? You. Su Yang was too lazy to pay attention to her. Swipe the card. How much is this? Mr. Su, this is jadeite imported from Nanyang. It costs 1 million. The female salesperson looked at Su Yang excitedly, as he was a well-known wealthy man in Shanghai. Don't buy anything on sale, and buy a lot. Seeing that Su Yang was ignoring her, the woman crossed her arms and looked at Su Yang with contempt. 1,100,000. I want it. Su Yang put away his smile and said, 1,500,000. 2 million. 3 million. Hearing that Su Yang instantly added 1 million, the female salesperson was overjoyed, and the manager was also waiting for the result. The woman put down her hands and sneered, Oh, you are really brave. Then I will pay you 4 million. If you have the guts, keep following me. 5 million. Su Yang didn't even blink, and Jiang He was so anxious that he was running around. Host, you can't spend money maliciously. Brush your ass, I'll use my own part. Bullshit. You said I'm bullshit. The woman thought Su Yang was talking about her and became even more annoyed. Look, this is the quality of men in Dragon Country, so bad. You curse me when you can't afford it, you'd better get out of here. Don't use all your assets to challenge my pocket money. You. The woman was very angry. Do you know how much assets this lady has? Su Yang was too lazy to pay attention to her and started to choose other gifts, and also bought one for Zhou Qingqing. During this period, Zhou Qingqing has worked hard to take care of the villa, so it is only right to give her a small reward. Being ignored, the woman became even angrier. I am the champion of this year's Universal Beauty Pageant. I get nearly 100 million yuan for every appearance. How dare you look down on me? When the woman saw Su Yang ignoring her, she thought to herself. Anna actually said that this guy is a good person. As expected, he did the pua to me. The woman's name was Kylan Emily, and she was Anna's good friend. When she learned that Anna had been going to Su Yang's house frequently recently, she felt aggrieved at first, but later she actually told her from time to time that she wanted to go to Su Yang's house for classes. This made Emily feel something was wrong. I heard that there is some evil magic in Long Country that can bewitch people, and there are many scumbags. Emily was worried that Anna would be bullied by Su Yang, so the first thing she did when she returned to Shanghai was to test Su Yang for Anna. Now that I have tried it, I find that he is indeed not a good guy. After Su Yang picked out the gift, she asked the salesperson to wrap it up, but the salesperson seemed to be blinded by the money and asked, "Miss, do you still want to make an offer?" Emily was stimulated. "Come out, I'll add another $1,000,000. Okay. What about you, sir?" When the store manager heard Emily raising the price again, his heart was shaking with excitement. This was a commission of hundreds of thousands. Su-Yang glanced at the manager coldly. This was not an auction house where items had clearly marked prices. The manager was slow to mediate, but instead treated him like a fool for his own benefit. Su-Yang raised his eyebrows slightly. "I don't have time to accompany you. Add a little money to this store, I bought it." "What?" Everyone was stunned, and Emily even thought she had heard it wrong. "You want to buy this store?" Emily looked around the place. This Jiufu jewelry store is a world-renowned brand. The jewelry in the display cabinets is innumerable, worth at least $1 billion. This does not include the money from transferring the store. Emily was shocked. "Are you crazy? What do you care about me?" Su-Yang pointed at the manager and said, "Call your boss over here right now. I want this store." The manager nodded blankly and dialed a number hastily. Emily silently opened her mobile banking account and looked at her balance in deep thought. She debuted for several years and became popular with her looks and figure, participating in various programs again and again. After saving more than $1 billion with great difficulty, it was actually not as much as the money Su-Yang spent casually. "I said, don't challenge my pocket money with all your assets." Su-Yang's words kept echoing in Emily's mind. "Miss Universal Champion, I want to buy this store. Do you want to continue bidding?" Emily blushed and stammered for a long time without being able to speak. "Mr. Su, I heard that you want to buy Mr. Wang's store." The boss, who had been driving all the way, came hurriedly. When he heard that Su-Yang was going to take over his store, he was extremely happy. "Yes, if you have branches, I'll buy them too," Su-Yang said lightly, and Emily's head was buzzing. "Crazy, crazy, Su-Yang is really crazy." The owner of the jewelry store shook his head. "That's it. I'll let the finance department hand over the rest to you." Okay, everything will be arranged by Master Su." Su-Yang casually mentioned, "Starting tomorrow, she doesn't have to come to work." The salesperson was confused. Sir. Boss, what did I do wrong? It's all about profit." Su-Yang was too lazy to explain any further. The other people in the store were all experienced workers and had already come up to help him chase the people away. Emily was kicked out in confusion. "Wait, I'm Anna's friend." But Su-Yang couldn't hear her at all. In the store, Su-Yang picked out some jewelry. "There will be more and more women around me in the future, so I should prepare some jewelry." It's not that Su-Yang wants to be a bootlicker, but by doing so, maybe he can trigger the system's reward for caring for women. Su-Yang picked a new girl he liked to replace the original manager. He would deal with the follow-up matters of the store later. After all, he still had several pieces of land nearby, and Su-Yang planned to develop them together when the time comes. As soon as he walked out the door, he saw Bai Xinhui coming towards him. When she saw Su-Yang, Bai Xinhui was also stunned. Mr. Su, why are you here? I want to ask you, why are you following me?" Before Su-Yang came to the jewelry store, he noticed that a car was following him. The main reason was that the other party didn't cause any trouble, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Bai Xinhui originally wanted to pretend that they met by chance, but Su-Yang had already discovered it, so she could only smile awkwardly. "Okay, you saw through me. This is what happened. Last time you told me to be sincere before discussing the release of the person, so I wanted to talk to you about it." "Oh. What's your sincerity?" "Mr. Su, I went to discuss sponsoring Wuyo Media with Yang Mange today, and she said she needed your consent." Bai Xinhui didn't expect that Su-Yang could make Yang Mange so obedient. "This man is quite capable. Your old man caused my grandfather's foot injury which has not healed yet, and you asked Lu Tianxing to suppress my business. Do you think you can just let it go with that little sponsorship?" Su-Yang sneered. He wanted to dismantle the Bai family's basic power step by step. "Then what should I do to make you agree to release him?" Su Yang remembered that he still had several plots of land that had not been developed, including 3,000 square meters on East Street and 10,000 square meters in Coast Village in the suburbs of Songhai. I own 10,000 square meters of land in Coast Village in the suburbs of Songhai, but it has not been developed yet. Bai Xinhui turned pale and bit her lips. The Bai family has a stable real estate development department. Is Su Yang eyeing this? I understand. I'll go back and discuss it with Grandpa. Then you'd better hurry up, after all, my patience is limited. Master Su, can you let me visit Lu Tianqing first? Just as a reward for washing my feet last time. Okay. Su Yang smiled faintly. Visit Lu Tianqing. This woman treated Lu Tianqing like a dog and used him. He wanted to see what tricks Bai Xinhui was going to play. By the way, I would also like to ask Lu Tianqing if he knows anything about the Yi sect. Anyway, he told Zhong Zhe that no one could save Lu Tianqing. 2 luxury cars sped towards Songhai Security Bureau. In a dark and narrow cell. The guard hit Lu Tianqing with the electric baton several times. Lu Tianqing felt pain and numbness all over his body and lay on the ground like a shrimp boiled in hot water. He curled up his body and his face turned red as blood. Old Wang, bring Lu Tianqing out. Someone wants to see him. Yes. The guard quickly opened the door, grabbed Lu Tianqing's clothes and lifted him up. Xinhui, why is it you? Lu Tianqing was surprised and happy. Although the person was not sent by the Lu family, it would be the same if the goddess came. Xinhui, let's go. I don't want to stay in this dark place anymore. Lu Tianqing said excitedly, but Bai Xinhui shook her head. No, I can't take you away, and your grandfather can't see you either. Impossible. My Lu family has plenty of money. My grandfather will never abandon me. After so many ups and downs, Lu Tianqing almost collapsed. Su Yang agreed to let me see you and tell you about what's happening outside. Bai Xinhui sighed. Su Yang said that unless I show enough sincerity, he won't let you leave. Why? Why? Lu Tianqing was so angry that he jumped up and grabbed a chair and started smashing it. Because he is Zhong Zhe's savior and he has strong connections, Zhong Zhe will not let him go even if our 2 families rely on our connections. We leave the decision to Su Yang. Bai Xinhui was a little dejected. After fighting openly and secretly, she still lost to Su Yang. So, I'm going to give up. Take care of yourself. After saying this, Bai Xinhui left without even looking back. After a while, Lu Tianqing finally came to his senses and picked up a few chairs and started smashing them. Ah, damn Su Yang, it's all your fault. You've made me lose everything. What are you arguing about? Are you looking for death? The guard from before picked up the electric baton and hit Lu Tianqing again. What? Weren't you very arrogant just now? Kill me. Fuck you, I just can't stand a rich second-generation loser like you. The guard hit him a few more times, causing Lu Tianqing to cry out in pain. In the surveillance room, Su Yang put down his headphones. He didn't expect that Bai Xinhui was about to give up saving people. Isn't the Bai family afraid that the Lu family will be in trouble? Or maybe Bai Xinhui acted on her own and the 2 family heads were unaware of it. Or maybe Bai Zhanchen has some ulterior motives. Su Yang was still thinking when Jiang He and his men hurried over. Brother Yang, we found their base, in the basement of a footbath center. Su Yang glanced at the address Jiang He mentioned. The Sang Kingdom Assassination Hall is actually hidden in that place. It is indeed well hidden. Su Yang played with the token, let's go. Yes. More than a dozen soldiers held guns in both hands, and several vehicles rushed to the destination. The footbath center is located in a dilapidated alley. Several gorgeously dressed women were standing at the door waving. Su Yang glanced at a door behind these people. Inside is the base of the Azuru faction. This group of people dared to touch Zhong Zhe in Longhua last time. I don't know how much blood of Longhua people is on their hands. I won't do anything. I'm a good citizen. Dear security officers, what did the Zhong Bureau tell you? Anyone from Sang country will be killed without mercy. Okay, go ahead, some of you go and get the people away. Soon, the warriors rushed into the basement, where dozens of Sang country ninjas were discussing plans. Baga, the dragon people broke in, kill them. The leader of the assassination hall, Hitian, reacted and picked up his weapon to fight back. Bang bang bang. Seeing his men being shot to pieces, Hitian became anxious. Don't you dragon people dare to fight head-on? How can you be called a hero if you rely on guns? Su Yang smiled. 90 years ago, didn't you bully me because I didn't have guns? Brother Yang, how about letting me tear this dwarf's mouth apart? Jiang He would never allow anyone to scold Su Yang, no matter who it was. Don't kill him right away. I still have something to ask him. Except for Hitian, more than half of the other ninjas were killed or injured. The rest were all captured by the Security Bureau soldiers. Su Yang signaled them to tie up the ninja, and then looked through the books on the table. It records the missions that the Sang Kingdom Assassination Hall has ever received. From the common people of Longhua to the ministers of various departments in Songhai, all were assassinated by ninjas. One of the mission records was about Zhang Suqin, or more precisely, about her late husband. It turned out that on Zhang Suqin's wedding night 10 years ago, her husband was murdered at home before he could even enter the bridal chamber. The person who issued this task was Bai Zhanchen from the Bai family. Su Yang continued to look down and saw that someone also offered a high price for his head. The person who issued the task was Lu Tianxing. At this moment, Jiang He shouted loudly. Die! Hitian's sword broke into two, and Jiang He's fist hit his nose, deforming it. Su Yang walked up to Hitian and stepped on his head. Tell me, do you still have a base in Songhai? Bah, the warriors of the great Koa kingdom would rather die than surrender. I would rather commit seppuku. Okay, give my dog a break before you die. Su Yang snapped his fingers. Someone, bring Wang Sai over here. Yes. The soldiers brought in several large black dogs, each of which had fierce eyes and weighed at least 50 or 60 kilograms. I'm sorry to have wronged them. Take Hitian into the room. Yes. No, Yamit, you can't do this. At the same time. Greenview Garden Apartments. Unit 01, 8th floor. Yang Mange was trying to persuade her best sister with a helpless look on her face. Lien Xin, I'm dating Su Yang now. If he knew you were testing me, I'm afraid he would misunderstand. Yang Mange heard Meng Lianqin say that she would participate in today's appointment with big stars as the female lead. Meng Lianqin said she wanted to help her to test whether Su Yang was sincere, as she was worried that Su Yang would cheat her of her money and sex. Don't worry, Mange. I know what I'm doing and I won't let Su Yang know. Lien Xin, I'm not afraid of anything else, but you have to be careful not to fall in love with Su Yang. You don't understand his charm. Yang Mange couldn't help but think of the day when she first met Su Yang. After 2 days of dating, she discovered that Su Yang was even better than she had imagined. You overestimate Su Yang. I didn't expect that my best friend is actually a love-brained person. Meng Lianqin disagreed. She was a popular female singer in Long Country, a well-known musician, and a descendant of a prominent family. She doesn't care about ordinary men at all. But don't worry, I still don't like Su Yang. The men Meng Lianqin, like must be able to surpass me in music. Unfortunately, such a man has not appeared yet. As for Su Yang, he's just handsome and rich, vulgar. Meng Lianqin was full of confidence and was determined to expose Su Yang's true colors today no matter what. Then take it easy and don't make Su Yang unhappy. Yang Mange. You guys haven't even made your relationship public yet, and you're already protecting me. I'm your good sister. Okay. I'm going first, remember to watch my live broadcast. I'll expose your bad boyfriend's true colors later, and you need to be the first to see it. Meng Lianqin adjusted her hair slightly and drove the Maserati to her destination. Yang Mange sighed. This woman is still determined to do what she wants. Yang Mange picked up the phone and wanted to tell Su Yang Meng Lianqin's purpose first. But he hesitated again. Cheng Tao said that Su Yang agreed to attend because Meng Lianqin went. Could this guy have guessed it and is deliberately trying to do something bad? When I think of the confrontation between Su Yang and Meng Lianqin, if both of them have their own ulterior motives, who knows what might happen. No, follow and see. The other side. This episode of A Date with the Big Star was held in a new location, a high-end Western restaurant. The parking lot is filled with luxury cars worth tens of millions. Director Ching Tao is directing the setting up of the venue, and the show is about to begin. After the photographer adjusted the equipment, the audience in the Douyu live broadcast room saw a brand new scene and everyone's eyes lit up. There is a small stage in the middle of the Western restaurant, and a pianist is playing a relaxing and romantic piece of music with his fingers clasped together. There was a bouquet of flowers on the table near the window. There weren't many guests around, only 3 or 2 tables. Su Yang straightened his sleeves and walked in. Looking around this high-end Western restaurant, the environment is quite good and very suitable for the atmosphere of a blind date. According to Ching Tao, this was the address chosen by the woman. It seems that the other party has very high taste. Su Yang walked to the window seat and sat down, and Ching Tao's pleading voice came from the headphones. Young Master Su, you must shoot to the end today. The time was too short last time and the audience was still not satisfied. They scolded me. Ching Tao was trembling non-stop. Su Yang flicked his fingers, it depends on my mood. At this moment, Meng Lianqin walked in from outside the door, wearing a purple cheongsam and twisting her waist. With every step she took, the front and back of her cheongsam swayed in the wind, revealing her long, white legs. Her black hair was piled up high with a jade hairpin inserted upside down. Her white forehead was as crystal clear as a pearl without a trace of impurities. The red lips are like fire and look so naturally beautiful. Su Yang was secretly surprised. This woman was indeed from a prominent family. Her every move was elegant and refined. Wow, my goddess Meng Lianqin is here, her long legs are so white and beautiful, I love them. Is this the new singing queen of our dragon country? With such aura and figure, I couldn't help but run to the bathroom to reward myself. The above, although goddess Meng Lianqin is beautiful, you can't see through her clothes. Ching Tao was so excited. Ever since Su Yang entered the scene, the traffic of Douyu's live broadcast room exceeded 100 million in just 1 minute. Unprecedented. With the arrival of Meng Lianqin, the barrage in the live broadcast room exploded instantly, with the number of people increasing by tens of thousands per second. This new singing queen participated in a variety show for the first time, and her popularity was so terrifying. Ching Tao was so excited when he thought that this episode was expected to reach new heights. In the Western restaurant, light music was still playing, and more people were coming to the live broadcast room. Meng Lianqin stroked her cheongsam with both hands and slowly sat down. He first glanced at Su Yang. Well, he looks like a decent person and there is nothing wrong with his appearance. But character, try it first. Meng Lianqin took the lead in introducing herself. Hello, my name is Meng Lianqin, I'm sure you've heard of me. The sound is like a bell, very clear and pleasant. Su Yang smiled and said, I know. I've heard your song, my love. Meng Lianqin asked with interest, so what do you think? That song is okay. Just okay. Meng Lianqin was stunned, especially Su Yang's nonchalant look, which made people want to beat him up. But Meng Lianqin was from a prominent family after all and paid great attention to her image, so she did not get angry on the spot. Su Yang didn't know what she was thinking, and smiled faintly. If a song is okay in my opinion, it's already a high evaluation. Su Yang thought that he had listened to the songs of the 4 heavenly kings before, as well as the works of many singing queens, which were better than Meng Lianqin's. Pack. Keep pretending. This Su Yang is really good at attracting women's attention. Both Meng Lianqin and her best friend Yang Mange were used to hearing compliments from men. So, Su Yang said it was okay. In her opinion, it was intentional, so as to attract Meng Lianqin's attention. This must be Su Yang's trick. No wonder Yang Mange was deceived by him and still said what a charming guy he was. This is clearly a common tactic used by men, playing hard to get. Meng Lianqin took a sip of tea and said, Mr. Su, do you always use these methods to flirt with girls on blind dates? Su Yang was stunned. There was no script anyway, so whether to speak or not depended on his mood. Seeing that he remained silent, Meng Lianqin became even more certain of her guess. Mr. Su, what are your requirements for choosing a partner? Meng Lianqing rested her hands on the table, like a student studying hard at school, sitting upright with her back straight. Su Yang said, actually, I don't have many requirements. Just a good-looking person who takes care of the family is fine. Meng Lianqing stroked her lips and chuckled, you are wrong. Without a high level of education, no matter how pretty you are just a decorative vase at best. You men shouldn't pay too much attention to women's appearance, it's too superficial. There are many good-looking women around Meng Lianqing, but their lives after marriage are not very ideal. If a man needs it, he can go home and stay for a night, and then leave when the job is done. Therefore, Meng Lianqing firmly believes that a woman must have a high level of education and talent, and appearance is secondary. Meng Lianqing sighed inwardly, wondering why Yang Mange would fall for such a superficial man. Su Yang looked at Meng Lianqing seriously and asked, so what do you think should be the focus? Meng Lianqing said seriously, I think that you men should focus on inner qualities when choosing a partner, rather than appearance. As the two were chatting, someone suddenly came over from the next table. Yes, Miss Meng is absolutely right. Hearing the voice of a third party, Su Yang and Meng Lianqing turned sideways to look. The man was wearing a black hat, had short curly blonde hair, glasses, and a neat suit. Hello, Miss Meng, my name is Aaron, I graduated from the British Buckley School of Music, and I'm a musician. Aaron smiled slightly, a smile that did not hide his pride at all. Meng Lianqing frowned slightly, trying to recall who the person in front of him was. Sir, have we known each other before? Aaron bowed very gentlemanly and sat next to Su Yang naturally. At first, Aaron saw Meng Lianqing from afar. The new singing queen of Dragon Country appeared in the restaurant. At first, he thought he had made a mistake. It wasn't until he heard from a friend that Meng Lianqing was participating in a live variety show that he thought of taking advantage of this opportunity to gain both fame and fortune. It's normal that Miss Meng doesn't know me, but I heard that you are a first-class composer. I am also a musician, and I would be happy to discuss it with you. It sounded like a normal conversation, but in fact Aaron was always praising Meng Lianqing. Su Yang was speechless. Is this what foreigners call a gentleman? Why didn't you ask me if I agreed and just sat next to me? Meng Lianqing smiled politely without any ripples. After all, she heard this kind of compliment every day. It's better for her to care about someone like Su Yang who insults others. Aaron glanced at Meng Lianqing and secretly swallowed his saliva. She was indeed a beautiful woman with both talent and beauty. Ms. Meng, since you and I have the same hobby, would you like to have dinner together and talk about music? Aaron made a polite gesture of invitation. At this moment, the barrage of comments in Douyu's live broadcast room exploded. Su Xiao's love rival appears. Does anyone know where this golden cat came from? Why did he steal the spotlight from Su Xiao? It's exciting. If I were Su Yang, I would just let my men beat him up. Su Yang is so rich anyway. That won't work. There are so many people watching now, and we are still a society ruled by law. Are the directors eating shit? They didn't know someone was messing around, but they didn't send any staff to deal with it. Backstage, Cheng Tao also saw a third person in the camera. He originally wanted to stop it, but when he saw the comments were getting more popular, he decided to let the show go on. Ms. Meng, please feel free to play. I won't pause here for now. Cheng Tao said in the earphone. Meng Lianqing put away her smile, thought about it and shook her head to refuse. Sorry, I'm busy now. Aaron was not discouraged. It would be boring if a woman of this level didn't know how to say no. Things that are too easy to get will make people lose interest and have no desire to conquer them. Aaron pondered for a few seconds and looked at the piano that happened to be in the restaurant. Doesn't Meng Lianqing like music very much? Then just cater to their tastes and take the opportunity to show off your skills to the audience. Ms. Meng, since this is our first meeting, I'll give you a piece of music. Aaron stood up and walked over, motioning for the pianist to step down and let him play a song. Aaron held his hat and bowed to the guests at each table, then sat down and gently pressed his fingers on the piano. Boom, boom, clang. Meng Lianqing knew that this was a song from Great Britain, Forever Love. Love forever. Aaron shook his head and twisted his waist, his 10 fingers moved fast and slow, and the sound of the piano rose and fell. There is a vague feeling of love that cannot be achieved, the kind of love that is full of sadness. The guests around also applauded and cheered. Aaron was secretly proud of himself when he heard everyone's praises. He had practiced this song at least 100 times, just waiting for an opportunity. Meng Lianqin just listened casually for a while. It was not as good as what he talked about himself, but for ordinary people, it was enough to listen to. She glanced at Su Yang and saw that he was also listening. Could it be that this upstart was provoked? Meng Lianqin said to Su Yang, "Mr. Su, what do you think of his singing? This is Dragon Country, and Chinese culture is king." Su Yang said lightly and sighed in his heart. It was a pity that the songs he used to love to listen to were no longer in this world. In Douyu's live broadcast room, countless viewers spoke on the barrage. "Mr. Su is so domineering. I don't like this foreign song either. This song is just average. I still like the songs of goddess Meng Lianqin." "Ah, will the goddess sing live? Why are you still singing songs now? Don't you see that the female singer is about to be seduced away by someone?" Alas, I have to say that men who can play music are indeed quite attractive. Meng Lianqin thought that Su Yang was jealous of Aaron's talent and was just being stubborn and making casual comments to get by. "Mr. Su, Aaron played a song for me. Someone competed with you for a woman in public. Can you bear it?" Meng Lianqin teased deliberately, wanting to see how Su Yang would end up. At the same time, it also allowed Yang Mange to see clearly the quality of the men she chose. Su Yang said calmly, "It's just so. At this time, Aaron turned around and came to Meng Lianqin again. "Ms. Meng, why are you playing the lute to a cow? Only people who understand music can appreciate the beauty of music." Aaron looked at Su Yang with a cold smile on his face. Meng Lianqin pretended to think, wanting to see Su Yang's attitude. Aaron thought she agreed with his point of view, so he invited her again. "Miss Meng, would you like to sit over there?" Meng Lianqin asked Su Yang, "Do you want me to come over?" Before Su Yang could speak, Meng Lianqin stood up and whispered in his ear, "The director said that there are 30 million people watching in the live broadcast room. If I go over there, you will be embarrassed." After saying this, Meng Lianqin smiled slightly, turned and walked towards another table. Aaron was all smiles, the fish was finally caught, he was sure to get the girl today. MMP. Su Yang cursed in his heart, thinking that Meng Lianqin was forcing him. "Ahem, well, to be honest, I'm also a musician." Meng Lianqin stopped and Aaron's smile gradually froze. Aaron asked in a deep voice, "Mr. Su, which music school did you graduate from? Why haven't I heard of you?" Meng Lianqin was about to sit down and drink, but Su Yang suddenly intervened and ruined Aaron's business. How could she not be angry? Songhai branch of the Dragon Kingdom Royal Conservatory of Music. Hearing Su Yang say this, not only Aaron but Meng Lianqin was also confused. Where is the Songhai branch of the Longhua Royal Conservatory of Music? In the Douyu live broadcast room, the barrage of comments remained blank for more than 10 seconds. Which one is he talking about? The Royal Conservatory of Music in Longhua. I have never heard of it. I asked my ex-girlfriend from the music department, and she also said she didn't know, and asked me to call her now, otherwise her boyfriend would not move on. My condolences to you upstairs. Go make a phone call first. It also means you have a sense of participation. All the audience were confused. They had been thinking about it for a long time but had never heard of such a music college in Songhai. Su Yang put down his teacup and said seriously, "I don't have an address yet. I'll pick a piece of land to build a music school later." Everyone was stunned. Only then did I realize that Su Yang was completely talking nonsense. Aaron's face darkened. Puffed, ha 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 ha. Meng Lianqin couldn't help it any longer, she stroked her red lips and laughed so hard that the two big truths in front of her shook up and down. "So, what do you want to do now? Tell a joke to warm up the audience." Su Yang remained silent, as if he was making a difficult decision. Meng Lianqin shook her head and walked towards Aaron's table. Suddenly, she stopped again and turned to look at Su Yang. No, shouldn't Su Yang be so domineering and forceful as to make him stay at this time? Don't all domineering CEOs like this kind of cliché routine? Su Yang patted the table and slowly stood up. The corners of Meng Lianqin's mouth curled up. Haha, he finally showed his true colors. Speak up quickly and order me to stay and continue acting with you. Unexpectedly, Su Yang said, I want to sing. What's going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. Su Yang strode onto the stage and adjusted the microphone. Looking at his posture, everyone knew that he was serious. The scene was dead silent, Aaron sneered, and the atmosphere was very weird. Director Cheng Tao backstage was also puzzled. There were all kinds of sarcasm and ridicule in the live broadcast room. At this moment, Su Yang's black fans took the opportunity to complain. Is Su Yang stupid? He can't win over the woman, so he starts to pretend to be a big shot. I think so too. He was so anxious that he didn't care about the consequences. Su Yang is too pretentious, this is why I don't support him. At the same time, Yang Mange also came to the backstage of the live broadcast room. Seeing Su Yang preparing to sing, she felt uneasy. Director Cheng, quickly prepare the commercials. If Su Yang doesn't sing well, immediately insert commercials to interrupt the live broadcast. She rubbed her brows and confirmed that she was right to be worried. Something was going to go wrong. In order to prevent her boyfriend from making a fool of himself, Yang Mange took great pains. Although Cheng Tao was unwilling to end the live broadcast in a hurry, in order to maintain Su Yang's image, he still asked people to prepare advertisements. Yang Mange passed the backstage and saw Su Yang pick up the microphone. Oh, this man is so arrogant. He actually sang in front of two musicians. Since Yang Mange and Su Yang started dating, she has never heard Su Yang sing, so she didn't hold out any hope. On the restaurant stage, Su Yang took advantage of the few minutes to adjust the microphone to write down a piece of music score from memory. When I was in school, I copied different pop songs every day to pretend to be cultured in order to pick up girls. I didn't expect it could come in handy now. That's all. Do you understand? Su Yang handed the music score to the accompanist and asked them to get ready. We can understand it, but this song, we haven't heard it before. Of course I haven't heard it. It doesn't belong to this world at all. Just play it as it is. After Su Yang finished explaining, he prepared to sing. Aaron saw that Su Yang was pretending and it seemed like it was really serious. Aaron couldn't help but laugh and said, Ms. Meng, this Mr. Su is trying all kinds of treatments for all kinds of illnesses. Your friends will probably embarrass you later. Aaron had an expression as if he hated Meng Lianqin for not fighting back and was angry at her misfortune, as if he felt sorry for Meng Lianqin for meeting the wrong person. In fact, Aaron was delighted. Without comparison, there would be no harm. He is a top student at a foreign music conservatory. Compared with a domestic clown like Su Yang, he is simply a stepping stone for himself. Good weather. Thump, thump, bang, bang, bang. As Su Yang played the piano with both hands, a beautiful melody sounded. Aaron was still trembling, and Meng Lianqin shouted in a low voice, "Shut up." An expert can tell whether something is good or not with just one look. The blue and white strokes on the blank body are thick and then light, and the peony painted on the bottle is just like your first makeup. The sandalwood incense drifts through the window and I understand your thoughts. I put my writing on the rice paper halfway. The charm of the lady's paintings rendered in glaze is hidden away, and your charming smile is like a bud about to bloom. Your beauty is drifting away, going to places I can't go. Su Yang's singing voice is affectionate and lingering, sometimes he frowns, sometimes he sounds sad. Combined with the beautiful lyrics, everyone is intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves for a long time. Comparing treasures to beauties, this song is so romantic yet not vulgar, it is really touching. This isn't bad. What song is this? It's pretty good. 666, what else can I say? What song is this? It's quite artistic and the prelude is also very nice. I am also curious about what song this is, it reminds me of my first love. Which bastard dared to question Su Shen's ability just now? Get out here and die. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room exploded, and the haters were trembling and dared not type on the keyboard anymore. Unconsciously, Meng Lianqin became more and more engrossed in listening. Noticing Aaron approaching, Meng Lianqing frowned and said unhappily, "Go away, don't disturb me from listening to the song." Aaron's face looked as ugly as if he was constipated, and he stepped aside angrily. The beautiful melody is still playing. The sky is blue and waiting for the rain, and I am waiting for you. The smoke from the cooking stove rises up, thousands of miles away across the river. I write the elegant Hanli style on the bottom of the vase, imitating the style of the previous dynasty, just as I foreshadow my meeting with you. The sky is blue and waiting for the rain, and I am waiting for you. The moonlight was salvaged, and the ending was blurred. Like the blue and white porcelain handed down from generation to generation, you are beautiful in your own right, with a smile in your eyes. In the restaurant, guests took out their mobile phones to record the screen. Yang Mange opened her mouth, too shocked to speak. Director Cheng Tao's eyes widened. Isn't Su Yang just an entrepreneur? How come you're still a musician? How come they have never heard this song before? Could it be an original song written by Su Yang? Are you taking action now just to win the beauty? Not only Cheng Tao, but also Yang Mange and others had 100,000 questions in their heads. He is also a musician. On the stage, Su Yang finished singing a song and returned to his seat. After a while, everyone finally came to their senses. Aaron knew that if he stayed any longer, he would be embarrassed. While no one was paying attention to him, he left quietly. Meng Lianqing trotted over and excitedly pulled Su Yang's hand. You can also write songs. It wasn't written by me, but by a friend of mine who loves milk tea. I don't believe it. This must be Su Yang's own song. Su Yang wrote the music score for her and gave it to the accompanist. Who would memorize that?